Chapter 1 Exiled and Takanasa son-in-law. Prince Itian the Great Jew Empire committed aggravated offense by intruding into the Empress chamber after indulging in alcohol, intending to commit an act of indecency. Such misconduct cast a shadow of disgrace upon the royal family. However, considering his past military achievements, leniency was granted, and he was punished by stripping him of his military power and titles while retaining his status as a prince. He was ordered to take the princess of Great Zhou dynasty as his wife Evru by adoption as a means of atonement for his sins. Thus of the emperor. The emperor of Great Zhou looked at Itian with a cold expression. "Your Majesty," this cannot bellowed. At this moment, the other ministers in the hall stepped forward to plead for Itian. "Your Majesty, we were real celebrating Tagather last night. Prince He, being intoxicated, lest this incess and could not possibly have entered the Empress chamber. Please, Your Majesty, show leniency." Yet, the emperor of Great Zhou remained unmoved. Histinius Idoyo Wimpleth the Empress deliberately framed him. The Empress, standing beside him, immediately began to quits Your Majesty, I will never lead the eunuchs and maidservants of Tate can attest that Prince He, inebriated, stumbled in. Upon entering, Prince uttered vulgarities and an attempt to remove Emiclethes. Though I am his stepmother, how can I retain any dignity with such behavior from Prince He? The Empress wept, her sorrow heartfelt, wickedly fueled Emperor's Ridge Wickedson, waddle Sidodu Avedise, how cold he hates upon such evistasia. Itian spoke coldly. If Simeone wishes to impose a crime, they will always find excuses. It is well known that, despite being a prince, I possess no martial prowess, not only is the imperial harem guarded by masters, but Eventilois the neuter maidservant possesses martial arts of hater drink. How could a drunkard like me have penetrated such defenses? Slam! The emperor of Chupan dead the double Itian, how dare you still defend yourself? I witness Ideo your presence said he harm last night, how dare you still deny it? I will not admit a something it did not do. Be quiet. The emperor of Chu coldly interrupted Wickedson, if I had admitted it free, it might have respected to a salmon. Beautyo cosedally, and door to see the skeledma of thebone if I were not missing, he would have already Hideo your head. Since my father is so convinced, there is nothing more for me to explain. Itian sat to the filled Empress with disgust, and she pretended to weep again. Your Majesty, since Prince Ye has said so, it must be me fault. I no longer wish to live. Although I am his stepmother, if this matter spreads, the entire empire will become a laughing stock, and willing to die to prevent me innocence. The emperor Shiar remained unperturbed, but his dislike for Itian intensified. Itian was his youngest son and the own least favored. When Itian was born, it coincided with the revel of foreign dignitaries. The emperor had hoped that this would bring him honor, but Itian was found to have blocked meridians, rendering him unable to cultivate martial arts. It should be known that Great Zhou Empire was founded on martial prowess. For the emperor of Great Zhou to have is unable to cultivate martial arts was a source of great shame. For many years, Itian remained invisible. It was in lay and recent years that the emperor remembered demands and them to participate in some government affairs. Unexpectedly, within just 3 years, from managing pest infestations, floods, and corruption to Kellen border rebellions, Itian handled everything with impeccable order. His abilities in governing on military affairs far surpassed those of the other seven princes. The prince, once a deemed martial arts failure, had become a political prodigy in the Great Zhou Empire, and dispopularity among the people was growing. Moreover, with the implementation of some of his policies, his prestige soared in terms of ability, prestige, and intelligence, have far surpassed not only his brothers but also the emperor himself. There were rumors that the garrison officers stationed outside the capital followed Itian's sled. With just on a command from Itian, Thermias from various regions could march into the capital and force the emperor to abdicate. A waste to could not cultivate martial arts say to prestige thought surpassed Devon emperors. Daring tem to line imperial power, how cold emperor toleratus? How cold bear it? It was utter lawless. As the emperor had oft his things, his anger filled the shart, and how did Watario still doing there, get out of my sit and donut return to Great Chuffertnears. At this moment, headed not care whether Empress word swore true or false, what the wanted was to let world know that who is the supreme ruler of this country. Itian looked at emperor with a confession sneered inwardly. Last night, after leaving the banquet, he was not unconscious and did not know what happened. When he woke, he was already in Gathagatoft Empress chamber. Later, he figured out what had happened. In recent years, his power had become too great, making his fathergulous. Meanwhile, the Empress was also worried that he might usurp the crown princess position from her son. Except for his inability to cultivate martial arts, Itian's other ability as far surpassed those of Heroslas' son by 100-fold. Had been framed by his father and the Empress. These wicked emperor and treacherous Empress Great Zhou Empire would surely fall within 3 years. Meanwhile, Yi Tian couldn't help but sign wordly. Since serializing his inability to cultivate, Yi Tian had been cautiously pursuing his career only to increase his voice and survive in this jail to Sarah. Yet, he had underestimated this world where a martial arts were revered. Without any martial prowess even as a senior official in the court, the Empress could easily dispatch a Somianatok knock him unconscious and abduct them. Or even use a marriage as an excuse to exile him as a son-in-law. Looking gethoic a dandy moral emperor and the treacherous empress, Yi Tian is filled with disgust. Your Majesty, farewell. Yi Tian turned to leave. At this moment, all the civil and military officials knelt in the ground and pleaded, please, Your Majesty, Sholinense and Dono Texile Prince Yi. How dare you? Any Onoho pleads for Thiswick's son will be executed, the emperor shouted in fury. Notify the historian stories achievements of Yi Tian and prohibit a record of him. After his death, Thuik's son shall not be buried in the imperial mausoleum. The people within the empire are forbidden to mention the name of Yi Tian. Any violators will be punished with the destruction of their 9 generations. As Yi Tian walked out of the gate, Heshu Keshed inside. What a mud emperor. So ruthless to his own son. If thee want keep mare, there will be others hull. I'm not playing with thee one more. After stepping out of Golden Hall, Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief, feeling light-hearted as a distance at himself from the court's intrigues. Perhaps you should not have been so spry-time the beginning. It would have been better to lead a quiet and unassuming life. Without martial prowess on diet seeking the spotlight, who else but himself deserved Todi? Prince Yi. An old Unuk approached from behind, speaking with a sarcastic tone. Prince Yi, don't trust to leave. The Journado Great Suislon and the Empress out of kindness has granted you fast horse. Yi Tian looked at the donkey before him and sneered. Thank the Empress for him, this donkey such well. How dare you? The eunuch's voice was where pewtery toin self Empress be comparing her to a donkey. Slam. Yi Tian slapped the eunuch and said calmly, you Udaredo speak to me like these, even though he have been stripped off my title. Remember, I am still a prince. The eunuch was enraged. Who was a favorite Empress and was always surrounded by plea wherever it went, never having been contradicted before. Today, he was publicly slapped in the face, and he could not bear such humiliation. The eunuch amakadin his shrill voice a prince oisun to be taken as a son-in-law wand abandoned be theme pyre is not different from a commoner. Prince Yi, be careful, you might not. Chapter 2 The successful counterattack. The elderly eunuch sneered, a mere waste devoid of cultivation. I shall inform the emperor that Prince Yi succumbed to illness. In an instant, a dozen assassins surrounded Yi Tian, causing him to feel a surge of anxiety. He possessed no martial arts prowess. If they attacked him, his demise was inevitable. Damn it, am I truly to perish like this? Anguish welled within him. Ding, the sign-in system activated, completing the task and granting various rewards. Ding, signing in at the palace gate awarded him a century's worth of cultivation. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, and then nearly overwhelmed with joy. After waiting for so many years, I've finally encountered this fortuitous event. Had it arrived a few years earlier, I wouldn't have endured such torment. This is a standard feature for those who traverse worlds, and yet it has only now come to me. Had it been even a minute later, I would have met my end right here. The might of martial artists filled Yi Tian's heart with an insatiable longing. He had dreamed of becoming one. Alas, he was born with a defective meridian, rendering him incapable of strengthening himself. Despite being a prince with notable achievements, he remained subject to the disdain of others. The hierarchy of martial artists is divided into 9 ranks, above which lie the masters and great masters, culminating in the realm of the earthly immortal. In the vast land of Dechu, a 6th-rank martial artist could command troops, while one above the 8th rank could hold the title of general. As for masters, there were scarcely 4 or 5 within the entire dynasty, with great masters being even rarer. Only one existed in Dechu. The realm of the earthly immortal was something Yi Tian had only read about and had yet to encounter in reality. Now, after enduring trials, it seemed fortune had favored him. With the system in his grasp, attaining the earthly immortal status was merely a matter of time. Yi Tian inhaled sharply. His chance for a counterattack had arrived. Signing in once more, he received the reward of a century's worth of cultivation. Boom! An overwhelming force surged into him from above, causing Yi Tian to experience excruciating pain, as if his bones were being crushed beneath a wheel, sweat pouring down his face. The power of 100 years of cultivation was too much for his frail body to bear. His internal organs felt as though they were on the verge of shattering. Ding! The system detected that the host's body could not withstand the influx and adjusted the cultivation reward to be dispensed in installments. From then on, his cultivation would be replenished daily until the reward was fully delivered. Damn it! Yi Tian grimaced in pain, cursing his own fragile physique for being unable to absorb the full power at once. It had been altered to installments? You old bastard! Suddenly, a cacophony of cracking sounds erupted from within him, and he began to undergo a profound transformation. His once frail body now appeared significantly more robust. As he clenched his fist, a power he had never dared to imagine coursed through him like a dragon in flight. This was the essence of a martial artist. Yi Tian's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. The vital energy he had longed for was finally his. From this day forth, who would dare label him a waste? Once the euphoria faded, Yi Tian's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the surrounding assassins. He had once been the prey, but now the roles had reversed. Although uncertain of his newfound strength, he felt confident he could deal with these assassins. As they lunged at him, Yi Tian struck with a swift punch. Boom! His fierce punch shattered the bodies of the assassins, leaving them lifeless. The elderly eunuch was left utterly dumbfounded, exclaiming, "How is this possible? This waste, who clearly could not cultivate, how could he suddenly become so powerful? You think you can kill me? Die!" Yi Tian unleashed a powerful punch, obliterating the eunuch's skull. Sweet satisfaction coursed through him. So this is what it means to be a martial artist, truly formidable. He had previously viewed martial artists from a narrow perspective, believing them to be nothing special. Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with determination as he realized that the small realm of Dechu was no longer his place. The vast world of martial artists beyond beckoned him to venture forth. This long-hidden true dragon was poised to take flight. Ding! A new task was issued: to journey to the Dezhou dynasty, sign in at the library, and receive a century's worth of cultivation and a defying technique. Will you accept? A smirk curled at the corners of Yi Tian's lips. Who would be foolish enough to refuse such a splendid opportunity? He was already planning to leave this place. Why not return and eliminate the treacherous emperor? Yi Tian contemplated this, only to shake his head slightly. Each emperor seemed to be shielded by a royal aura, and impulsively killing one would surely invite retribution. The texts indicated that only an earthly immortal could act without consequence. Wait for me, you dog emperor. Once I attain the earthly immortal state, I shall sever your head and serve it as my feast. Yi Tian's heart brimmed with malice. Suddenly, he sensed a chilling aura locking onto him from behind. He cast a sidelong glance, snorting coldly. Damn that wretched empress! Is it not enough that she arranged for the eunuch's ambush? She even has a backup plan? Bring it on, I shall eliminate them all. Yi Tian swiftly left the scene, making his way outside the city. Prince Yi, wait. A cold voice rang out as a figure clad in black blocked his path. The black-clad individual stated bluntly, Prince Yi, choose your manner of death, I can grant you a complete corpse. A martial artist, Yi Tian recognized that this individual was no ordinary foe. Had it been before, he would have had no chance of survival. But now, he felt no fear. Instead, he was exhilarated. This was the first formidable opponent he had encountered. Is the Empress so eager for my demise? Yi Tian scoffed. The assassin did not hide his intentions, speaking as though conversing with a corpse. Do you truly believe the Empress would dare act without the Emperor's consent? What? Yi Tian's pupils constricted, and his fists clenched involuntarily. Was this sanctioned by the Emperor? Did he tacitly allow his own son to be killed? He was now utterly alone, devoid of any influence over the imperial power, yet he remained so cold-hearted. Even if Yi Tian lacked cultivation and was looked down upon, he was still the Emperor's flesh and blood. In that moment, Yi Tian felt no shred of paternal affection for the Emperor. Prince Yi, have you decided upon your death? The assassin's tone dripped with mockery. Yi Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice calm. I shall spare your life, but you must inform that wretched woman that her days are numbered. You truly are a fool, Prince Yi, to think that by dispatching a few lackeys, you have become invincible. You seek death. The assassin sprang into action, his sword aimed ruthlessly at Yi Tian's throat. Clang! The blade struck Yi Tian's body but met an impenetrable barrier, as if it had struck iron. The assassin's expression changed instantly, exclaiming, Protective vital energy, this is impossible. The assassin, upon witnessing Yi Tian's protective vital energy, felt a wave of terror wash over him. This waste, who was unable to cultivate, how could he possess protective vital energy? To unleash vital energy, one must at least be a martial artist of the 8th rank or higher. Such individuals were core figures within the dynasty, often holding the title of general. The assassin could not comprehend the situation, but fear had already gripped his heart. However, he had no time to dwell on it. Yi Tian slowly raised his arm, gently striking out with a palm. The assassin screamed and desperately retreated. Chapter 3 Departing the Imperial City. Yet this strike appeared to possess an intrinsic targeting mechanism, rendering any attempts to evade futile. Ultimately, it landed squarely upon the assassin's chest. Crack! The assassin's sternum caved in entirely, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, howling in agony as he was propelled backwards. Ah, how could you possibly cultivate such power? Have you been concealing your prowess all along? The assassin, stricken with terror, crawled on the ground like a dog, before making a desperate escape. Yi Tian maintained an expression of indifference. He had intentionally allowed his adversary to flee, for the force had already infiltrated the assassin's body, ensuring that his time was limited. The assassin stumbled into the queen's chamber, where a palace maid hurriedly approached to assist him. "Commander Chen, what has happened? How did you sustain such injuries?" With trembling hands, Commander Chen forced open the grand doors and collapsed upon the floor, gasping, "The queen's assassination attempt has failed." The queen's countenance darkened. "You incompetent fool! You are a 6th-tier master, how could you fail to eliminate that wretch?" Commander Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood, his voice quaking as he retorted, "That boy is a martial artist." Before he could finish, an agonizing pain shot through his chest, and with a resounding explosion, his body disintegrated within the room. The queen, her face smeared with blood, was rendered speechless, aghast at the sudden explosion of a living being before her eyes. At that moment, a letter drifted in through the window, landing directly before her. Upon opening it, she read, "Wretched woman, when I return, both you and your entire family shall perish." Thud, the queen collapsed to the ground in fright, her complexion ashen as she scrutinized the letter repeatedly, confirming that it bore Yi Tian's handwriting. How could that waste of space do this? The queen's heart raced with disbelief. How had the very master she had sent out been vanquished, and to make matters worse, he had the audacity to send her a threat. At that moment, fury ignited within her heart, and she seethed with rage. This boy, who had so cunningly feigned incompetence, had revealed himself to be a martial artist, but what of it? A mere novice in cultivation was, in her eyes, no different from a worthless being. A few thousand elite troops could easily obliterate him, yet, Yi Tian had concealed his true capabilities too well. Thankfully, she had taken the initiative first, orchestrating a frame-up, otherwise, her son would never surpass him in this lifetime. However, one question lingered: if Yi Tian was indeed a martial artist, would the intoxicating scent in the wine still have any effect? After a moment's contemplation, a fierce glint returned to the queen's eyes. Yi Tian could not be allowed to live. She immediately summoned her shadow guards, instructing them to find her brother and unleash all their might in pursuit of this beast, ensuring he did not survive to reach the Great Zhou. The queen's sharp cry echoed in the air. Yi Tian, astride a swift steed, arrived at the outskirts of the imperial city. At this moment, civil and military officials, former subordinates from the army, and several thousand citizens awaited him. Thousands of citizens knelt upon the ground, pleading, "Prince Yi, we implore you, do not leave us, the dynasty needs you." The civil and military officials choked back tears, saying, "Prince Yi, what shall we do after you depart? Shall we collectively beseech His Majesty?" Former subordinates, all with reddened eyes, lamented their shared history of life and death with Yi Tian, having always called each other brothers, and now, with Yi Tian's demotion and impending marriage to the Great Zhou, their hearts ached with sorrow and indignation. "Prince Yi, as long as you raise your hand, we will follow you." "Silence!" Yi Tian admonished. "You are all generals of the Great Zhou. Certain words should not be uttered lightly during my absence. Safeguard the people diligently. I will return shortly. Everyone, return to your homes. I, Yi Tian, am merely going to marry a wife. I am not perishing." With a flick of the reins, he urged his steed onward, departing the scene. "Farewell, Prince Yi." All present knelt, tears streaming down their faces. Upon hearing the news, the emperor, in a fit of rage, wreaked havoc upon the palace hall. After leaving the imperial city, Yi Tian rode swiftly toward the Great Zhou dynasty. The Great Zhou lay 1,000 miles away. He had visited it several times before, and its customs and culture were known to be rather fierce, with many sects in power. Along the way, Yi Tian had already penned a letter in advance, intending to annul the engagement with the royal family and decline the role of a son-in-law. After all, he had long since lost any affection for that tyrant ruler and felt no need to obey his commands. Moreover, with his formidable strength, there were countless opportunities awaiting him in this world. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the woods. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes. "Come forth, you have already revealed yourselves." "Prince Yi." Over 20 figures materialized before him. Recognizing their weapons, Yi Tian discerned their identities: shadow guards, the strongest experts of the royal family, each possessing at least 7th-tier strength. Such individuals seldom left the palace. The only ones capable of commanding them, and laying an ambush against him, could only be the emperor or the queen. The third wave of attacks, how amusing. "Do you truly wish for my demise?" Yi Tian's heart turned cold, his eyes brimming with hatred. "Prince Yi, we mean you no harm. However, the Lord Uncle is en route. You must take a detour to evade him." The shadow guards parted to allow passage. Yi Tian clenched his fists. The Lord Uncle was the queen's elder brother, the only grandmaster of the Great Zhou. Presently, he had not yet absorbed all of his cultivation, and the disparity in strength was too great. It would be wise to retreat for now. Once he completed his next task and absorbed all his strength, he would have the opportunity to eliminate his foes. Let him pursue if he dares. Yi Tian spurred his horse, taking a detour. Galloping for several hundred miles, he finally evaded his pursuers. As the sky darkened, rain began to pour out. While Yi Tian located an inn to rest while sipping tea, he overheard the surrounding patrons discussing his situation. Have you all heard? Prince Yi has committed a grave offense, his position revoked, and he must go to the Great Zhou as a son-in-law. Such a pity. Prince Yi has truly been a benefactor to us all, opening the granaries during the drought and saving countless lives. Indeed, Prince Yi commands great respect. We all hold him in high regard. How could His Majesty act in such a manner? It is precisely because Prince Yi lacks cultivation. What does cultivation matter, as long as he is good to us? If I could choose the next emperor, I would undoubtedly select Prince Yi. Hush, you are mad to utter such words, be quiet at once. Listening to the conversations around him, Yi Tian felt a sense of nostalgia. The deeds he had performed over the years had indeed garnered him much affection, perhaps it was worth it after all. At that moment, a merchant caravan entered the inn, plunging the establishment into sudden silence. Initially, Yi Tian paid little heed, but soon his peripheral vision caught sight of a group brandishing blades and approaching the caravan. In an instant, the caravan was ambushed, and chaos erupted within the inn. Yi Tian remained unfazed, continuing to eat. Such acts of violence and thievery were far too common for him to be startled. Suddenly, a woman in white from the caravan rushed before him, pleading, "Friend, could you lend a hand? I will offer you 100 taels of gold." Yi Tian shook his head, disinterested in meddling in others' affairs. The woman's eyes were filled with despair. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the caravan were slaughtered, and the bandits menacingly surrounded the woman in white. "Miss Lin Ling, it appears you are the last one remaining. How shall we entertain ourselves?" Lin Ling bit her lip, drawing a sword in an attempt to take her own life, but one of the bandits swiftly seized the blade and shoved her onto a table. "What are you looking at? Scram, don't interfere with my business," the bandit barked at Yi Tian. Yi Tian merely pointed at the food on the table, indicating that he had not yet finished his meal. "Eat your mother's head." The bandit overturned Yi Tian's table with a swift motion. Chapter 4, I have come to annul the marriage. Yi Tian had been famished throughout the day, and upon witnessing his meal overturned, he could no longer suppress the fury within. With a swift motion, Yi Tian unleashed a punch, obliterating the bandit into a mist of blood. For him, dispatching a first-tier martial artist was akin to bullying a child. The remaining bandits were left in shock, their comrade reduced to mere fragments by a single blow, sending chills down their spines. "How dare you!" The bandit leader began to curse, but before he could finish, Yi Tian's fist had already crashed into his skull, shattering it into countless pieces. The other bandits, finally snapping back to reality, raised their weapons, but Yi Tian dispatched them with a few more crushing blows. Inside the inn, chaos reigned, a gruesome scene of blood and flesh. Many patrons retched at the sight. "Boss, bring me another serving of fresh food." After the ordeal, Yi Tian nonchalantly patted the table, with remnants of carnage strewn about. Who could possibly have an appetite? The owner himself had fainted from fright. At that moment, Lin Ling trembled as she spoke. "Thank you for saving me. I hail from the royal family of the Great Zhou. My surname is Lin. Once I return, I will definitely express my gratitude." "What should I call you, benefactor?" Upon hearing her identity, Yi Tian pondered, could it truly be a coincidence that she belonged to the Great Zhou royal family and shared the surname Lin? Yet, the princess he was to marry was named Lin Yiren. "Do you know Lin Yiren?" Yi Tian inquired. "That is my sister. Do you know my sister? Are you friends with her?" Lin Ling exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "I do not know her." "I have never met her," Yi Tian replied, shaking his head. "You must be my sister's friend. I never imagined she would know someone as formidable as you. What a pity, my sister is about to marry." Lin Ling muttered, "My sister is set to wed that so-called Prince Yi Tian. I heard he is merely a hostage without any cultivation, undoubtedly a despised waste of space. It is lamentable that my sister must marry such a person. If the Prince Yi is ugly, I would feel nauseated just looking at him. The thought of him kissing my sister makes my heart ache. Enough about that man. What is your name, benefactor?" I am Yi Tian." "Could it be that you are the detestable waste of a prince?" Lin Ling's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide with disbelief. "You cannot possibly be him, can you?" Yi Tian responded with a wry smile and a nod. "Heavens! You truly are my brother-in-law. What an extraordinary coincidence!" Lin Ling exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. "I've heard others say that my brother-in-law is exceptionally handsome, with striking features and a commanding presence. Seeing you today, it is indeed true, if my sister meets you, she will be overjoyed. She has always preferred those who are handsome. With you as her brother-in-law, she will no longer be bullied by the other suitors. Yi Tian chuckled softly, recalling how just moments ago, this little girl had speculated about the possibility of him being an eyesore. How quickly sentiments changed. Indeed, appearance could serve to one's advantage. My dear brother-in-law, please tell me, what tier of martial artist are you? 7th tier, 8th tier, please, do tell. Yi Tian merely smiled and remained silent. He himself was uncertain of his current standing, but he believed he could hold his own against a master. Meanwhile, Yi Tian's letter of annulment had already reached the great Zhou dynasty. Princess Lin Yiren read the words inscribed on the letter and couldn't help but laugh in anger. A prince without any cultivation dares to initiate an annulment? The alliance between the two dynasties was a matter of great significance, and the news had already spread far and wide. To withdraw now would leave her with no face. Lin Yiren scoffed coldly. Her maidservant, standing nearby, remarked, Princess, I have heard that this Prince Yi, despite lacking cultivation, possesses some abilities in the Great Zhou. However, if he truly had any merit, the Emperor of Great Zhou would not have allowed him to become a son-in-law. The rumors must be false. It would be wise to agree to his request and dissolve the engagement. Absolutely not. Lin Yiren replied icily. My affairs have already become common knowledge among the aristocracy. Everyone knows that the Prince of Great Zhou is coming to be my husband. If this falls through, it would suggest that he looks down upon me. I am a princess, I cannot become the subject of ridicule for others. If we are to annul the marriage, it must be done in front of witnesses, and I shall be the one to speak. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yiren donned plain attire and, accompanied by her maid, awaited at the city gate. She intended to see for herself what sort of person this Prince Yi truly was. In less than half an hour, a carriage appeared. Sister! Lin Ling jumped down from the carriage and excitedly rushed into her sister's embrace. Sister, it has been so long. I have missed you dearly. Lin Yiren patted her sister's back and smiled. I have missed you as well. We shall have a good chat tonight. Her gaze then fell upon Yi Tian as he descended from the carriage, scrutinizing him intently. Yi Tian, in turn, studied her. Though she was dressed simply, her piercing gaze and cold demeanor made it clear she was not an easy person to deal with. You wish to annul the marriage? Lin Yiren asked directly, her tone fierce. Is there any other option? Yi Tian shrugged. You write me a letter, and our engagement shall be nullified. I will not hinder you, nor you me. It is a perfect solution. Lin Yiren replied coldly, my father has already consented to this matter and informed the other dynasties to come and offer their congratulations. If you withdraw from the engagement without warning, how will I explain it to the great Zhou? Yi Tian's expression darkened. Are you all in such a hurry? It has only been a few days, and you have already notified everyone? You do not seem that old. Are you so desperate to marry? Is there something wrong with your health? You are the one with issues. Lin Yiren retorted, her anger boiling over. If you wish to annul the marriage, you must accompany me to see my father and explain your reasons in person. Sister, we cannot annul the marriage. Lin Ling interjected urgently. Brother-in-law is formidable. He is a master. If you annul the marriage, it would be a huge loss. Just him? Lin Yiren scoffed, then released her aura as a 6th-tier martial artist. This princess could easily subdue him with a single hand. You cannot defeat my brother-in-law. He is at least an 8th-tier master. Lin Ling insisted, having witnessed Yi Tian's prowess when he easily dispatched those bandits. However, Lin Yiren remained unconvinced. Among the young men she knew, the strongest was only at the 8th tier. There was no way a talent could emerge from such a small place as Great Zhou. Furthermore, she had long heard that Yi Tian was incapable of cultivation and was merely a waste. At that moment, a chilling aura descended. Lin Yiren's heart raced as she looked up, only to see two assassins charging towards her. Bang! In a single move, Lin Yiren was sent flying, blood spewing from her mouth. The two assassins struck again, their sword energy aimed directly at her brow. Lin Yiren's pupils widened, her hair standing on end. She was about to die. Chapter 5 of The Woman Who Changed Her Mind. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, effortlessly repelling the attacks of two assassins. The assassins lunged with their swords, only to have their necks snapped by Yi Tian in an instant. Lin Yiren gasped in disbelief. 2 6th-tier assassins had been dispatched so easily. This Yi Tian was far more formidable than she had anticipated. Thank you, Lin Yiren expressed her gratitude. Initially, she had underestimated Yi Tian, but now she realized how narrow-minded her previous judgments had been. With a calm demeanor, Yi Tian remarked, I acted out of concern for your safety. If you were to perish before me, I would become the prime suspect. After all, he had only just arrived at this place. Sister, are you all right? That was terrifying. How dare they attempt to assassinate you in broad daylight? Madness. Lin Ling spoke through clenched teeth. Lin Yiren scoffed lightly, already having deduced the identity of the assassins to it was likely one of her brothers behind this. Recently, her men had discovered a rich vein of spiritual stones within a cave. It was well known that in order to enhance one's strength, one must absorb the power contained within these stones, making them highly coveted by many. This marked the 13th assassination attempt she had faced. Previously, with the protection of guards, she had managed to evade them flawlessly, but this time, while disguised, her whereabouts had still been compromised. Lin Yiren's gaze turned icy as she looked at the maid beside her. She had come here with only the maid knowing her whereabouts. "It wasn't me, Your Highness." The maid immediately fell to her knees, trembling with fear. "You have been with me for over a decade. We are like sisters, and yet, you betray me?" Lin Yiren spoke with an icy indifference. The maid wept bitterly. "It wasn't me, I swear." In that moment, the maid suddenly drew a dagger from her bosom and lunged forward. Slap! Lin Yiren's hand swiftly shattered the maid's skull. Yetion raised an eyebrow, realizing that this princess was ruthless and decisive, not the fragile girl he had presumed her to be. He shook his head internally, thinking, what does it matter? Once I meet the Emperor of Dezhou and the marriage is annulled, my ties to this princess will cease. Several hours later, Lin Yiren brought Yetion to the palace. "I come to pay my respects to father." Lin Yiren slightly lowered her head, addressing the emperor. "This is His Royal Highness, Prince Yetion of Dezhou." "Ha, splendid. Indeed, a fine-looking young man." Emperor Lin Yu of Dezhou laughed heartily. "Dezhou has dispatched an exceptional prince. Your marriage will be set for 3 days hence." Yetion quickly exchanged glances with Lin Yiren, silently signaling whether she would take the initiative or allow him to speak. Lin Yiren replied, "I defer to father's judgment. I am quite pleased with Prince Yi." Yetion was taken aback. This was not what they had agreed upon. Wasn't she supposed to speak of the marriage annulment? Why had she changed her mind? "Wait, I have something to say," Yetion began, but Lin Yiren quickly covered his mouth and continued, "Father, I believe 3 days is rather too soon. Marriage is a momentous decision for a daughter. I wish to discuss the date with Prince Yi first. How does that sound?" "Very well, you two may deliberate on the date and then inform me. I shall notify the other kingdoms to come and celebrate." Emperor Lin Yu nodded in agreement. As Lin Yiren pulled Yetion outside the hall, he frowned slightly. "Why have you changed your mind? Wasn't it agreed that we'd discuss the annulment?" "I did not consider all factors earlier," Lin Yiren explained. "I was initially in favor of the annulment, but then it struck me that the timing is inappropriate. My father is a man who values face immensely. If you were to propose an annulment on your first day here, it would lead him to believe you are dissatisfied with me. I am the only princess of Dezhou, and my father has grown increasingly gray over my marriage. If you were to rashly propose an annulment without a compelling reason, it would surely anger my father and he would direct his wrath towards Dezhou." Yetion scoffed, "So what are you suggesting? Do you truly intend for me to become a son-in-law?" "Not at all," Lin Yiren replied calmly. "In due time, I will take the initiative to inform my father of our separation, citing that our personalities are incompatible and that I have developed feelings for another. By then, my father will not hold you accountable. However, during this time, I must ask you to endure some discomfort, Your Highness," she added. Yetion pursed his lips, questioning her ulterior motives. Did she think him handsome and covetous of his affection? Humph, what a lecherous woman. "What are you staring at my legs for?" Lin Yiren retreated a cautious step. Yetion, unfazed, replied, "When assessing a woman, one first observes her eyes. If she does not meet your gaze, then one must scrutinize her legs." Lin Yiren snorted, "What kind of nonsensical reasoning is that? I have never heard of such a thing." "It was imparted to me by a senior," Yetion retorted. "Well then, are my legs attractive?" Lin Yiren inquired unexpectedly. Yetion was taken aback. How could the seemingly aloof Lin Yiren ask such a question? Was there more to her than met the eye? "Ah, is that not my little princess?" A voice interrupted as the sixth prince, Lin Fengwu, approached with a smile, his hand landing heavily on Yetion's shoulder. "My brother-in-law has traveled a great distance to Dezhou. As your elder brother-in-law, I must not neglect you. I am hosting a poetry gathering, you both must attend. Remove your filthy hands and do not touch my shoulder." Yetion forcefully slapped Lin Fengwu's hand away, causing him to gasp in pain, quickly retracting his hand, which had begun to tingle. "Sixth brother, show some respect. He is, after all, a prince of Dezhou," Lin Yiren said coldly. "What is Dezhou, anyway? Does he even qualify as a prince?" Lin Fengwu sneered. "I have not heard of any prince who would be sent to become a son-in-law." I have heard this fellow is quite arrogant in Dechu, disregarding commands, and openly opposing the royal family. Thus, he was expelled from Dechu. Sister, your judgment is truly lacking. Marrying a prince of such low standing will surely bring you much suffering. Lin Yiren's expression soured at his words, her anger simmering beneath the surface. This man was her sixth brother, who always delighted in tormenting her. Yet, due to the strict decorum of the royal family, she dared not retaliate openly. Brother-in-law, allow me to introduce myself, I am Lin Fengwu. He raised his chin proudly, relishing in the sound of his own name. Noticing Yi Tian's lack of response, he continued boastfully, isn't my name quite melodious? Let me tell you, when my mother was about to give birth to me, she dreamt of a phoenix landing on a parasol tree. Thus, she named me Lin Fengwu. Every time I recount the origin of my name, I feel an overwhelming sense of pride. Yi Tian chuckled derisively, thank goodness it was a phoenix. Had it been a chicken landing on a banana tree, would you not have been named Lin Jiwuz? Chapter 6. Poetry, I can do that too. Lin Fengwu's expression abruptly changed as he gritted his teeth. Yi Tian, what do you mean by that? Are you insulting me? Yi Tian merely smiled in silence. Observing this, Lin Fengwu's eyes brimmed with animosity. Yi Tian, we shall meet at the poetry gathering shortly. He turned and departed. Sigh, though you may have gained the upper hand verbally, soon you will find yourself in trouble, Lin Yiren lamented, shaking her head. Then I simply shan't attend, Yi Tian declared. You cannot avoid it. This is an insolvable predicament, Lin Yiren explained. All the princes who have come before must undergo the trial of the poetry gathering, yet none of the several who attended previously managed to pass. Failing to do so would not only subject you to ridicule but also bring shame upon your dynasty. Yi Tian, astonished, inquired, what do you mean by several? Lin Yiren replied nonchalantly, you surely do not believe you are the first prince to arrive, do you? There have been over 10 princes before you, all of whom failed the trial and retreated in disgrace. Yi Tian felt a cold sweat. How foolish were those who came before him. Were they all as dim-witted as pigs to fail at a mere poetry gathering? At the poetry gathering, around 50 literati and scholars had assembled, the most learned and cultured within the great Zhou dynasty, including 7 or 8 who had previously served as tutors to princes. Whether it be in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, or poetry, they were all paragons within the great Zhou. Lin Fengwu, nursing a drink, gritted his teeth and spoke, Old Lu, when that useless fellow arrives, teach him a proper lesson. Present a particularly difficult poem that he cannot answer. Old Lu stroked his beard, confidently asserting, rest assured, sixth prince, there is not a soul in the great Zhou capable of answering the poem I shall compose, let alone a mere son-in-law from a small place. At that moment, Yi Tian and Lin Yiren arrived at the poetry gathering. As they seated themselves, all hostile gazes converged upon Yi Tian. Lin Fengwu, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarked, Seventh sister, today our esteemed teachers and literary scholars are gathered here. Shall we adhere to the old custom? Old Lu would compose a poem for Yi Tian to respond to. Lin Yiren interjected, esteemed teachers, I apologize, but Prince Yi is unwell and has lost his voice. He may not be able to perform at today's gathering. Nonsense. Lin Fengwu slammed the table, retorting mockingly, just a moment ago, this brat seemed perfectly fine, how can he suddenly be unwell? Seventh sister, if he feels he lacks talent, let him kneel and kowtow to me, then return to his great Zhou to continue being a useless waste. Sixth brother, you are being unreasonable. Prince Yi has traveled a great distance. Upon arriving in the great Zhou, he is unaccustomed to the environment and his it would not be too late for him to engage in poetry in a few days. Lin Yiren attempted to deflect the situation, but Lin Fengwu pressed on relentlessly, Seventh sister, spare me the excuses. Today, at this poetry gathering, he cannot escape. He must either kneel and kowtow to me, returning to his great Zhou to continue his existence as a waste, or he must respond to Old Lu's poem. If he cannot speak, he may write it down. With no way to evade, Lin Yiren felt a sense of helplessness wash over her. Though she was not well acquainted with Yi Tian, she had heard some of his history. It was said that Yi Tian had been neglected since childhood and had never received proper education. His cultural knowledge was certainly lacking. Moreover, the poem would be composed by Old Lu, a highly esteemed scholar within the great Zhou, renowned among the populace. Yi Tian had no chance of winning. Lin Fengwu, full of self-satisfaction, gazed at Yi Tian, thinking to himself that this little provincial upstart dared to insult him. Today, he would make sure to teach him a lesson and bring him shame. At that moment, Old Lu stood up solemnly and began, in that case, I shall commence. Wait, Yi Tian interjected, before we engage in poetry, I would like to propose a condition. Lin Fengwu scoffed, speak your condition freely. If you can indeed win against Old Lu, I shall jump into the latrine. Yi Tian chuckled, if my poem is commendable, I ask only for your finest residence as my reward. I have just arrived in the Great Zhou and have yet to find a place to settle. Very well, Lin Fengwu replied without a moment's hesitation, confident that Yi Tian could never triumph. Lin Yiren sighed inwardly, already contemplating how to salvage the situation if Yi Tian lost. She could already envision the humiliation he would endure. At this moment, old Lu stood with an air of solemnity, stroking his beard, and then, with a determined gaze, was struck by inspiration. The spring breeze carries the fragrance of 100 flowers, as swallows return to build new nests. The summer sun blazes, cicadas cry aloud, while green trees provide shade for cool respite. Put! Before old Lu could finish, Yi Tian burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Noticing all eyes upon him, he attempted to suppress his mirth. It's nothing, nothing at all. Please, continue without regard for me. Yet ultimately, Yi Tian could not hold back and erupted into guffaws, even shedding tears from laughter. It was simply too comical. He had anticipated old Lu's prowess to be formidable. Just moments ago, Lin Yiren had whispered to him that this man was a literary scholar who could compose poetry at 3 and write prose at 7, highly regarded in the Great Zhou, with many scholars admiring him. Hearing this, he had felt a twinge of nervousness, only to find, was this truly all? This was the level of his talent? The very first line had sent Yi Tian over the edge. What utter drivel! What are you laughing at? Old Lu's face darkened. Is the poem I composed truly so laughable? It has a certain degree of humor, Yi Tian replied apologetically. I did not intend to laugh, but I simply could not endure it. Quickly covering his mouth, Yi Tian struggled to suppress his laughter, his face flushed. Lin Fengwu pounded the table, rebuking, Yi Tian, do not overstep your bounds. How dare you mock old Lu's poetry? You are exceedingly bold. The other literati glared at Yi Tian with fiery eyes. Even they regarded the previous line as exceptionally highbrow, surely not something an ordinary person could create. Old Lu was a scholar and elder they revered. How could this provincial upstart dare to be so ungrateful as to laugh? They were filled with righteous indignation. This provincial fool truly lacked decorum, utterly devoid of cultural refinement, a barbarian. Old Lu's face turned ashen with fury, nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy. Who says I lack culture? Do not speak without thinking. Yi Tian, regaining his composure, replied calmly, is it not merely composing poetry? Coincidentally, I can manage a few lines myself. You, capable of composing poetry? Old Lu scoffed. Why not respond to the line I just recited? There is no need for it to be perfectly structured. If you can create a complete new stanza, consider it a victory. Yi Tian smiled and rolled up his sleeves. Bring me ink and paper. Let me show you how it is done. Chapter 7. I had just spoken too loudly, startling Lin Yiren. Don't try to show off. Are you really capable of matching old Master Lu's poetry? Yi Tian chuckled softly. Don't underestimate me. After all, I have attended elementary school. Soon, the brush and ink were ready. Yi Tian picked up the brush and began to write with great flair. Before the first line was completed, everyone looked on with disdain, their expressions filled with derision. Old Master Lu wore a contemptuous expression, convinced that this uncouth individual could not possibly possess any cultural refinement. Even if he managed to write something, it would be on the level of a child. However, when the first stanza was fully inscribed, everyone's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. High winds and the cries of apes echo in despair. Just reading that line conjured vivid imagery. Old Master Lu's face suddenly turned grave, and the others fell silent, resembling statues. With the second line, Old Master Lu's pupils dilated, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The others stood rigid as ice, their hearts roiling with tumultuous waves. Very soon, as the final character was inscribed, Yi Tian elegantly flung the brush aside. Old Master Lu picked up the paper and began to read it over and over. With each reading, his heart was struck anew, cold sweat beating on his forehead as his body quaked. Yi Tian secretly reveled in his triumph. This line of poetry was the crown jewel of the 7-character regulated verse. No one throughout history had ever matched it, and certainly, no one in the Great Zhou could surpass it. Lin Fengwu, still oblivious to the unfolding spectacle, snorted derisively. What kind of trash are you writing? Old Master Lu hasn't said a word, clearly not wanting to comment on such rubbish. Silence. Old Master Lu suddenly reprimanded, startling Lin Fengwu into stammering. Old Master Lu, what is happening? Ignoring Lin Fengwu, Old Master Lu gazed intently at Yi Tian. Your Highness Yi, where did you come by this poetry? What, do you suspect I plagiarized? Yi Tian countered. No, no, no. Old Master Lu hastily shook his head, his voice trembling. This poetry is exquisite beyond belief. I dare say, no one in the world could compose anything like it. I have been in the literary world for over 60 years, having penned thousands of poems, yet compared to your Highness's work, my own creations seem like mere refuse. It is magnificent, truly magnificent, to witness such poetry in my lifetime. I would have no regrets in death. Your Highness, he is indeed a paragon of talent, unparalleled in literary prowess. Old Master Lu's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement as he choked out, Your Highness, I must confess, I was blind before, unable to see your brilliance. In comparison to your talent, I am but an egg. I apologize for my earlier impoliteness. He bowed deeply. Linear and stood in stunned silence. To see such a literary giant as Old Master Lu bow an apology? She had never heard of such a thing in her life. Lin Fengwu was equally dumbfounded, but soon rage surged within him. He thought, is Old Master Lu out of his mind, apologizing to a worthless fellow? What kind of poetry could be so extraordinary? He refused to believe that anyone could surpass his own talents. Let me see it. Lin Fengwu snatched the paper away, eager to discover what Yi Tian had written. Lin Fengwu began to scrutinize the verses. After reading through it once, he scoffed, What nonsense is this? This prince can't make heads or tails of it at this level. It's no different from the poetry I wrote at the age of 3. As soon as he uttered those words, Old Master Lu and the others widened their eyes, exclaiming, The level of this poetry is undoubtedly supreme. Your Highness, do take a closer look. What nonsense, this trash, I could write 100 of these in a day. Lin Fengwu retorted disdainfully, yet he read it over again. After several readings, Lin Fengwu suddenly felt something amiss. A solitary emperor, burdened by a century of illness. His pupils constricted, and in that moment, a vivid image flashed in his mind: an isolated, elderly emperor, forlornly seated upon a cold throne. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Such simple words contained profound and intricate meanings. This kind of poetry, he realized, he could never hope to compose. The poetry is truly exceptional. If I possessed such literary talent, I would have been renowned across the land by now. Jealousy stirred within Lin Fengwu. He had indeed underestimated Yi Tian. Lin Prince, what do you think of this poetry? Yi Tian inquired with a smile. Lin Fengwu trembled, his eyes filled with fury. You've got some skill, I'll admit. Lin Fengwu gritted his teeth, glaring at Yi Tian, thinking, Isn't this fellow uneducated? How could he write such verses? Even he had to concede that these lines transcended time, completely overshadowing Old Master Lu. Looking across the Great Zhou, there was no scholar who could pen anything superior to this poem. Old Master Lu, if you are unconvinced, you may continue to compose poetry. If you can create something better than this, I shall immediately leave the Great Zhou. Yi Tian said with calm confidence. Not daring at all, Your Highness. Old Master Lu replied with utmost respect, this poetry is unparalleled, incomparable. My abilities are limited. Even if I were to compose for 1,000 years, I could never match it in this poetry event. Your Highness, he has truly shown, you are destined to achieve greatness in the literary world. Sixth Prince, we concede. Your Highness's literary talent reigns supreme. We shall return to practice for several more decades. With that, Old Master Lu hastily led his companions away. You bastards! Lin Fengwu's face turned pale with rage as he watched these worthless individuals escape. What a disgrace! Furious, he kicked over the table. Lin Prince, are you jumping into a latrine? Yi Tian asked with a laugh. Lin Fengwu's expression fluctuated. Who's jumping into a latrine? I never said such a thing. Humph, what if you're good at poetry? You're still a worthless individual when it comes to cultivation. In the Great Zhou, we respect warriors above all, and I am already a 5th-grade warrior, a dragon among men, with boundless prospects. Lin Fengwu spoke with scorn, attempting to regain some semblance of dignity. Yi Tian merely smiled and said nothing. A warrior, he was no longer the feeble prince incapable of defending himself. He would soon attain the level of a master. Even a terrestrial immortal would be within his grasp. I'll see how long you can gloat, you little brat. Lin Fengwu tossed the keys to his estate and left in a huff. After departing the poetry event, Yi Tian noticed Lin Yiren glancing at him furtively. I admit I possess some charm, but you needn't stare at me so shamelessly. I do charge for my services, Yi Tian remarked nonchalantly. Lin Yiren slowly asked, I truly cannot fathom how someone your age could compose such poetry. I thought today would be another embarrassment, but instead, I found my brother utterly defeated. Just now, those literary scholars looked at you with admiration. Yi Tian chuckled, what can I say, those old fellows are just foolish, their poetry is utterly subpar. Lin Yiren sighed, those 10 or so princes who came before you are simply insignificant in comparison. You are hundreds of times superior to them. Thank you for the compliment. Yi Tian halted his steps, saying, where is the library? I have matters to attend to. He needed to complete his signing task. I'll take you there, Lin Yiren replied. Meanwhile, in the Imperial study, the poetry Yi Tian had just composed lay before Emperor Lin Yu. Chapter 8, Obtaining Destiny and Fortune. What a splendid poem, indeed. Lin Yu, after reading it dozens of times, couldn't help but offer his repeated praises. To think that at such a tender age, he could compose something so remarkable, truly, a magnificent poem. Lin Yu continued to extol its virtues. The eunuch interjected, "Your Majesty, this prince he possesses considerable literary talent, and he is also blessed with striking features, a noble bearing that is quite suitable for the princess." Indeed, Lin Yu nodded slightly. "I initially presumed that the great Chu would send a dullard. I never anticipated that this lad would possess some capability. It is a pity, however, that no matter how extraordinary his talents may be, he will ultimately only serve as a court official. He shall never dominate this world." With a sigh, Lin Yu lamented, "The fact that Prince Yi has been unable to cultivate since childhood, left with a wasted potential, is rather unsatisfactory to me. If he were to wed my beloved daughter, he would likely lack the ability to protect her. My sons, on the other hand, all exhibit great aptitude for cultivation. Besides inheriting my throne, they will have the opportunity to join sex and venture into the vast world." Lin Yu continued, "My daughter, who possesses a strong competitive spirit, may engage in secret rivalries with her brothers, yet she remains merely a daughter, unable to contend with them." The eunuch remarked, "Your Majesty, the crown prince possesses exceptional talent and has already joined the Xianjian sect as a direct disciple. Rest assured, he will not turn a blind eye to any matters concerning the princess." "Let us hope so," Lin Yu replied, his eyes filled with concern. At the entrance of the library, Lin Yiren stifled a yawn, expressing her disinterest in reading, for the mere sight of books made her feel drowsy. Yi Tian nodded. He had not come to read but to fulfill a task of signing in. Upon entering the grand hall, the rows of bookshelves dazzled him. Here, tens of thousands of tomes were stored, encompassing nearly all knowledge within the dynasty. Yi Tian walked forward, seeking a quiet corner to sign in, worried that any success might create a considerable commotion. "Stop!" Suddenly, several guards obstructed his path. "The crown prince is resting here. No one is permitted to approach." "How absurd," Yi Tian muttered under his breath, circling around before finding an unoccupied storage room in the back courtyard, where he promptly locked the door. "Sign in," Yi Tian silently recited. Ding! Library sign-in completed. Ding! Reward obtained a 3000 sword chi technique. Ding! Reward 200 years of cultivation experience. Ding! Reward 3rd grade alchemist title. Ding! Rewarded destiny fortune enhancement, true dragon chi. Boom! Immediately, a tremendous surge of energy began to pour into Yi Tian's body. 200 years of cultivation forcefully surged into his dantian. Just like last time, his bones felt as if they were disassembling, and the excruciating pain made him break out in a cold sweat. Ding! Detected that the host's body cannot withstand the reward of cultivation, temporarily sealed until physical capabilities improve. What nonsense is this? No, I can endure it. Yi Tian exclaimed in desperation, frustrated that the rewards were being sealed. No matter how much he pleaded, his cultivation did not continue to rise. Why Yi Tian felt aggrieved, it was all due to his frail body that he was unable to fully realize his rewards. Next time, he vowed to strengthen his physique to claim his rewards as soon as possible. He then reviewed the introduction to the techniques he had acquired. The 3000 sword chi technique, utilizing one's true energy as a catalyst, could condense countless sword energies to unleash devastating attacks or resonate with the myriad swords of the world. What a treasure! Yi Tian's eyes lit up. He had been troubled by the lack of formidable offensive techniques. Now, a powerful killing move had presented itself. He then examined his other reward, the title of 3rd grade alchemist. This reward was no less impressive than the sword chi technique. Alchemists were ranked from 1 to 12, and it was well known that they were respected figures wherever they went within the entire Great Zhou. Only one 6th grade alchemist existed. In the past, Great Zhou had exerted tremendous effort to invite a 3rd grade alchemist, treating him with utmost reverence. If they were to discover that I am now a 3rd grade alchemist, they would surely regret their actions. Yi Tian scoffed. Suddenly, the room began to tremble. He looked up sharply, witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon in the void above. Roar! A deep dragon's roar resonated throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. Destiny fortune, true dragon chi. To think such an anomaly would manifest. Yi Tian's expression tightened as he inhaled deeply and promptly closed his eyes. The phenomenon in the void astonished the entire Great Zhou. Countless individuals emerged from their homes, incredulously gazing at the spectacle above. From whence did such a phenomenon arise? Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Your Majesty, it originates from the library. The Crown Prince is cultivating there. Excellent! Lin Yu exclaimed with delight. It must be that my son has encountered a fortuitous opportunity, resulting in the appearance of a true dragon. Heaven bless our Great Zhou. He hurried towards the source. What is this? Lin Yiren gaped at the sky, where a dragon's illusory form spiraled amidst the clouds. The terrifying dragon's might instilled fear in all who beheld it. Princess, this is a manifestation of a true dragon. It is said that only those blessed by the heavens can trigger such an event. That direction leads to the library. It must be the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, my elder brother? Lin Yiren's gaze sharpened, for among the princes, the Crown Prince's talent was the most formidable, truly a prodigy. Furthermore, he had already been accepted as a direct disciple by the Xianjian sect. It was hardly surprising that he triggered such a celestial phenomenon. Not long after, a crowd had gathered before the library. Sixth Prince, please slow down. This old servant cannot keep up. Make way, do not block my path. Lin Fengwu hastily ascended the steps, his gaze fixed on the phenomenon above. Elder brother, how fortunate he is to comprehend such abilities. From now on, Great Zhou will surely not be able to contain his ambitions. With the Crown Prince's protection, the people are fortunate indeed. A cheerful voice rang out, and everyone respectfully bowed. Master Guosher, what brings you here? The Guosher was a grandmaster within the Great Zhou dynasty, and Lin Fengwu and the others quickly bowed in reverence. Indeed, indeed. The true dragon's fortune is a rare sight, seen only once in a millennium. With such an opportunity, the Crown Prince will undoubtedly ascend to the realm of terrestrial immortals soon. I assure you, Great Zhou shall flourish for at least another 10,000 years. The Guosher could not contain his joyful laughter. At that moment, civil and military officials, along with the heads of various clans, all gathered at the scene. Lin Yu quickly arrived, feeling the oppressive force from above, unable to suppress his hearty laughter. My Crown Prince, splendid, splendid. Lin Yu beamed with joy, for he was indeed his most gifted son. With such fortune to protect him, the Great Zhou dynasty would be free from the threat of annihilation. Congratulations, Your Majesty, with such a fortuitous opportunity for my elder brother, he is bound to ascend to even greater heights, perhaps even achieving immortality. Lin Fengwu said with an obsequious smile. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The civil and military officials were overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness in their eyes. Standing nearby, Lin Yiren felt a whirlwind of emotions. Though her own talents were commendable and she was diligently cultivating, she felt dwarfed in comparison to her elder brother now. With him triggering such a fortuitous event, how could she possibly compare? Her dreams of becoming an empress shattered in that moment. Chapter 9. The Mayfly sees the blue sky. Soon after, the strange phenomenon vanished. Ye Tian opened his eyes, and a fleeting shadow of a dragon flashed across his left eye. Is it over? Yi Tian mused, feeling his arms. Moments ago, his whole body had been ablaze, as if consumed by fire. That peculiar force of fortune had surged violently into his being. Now, however, he felt no significant change. He was unsure of the purpose of this phenomenon. Stretching languidly, he felt invigorated, brimming with boundless energy. His strength was far greater than before. He wondered if he had the capability to contend against a master. Ding, a new task was issued. Proceed to the MOU Academy to complete the sign-in. Another task had appeared. He was curious about what rewards it might bestow. Anticipation bubbled within him. Ye Tian promptly exited his chamber, only to be startled by the scene before him. What in the world? Why are there so many people outside? The emperor, civil and military officials, and countless unfamiliar faces all stood respectfully at the foot of the steps, numbering in the thousands. Could it be he had merely been in seclusion, yet such a multitude had come to welcome him? This was quite impressive. Hello, everyone, Yi Tian waved in greeting. Come over here. Lin Yiren quickly pulled him aside, whispering urgently, everyone is waiting for the Crown Prince to emerge. Don't just stand there. So it wasn't tea for me, Yi Tian thought, bemused. Waiting for you, why would they? Lin Yiren pouted. Big brother triggered the heavenly omen, ensuring our Great Zhou's prosperity for millennia. Did you not notice? Yi Tian rubbed his nose, realizing that the phenomenon he had just witnessed was likely his doing. Could it be that the Crown Prince shared this fate as well? At that moment, the grand door of the library swung open. The Crown Prince appeared. Congratulations, Your Highness. The officials, overwhelmed with emotion, promptly knelt, tears streaming down their faces. The Crown Prince, Lin Jianfeng, raised an eyebrow at the unexpectedly large crowd outside. Just then, Ling Yu approached quickly, stating, Jianfeng, joining the Xianjian sect was indeed the right choice. The true dragoness fortune now shields you. You are destined to be a protector of Great Zhou, and father is very pleased. Lin Jianfeng was baffled. He had been in seclusion and had grasped some insights, yet had not caused any phenomenon. Hearing talk of the true dragoness fortune, he was certain there had been a misunderstanding. Father, Lin Jianfeng began to clarify, but Lin Yu patted his shoulder. I know you wish to conceal it, but this matter cannot be hidden. The entire Great Zhou has witnessed it. You are the son of the true dragon. I saw it with my own eyes. Your Highness, you are the destined one. The subjects of Great Zhou will enjoy divine blessings forever. Long live Great Zhou, long live. The officials chorused, their cries filled with a sorrow so profound it was as if they were mourning the loss of their parents. Lin Jianfeng sighed softly. Since everyone was so convinced, there was little point in his explanation. Tomorrow was also his son's birthday, a double blessing indeed. Lin Yu was overjoyed. Big brother, congratulations. Lin Fengwu said respectfully, with you around, no one in Great Zhou will dare to bully us again. Big brother, you've grown stronger again. You must be at the 9th rank now, right? Lin Yiren approached with a smile. Close enough. Lin Jianfeng nodded slightly. Allow me to introduce you, this is Prince Yi from the Great Chu, Lin Yiren stated. Lin Jianfeng scrutinized Yi Tian, assessing him from head to toe. He is unworthy of you. Big brother, don't say that, Lin Yiren replied, feeling extremely awkward. She had hoped for his approval but received this instead. Lin Fengwu seized the moment to add, Big brother is right, this fellow is the useless prince of Great Chu, born unable to cultivate. What good is being skilled in poetry if his potential is limited? He cannot compare to you. Lin Jianfeng's tone was indifferent. A prince who cannot cultivate cannot protect my sister. Yi Tian, calm and composed, replied, I can stay and live off others. The surrounding crowd darkened in expression. Live off others. Lin Jianfeng was taken aback by Yi Tian's response, leaving him somewhat speechless. Forget it, given my current status, it's unnecessary to argue with you. You cannot cultivate, so you do not know my strength. I do not blame you. If you could cultivate, you would realize, to see me is like gazing at the moon from a well. With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Jianfeng departed. Prince Yi, do not take offense. My brother has a temperament of his own, he meant no harm, Lin Yiren explained. Yi Tian smiled, he was not upset. In fact, he thought Lin Jianfeng's words were quite insightful. Yi Tian murmured to himself, in return, I too have words for you. When your realm rises, you shall see me as a mayfly sees the vast sky. What are you mumbling about? Are you envious? Lin Yiren laughed. My brother has exceptional talent, he could wield a sword at 3, was a 2nd rank master by 7, and he is now 20 and already a 9th rank powerhouse. He will likely reach the realm of masters in just a few years. Who knows, perhaps he could attain the immortal realm by 100. There is no need to envy too much. It is quite rare to have someone like my brother among a million. Yi Tian smiled silently, he did not envy anyone. Come, let us leave the palace and prepare a birthday gift for my brother. Tomorrow is his birthday feast, and I wish to present him with something unique. Lin Yiren ventured into the marketplace, intending to gift her brother a pill. The royal family must have quite a number of alchemists. Why come here to purchase? Yi Tian inquired. Lin Yiren shook her head. Royal alchemists are not easily accessible, moreover, all refined pills are under the control of the 5th prince, with whom I do not have a good relationship. Thus, I can only seek out pills in the marketplace. Upon entering the apothecary, Lin Yiren approached the proprietor to request a 3rd rank pill. The breaking chi pill of this pill, when consumed, could significantly enhance one's true energy storage for several hours, proving invaluable at critical moments. While waiting, Yi Tian observed the surroundings, noting a line of people ahead. What are those people doing? He asked. They are testing to become certified alchemists, Lin Yiren replied. If successful, they can be recruited by various families. I have something to discuss, the owner said with a smile. Wait here for me, do not wander off, Lin Yiren instructed as she entered the room. Yi Tian contemplated for a moment before stepping towards the. Soon, it was his turn. Upon entering, he found several elderly men seated, with a cauldron placed in the center. Various herbs lay on the table, from which he needed to select one recipe to refine successfully to pass the certification. One elder spoke lazily, choose a recipe and begin, you have half an hour. Yi Tian glanced at the recipes, hesitating to make a choice. The elder, growing impatient, urged, what are you dawdling for? Start already, you only have half an hour. Yi Tian spoke up, esteemed elders, do you have a more formidable recipe? I wish to certify as a 3rd rank alchemist. What, 3rd rank? The previously drowsy elders suddenly perked up, their eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 10 of the Dog Beating. Indeed, it is of the 3rd rank. Yi Tian nodded. Young man, do you comprehend the immense difficulty of achieving the 3rd rank? Even several of our mentors have only attained this level. I am certain, Yi Tian affirmed with unwavering confidence. The mentors, taken aback, swiftly altered the prescription and the herbs. Subsequently, they fixated their attention on Yi Tian. Although it was his inaugural attempt at alchemy, he executed each movement with the finesse of someone who had performed the task countless times before, casting in the herbs, melting, condensing, and ultimately forming the elixirs. With a resounding boom, the lid of the furnace flew off, revealing 4 or 5 pills that landed before the mentors. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they scrutinized the creations. "These are indeed of the highest quality," they exclaimed, their faces alight with excitement. "Yi Tian, how old are you this year?" 19, he replied. "What? You are merely 19? The mentors stood up in shock. A third-rank alchemist at such a young age was an unprecedented rarity throughout the entire Dezhou. "Young brother, which family do you hail from? Are you already betrothed?" "My granddaughter is 18, possessing beauty that is nothing short of enchanting. I believe you two would make a splendid match." "You old fool, step aside. My granddaughter is as exquisite as a celestial being, the most beautiful in Dezhou. She is surely the perfect companion for this young man." In another room, Lin Yiren was seething with fury. The price they had initially agreed upon was now being doubled, 50 spirit stones. "You are extorting me," she fumed. "These third-rank elixirs are..." She had not anticipated being surveilled. Despite her deliberate attempts to evade detection, she found herself ensnared within their grasp, which left her deeply unsettled. "Princess Lin, should you be willing to unconditionally transfer that mine, we will generously provide you with 20 third-rank elixirs, free of charge." "Get lost," Lin Yiren retorted coldly. "He is deluded. That mine belongs to me, and no one shall lay a finger on it." She then cast aside 50 spirit stones. "Give me the elixirs." "I regret to inform you, Princess Lin, but the price has increased. It now requires 5,000 spirit stones," the shopkeeper replied with a grin that belied the tension. Crack! Lin Yiren smashed the table with her palm, her gaze frigid. "Are you deliberately provoking me? Do you think I hesitate to take action against you?" "By all means, princess, should you choose to act. The fifth prince is eager to find an excuse to seize your mine," the shopkeeper replied, his smile unwavering. Lin Yiren clenched her fists tightly, filled with a desire to snap his neck. However, she understood that doing so would provide grounds for her own capture, jeopardizing her claim to the mine. Suddenly, a detached voice interjected, "Her reluctance to harm you does not imply that I share the same sentiment." Yi Tian strode into the room, and the shopkeeper scoffed mockingly, "What are you, a mere piece of trash? Just a useless prince from the Great Chu. You think you can act against me? The fifth prince will surely flay your skin." Yi Tian raised his arm and, with a swift motion, sent the shopkeeper crashing through the air. The shopkeeper spewed blood upon impact, his expression one of horror. "You, how dare you strike me?" Crack! Yi Tian crushed the shopkeeper's sternum beneath his foot, speaking with an air of indifference. "What hesitation would I have in striking a mad dog like you?" The shopkeeper felt the chilling aura emanating from Yi Tian, his heart racing in terror. This young man was genuinely willing to kill him. With gritted teeth, the shopkeeper ceased his defiance, addressing Lin Yiren, "Princess, let today's incident be forgotten. The fifth prince extends to you an additional 3 days to surrender the mine. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Lin Yiren's face turned ashen. She would never relinquish that mine. At that moment, Yi Tian kicked the shopkeeper away and seized a box from the table containing a broken chi pill. "With the goods in hand, I shall take my leave," he declared. Lin Yiren tossed down 20 spirit stones, her fury palpable as she departed. She could hardly believe that her fifth brother was still keeping tabs on her. He monopolized the royal elixirs and had even extended his grasp to the civilian market. Lin Yiren was filled with indignation. She must report this matter to her father. Yi Tian spoke coolly, "An innocent man suffers only for possessing valuable treasures. You have discovered a mine, and everyone wishes to partake in its riches. If your abilities are insufficient, you shall not be able to protect it. Given your earlier assassination attempt, I surmise it is closely tied to your fifth brother." Lin Yiren's eyes flickered. She had indeed contemplated this, yet lacked the evidence to confront her brother. Moreover, her father had previously warned them against conflict among siblings. In the absence of proof, she was reluctant to involve the emperor. Suddenly, Lin Yiren halted, gazing earnestly at Yi Tian. "Can you assist me?" "Assist you?" Yi Tian was taken aback. What was this woman thinking? Why would he lend his aid? He remained here merely to await the annulment of their engagement, not because he harbored. "You possess significant strength. You are not of our imperial lineage, thus lacking any entanglements here, making it easier for me to trust you. Become my ally and help me safeguard this mine." Yi Tian, with a bemused expression, replied, "What makes you think I would assist you? I have no interest in the internal strife of the court. Lin Yiren responded, as long as you are willing to help me, you may demand any condition. Any condition? Yi Tian's interest piqued, and he cast a furtive glance at her. Lin Yiren clenched her fist slightly and said, if you genuinely choose to stay, we could marry, I would then be your woman. No, Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. I harbor no such intentions towards you. Your figure does not entice me. What? Lin Yiren was instantly infuriated. Are you serious in claiming my figure is unsatisfactory? Yi Tian chuckled lightly, if we are to discuss this, I possess some experience. Your cousin, Lin Ling, is rather impressive, possessing all the desirable qualities. You. Lin Yiren was left utterly speechless, her leg raised to kick him, but Yi Tian feigned an injury, collapsing to the ground. I cannot. If you have the audacity, then stay down. Lin Yiren was both exasperated and amused. She never anticipated Yi Tian would actually remain on the ground, and soon a crowd gathered around them. Lin Yiren's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Get up, quickly. 1,000 spirit stones, not a single less, Yi Tian insisted. Fine. Lin Yiren hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yi Tian sprang to his feet as if nothing had transpired, leaving with a cheerful demeanor. This fellow is rather intriguing, Lin Yiren mused. On the surface, he appears cunning, yet he seems unable to see through certain matters. Her beautiful eyes glinted with a peculiar light, and her curiosity about this young man only deepened. Chapter 11 Conflict. After a short incense stick burned, Yi Tian arrived at the mansion. This grand estate, one from Lin Fengwu, was indeed lavish and immense, with at least 30 to 40 rooms. Such a vast space felt rather lonely for him to inhabit alone. He needed to recruit some maids and servants. Princess Lin, could you arrange for some attendants to come? Yi Tian inquired. Certainly, I shall find them for you now. He then began concocting potions within his chamber. Tomorrow was the crown prince's birthday, and as a prince of the Great Shu, he ought to prepare a gift. In the secret room, flames roared within the furnace as Yi Tian tossed in the herbs, commencing the alchemical process. Before long, he successfully crafted a third-grade elixir, freshly produced. Upon tasting it, he found the flavor rather lacking. Just then, he heard commotion outside. Lin Yiren had returned. Yi Tian opened the door, and Lin Yiren announced, I have procured 20 servants for you. Do they suffice? 20 maids and servants stood in a line, heads bowed. Yi Tian glanced at them, somewhat dissatisfied, and with a slight pout said, replace them with another batch. Ha! Lin Yiren's expression stiffened. These maids were quite decent and well-mannered, why the need for a change? Never mind. Yi Tian was not one to relish trouble, so he decided to let it be for now. With these maids, the room was tidied up once more, and the courtyard became livelier. Yi Tian sat beneath a tree, sipping tea while leisurely watching the sunset. Previously in the Great Shu, he had lived in constant trepidation, always on guard, striving to showcase his abilities. Ultimately, he found himself expelled, and now, having found rare tranquility, his days appeared to be improving. Once he ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals, he would ensure the royal family of Great Shu knelt in repentance. That evening, as Yi Tian bathed, 10 or so maids attended to him. Lin Yiren stood outside the door, her lips curling in disdain. You certainly know how to enjoy yourself. Yi Tian replied nonchalantly, after fighting battles my entire life, am I not entitled to a bit of indulgence? Lin Yiren had no retort, and after a moment of silence, she remarked, tomorrow is the crown prince's birthday, many distinguished guests will attend. You were not included on the gift list for the Great Shu, so I prepared some presents for you. Unexpectedly, she was quite thoughtful, Yi Tian mused. How about you join me for a soak? The water is still warm. Get lost. Lin Yiren, taken aback by the teasing, stormed off. On the following day, at the crown prince's birthday banquet, various dynasties and royal kin presented their lavish gifts. The treasures were of staggering value, dazzling to behold. Nearly one item was beyond the wildest dreams of common folk. Brother, happy birthday, here's a broken chi dan from your little sister. Lin Yiren personally delivered the gift. Lin Jianfeng barely glanced at it, merely uttering a disinterested thank you. The sixth prince, Lin Fengwu, began to mock, seventh sister, while a third-grade elixir is commendable, presenting just one, the crown prince wouldn't even notice it. You've been rather miserly. Lin Yiren refrained from retorting, it was indeed the best gift she could offer. If you had gifted your spirit vein to brother, your present would have been the finest of the day. A snide voice interjected. The fifth prince, Lin Shenfeng, appeared and snatched the broken chi dan, tossing it aside. What a worthless trinket, not even a dog would touch it. Yesterday, brother triggered the true dragon's fortune, blessing our dynasty. Today is also brother's birthday. Little sister, you've shown great ignorance by bringing such rubbish. You should have given your spirit vein to brother. Lin Yiren replied expressionlessly, "Fifth brother, you possess at least 3 spirit veins. Offering one to brother would suffice, wouldn't it?" Lin Shenfeng sneered, "My spirit veins are meant for our royal family, which also benefits brother, yet you hoard yours selfishly. What are your intentions? Do you wish to divide the spirit vein with that useless son-in-law?" Lin Shenfeng's icy glare fell upon Yi Tian, who was enjoying a chicken leg, as he coldly stated, "What qualifications does a worthless son-in-law have to claim our great Zhou's spirit vein? Insulting me?" Yi Tian set down the chicken leg, feeling disgruntled. How could a simple meal lead to such trouble? He stood up, directing his gaze at Lin Shenfeng, and declared, "Fifth prince, you are mistaken, not I fell in love with Princess Lin at first sight. Her gifting me a spirit vein as a betrothal gift is entirely reasonable. Once I marry the princess, I shall also be a part of the great Zhou. What belongs to the princess is mine, and thus the spirit vein is also relevant to me. Do you agree, fifth prince?" Lin Shenfeng's expression darkened. "You are being unreasonable. Asa son-in-law, you dare to..." Yi Tian carelessly hurled the chicken bone at Lin Shenfeng's face, inciting his furious wrath. "Are you seeking death?" "My apologies, I come from a humble background and lack proper etiquette. Allow me to clean it off for you." Yi Tian, with greasy hands, began to wipe Lin Shenfeng's attire, infuriating him to the point of turning green. With so many witnesses present, he dared not retaliate directly, merely shoving Yi Tian away with force. Lin Yiren secretly admired Yi Tian. After all these years, she had never bested her fifth brother. Yet here was Yi Tian, nearly provoking him to a breaking point upon his arrival. "The emperor has arrived." All the ministers immediately stood to pay their respects. Lin Yu strode in with a hearty laugh, waving his hand. "Today, as we celebrate the crown prince's birthday, you need not be overly formal. Relax and enjoy yourselves." "Father, I have a grievance to report," Lin Shenfeng fumed. "I have no objections to my sister's choice of a son-in-law, but this one is far too arrogant. Today, esteemed guests have brought precious gifts. Why does this son-in-law arrive empty-handed? Does he not regard our great Chu? I propose, your majesty, that we send forth an army of 10,000 to teach great Chu a lesson." Lin Yiren immediately stood. "Father, Prince Yi has sent gifts, and they are indeed on the list." "Nonsense! Such worthless items are hardly fit for a dog. Who are you trying to fool?" Lin Shenfeng coldly retorted, "I believe great Chu does not act in good faith. We should exterminate them." "Who claims we do not act in good faith?" Yi Tian drawled lazily. "If fifth prince's eyes were not blind, he would see that my name is at the very end of the list." Lin Shenfeng focused intently, his pupils constricting. 10 third-grade elixirs? How is this possible? Lin Shenfeng was utterly astonished. Although he dismissed a single third-grade elixir, 10 was a different matter entirely. Even he could not easily produce such a quantity. Where did this worthless son-in-law acquire so many third-grade elixirs? Little did Lin Shenfeng know, these elixirs were personally concocted by Yi Tian just yesterday. Well, 10 third-grade elixirs. Prince Yi, you have indeed put in considerable effort. Lin Yu, such a quantity was unimaginable even for the various royal families. Where on earth did Yi Tian procure so many third-grade elixirs? Lin Yiren herself was bewildered. She possessed none of such elixirs. Where had Yi Tian acquired them? Yi Tian paid no mind to the suspicious gazes directed at him, continuing to eat as he was quite famished. Since his strength had increased, his appetite had surged exponentially, leaving him perpetually hungry. After sending off so many elixirs, how could he not indulge a bit more? "Your Majesty, the elders from the Alchemy Association have arrived," a eunuch announced. 2 elderly men adorned in long robes entered, causing Lin Yiren to exclaim in surprise, "The Alchemy Association members have come? Chapter 12 is about me, the Dan Association?" Yi Tian raised his head to scrutinize the 2 old men. "Are they from the same place as those mentors from yesterday? The Dan Association is quite formidable. All alchemists must undergo their certification." Lin Yiren forced a smile, saying, "I also took the test back in my day, but alas, I was not destined for it." At this moment, Lin Yu spoke up. "Today is my son's birthday, and Elder Chen from the Dan Association has come specifically to offer his congratulations and to certify my son's status as an alchemist." "What? I never expected that His Highness the Crown Prince would also be skilled in alchemy. How impressive! Not only does His Highness possess the luck of a true dragon, but he will also become an alchemist. Heaven bless the great Zhou, long live the great Zhou." The crowd erupted in unified congratulations. Soon, under the watchful gaze of the elder from the Dan Association, Crown Prince Lin Jianfeng began the process of concocting pills. Inside the room, hundreds held their breath in anxious anticipation, not daring to utter a sound. The only one in attendance still indulging in food was Yi Tian, who swiftly devoured dozens of dishes from the table. "Is he a glutton?" Lin Shenfeng looked on with disdain. Shortly thereafter, as the lid of the cauldron was lifted, 3 pills emerged. Elder Chen from the Dan Association began his inspection. "Not bad. Their quality is above average. Congratulations, Crown Prince Lin. From this moment forth, you are recognized as a third-rank alchemist, Elder Chen said as he handed over a plaque. A third-rank alchemist, my elder brother has directly attained the rank of third rank? Lin Yiren was utterly astonished. A 20-year-old third-rank alchemist, there is no one else like him in all of Great Zhou. My elder brother is truly remarkable. He secretly practiced alchemy behind our backs and has now achieved the third rank. Lin Fengwu and the others gazed at him with envy. My elder brother's innate talent for cultivation is extraordinary. Who would have thought he would also excel in alchemy? Who in this world can compare? Excellent, excellent. Lin Yu laughed heartily, the foremost in Great Zhou. Lin Fengwu expressed joyfully. What a pity, Elder Chen said, shaking his head slightly. At this age, His Highness is not the first. What, Elder Chen, are you jesting? My elder brother is already a third-rank alchemist at 20. Who else in Great Zhou could surpass him? Lin Fengwu asked in disbelief. Elder Chen stroked his beard and chuckled. Just yesterday, a 19-year-old successfully attained the rank of third-rank alchemist. Impossible, Lin Fengwu was utterly shocked. How could someone become a third-rank alchemist at 19? The Crown Prince frowned slightly, pondering that his own alchemical skills were commendable, honed through diligent practice and mentorship. In the Great Zhou dynasty, there could not possibly be anyone more capable than him. He felt displeased that this title had been snatched away. Elder Chen, who is that 19-year-old, what is his name? Lin Yu inquired. What was his name again? Elder Chen began to ponder deeply. The crowd, filled with tension, eagerly listened, their eyes glistening with anticipation. I've remembered. The young man is called Yi Tian. After Elder Chen spoke the name, the entire room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Subsequently, everyone turned their gazes toward Yi Tian, who was busy gnawing on a pig's face. Yi Tian sensed the sudden quietness and instinctively lifted his head, only to find hundreds of eyes fixated upon him. Could it be that he had eaten too much and offended these people? Yi Tian cautiously set down the pig's head and mumbled, Is it wrong for me to eat? I didn't expect you folks from Great Zhou to be so stingy, not even willing to share the meat with me. Is it really you? You are a third-rank alchemist? Lin Yiren looked at him in disbelief, wondering when this fellow had become a third-rank alchemist. It cannot be him. Lin Fengwu gritted his teeth and denied, he is merely a son-in-law from a small place. How could he possibly have the qualifications to become a third-rank alchemist? What gives him the right? The fifth prince, Lin Shunfeng, scoffed coldly. There are plenty of people with the same name in this world. This brat is audacious enough to impersonate another. He knows not the meaning of danger. The crown prince, Lin Jianfeng, remained silent, his gaze fixed on Yi Tian. He too could not believe that this young man could surpass him. Emperor Lin Yu spoke. Elder Chen, is it truly the case that Prince Yi has become an alchemist? Elder Chen stroked his beard, smiling as he said, I only heard this news yesterday. I know the name, but not the appearance. Could it be that this is indeed Prince Yi before us? The crowd's attention shifted back to Yi Tian. Yi Tian cleared his throat and, having no intention of hiding, declared, Indeed, it is I. Ha ha. Lin Fengwu was the first to burst into laughter. You've got to be kidding me. What qualifications do you have to impersonate a third-rank alchemist at 19? You are merely a little prince from Dichu, unwelcome and sent to Great Zhou as a son-in-law. If you were truly capable of becoming an alchemist, wouldn't that mean your emperor was blind to send such a treasure over? Well said, the fifth prince Lin Shunfeng mocked indifferently. A third-rank alchemist at 19, even surpassing my elder brother the crown prince. His future accomplishments would at least reach the level of a sex patron, and the dynasty would have to curry favor. Dichu must have sent you here out of sheer folly. Hence, I am certain that this person cannot be you. You are merely impersonating someone else, seeking to elevate your own status in our eyes. The others began to whisper among themselves. The two princes made compelling arguments, and they all believed Yi Tian was intentionally pretending. It is really me. Why don't you believe me? Yi Tian found the situation amusing yet exasperating. Present evidence, and we shall believe you. Where is the Dan Association's identity plaque? Do you have it? Lin Fengwu laughed mockingly. Yi Tian instinctively patted his pockets but found nothing. He suddenly recalled that after bathing last night, he had changed into a different outfit, thus, he had not brought the plaque. I left it at home, Yi Tian admitted. Ha, Lin Fengwu nearly laughed his teeth out. You are clearly not the real deal. Of course, you can't produce it. Who do you think you're fooling? Sister, you have truly found a good husband. He dares to impersonate another in public. Is he not afraid of your father punishing him for treason? Lin Shunfeng taunted. Lin Yiren pouted. Although she believed in Yi Tian, she could not refute their words due to his lack of evidence. I cannot believe it myself, Yi Tian chuckled. He had never intended to hide the truth, but these individuals' disbelief frustrated him. What a pity, if he were truly Prince Yi, he would indeed be worthy of my daughter, Lin Yu said, shaking his head in disappointment before turning his gaze to his eldest son. The future of Great Zhou would have to rely solely on his eldest son. Wait a moment, Elder Chan from the Dan Association suddenly interjected. The mentor who witnessed it firsthand yesterday is waiting outside. To ascertain whether this individual is truly Prince Yi, I will call him in, and the truth will be revealed. Chapter 13 Invitation to join. How delightful. Hurry and summon the mentor. Today, I shall make this fellow lose all hope. I will publicly slap his face. Lin Fengwu laughed joyously. At the poetry meeting, I shall humiliate him. I have long harbored resentment. Today, I finally have the opportunity to take my revenge. Alright, a commanding voice resounded as Lin Yu spoke. Let us leave this matter for now. Today is the prince's birthday, and there is no need for any further complications. Soon, distinguished guests will arrive. We must not give them cause for ridicule. Lin Fengwu pouted, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Tian. He thought to himself that today, this fellow escapes once again. Consider yourself fortunate a father. Who are the distinguished guests? Our friends and relatives are all here, aren't they? Lin Jianfeng inquired. Lin Yu chuckled. The distinguished guest arriving shortly has connections with all of you princes. The group was momentarily stunned. Who could it be that had ties to them? Soon, their curiosity was resolved as two men and a woman entered the grand hall. Upon their arrival, even Lin Yu personally rose to greet them. Welcome, friends from MOU Academy, who have traveled from afar. Lin Yu approached to extend his greetings. The onlookers were astonished. These three were, in fact, members of MOU Academy. Instantly, everyone rose to their feet, and the princes wore expressions of respect. MOU Academy is a formidable institution. Whether you are a noble of the dynasty or a genius from a sect, everyone strives to send their offspring there for cultivation. Those who gain admission are truly the elite among the elite. Moreover, every graduate from the academy becomes a remarkable figure of their generation. The criteria for entering the academy are exceedingly stringent. Out of 1,000,000, only 2 or 3 may gain entry. At this moment, Lin Yu instructed his sons to step forward, including Lin Ir and Elder Wu. These are my children. Please assess who among them meets the requirements to enter MOU Academy. Lin Yu inquired politely. Although he was the emperor, before these three, he bore no distinction from an ordinary citizen. Elder Wu, the sole woman among them, spoke with indifference. There are many ways to gain admission to our academy. Talent in strategy, exceptional martial skills, or even culinary mastery are all viable paths. You may showcase your abilities, and I will evaluate accordingly. Lin Fengwu immediately spoke up, his pride evident. Elder Wu, I possess some skill in poetry. I can compose a poem on the spot. Commence your performance. Elder Wu replied calmly. Ahem. Lin Fengwu raised his chin earnestly and recited. Of the winds howl, the heavens rise, the apes wail in sorrow. Pfft. Yi Tian, who was drinking, couldn't hold back and spat it out. What is this? Plagiarizing his own lines. What a joke. After Lin Fengwu finished reciting, he looked eagerly, thinking this poem would surely stand on. The poem is commendable, Elder Wu remarked indifferently, but our academy does not accept plagiarists. This poem is not your original work. Lin Fengwu's expression froze. He wished to argue, but Lin Yu snapped. Embarrassing yourself. Go aside. Lin Yu was furious. He did not expect his inept son to have plagiarized Yi Tian's lines. This poem had long circulated among the populace. It was no surprise that the academy elders were aware of it. Allow me to have a go of the fifth prince. Lin Shenfeng stepped forward confidently. I wish to test my talents in strategy. I possess some level of competence in this regard. Please pose a question, Elder Wu. Elder Wu spoke with indifference. How much is a heart worth? After careful consideration, Lin Chunfeng replied, a heart is priceless. It cannot be measured in monetary terms. Incorrect. Elder Wu replied coolly. A heart is worth 100 million due to its unwavering devotion. Lin Shenfeng's expression turned blank. This question was utterly unreasonable. What sort of nonsense is this? Worthless. I appointed you to manage the economy of the Great Zhou, and you can't even answer this simple question. Step aside. Lin Yu was once again exasperated, severely reprimanding him. Both sons were useless. He felt a mix of anger and amusement. Lin Yu turned his hopeful gaze to his eldest son, the crown prince. Lin Jianfeng stepped forward slowly and calmly stated, I will test my martial prowess. The Elder Wu regarded him intently. I have heard that not long ago, you obtained the true dragon's aura for protection. Lin Jianfeng nodded in affirmation. Shameless, Yi Tian muttered inwardly. Elder Wu said coolly, our academy will not make exceptions for your special aura. You too must undergo testing. Prepare your defenses. I will strike you with 50% of my strength. As long as you do not retreat more than 10 steps, you will pass the test. Very well. Lin Jianfeng maintained an unruffled demeanor. Brimming with confidence, Elder Wu wasted no words and directly launched a punch, striking Lin Jianfeng squarely in the chest. The force of the punch sent tremors through the surrounding floor, creating visible shockwaves. After taking the blow, Lin Jianfeng's expression changed drastically. A tremendous force began to surge within him, his legs buckled as he stumbled backward, his feet slamming against the ground, causing the floor to shatter. 1 step. 2 steps, with each step he retreated, the ground cracked further. Everyone's gaze was fixated on Lin Jianfeng, who was struggling to contain his pain, being propelled backward uncontrollably. 7 steps, after retreating 7 steps, Lin Jianfeng finally dissipated all the force, his pale face regaining some color. You have passed, Elder Wu stated matter-of-factly. Thank you, Elder Wu, for your mercy. Lin Jianfeng clasped his fists in gratitude. Excellent. Lin Yu finally revealed a smile. Among his sons, the crown prince was the most promising. He had finally passed the examination, otherwise, he would have been severely humiliated today. Congratulations, elder brother, well done. Lin Fengwu and the others also offered their congratulations, eyes filled with envy. The elder brother not only had the support of Shenjian sect but could also enter MOU Academy. The two of them would never be able to catch up to him in this lifetime. Father, I wish to give it a try as well. Lin Yiren spoke up, and Lin Yu waved his hand impatiently. What would a girl like you do entering the academy? After marriage, it is enough to manage the household and raise children. Although Lin Yiren felt discontent, she dared not refute. Suddenly, Elder Wu spoke. I have heard that in your great Zhou, there exists a talented individual who has composed unparalleled poetry. If this friend is present, please step forward for all to see. Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain of whom she referred to. Damn it, could it be that useless fellow? Lin Fengwu blared with resentment. Suddenly, the crowd's gaze instinctively turned towards Yi Tian. Could it be referring to me? Yi Tian pondered in confusion. Elder Wu's gaze fixed on Yi Tian as she spoke. The winds howl, the heavens rise, the apes wail in sorrow. Is this poem your creation? It is. Yi Tian nodded. Elder Wu's icy demeanor softened into a gentle smile. This poem is exceptional. I have studied tens of thousands of poems, and none can compare. On behalf of MOU Academy, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join us. What? The gathered individuals gasped in astonishment. Surely they had not misheard. A mere son-in-law could also gain entry to the academy. Moreover, Elder Wu spoke of an invitation, not a test. Inviting a son-in-law to join the academy, how could that possibly be? Had the academy lost its senses? Lin Fengwu and the others were left dumbfounded, their hearts filled with disbelief. They were utterly shocked. Chapter 14. Reluctantly, I agreed to Elder Wu's invitation. This can't be a jest, right? Is this truly an invitation and not a test? Lin Yu was equally incredulous. His distinguished sons, all of royal lineage, along with his own connections, had to undergo rigorous evaluations to gain entry. Yet now, someone could be invited to the academy based solely on a poem. The disparity was astonishing. Indeed, it is an invitation. Elder Wu spoke in a calm manner. At MOU Academy, we appreciate talents of all kinds. That poem was so impressive that even our president deemed it exceptional. It ranks first within the academy. The three of us have come today primarily to meet this exceptionally gifted young man, and as a side note, to conduct a test for your son. Lin Yu was left bewildered. After countless invitations had been turned down, he was now grappling with the realization that they were here for Yi Tian. This was simply inconceivable. Lin Fengwu, seething with resentment, ground his teeth, his face turning green with envy. He had not passed the test himself. How could this son-in-law be granted such an opportunity? Moreover, it was the academy that had come to extend the invitation, which ignited a fierce sense of injustice within him. Lin Qianfeng's gaze was laced with jealousy, his heart brimming with resentment. He, known as the foremost strategist in the Great Zhou, had been outdone by a mere son-in-law from a small town. He was practically grinding his teeth in frustration. The crown prince's calm demeanor betrayed a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that Yi Tian would possess such extraordinary fortune, bypassing the test to enter the academy as he did. Stop dawdling, agree at once. Lin Yiren exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Yi Tian's acceptance into the academy would also reflect well upon her. I refuse. Yi Tian's sudden declaration plunged the hall into silence once more. Refuse? Did I hear that correctly? People questioned their own ears. How could one dare to decline an invitation from the academy? You've lost your mind. Lin Fengwu was taken aback, realizing the severe repercussions of rejecting the academy's overture. This young man was utterly ungrateful. Lin Yu's expression shifted, and he spoke up. Prince Yi, this is an unparalleled opportunity. Now is not the time for childish whims. I see no benefit in joining the academy. I'm simply not interested, Yi Tian replied. It's a place others covet to the point of desperation, and yet I would turn it down? The audacity of Yi Tian's refusal nearly infuriated the princes. Elder Wu, maintaining a smile, interjected, Our academy has a rich history spanning millennia. It possesses a wealth of resources, whatever Prince Yi desires, martial arts techniques, knowledge of astronomy and geography, historical texts, ancient treasure maps. He was in need of a technique to enhance his physique, otherwise, the rewards he earned would remain unclaimed. Moreover, his next task involved going to MOU Academy. Perhaps joining would not be such a bad idea after all. Very well, seeing your sincerity, I shall go. Yi Tian feigned reluctance. The onlookers were nearly driven to apoplexy. Was this fellow truly so ungrateful after benefiting from their goodwill? Elder Wu beamed to Prince Yi. Once you arrive at the academy, simply seek me out. I am the head of the Emoshan Pavilion. You must arrive within 3 months. She handed Yi Tian a token before departing. Damn it, how can someone like him join? Lin Fengwu's jealousy boiled over, leaving him profoundly unsettled. Unfair? I can go, and you cannot, Yi Tian chuckled. Lin Fengwu rolled his eyes, his face turning a shade of green with rage. Very well, very well. Lin Yu smiled warmly. Prince Ye's admission to the academy is a boon for our great Zhou. The great Zhou has graciously sent us a treasure. I am most pleased. Congratulations, Your Majesty, the ministers chorused in unison. Just a stroke of luck, Lin Shunfeng scoffed, still unable to accept that he had lost to someone of such lowly origins. Meanwhile, in the Great Zhou Empire, the emperor was perusing the poem Ascending High. This ungrateful son could compose such verses. The Great Zhou Emperor snorted in derision. Your Majesty, it is merely a wretched poem. What is there to be astonished about? In this world, martial prowess reigns supreme. Even if he were a poet laureate, it would matter not, the Empress remarked dismissively. Your Majesty, the latest news reveals that Prince Yi has joined MOU Academy, a eunuch announced. What? He has joined MOU Academy? The Great Zhou Emperor was taken aback, nearly toppling from his throne. How could this be, that useless boy? The Empress's eyes glinted coldly. MOU Academy is not a place just anyone can enter. Even a mere janitor from there would be treated like royalty in our great CHU.by. What right does this waste of space presume to gain entry? Your Majesty, Prince He gained admission solely based on that poem. If only we hadn't expelled him. This is a disgrace for our great Zhou, the Empress retorted harshly. Silence, you insufferable eunuch, daring to speak in favor of that good-for-nothing, 300 lashes, the Empress chastised. The Great Zhou Emperor coldly huffed. He had never misjudged a person. Yi Tian was undoubtedly no ordinary character. It would be prudent to distance themselves from him early on. Should he cause any trouble, the Great Zhou would have no part in it. As the banquet concluded, numerous ministers and esteemed guests began to depart. Many approached Yi Tian to greet him, eager to curry favor. Once a scorned son-in-law, he was now on the verge of joining MOU Academy. With this newfound status, he could access broader circles and networks. Naturally, Lin Yiren basked in the glow of his rising stature. As many sought her out for collaboration, she beamed with delight. Yi Tian, come here. I wish to speak with you privately, the Crown Prince called, leading Yi Tian into a chamber. Upon entering, Yi Tian found the Crown Prince facing the wall, admiring a piece of calligraphy. Crown Prince, is there something you need? Yi Tian asked as he casually took a seat, crossing his legs. Lin Jianfeng slowly began, your admission to the academy took me by surprise. This was not part of my plans. I advise you to reconsider and not attend. What do you mean? Yi Tian inquired. Lin Jianfeng replied matter-of-factly, the academy is vast, with individuals hailing from all corners of the world, sacred maidens of sects, ancient clans, none of whom we can afford to offend, nor can you handle. Should you cause any trouble, I cannot guarantee your safety, and if you bring trouble upon the Great Zhou, I will hold you accountable. After all, you joined based on your literary talent. Your martial prowess is rather mediocre. Yi Tian chuckled, so you believe your martial prowess is superior? Indeed, Lin Jianfeng responded, suddenly exuding an aura of overwhelming strength, one that Yi Tian had never encountered before. I am not merely at the 9th rank. I am a master in concealed strength, Lin Jianfeng stated coldly. In the academy, my power is merely above average. If you provoke others, I will not be able to protect you. Therefore, you must not join the academy. Chapter 15. I understand a bit of martial arts. Are you threatening me? Yi Tian inquired nonchalantly. Lin Jianfeng's expression remained composed. I am merely stating the facts. In this world, martial prowess reigns supreme. The strong can traverse the realms, even ascending to the heavens or delving into the earth. Even if your literary talents are unparalleled, in the end, you will only be a scholar of limited achievement. Denying you entry into the academy is for your own good. If you remain in the Great Zhou, I can guarantee you a lifetime free from want. Yi Tian chuckled softly, responding, is it possible that I possess a modicum of martial skill myself? If it comes to blows, you might find yourself outmatched. Additionally, I might even cultivate my studies to the realm of a grandmaster. Lin Jianfeng chuckled lightly. You have yet to train, you do not understand what being a grandmaster entails, and I do not hold it against you. Should you choose to disregard my counsel and insist on joining, I will not force you. However, if you find yourself in trouble later, you must fend for yourself. The great Zhou will not protect you. Very well, Yi Tian replied nonchalantly, unconcerned with her warnings, for he felt capable of self-preservation without assistance. Lin Jianfeng shook her head slightly at Yi Tian's obstinacy. One day, when he has faced adversity, he will comprehend the good intentions behind her words. Upon leaving the room, Lin Yiren hurriedly approached and asked, "What did my elder brother discuss with you?" "Nothing much. Your brother merely remarked on my good looks and expressed concern that I might be wooed away by other women, hence advising me to treat you well," Yi Tian said with utmost seriousness. "Get lost," Lin Yiren retorted, clearly unconvinced by his fabricated tale. After returning to the estate, Yi Tian began to meditate in seclusion. Over the past few days, his cultivation had progressed at a sluggish pace. This may be attributed to the lack of enhancement in his physical capabilities, causing the century of stored cultivation to be absorbed only gradually. Opening his eyes, Yi Tian muttered to himself, "It appears that once I arrive at the MOU Academy, I must find a suitable martial technique for myself. Once my physical strength increases, the accumulated cultivation will enable me to grow even stronger." Suddenly, Yi Tian detected footsteps on the roof. Narrowing his eyes, he extinguished the candle. Moments later, a shadow stealthily pushed the door open. The figure approached the bedside and without hesitation, thrust his sword downward. The blade pierced through the bedding, revealing that it was empty. As the shadow prepared to depart, Yi Tian appeared behind them, attempting to assassinate me, who was so blind. With a swift motion, he slapped the assassin's head, causing them to spit blood and perish instantly. Just then, several hidden weapons flew in from outside the courtyard, but Yi Tian easily evaded them. By the time he chased outside, the assailant had vanished. "Are you all right?" Lin Yiren rushed to his side. Earlier, she too had been the target of an assassination attempt. Fearing for Yi Tian's safety, she hurried over. "Someone attempted to assassinate me. It seems the target is both of us," Yi Tian remarked calmly. Lin Yiren's expression turned icy as she examined the assassin's corpse, discovering an identification token on them. "Is this token from my sixth brother's people?" Her eyes flashed. "Out of jealousy for your talents, he seeks your life. I must inform Father the Emperor," Lin Yiren declared, seething with indignation. "Hold on," Yi Tian interjected. "Who carries an identification token on an assassin? This reeks of deliberate framing." "Is that so?" Lin Yiren frowned, pondering whether it could truly be anyone other than the sixth prince. Yi Tian continued, "As a princess, you have not offended anyone. Those who wish you harm must be from within the royal family. I would hazard a guess that the one harboring the most animosity towards you is your fifth brother, Lin Shenfeng. He has long coveted your mining rights, so such actions would not be surprising." Lin Yiren clenched her fists, having suspected her fifth brother all along, but lacking evidence until now. Suddenly, Lin Yiren's eyes brightened. "Yi Prince, have you devised a plan? Will you assist me?" "I'm fatigued and wish to sleep," Yi Tian yawned in response. "Please, help me," Lin Yiren implored, her gaze fixed on him. "No way," Yi Tian declined. Lin Yiren maintained her intense stare. Yi Tian smirked, "If you want my help, you must first shower me with a series of adorable pleas." "What series?" Lin Yiren asked, astonished. "Just act cute, can you do that?" "I cannot act cute." "I am going to sleep," Yi Tian declared, turning to lie down. "I'll give it a try," Lin Yiren said hesitantly, her cheeks flushing. Finally, she mustered the courage to say, "Yi Prince, please help me, have mercy on this frail maiden." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated that Lin Yiren, with her typically aloof demeanor, would sound so fearsome when employing a soft tone. He felt as though he had been struck by lightning. "Stop, stop, stop. I agree," Yi Tian quickly interjected, eager to prevent any further embarrassment. "It would be mortifying if I were to simply acquiesce." Lin Yiren regained her usual composed demeanor, though she felt a tinge of excitement within. This was her first experience with such endearment, and it felt rather delightful. "I have a method that can determine whether it was the fifth prince behind this," Yi Tian stated. Lin Yiren perked up, attentive. Yi Tian continued, "We will masquerade as assassins and attempt to target your fifth brother. Of course, we won't actually kill him, we'll simply leave that token at the scene and observe his reaction." Lin Yiren's eyes sparkled. Although the plan was fraught with danger, it could potentially yield fruitful results. At the fifth prince's estate, Lin Chunfeng perused his accounts, grinning as he verified the figures. Over the past month, he had profited handsomely from trafficking elixirs from the palace, amassing considerable. He had also ingratiated himself with numerous influential families through these connections, even managing to bribe several city guards. Once the opportunity arose, all he needed to do was raise his hand to seize the imperial city. Lin Chunfeng's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He had coveted the throne for far too long. The position of crown prince should have been his, but the emperor's favoritism had robbed him of that chance. If I cannot be the crown prince, then I shall become the emperor. The great Zhou shall inevitably be mine. Lin Chunfeng clenched his fists, plotting in secret. Suddenly, the candles extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. In an instant, a shadowy figure appeared, lunging forward with a sword. Assassin! There's an assassin! Lin Chunfeng shouted, swiftly dodging the attack and making a frantic dash toward the courtyard. Within moments, his guards arrived, but after a brief scuffle, the assassin fled in haste. Lin Chunfeng trembled in rage, demanding to know who had the audacity to attempt his life. Your Highness, the assassin dropped something. A guard presented the identification token to him. Upon seeing the token, Lin Chunfeng's eyes. He actually sent someone to kill me. Immediately summon the sixth prince to see me. Lin Chunfeng bellowed, enraged and humiliated as he returned to his chamber. Meanwhile, atop the roof, Yi Tian and Lin Yiren lay in wait, having executed the ruse of impersonating an assassin and intentionally leaving the token behind. After a brief wait, Lin Fengwu arrived. Fifth brother, what brings you to seek me at this late hour? He inquired. Lin Chunfeng's gaze was frosty. Do you know the punishment for harming a sibling? What? I haven't done anything. Lin Fengwu quickly denied, waving his hands in protest. With a resounding slap, Lin Chunfeng slammed the token onto the table, his voice cold and accusatory. Is this not the property of your guards? It fell from the assassin. Chapter 16. I am the sixth prince's brother. Indeed, this is the property of my guard. Lin Fengwu stammered. A few months ago, one of my guards mysteriously vanished. How could this token be here? Fifth brother, I swear to the heavens, he is not one of mine. We are allies. How could I possibly send someone to kill you? Perhaps it was seventh sister, or even our eldest brother could be involved. Lin Chunfeng, skeptical of his words, slapped him sharply across the face. It truly was not me. Lin Fengwu, feeling wronged, replied, Fifth brother, I have no reason to deceive you. We share such a strong bond. After all, we once conspired together to eliminate our younger sister. If something were to happen to you, it would benefit me not at all. On the rooftop, Lin Yiren, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, was taken aback. She had believed that only Lin Chunfeng harbored animosity towards her, desiring to seize her mind, and had sent assassins. She had not anticipated that her sixth brother, Lin Fengwu, was also complicit. Yi Tian sighed softly. In any dynasty, the rivalry among princes was inevitable. This was true in Dechu, and it remained unchanged in Dezhou. It is indeed accurate that most heartless individuals are born into imperial families. Meanwhile, the two individuals within the room continued their discourse. Lin Fengwu suggested, Fifth brother, assassination is of little consequence, for our younger sister is also protected by guards. We should instead undermine her economically, compelling her to relinquish her spiritual veins willingly. Do you possess a method? Lin Chunfeng inquired. Lin Fengwu continued, months ago, an ancient tomb was accidentally unearthed, revealing a mysterious bronze mirror. It is rumored that placing a spiritual stone upon this mirror will instantly transform it into an ordinary stone. If we were to acquire this mirror, we could render our younger sister's spiritual veins utterly worthless. Lin Chunfeng nodded slightly. If the mirror indeed possessed such properties, it could be utilized to threaten Lin Yiren. Where is this bronze mirror? He asked. It seems to be with an individual known as Full Moon. He resides within the imperial city and is easily recognizable due to a scar on his face, Lin Fengwu replied. Then we shall seek out this individual at dawn. On the rooftop, Yi Tian and Lin Yiren had overheard their entire conversation. Once the two departed, Lin Yiren remarked, we must act swiftly to locate this bronze mirror. Otherwise, my spiritual veins will be lost. Yi Tian replied, I shall not accompany you, seek it out alone. Lin Yiren countered, if you assist me in finding the mirror, I shall share half of my spiritual veins with you. Yi Tian pondered for a moment. The spiritual stones held value for him as well and were often used as currency in various places. He would eventually need to visit the MOU Academy and ought to prepare some for himself. If they were to pursue it tomorrow, they might as well commence immediately. Let us seek out this person now, Yi Tian declared. I share your sentiments. Lin Yiren smiled, pleasantly surprised that their thoughts aligned. That evening, the Dezhou dynasty did not impose a curfew, and the nightlife was vibrant, filled with street vendors and performers. As they wandered through the bustling streets, both felt a sense of disorientation. Although they knew the man was named Full Moon and bore a scar, locating him amidst the throngs of people proved to be quite the challenge. Let us search separately and reconvene here, Etienne suggested. Lin Yiren nodded in agreement. The pair split up, with Etienne meandering about. My good sir, come and enjoy. A row of elegantly dressed women waved enthusiastically from across a Chunman tower. Etienne strode inside, quickly surrounded by 7 or 8 charming ladies. Sir, is this your first visit? Our ladies are exceptionally beautiful today. Do choose one. Etienne smirked. Choose one? Do you take me for a fool? I want 10. Upon hearing this, the matron laughed heartily. A distinguished guest. Quick, ladies, come forth. In the room, a lavish banquet awaited, complete with dance performances, surrounded by 10 stunning women, each with striking figures and beautiful faces. Etienne was indulged with grapes, massages, and cool breezes. After several cups of wine, Etienne was thoroughly entertained, grinning from ear to ear. Sir, it is time to settle the bill. Tonight's total comes to 200 taels of gold, the matron cheerfully announced. Money is no concern for me, Etienne replied. Before I depart, I wish to inquire about a person. His name is Full Moon, he has a scar on his face, and he is my brother. I shall reward anyone who has seen him with 10 taels of gold. Upon hearing this, the eyes of those in the room sparkled with interest. Soon, a chorus of voices arose, each sharing what little information they had. I have seen that man. He is in his 50s, nearly 2 meters tall, and has a sickly daughter. He delivered goods to us once and appears to reside in Ping'an Alley, one woman stated. Etienne immediately recognized that this was the individual he sought. He promptly stood to leave. Sir, you have yet to settle your bill. Settle the bill. Do you know who I am? Etienne's expression turned fierce. Let me make this clear, I am the 6th princess brother. If anyone dares to demand money from me, they are courting death. If you seek gold, go to the 6th prince. He forcefully pushed the door open and departed, leaving the matron too stunned to intervene. After all, invoking the name of a prince was a powerful deterrent. Once outside Chunman Tower, Etienne encountered Lin Yiren. Where have you been? I waited here for several hours, Lin Yiren exclaimed, visibly upset. Why? Etienne remained composed. I too have been busy. I finally uncovered the whereabouts of that man. Let us go to Ping'an Alley. Just as they prepared to leave, over 20 thugs emerged from all directions, blocking their path. The matron from earlier appeared, brandishing a stick in anger. The more I think about it, the more suspicious it becomes. How could the 6th prince's brother not have the means to settle a bill? I believe you to be a fraud. You think you can have 10 ladies for a night, indulge yourself, and then simply walk away? Dream on. Lin Yiren's face turned pale upon hearing this. She grasped Etienne tightly, gritting her teeth. So you went to indulge in brothels last night, did you? Etienne replied without flinching. I was not indulging. I was gathering information. I did this to assist you, and you should be grateful. Should I then kneel to thank you? She retorted. That is not out of the question, Etienne replied earnestly. Get lost. Lin Yiren was both exasperated and amused, realizing why it was a sunny day without rain. She found herself utterly speechless. Officially, she was still the other party's fiancée, yet he dared to frequent such places, completely disregarding her. Hand over the money, or I shall break your legs. The matron shouted. Why? Etienne pointed at Lin Yiren. Do you know who she is? She is the princess of Dezhou. Bah, the matron, seething with rage, retorted, if she is a princess, then I am the Empress Dowager. Spare me your nonsense. Chapter 17. Let me come. Some individuals remain utterly oblivious to the notion that calamity often arises from careless words. When the old woman proclaimed herself as the Empress Dowager, Etienne sensed a chilling intent to kill emanating from Lin Yiren. You are doomed. Instinctively, Etienne took a step back as Lin Yiren strode forward without uttering a word, delivering a resounding slap across the old woman's face. You dare strike me, attack, eliminate this little wretch. The old woman shrieked in fury, prompting her henchmen to charge forward. To Lin Yiren, these ordinary individuals posed no challenge, and within moments, they were all dispatched. However, the old woman was no commoner. She quickly summoned 3 fifth-tier masters. Lin Yiren scoffed and countered their combined assault with apparent ease, effortlessly sending the 3 masters flying, blood spewing from their mouths. Panic gripped the old woman as she hissed menacingly, Who are you? Do you have any idea who stands behind us? Lin Yiren's expression remained indifferent as she queried, Who is your— If I tell you, you might die of fright. The old woman retorted, her face brimming with arrogance. Our patron is none other than the 5th prince of Dezhou. Lin Yiren chuckled lightly, realizing that this establishment belonged to the 5th prince. Was it mere coincidence? She cast a sidelong glance at Etienne, who feigned ignorance and shrugged. I came to gather information, unaware it was your brother's establishment. At that moment, a throng of guards arrived. The old woman beamed with delight. "My saviors have arrived, you two are finished." After dismounting, the captain approached the old woman with a smile. "You came at just the right time, these two are eating for free while masquerading as royalty. They deserve death. Stand aside." The captain kicked the old woman away and knelt before Lin Erin. "Your humble servant pays his respects to the princess." The old woman's mind reeled. "Princess, you are a princess?" Her face drained of color, and her legs buckled as she collapsed to the ground, trembling. "Commoner pays respects to the princess." Lin Erin, her expression devoid of emotion, declared, "Insulting royalty warrants death. Drag her away and execute her." "Spare me, princess, I am one of the 5th prince's people, you cannot do this." The old woman attempted to invoke her connections for mercy, but Lin Erin showed no signs of compassion. The guards forcibly removed her. Ye Tian regarded Lin Erin with a glimmer of admiration. This woman was decisive and ruthless in her actions, a rather intriguing character indeed. "Ye prince, might I request that you refrain from such actions in the future? On the surface, I am still your fiancé. What will happen if this reaches the ears of the emperor?" Lin Erin said with a blend of exasperation and amusement. "Are you expressing concern for me?" Yi Tian replied, astonished. "Princess, surely you jest? After just a few days together, have you already fallen for me? Indeed, it is no surprise that someone as exceptional as I would be adored by all." "Enough with the self-adoration," Lin Erin retorted, both amused and exasperated, her anger dissipating instantly. After a brief while, the pair arrived at Ping'an Alley, a place characterized by winding paths and dilapidated houses, home to the impoverished. After some inquiries, Yi Tian finally located the residence. The courtyard door was ajar. Unlatched. Upon entering, they found a 5 or 6-year-old girl writing on the ground. "Child, is your father home?" Yi Tian inquired. The little girl, unperturbed, gazed at them in silence. Lin Erin peeked into the room, finding it empty. "Where has your father gone?" Yi Tian pressed, but the girl remained mute. Just as he began to suspect the child was mute, a man appeared outside. "Who are you looking for?" he asked. Yi Tian turned around to see a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, with a robust physique and dark skin, resembling a formidable bear. A vicious scar marred his face, enhancing his menacing appearance. "Are you Man Yu?" Lin Erin spoke up. "We seek an item, and you may name your conditions for its return." Man Yu's expression, "Leave my home at once." Lin Erin scoffed. This copper mirror was crucial to her spiritual vein. Regardless of the means, she was determined to acquire it. "Hand it over, and I promise you any benefit you desire," she asserted, her tone growing frosty. "Get out!" Man Yu roared, unleashing a powerful aura as he struck out with a punch. Lin Erin hastily defended herself, only to be sent staggering back. "Ninth-tier master?" Lin Erin's expression shifted dramatically. This man was indeed a formidable adversary. "Get out of my house!" Man Yu shouted, his rage palpable as he swung again at Lin Erin. In that moment, Yi Tian stepped in front, firmly holding Man Yu's arm. "Let us not act rashly, we can discuss this calmly." Man Yu's arm bulged with veins as he attempted to shove Yi Tian away, but to his astonishment, Yi Tian stood his ground, immovable. Seeing this, Man Yu's eyes widened in surprise. This young man was not inferior to him, perhaps even stronger. "Daddy, I'm so cold." Suddenly, the little girl spoke, trembling on the ground, repeatedly declaring her chill. Man Yu rushed to his daughter, cradling her in his arms, hastily administering a pill. After consuming the pill, her coldness lessened somewhat, yet she continued to emanate a chilling aura. "1,000-year cold poison?" Yi Tian discerned the girl's ailment with a glance. Man Yu's eyes filled with guilt. "My daughter accidentally fell into an ice cavern. When we rescued her, she contracted this cold poison. I have been searching for a remedy, but to no avail. This kind of cold poison can only be cured with a fiery elixir. At the very least, it must be a 3rd-tier pill," Yi Tian explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Erin interjected, "If you give me the item, I will procure such a pill to save your daughter." Man Yu shook his head. "It's futile. Such pills are non-existent in all of Dezhou." "Impossible, a mere 3rd-tier pill can surely be found," Lin Erin confidently countered. "Not necessarily," Yi Tian interjected. "His daughter's cold poison is quite peculiar, with very few cases documented. Few seek such pills, and given their exorbitant price, they are seldom concocted. You may not find such a pill in Dezhou." Lin Erin replied, "No matter, I can request a 3rd-tier alchemist from the royal family to forge it. It should not be an issue." Yi Tian chuckled. "Royal alchemists are all under the 5th prince's command. Are you certain you can enlist their aid?" Lin Yiren was momentarily rendered speechless. The fifth prince was also in search of the copper mirror. If she sought his assistance, would it not play right into his hands? What then? Lin Yiren pondered, distressed. How could a princess like her be unable to secure a third-tier alchemist? I have a solution, Yi Tian said calmly. He himself was a third-tier alchemist, requiring no assistance from others. Chapter 18 Confronting the Master. Do you have any plans? Can you possibly locate a third-tier alchemist? Lin Yiren inquired, astonished. Yi Tian replied with a smile, I am certain I can find one. Lin Yiren believed him. Can you truly find a way to save my daughter? A glimmer of hope appeared in Man Yu's eyes as she declared, I promise you, if you can cure my daughter, I will give you what you seek. Agreed, Yi Tian nodded. In no more than 2 days, we shall return with the elixir. With that, Yi Tian led Lin Yiren away. As they departed, Lin Yiren asked, How do you know a third-tier alchemist? Do you have friends in the Great Zhou? In this world, who doesn't have a few connections? Yi Tian replied with a knowing smile. Not long after their exit, hundreds of individuals suddenly appeared, surrounding the entirety of Ping and Ali. The fifth prince, dressed in plain attire, entered the courtyard with an indifferent expression. Who are you? Man Yu demanded, concealing her daughter behind her and regarding the intruders warily. Lin Chunfeng spoke coldly, hand over the bronze mirror, and I shall leave your corpse intact. Man Yu's eyes turned icy. They had come for the bronze mirror again. However, this man's demeanor was far less agreeable than the previous two. There is nothing here. You have mistaken the person, Man Yu replied frostily. Feigning ignorance, I shall send you to your demise. Lin Chunfeng declared, showing no desire to engage in further discussion. Yet soon, Lin Chunfeng realized his grave error. A 9th-tier expert? His countenance shifted dramatically, realizing that this brute was indeed a 9th-tier master. Cease, Man Yu roared in fury, release my daughter, or you will meet your end. Do not approach, or I shall strangle her. Lin Chunfeng threatened. Hand over the bronze mirror, quickly. The item is not with me. I have hidden it. Release my daughter, and I shall certainly deliver it, Man Yu insisted. This prince does not trust you. You have 1 day to bring me the bronze mirror, otherwise, prepare to collect your daughter's remains. Lin Chunfeng sneered as he ordered his men to take her away. Fuming with rage, Man Yu let out a thunderous roar. Yi Tian spent an entire day gathering the necessary herbs for the concoction inside the room. Flames blazed within the cauldron. Once the temperature was adequate, he skillfully added the herbs. The elixir he was crafting was known as the Fire Dragon Pill. Upon ingestion, it would generate immense heat within the body, capable of causing an ordinary person to combust spontaneously. However, for those afflicted with cold poison, it would precisely counteract such searing energy. Sizzle. After a brief moment, the herbs dissolved into a liquid form. Yi Tian remained composed, expertly continuing his work. Several hours later, the pills began to coalesce, filling the room with a rich fragrance. It is complete. Yi Tian opened his eyes, casually tapping the cauldron lid, sending several pills soaring into the air. He carefully stored them in a bottle, for they were still quite hot to the touch. In total, there were 10 pills. He would give them 1 and keep the rest in reserve. Perhaps one day they will be needed, Yi Tian murmured to himself. After exiting the room, he instructed a maid to summon Lin Yiren. Upon her hurried arrival, Lin Yiren asked, How did it go? Have you obtained the elixir? Yes, it is in hand, Yi Tian confirmed with a nod. Lin Yiren exclaimed in surprise, You truly know a third-tier alchemist? What is his name? Can you introduce me? Yi Tian smiled and replied, I shall introduce you another day. For now, let us find Man Yu. I fear your fifth brother may have gotten ahead of us. All right, Lin Yiren agreed, and the two returned to Ping and Ali. The courtyard stood open, revealing traces of blood on the ground. The walls bore the scars of a fierce struggle. We have arrived too late, Yi Tian's expression darkened. Your fifth brother and his entourage have undoubtedly been here before us. Clenching her fists, Lin Yiren's eyes burned with anger. We cannot allow the bronze mirror to fall into their hands. Let us split up and search. Meanwhile, within a valley, Lin Shenfeng awaited with dozens of experts. Moments later, Man Yu, fully armed, arrived, her expression grim. Where is my daughter? I have brought the mirror as promised. Lin Shenfeng sneered, First, present the item, and I shall ensure your daughter's safety. Let me see her first. Man Yu demanded coldly. Before this prince, you dare to bark? Lin Shenfeng scoffed, visibly irritated. With a dismissive gesture, two of his subordinates brought forth the girl. Father! The little girl, afflicted by cold poison, appeared pale and struggled to breathe. Man Yu's heart ached. She swiftly threw her package towards the men. Upon opening the package, an ancient mirror lay within, which Lin Shenfeng had never seen before. He carelessly tossed it to an elder beside him. Elder Mu, verify its authenticity. Elder Mu ran his hand across the mirror's kill his wretched spawn. His rage flared. Suddenly, Manu launched dozens of concealed weapons, taking down several guards, and swiftly reclaimed her daughter. Just as she prepared to flee, Elder Mu appeared before her, blocking her path. Get out of my way. Manu unleashed a powerful strike. You overestimate yourself. Elder Mu's voice remained indifferent as an overwhelming surge of energy enveloped him. With a single punch, his protective energy sent Manu flying, leaving her injured and spitting blood. External energy manifestation, a master. Manu's heart sank. This unassuming old man was indeed a master. Lin Shenfeng mockingly remarked, "It is not excessive for this prince to have a master by his side. You arrived today with no intention of leaving alive." Manu's gaze hardened. Facing a master, she had no choice but to fight with all her might. With a fierce cry, she concentrated all her blood energy into her brow, her aura surging dramatically. Elder Mu, with a detached demeanor, observed, "Is this the secret technique of the Bloodblade camp? Are you one of their remnants? Die!" Manu's fist struck forth, creating a shockwave that resonated with a deep, roaring sound. Ant! Elder Mu's eyes were filled with disdain as he raised his hand, effortlessly. As Manu struggled to rise, Elder Mu had already seized her throat, coldly demanding, "Where is the mirror?" "You shall never know." Manu roared defiantly. "Refusing to speak, then I shall kill your wretched spawn." Gathering energy in his palm, he aimed towards the little girl in the distance. "No!" Manu cried out in horror. Boom! The energy shot from Elder Mu's palm, hurtling toward the girl's head. Just as the energy was about to shatter her skull, a powerful force intervened, deflecting the attack. Who dares to be so blind? Elder Mu glared upward, his expression darkening. Old fool, you would harm such a lovely girl? You are truly inhumane. Yi Tian appeared, his demeanor calm and composed. Chapter 19 is slaughtering the master like chopping vegetables. What kind of scoundrel are you, and where did you crawl out from? Mind your own business. Seeking death. The full moon was incensed. An insignificant creature dared to insult him. Today, regardless of the cost, he would shatter this fool into 1,000 pieces. Yi Tian, so it is you, Lin Shenfeng said nonchalantly. I never imagined you were also after this copper mirror. Do you think you are worthy, with your capabilities? Do you truly believe you can possess such a treasure? How laughable. Lin Shenfeng then yawned and continued, Old Mu, this brat is merely my sister's husband, a mere trifle. Eliminate him. Afterwards, I shall report that he died of natural causes, providing a satisfactory explanation to my father. With that, Lin Shenfeng reclined in his sedan chair and departed. Old Mu's gaze turned sinister. I thought it was someone formidable with such arrogance. Turns out he is just a petty son-in-law. Killing you would be a waste of my time. Yi Tian's countenance appeared calm, yet his eyes flickered with a chilling intent to kill. In an instant, Old Mu launched an attack. A fist surged forth, his true energy transforming into a torrent that swept across the ground. Be careful, little brother, he is a master, the full moon urgently warned. Yi Tian scoffed, a master, more like a dog's hair. He too retaliated, striking out, and with a resounding clash, their powers collided, proving evenly matched. Old Mu was somewhat astonished. This brat could actually withstand his attack? Then, Old Mu attacked fiercely once more, his moves cunning and lethal, each strike aimed at delivering a fatal blow. Yi Tian, lacking in combat experience, focused solely on defense, unsure how to counterattack. However, he soon began to find his footing, gradually launching counterattacks. Old Mu was taken aback. This young man was actually learning his techniques. Damn it, learning by stealth, are we? Old Mu fumed, summoning his sword from thin air and unleashing dozens of sword chi from a distance. The magnitude of this brat's true energy was undoubtedly over 10 times his own. With a loud crack, the sword in his hand shattered, leaving Old Mu stunned. This child's strength was certainly beyond his own. He began to contemplate retreating, not wishing to become entangled further. Feigning a strike, he swiftly withdrew. However, Yi Tian had already discerned his intentions. If he wished to flee, it would not be so simple. Let me show you my myriad sword chi technique. Yi Tian softly declared, standing tall as a tempest erupted from within him. With a thunderous roar, the sky bore witness to an anomaly as a storm of immense proportions began to ravage the area. Old Mu abruptly raised his head, his pupils trembling. What is this? Before he could react, such a terrifying technique existed in this world. Who on earth are you? You are from the Xinjian sect. Before he could finish his sentence, the thousands of sword chi shot toward him unerringly. Without a hint of doubt, the dense barrage easily tore through Old Moo's protective true energy puff. Within mere moments, Old Moo was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, utterly obliterated. Soon, the storm dissipated, leaving everything as if nothing had transpired. Ye Tian's complexion paled slightly. Damn it, my body is still too weak. I unleashed a significant move yet only utilized a mere tenth of its power. Were it not for my physical limitations, the sword chi would have been far more numerous. He resolved to devote himself to physical training post-haste. At that moment, cries echoed, the full moon clutched her daughter, weeping profusely. Her daughter, poisoned by cold toxins, had lost all semblance of life, her body as rigid as ice. Quick, let me see. Yi Tian swiftly took the child into his arms and, upon detecting a faint pulse, breathed a sigh of relief. He then administered a fire dragon pill. As the elixir dissolved, the little girl's body began to warm up. Daddy! The girl gradually regained consciousness. The full moon, overwhelmed with joy, unexpectedly coughed up a mouthful of blood amidst her elation. She is unharmed. The cold toxin has been purged, she need not fear the cold any longer, Yi Tian remarked. Now, you may tell me where the mirror is. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the full moon replied, thank you. I thought you were jesting. I hid the mirror beneath a red stone in the wind-howling valley. At this moment, Lin Yiren arrived, observing the devastation around her, her expression one of astonishment. This place had undoubtedly witnessed a fierce battle. How had Yi Tian survived? Take them away from here, I will search for the mirror. Let's regroup at my residence, Yi Tian instructed. Understood, Lin Yiren nodded. At the estate, the fifth prince Lin Chunfeng basked comfortably in the sun, savoring pastries, awaiting Old Moo to bring him Yi Tian's head. Once he acquired the copper mirror, the entire spiritual vein of the Great Zhou would be his, and the throne would be easily within reach. A smile crept across Lin Chunfeng's lips. Your Highness, a box has been delivered, someone announced. Quick, bring it forth. Lin Chunfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, wondering if it contained the copper mirror or Yi Tian's severed head. Setting the box on the table, Lin Chunfeng opened it directly. Ah! Inside lay a mangled mass of flesh. Lin Chunfeng recoiled in terror. He recognized the markings. This was Old Moo's body. A master slain? Lin Chunfeng's expression fluctuated wildly. A master had been killed by the hands of a worthless son-in-law? Cursed be it! Enraged, he kicked the box away. It must have been Lin Yiren's doing. She, too, has a master at her side. Fury surged within him. He did not believe that Old Moo had been killed by Yi Tian, a mere son-in-law. He was convinced that Lin Yiren had sought assistance from a formidable expert. How could the copper mirror fall into your hands? You have forced my hand. Lin Chunfeng immediately summoned his sixth brother, Lin Fengwu. Upon Lin Fengwu's arrival, he assumed the mirror was in their possession and grinned. Fifth brother, Lin Yiren is finished now. With the mirror in our grasp, she will be begging us on her knees. Silence, who said we have the mirror? Lin Chunfeng's gaze turned icy. That wretched woman has a master by her side. Old Moo was no match for them. What? Lin Fengwu was taken aback. Although Old Moo was force-fed elixirs to attain master status, he was still far superior to an ordinary ninth rank. I don't believe my sister has such an expert at her side. How the hell should I know? Regardless, he is dead. If it wasn't Lin Yiren, could it have been that useless Yi Tian who did it? Is Dechu so foolish as to send a master as a son-in-law? Has the emperor lost his senses? Lin Fengwu instinctively nodded, finding this reasoning somewhat plausible. Who would be foolish enough to send a master as a son-in-law? Fifth brother, what shall we do next? If the mirror falls into my sister's hands, our business will be finished. Lin Fengwu inquired anxiously. Chapter 20 of The Malevolent Spirit in the Mirror. Why the panic? Look at your cowardly demeanor. I truly wish to slap you a few times. Lin Chunfeng was exceedingly furious, genuinely desiring to teach the other a lesson. Fifth brother, this matter is truly troublesome, Lin Fengwu said, somewhat intimidated. He had never been particularly interested in spiritual veins. Had it not been for fifth brother's promise of numerous top-tier elixirs, he might not have conspired with the other to plot against his own sister. Troublesome my foot. Lin Chunfeng scoffed with anger. Although Old Moo has perished, I have an abundance. Have you secretly trained many death servants? Rumors circulated that Lin Chunfeng had misappropriated royal resources to concoct forbidden elixirs, which he administered to ninth-tier experts. After consuming such elixirs, these experts could directly break through to the master realm. It sounded deceptively simple. However, there was a dire drawback. Those who forcefully broke through to master would not live beyond 6 months. A ninth-tier expert would never choose such a path unless absolutely necessary. Yet, over the years, Lin Chunfeng had somehow managed to win over many 9th-tier experts and had them consume the elixirs to ascend to the Master Realm. Ha! Lin Chunfeng sneered disdainfully. They will serve as my strongest trump card when I ascend to power. If Father discovers this, you will be doomed. Lin Fengwu nervously swallowed. If you don't speak of it, no one will know, Lin Chunfeng retorted coldly. My younger sister is a thorn in my side and must be eliminated. Otherwise, I shan't find peace even in sleep. I have a plan that might tarnish the royal family's reputation, but I wish to give it a try. What scheme do you propose? Lin Fengwu inquired. Lin Chunfeng replied nonchalantly, there are my people around my sister. I will discreetly add something to her food afterwards. I shall arrange for someone to deal with her. Lin Fengwu was taken aback. This plan was exceedingly wicked and cruel. Fifth brother, isn't this too harsh? You worthless fool, do you pity that wretched girl? Lin Chunfeng spat venomously. She must die, otherwise, our affairs will be exposed, and it will be our demise. Lin Fengwu fell silent, merely nodding in acquiescence. Within the echoing Wind Valley, Yi Tian spent an entire day locating the place. The area was perpetually besieged by demonic winds, with a harsh environment littered with stones. There was no one for hundreds of miles. Where could the red stone be? Yi Tian's gaze began to scrutinize the surroundings. After more than an hour, he finally discovered the red stone in a secluded corner. Upon moving it aside, he found a box. Opening the box revealed a copper mirror. Yi Tian picked up the mirror for a glance. Its exterior appeared quite ordinary, the sort that would be overlooked if dropped. Could this truly possess the ability to transform spiritual stones into mere stones? Subsequently, Yi Tian retrieved a spiritual stone from his ring to conduct an experiment. As the spiritual stone neared the copper mirror, it emitted a hazy glow, and in an instant, the spiritual stone lost its spiritual essence, transforming into an ordinary stone. To his astonishment, it truly possessed such an effect. After a moment of contemplation, just as Yi Tian intended to put the mirror away, it suddenly began to vibrate and grew hot to the touch. Without warning, the mirror flew from his grasp, followed by a terrifying wail. A malevolent spirit surged forth from the mirror, lunging directly at Yi Tian. Having never encountered such a creature, Yi Tian was momentarily startled. Without hesitation, he focused his sword energy and unleashed it. With a whoosh, the malevolent spirit was sent flying. Roar! It bellowed once more. Yi Tian scolded. What are you shouting for? Are you trying to scare children? Taste my sword energy. Yi Tian unleashed hundreds of sword energies, relentlessly shredding the malevolent spirit into pieces. After the initial wave of attacks, just as he prepared to continue, the spirit capitulated. Spare me, grandfather, the spirit cried, prostrating itself on the ground. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please, stop hitting me. It hurts. What nonsense, you can speak? Yi Tian was taken aback. The spirit nodded fervently. I was once a human, but I fell victim to a curse, transforming into this form. I have hidden within the mirror, surviving by consuming spiritual stones. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian suddenly understood. No wonder the mirror could transform spiritual stones into ordinary stones. It turned out all the spiritual essence had been absorbed by this malevolent spirit. Keeping you serves no purpose. You shall die, Yi Tian declared. Please, grandfather, the spirit pleaded in terror. If you kill me, the mirror will lose its efficacy. If you spare my ghostly life, I can still be of assistance. Besides consuming spiritual stones, I can also instill fear in others, and when you are in battle, I can assist you. Yi Tian scoffed, noting the spirit's desperate will to survive. After considering the matter, he deemed the mirror useful enough to keep and decided to take it back for future reference. For now, I shall spare your wretched life. Henceforth, you shall be my loyal servant. Yes, grandfather, the spirit eagerly nodded, then cautiously asked, Grandfather, may I return to the mirror? Quickly, Yi Tian waved his hand. The spirit hurriedly retreated into the mirror. Yi Tian beckoned with his finger, and the mirror flew into his hand. The material of the mirror was quite decent. In critical moments, it could serve as an effective weapon. Within the estate, Lin Yiren settled the father and daughter of Manue before awaiting Yi Tian's return. At that moment, Manue approached her and said, I never knew you were a princess. With that, Manue suddenly knelt, choking back tears. Princess, I implore you to help me seek justice. What is the matter? Lin Yiren asked, bewildered. Manue took a deep breath. I was once a member of the Blood Blade camp. What? Lin Yiren exclaimed in shock. You are from the Blood Blade camp, did they not all perish? 500 brothers, and I am the sole survivor, Manue lamented in profound sorrow. During the city defense battle, we could have emerged victorious, but we were ultimately betrayed by counterfeit elixirs. After consuming the elixirs, our dantians exploded, and most of my brothers died agonizingly. Later, I investigated, and these elixirs were provided by the royal family. Moreover, the royal elixirs are managed by the fifth prince, so this is undoubtedly related to him. Lin Yiren's eyes widened in astonishment. The Bloodblade camp had once been the mightiest force in the Great Zhou, capable of facing 100 foes single-handedly. 500 men had once withstood the assault of 100,000 enemies. However, in a subsequent battle, the entire Bloodblade camp had been annihilated. The truth she knew was that adverse weather conditions and a surprise attack by powerful foes had led to their demise. She had been utterly unaware that counterfeit elixirs were to blame. Princess, as long as you are willing to help my fallen brothers seek justice, I am willing to meet with His Majesty and testify to their innocence myself. Manuel declared with righteous indignation. Chapter 21, I have no money on me. You get up first. Lin Yiren spoke. If this matter is indeed true, then the fifth prince has indeed committed a heinous crime. I can take you to meet His Majesty. You shall personally recount the entire sequence of events to him. Thank you, Your Highness. Manu exclaimed with great excitement. As long as he could face His Majesty and convey the truth, he would be able to provide an explanation for his deceased brothers. I have returned. Yi Tian cheerfully entered the room, and Lin Yiren's face brightened. Where is the mirror? Did you bring it? No, I lost it, Yi Tian replied, shaking his head. Lin Yiren's expression instantly changed. Lost it? Have we arrived too late once again? Her countenance soured significantly. I was just teasing you, Yi Tian suddenly laughed, casually placing the mirror on the table. Lin Yiren was both angry and amused. How could you deliberately deceive me? Aren't you ashamed? She was rendered speechless. With this mirror, the spirit vein will be mine. Lin Yiren gradually grew excited. Yi Tian contemplated revealing the matter regarding the malevolent spirit but decided against it. If he mentioned what was concealed within, it might frighten the young lady to tears, and he would have to console her afterward. In the early morning, while Yi Tian was having breakfast, a maid brought in an invitation. Your Highness, this is from the Starry Sky Auction House. Auction house? Yi Tian initially showed little interest. However, he suddenly thought, what if there were items he needed at the auction? He was in urgent need of a body refining technique, and finding a substitute before heading to the MOU Academy seemed quite reasonable. Over an hour later, Yi Tian arrived directly at the Starry Sky Auction. This auction house was the most powerful in the Great Zhou, possessing substantial strength and connections with various dynasties. After presenting his invitation, Yi Tian was seated in the best position. As he perused the auction list, his gaze quickly fixated on a technique called the Dominant Body Technique. The Dominant Body Technique comprised 6 levels. Mastering each level would enhance one's strength, refine bones, and lead to a profound transformation of flesh and blood. Achieving perfection in all 6 levels would bestow an indestructible physique. Such grand claims, yet it is merely an ordinary technique, Yi Tian scoffed. He was aware that techniques were ranked from 1 to 12 tiers. This dominant body technique was at most a 5th-tier technique, neither particularly high nor low. Previously, he had inquired with Lin Yiren whether the royal family possessed any body refining techniques, to which she replied in the negative. Most individuals experience an increase in physical strength as they embark on their cultivation journey, making it rare for someone to focus solely on body refinement. In this world, body refining techniques were not particularly esteemed. Individuals like Yi Tian, who transformed from an ordinary person to a powerful being without any prior cultivation experience, were likely unique across the entire continent. At this moment, around 1,000 people had gathered at the auction, and Yi Tian's presence in the prime position drew many astonished glances. Who is that person? I've never seen him before. How could he occupy such a prominent seat, that reserved for royalty? I've never encountered this fellow before. Hey, you've asked the right person. I heard that our princess was seeking a suitor recently, and the Great Zhou sent over a prince. Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly gathered around. Quickly, tell us about this prince. What is there to say? My friend informed me that in Great Zhou, this Yi prince is a glutton and lazy. It's rumored that he possesses extraordinary abilities, capable of subduing bandits, evading disasters, and managing floods. But that's all a fabrication. The historical records of Great Zhou make no mention of any of his achievements. Whispers of the crowd revealed the truth. He was merely a useless son-in-law. He looks decent, so it seems our princess prefers handsome men. If given the chance, I would be up for it. Yi Tian pretended not to hear the surrounding discussions. It appeared that after he had departed, the dog emperor of Great Zhou had truly erased all his accomplishments. How ruthless indeed. At the same time, his heart burned with anger. All the efforts he had exerted over the years had been effortlessly wiped from existence. The people of Great Zhou would certainly face dire consequences. How could he not feel indignant? They attempted to erase my existence, to deny my achievements. Very well, great Chu royal family, you have truly overstepped. Yi Tian clenched his fists, his heart ablaze with fury. Once he attained the status of a terrestrial immortal, free from the backlash of fate, he would personally deal with that dog emperor. After half a stick of incense, the auction commenced. The items presented initially sparked no interest in Yi Tian. He could have closed his eyes and dozed off after what felt like an eternity. It finally came time for the bidding of the dominant body technique. The dominant body technique needs no further introduction. The starting bid is 200 spirit stones. As the auctioneer finished speaking, Yi Tian raised his card. I bid 500. 1,000. A cold voice chimed in, and someone began to contest him. 2,000. Yi Tian calmly raised his bid. After all, it wasn't his spirit stones. Lin Yiren would pay for him. 5,000. 10,000. 30,000. 50,000. Yi Tian called out his bids with a calm demeanor, prompting gasps from the entire auction house. Has this Yi prince gone mad? 50,000 spirit stones is an astronomical sum. Why is he so adamant about acquiring this dominant body technique? No one understood why Yi Tian was determined to obtain this item. Only Yi Tian himself was aware of its significance to him. 50,000 spirit stones. What audacity! Even if you are a royal son-in-law, you cannot possibly produce such a sum of spirit stones. The challenger spoke coldly. I suspect you are deliberately inflating the price. I demand the auction house verify your authenticity. The auction house manager furrowed his brow. 50,000 spirit stones was not a trivial amount. Although Yi Tian held the title of son-in-law, one could not simply shout out prices at will. Everyone, please remain calm. The manager appeared, smiling as he addressed Yi Tian. Could you kindly come with me? Very well. Yi Tian followed him into the reception room. The manager courteously introduced himself. I am Li Bai. May I kindly request you to present the spirit stones to prove your ability to pay? Li Bai, do you compose poetry? Yi Tian instinctively inquired. Naturally not. I am merely the manager of the auction house. Oh. Yi Tian remained unfazed as he replied, I have no spirit stones on me, I cannot produce such a quantity. Li Bai was both amused and angry. Yi Prince, you are quite candid. If you cannot produce spirit stones, then the dominant body technique cannot be awarded to you. Then what do you propose? I must take the dominant body technique with me today, Yi Tian shamelessly asserted. Li Bai rolled his eyes, unable to find another who could claim such shamelessness so matter-of-factly. Yi Prince, I shall not make things difficult for you. If you cannot provide spirit stones, there are alternative means. You may pawn or sell items of equal value, and we will purchase them at a high price. I am utterly penniless, I have nothing to offer, Yi Tian continued. Li Bai was exasperated. How could this Yi Prince be so brazen? Yi Prince, you could sell poetry. Suddenly, a clear voice emerged as a woman stepped forward. Yi Prince is exceptionally talented. If you are willing to compose a few poems for our auction house, we shall gladly grant you the dominant body technique. Chapter 22. 3 poems exchange. Who might you be? Yi Tian scrutinized the woman who had suddenly appeared before him. She possessed an admirable figure and striking beauty, embodying all the attributes one would expect. Her alluring fox-like eyes radiated an intense charm, capable of captivating any ordinary man at first glance. I am but a humble servant, the overseer of this auction. You may call me Qingya, she replied with a smile. Since my youth, I have held a profound admiration for poetry, and the poem penned by Prince Yi is truly unparalleled. After reading it, I found myself unable to sleep, as the poetic realm it conjured is beyond my imagination. If Prince Yi would be so gracious as to showcase his talent once more today, we shall bestow upon you the body dominance technique free of charge. Yi Tian chuckled softly, impressed by her shrewdness in attempting to barter his poetic prowess for her auction's offerings. With the vast wealth of knowledge stored within his mind, he could easily render her bankrupt. However, he lacked the requisite spirit stones on hand. The body dominance technique was an acquisition he deemed essential. It appeared that he would need to showcase his own talents today. Bring forth paper and ink, and this prince shall present you with 3 poems, Yi Tian stated calmly. Qingya beamed, having already anticipated this moment. As Yi Tian grasped the brush, his mind swirled with thoughts, contemplating what to compose. Soon enough, inspiration struck. As Yi Tian's brush danced across the paper, Li Bai murmured quietly, Miss, are we truly giving this away for free? If Prince Yi scribbles a few worthless lines, we would suffer a great loss. Moreover, many are eyeing the body dominance technique outside. Is it wise to offend so many families for a mere consort prince? Qingya replied nonchalantly, sometimes, one must elevate their perspective. My request for him to write poetry is merely a pretext, the true intention is to cultivate a connection with this Prince Yi. To cultivate a connection? Li Bai was taken aback. Miss, our star auction house is acquainted with many prominent figures. What purpose does befriending a consort prince serve? He offers us no tangible assistance. Qingya spoke with deliberation. Though he bears the title of consort, his capabilities are formidable. What we value is his association with the MOU Academy. Once he enters the academy, he will encounter individuals beyond our imagination. One day, we may find ourselves in need of his assistance. Upon hearing this, Li Bai came to a sudden realization. It was indeed about the MOU Academy. Miss, your foresight is remarkable, he said, admiration evident on his face. At that moment, Yi Tian completed his 3 poems. Qingya picked up the paper, initially dismissive, believing that Yi Tian had merely jotted down a few lines to placate her. However, upon reading the first line, her expression transformed dramatically. Birds fly over 1,000 mountains without a trace. Qingya's fair visage displayed disbelief. She had never imagined that such a few words could transport her into the very scene described. What an extraordinary poem! Li Bai could not help but exclaim, utterly astounded. Indeed, what poem could rival a 5-character quatrain? Yi Tian smirked, reveling in their astonishment. Qingya meticulously studied the lines, her heart stirred anew with each reading. To witness such poetic brilliance firsthand was a privilege she deemed worthy of her existence. After a moment of reflection, she lifted the second poem. The ancients have ridden the yellow crane away. Initially, Qingya remained unfazed. Yet, as she completed the poem, she was rendered speechless for a time. Its imagery unfolded before her, seamlessly transitioning from scene to sentiment. What a magnificent poem, she instinctively praised, recognizing its unparalleled quality. Even with her extensive knowledge, she found herself at a loss for words. Gently placing the paper down, she turned her gaze towards Yi Tian, her previous condescension replaced with newfound respect. She had initially assumed that his first poem was a stroke of luck, as everyone has their own masterpieces. However, with Yi Tian's consecutive compositions of extraordinary poetry, Qingya understood that this Prince Yi was genuinely endowed with literary talent, not merely favored by fortune. Among all those she had encountered, even the contemporary literary sages would likely pale in comparison. Overwhelmed by admiration, she grasped the third poem. Calls of the quail resound. As she read the concluding lines, a peculiar expression crossed her face. Miss Qingya, this final poem suits you remarkably well, Yi Tian remarked, a playful smile gracing his lips. After several readings, Qingya finally comprehended the poem's deeper meaning. A blush crept upon her cheeks as she acknowledged, this poem is truly exquisite, surpassing even the previous 2. Prince Yi, are you free this evening? I possess a millennium-old fine wine, shall we indulge in its flavors while appreciating the moonlight together? I must decline, Yi Tian replied, shaking his head. I have to return home to cultivate after obtaining the body dominance technique. I lack the leisure for wine. Qingya's eyes dimmed slightly as she responded, then let us arrange another meeting, time is abundant, and opportunities will arise. I shall take these 3 poems back to my father, hoping he may glean some insights. Li Bai, please retrieve the body dominance technique and present it to Prince Yi. Certainly. Li Bai turned to leave. At the auction, the crowd awaited the outcome. Li Bai announced, after our evaluation, Prince Yi meets the criteria, thus, the body dominance technique rightfully belongs to him. What? The audience erupted in disbelief. A 5th-tier technique was acquired for several thousand spirit stones? Is there any fairness in this? A consort from a small locale possesses such prowess? Where on earth did he procure so many spirit stones? Could it be that the princess funded this? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Li Bai interjected, please, do not misunderstand. This transaction was made possible because Prince Yi composed 3 poems of equal value to the body dominance technique. Cut the explanations, that lad penned a single good poem by mere chance. I suspect it was the princess's spirit stones at play. This fellow is undoubtedly a parasite. The crowd erupted in accusations, yet many men harbored envy for not possessing the means to partake in such fortune. In a nearby chamber, Yi Tian overheard the murmurs about him. These fools did not recognize his talent. With a smirk, he felt no anger. Once the body dominance technique was secured, he hastened back to his residence, isolating himself within a secret chamber to delve into its intricacies. After perusing the text several times, Yi Tian began to practice according to the outlined diagrams and incantations. Hours later, he opened his eyes, puzzled by the peculiar sensation he had experienced during practice. A chilling aura coursed through his body, rendering him icy and eventually causing his limbs to stiffen. This was not as described in the introduction. Ye Tian suspected a misunderstanding and reviewed the instructions once more. Damn it! I misread the diagram. He couldn't help but laugh at his own folly. Chapter 23. The Princess in Distress. After reversing the body dominance technique, the patterns appeared far more pleasing to the eye. Yi Tian closed his eyes and resumed his practice. This time, he could distinctly sense a mysterious force coursing through his bones and muscles. At that moment, his physical attributes underwent a profound transformation. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, akin to being lost in a dream. As the first cycle of training concluded, Yi Tian opened his eyes and examined his physique. He could clearly perceive the changes within. His muscles and bones felt significantly more robust than before. Simultaneously, his cultivation level had enhanced alongside the improvements in his bodily functions. He pondered how much power his next punch could wield. Had he truly mastered the first layer, Yi Tian was astonished. The body dominance technique encompassed merely 6 layers. Remarkably, he had achieved the first layer in such a brief span of time, which was nothing short of extraordinary. Motivated to continue, he thought to himself, why not see if he could reach the 6th layer in one go? A surge of enthusiasm ignited within him as he turned to the second page and resumed his training. Days slipped away, and 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Ye Tian remained ensconced within the secret chamber, diligently practicing. To his astonishment, he effortlessly attained the 6th layer of the body dominance technique. Upon perfecting the 6th layer, he absorbed the centuries' worth of cultivation rewards he had previously received. Raising his arm, he felt the true energy within him flow freely, as if it were a living entity. His true energy shimmered a pale yellow hue. It was rumored that golden true energy was immensely powerful and fierce. He wondered if he could cultivate such a form. Ye Tian contemplated, realizing that with his enhanced bodily functions, it was time for his true energy to evolve as well. He aspired to cultivate golden true energy next. The subsequent step would involve seeking out a technique capable of refining true energy. He speculated whether the Star Auction House might possess what he was looking for. Stretching his limbs, Yi Tian heard a series of cracking sounds emanate from his body. After days of seclusion, his strength had increased significantly once more. If he were to encounter someone akin to that old man Mu again, he could likely shatter them with a single punch, without needing to unleash the myriad sword chi technique. Exiting his quarters, Yi Tian instructed the maid to prepare a lavish feast. He could easily consume dozens of dishes by himself. Has the princess not sought me these past few days? Yi Tian inquired. The maid replied, the princess visited once, but upon learning of your seclusion, she departed. Yi Tian nodded slightly. That woman, having acquired the mirror, must be devising a plan to obtain the spirit vein. At that moment, a servant hurriedly entered, exclaiming, Prince Yi, there has been an incident. Our princess has been unreachable for 2 or 3 days. Do you know her whereabouts? What? Yi Tian's expression turned to one of astonishment, contemplating how Lin Yiren could have suddenly vanished. She could not disappear nor encounter misfortune. His engagement had yet to be annulled. If she suddenly went missing, he would be left in a precarious position. According to the laws of the Great Zhou, if one party in an engagement were to die unexpectedly, the other would be required to guard their spirit as a spouse. In other words, if something befell Lin Yiren, he would be tacitly acknowledged as her husband. This simply could not be allowed. Yi Tian immediately commanded his maids to investigate Lin Yiren's whereabouts, while he himself began to search for information, yet found nothing. Before long, Yi Tian thought of Manu. He made his way to her residence, and before he could utter a word, Manu proactively stated, I've caught wind of some rumors. The princess seems to be missing. Do you know anything? Yi Tian asked. Manu sighed, this situation may be partly my fault. I am a survivor of the Bloodblade camp, and in a moment of impulse, I urged the princess to seek justice for my fallen brothers. After that, she went to find the then commander, General Zhao. Since her visit, there has been no news, and I suspect, Yi Tian inhaled softly, logically speaking, few would dare to harm Princess Lin Yiren due to her status, unless they were exceptionally foolish. I shall visit the Zhao residence, he declared, turning towards the Zhao family estate. Upon arrival, he found the gates tightly shut, and the street eerily vacant. Knocking upon the door, he received no response. As he prepared to force the door open, a servant finally appeared, reprimanding him, who was so blind as to pound on the door with such force? Yi Tian replied coldly, and who are you, a mere servant, to speak to me in such a manner? The servant sneered, what of it? You look as though you deserve a scolding, why don't you just leave? With a swift kick, Yi Tian sent the servant flying, who subsequently coughed up blood. You dare strike me, you are courting death, the servant roared in fury. Yi Tian swiftly twisted the servant's arm, replying indifferently, enough chatter, I am here to find someone. Where is the princess? What princess, you dog? My master will have you torn to shreds. The audacity of the servant was astounding, revealing just how arrogant the Zhao family must be. Yi promptly crushed the servant's skull beneath his foot. At that moment, a throng of guards emerged from both the interior and exterior, surrounding Yi. The head steward coldly declared, "Who dares to intrude upon the Zhao residence and cause a disturbance? I am here to find the princess. Where is she?" Yi responded with icy detachment. The steward appraised him, then sneered, "I thought as much. It is merely the princess's worthless fiancé. How dare a useless consort act so brazenly, killing my Zhao family's servant? Do you truly believe you can slay someone of our status? Kneel and apologize at once." Yi merely smirked, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap to the steward's face, causing him to spin several times before spitting out his molars. "You dare strike me? Kill him," the steward bellowed, enraged. As the guards moved to act, Yi unleashed his true energy, which surged forth like a tempest. With a thunderous crash, all the guards were sent flying, howling in pain as they were thrust several meters away. The steward's eyes widened in horror. As he attempted to flee, Yi seized his neck, demanding, "I ask you one last time, where is the princess? Let go of me, you worthless scum. You are doomed. My Zhao family will not allow this to go unpunished. Prepare to die," the steward screamed, his eyes bulging with fury. With a swift motion, Yi snapped the steward's neck, unwilling to waste another moment on him. He then stormed into the parlor, searching for any sign of the princess. After scouring dozens of rooms, he found no trace of her. "You audacious wretch, how dare you!" a commanding voice boomed as a man in a Taoist robe blocked Yi path. "You again?" Yi frowned slightly. "The Zhao family has such audacity to lay hands on the princess. This is a crime warranting the annihilation of your entire clan." The Taoist man replied indifferently, "The princess is not here. Even if she were, you would have no chance of leaving, for you are about to become a corpse." As he spoke, a terrifying wave of true energy erupted from him, causing the surrounding flora to bend beneath its force. The release of true energy. Yi felt no joy or sorrow. This old Taoist was undeniably formidable. Chapter 24 of the uproar at the Zhao Manor. "Now, if you kneel and beg for mercy, I might still spare you a complete corpse." The old Taoist spoke with an icy countenance, his tone akin to conversing with a corpse. Yi let out a light chuckle, for he abhorred such condescending demeanor. Was he merely pretending to be formidable? Without wasting words, Yi clenched his fist and launched a strike. This punch was delivered with 50% of his strength, a mere test of the old Taoist's true capabilities. With a resounding thud, Yi fist struck as if colliding with a wall of wind, unable to be intercepted. The old Taoist emitted a derisive laugh, his gaze suggesting that even such an insignificant insect required no personal intervention on his part. Yi frowned slightly and, with his second punch, unleashed a full 100% of his power. In that moment, a faint blue luminescence enveloped him, and the force of his punch grew exponentially more terrifying. Visibly, this blow pierced through the barrier of wind and struck the old Taoist squarely in the ribs. The old man's expression shifted dramatically as the overwhelming force surged within him like a raging bull. With a sickening crack, numerous bones shattered, and the old Taoist let out a pained scream, spewing blood as he was hurled away. He crashed through several structures before finally landing heavily in a water basin, his blood rapidly staining the water crimson. How could this be? The old Taoist, his face a mask of horror, raised his head. He was a master, almost a grandmaster in his own right, and in the entire Dezhou, there were scarcely a handful who could best him, yet here he was, utterly unable to withstand a single punch from the other. What kind of power was behind that punch? You are merely a useless son-in-law, are you not? I heard you are incapable of cultivation. How can this be possible? The old Taoist was utterly astounded. A mere waste of a person had severely injured him. It was simply unfathomable. "So, you do know me," Yi retorted scornfully. "You recognize my identity and my quest for the princess, and yet you maintain that disdainful facade. Had my punch obliterated you, your ancestors would have had smoke rising from their graves." The old Taoist, both astonished and furious, exclaimed, "This is Zhao family territory. Old Master Zhao is renowned throughout the Dezhou. Do not dare to use others to intimidate me." A chilling murderous intent flickered in Yi eyes. "The thing I despise most is hearing someone boast about their status. I shall ask you one last time, where is the princess?" The old Taoist was rendered speechless. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner, never. "You are nothing but a useless son-in-law." The old Taoist rose with venomous resentment, retrieving a box from his person. After opening it, he consumed a medicinal pill. To Yi astonishment, flames erupted spontaneously from the old Taoist's body, soaring into the heavens and engulfing the surroundings in a sea of fire. "The flames ignited by my blood will surely scorch your soul. Today, you shall experience the agony of despair," the old Taoist declared in a deep voice, his arms sweeping wide. In an instant, the flames converged into a dragon, lunging directly at Yi. Yi Tian concentrated his sword energy into his fingers and struck down fiercely. Although the sword energy shattered the fire dragon, it swiftly reformed. In a heartbeat, the roaring fire dragon engulfed Yi Tian entirely. Cough. The old Taoist himself coughed up blood, collapsing weakly to the ground. He had not used this technique in over a decade. Each use would require several years for him to recover. As long as I kill this useless son-in-law, I can rest and recuperate for a few years. The old Taoist mused with satisfaction. Have you celebrated too soon? Came a mocking voice. The old Taoist abruptly lifted his head, his pupils dilating in shock. You're not dead, how is this possible? Yi Tian emerged unscathed from the flames, not a hair singed. The old Taoist's heart churned with disbelief. This technique was not meant to harm the physical body but to incinerate the soul. Even those of equal standing would have their souls reduced to ashes. Yet how could this waste of a person remain unharmed, unless the other's soul realm surpassed his wildest imagination? Useless, how could you? The old Taoist was both astonished and enraged, beginning to retreat uncontrollably. He could not comprehend why the other remained unharmed. His most powerful killing move had failed against this individual. All that was left for him was to flee for his life. Yi Tian approached him slowly, his tone nonchalant. That last move was quite impressive. It caused my soul discomfort for a few seconds. Luckily, I am an alchemist, and my soul is somewhat stronger than the average person, otherwise, I would have suffered greatly. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist inhaled sharply. This wasteful prince was not only capable of cultivation but was also an alchemist. The old Taoist's lips twitched. Was my intelligence flawed? In the Dechu, you are clearly not favored. How could the Emperor of Dechu ever consider sending you here? Are they fools? Yi Tian chuckled lightly. To call the Emperor of Dechu a fool would be a compliment. You see, pigs can actually be quite clever, you know? The old Taoist's expression stiffened, unaware that pigs are indeed intelligent creatures. At that moment, Yi Tian raised his hand, poised to eliminate the old man. The old Taoist panicked. He had labored hard to reach his current state and did not wish to die. Do not kill me. I will tell you everything I know. The princess is locked in a secret chamber, but without a special key, you cannot open the door. Just spare me, and I will unlock it for you. Yi Tian chuckled softly, and without hesitation, he struck down with a palm, crushing the old man's skull. Killing you, the key is still mine. Yi Tian searched the corpse and indeed found a key. He then proceeded to locate the secret chamber and used the key to unlock it. With a click, as the key turned, the entire chamber trembled, and massive stone walls began to descend, trapping Yi Tian completely. Deceiving this prince. Yi Tian's fury ignited. That old wretch had dared to trick him. These crumbling stones could not confine him. In an instant, an endless surge of sword energy erupted from Yi Tian. With a series of sharp cracks, the door was blasted open. Yi Tian beheld Lin Yiren, suspended in midair by heavy iron chains, her body marked with numerous slash marks. Her aura was faint, barely clinging to life. As Yi Tian rescued her, he sighed at her pitiful state. Just as he prepared to leave with her, reinforcements from the Zhao Manor arrived. Hundreds of heavily armored guards surrounded him from all sides. A figure clad in white robes, wielding a halberd, emerged. Useless wretch, today, this battle god shall not allow you to escape. The speaker was Zhao Ying, the eldest son of the Zhao family, heralded as the foremost battle god of the Dezhou. Chapter 25 The Annihilation of the Zhao Residence. Another fool has come to meet his demise. Yi Tian's gaze was frigid as he fixed his eyes upon Zhao Ying, declaring, Your Zhao family, for the heinous act of abducting the princess, deserves a fate far worse than death. The annihilation of your entire clan is but a fitting punishment. Annihilation of my clan? Zhao Ying twirled the Fengtian Huaji in his hand, a derisive smile gracing his lips. As long as you perish here, who would ever know we were responsible? Afterward, I shall report to the Emperor that you, a worthless son-in-law, attempted to harm the princess, and it was I who intervened to sever your head. The princess shall then become the wife of this war god, and I will grandly escort her to the Zhao residence. Yi Tian chuckled disdainfully. With such an ugly visage and a mind riddled with madness, how can you be so confident that this prince shall meet his end here? Otherwise? Zhao Ying's eyes glinted with cold indifference. Surrounding us are the elite trained by my Zhao family. Even a master would meet a bitter end in their presence. What do you possess to combat this? Kneel and beg for mercy now, and perhaps this war god, should he be feeling merciful, might spare your wretched life. Zhao Ying's face was etched with contempt. Yi Tian, however, maintained a calm demeanor. I am quite curious, what compels you to engage in such treachery? Who orchestrated the kidnapping of the princess? A dead man asks far too many questions. Zhao Ying's gaze turned lethal. Refuse to kneel and beg for mercy, and you shall die, you worthless fool. Attack! With a command, hundreds of elite soldiers formed a tight encirclement around Yi Tian. A powerful sword intent emanated from Yi Tian as he slowly spoke. Today, this prince's mood is rather foul. Only by laying waste to your Zhao residence can I find a sliver of joy. Ha, a fool spouting nonsense. Zhaoing laughed uproariously. Myriad sword chi technique. Yi Tian raised his arm, and in an instant, every weapon within the chamber began to tremble. Following this, hundreds of weapons in the hands of the elite soldiers flew uncontrollably into the air, circling above Yi Tian's head. What is this? Zhao Ying's expression turned to one of horror. This child could actually control flying swords. How could that be? He had never witnessed such a feat before. Kill! Yi Tian's voice remained serene, and with a swift motion of his arm, all the weapons he had seized shot forth. Put! Ah! With screams echoing through the air, in the blink of an eye, Zhaoing as hundreds of elite soldiers lay slain, Zhaoing gazed in terror at the scene unfolding before him. How could all the brothers who had fought alongside him be annihilated so swiftly, all with but a single strike? What manner of monster are you? Who exactly are you? Who am I? I am your father, you hear me? Yi Tian's tone was frigid. Ah, you shall die. Zhaoing, infuriated, swung his Fangtian Huaji down with great force. Yi Tian sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding the strike. Though Zhaoing was a formidable war god of the Great Zhou, his speed was lamentably slow. Holding Lin Yiren, Yi Tian exited the chamber unscathed, not a single hair harmed. Upon reaching the courtyard, they found themselves surrounded by Zhao family forces. Thousands of heavily armored soldiers stood guard, rendering escape impossible. Ha ha! Zhaoing continued to laugh maniacally. Fool, are you not filled with despair? My Zhao family holds the military power to summon hundreds of thousands at any moment. Even if you are a master, a grand master, do not even dream of leaving alive. Who said this prince intends to escape? Yi Tian had no intention of fleeing. He gently placed Lin Yiren upon a stone bench and cast a tranquil gaze over the assembled army. Today, this prince shall level your entire Zhao residence. With what? Zhaoing scoffed coldly. I concede you possess some ability, but it falls far short of what is required. I see you wish to masquerade as a predator, but today, this war god shall ensure you become the true prey. Yi Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a gentle breeze rising around him, and soon a vortex appeared above the Zhao residence. The vortex expanded rapidly, engulfing a vast portion of the Great Zhou in mere moments. What is this? Such an extraordinary phenomenon caught the attention of countless powerful figures. Emperor Linyu, startled, looked up. The appearance of the vortex was far too sudden, something he had never witnessed before. What immense sword intent! Suddenly, Lin Yu's expression changed, as from within the vortex emerged terrifying sword energies, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. Your Majesty, could it be the sword energy of the Xianjian sect? The resemblance is uncanny. What is their intention? Do they seek to obliterate our Great Zhou? Impossible, this must be a misunderstanding. Lin Yu's heart raced, and he hurried to the scene. What on earth is happening? Zhaoing stood frozen, staring at the vast vortex above, which was now teeming with a myriad of sword energies. Could this truly be conjured by Yi Tian? As he felt the chilling aura emanating from the vortex, Zhaoing trembled. At that moment, he experienced the dread of death from the depths of hell. Stop! Let us speak civilly. I may have raised my voice a tad too much, Yi Prince. Let us sit down and discuss this amicably. Zhaoing hastily pleaded, yet, it was too late for apologies. Yi Tian gazed at him with neither joy nor sorrow. Today, the Zhao residence shall undoubtedly meet its end. No one can save you. With a simple flick of his arm, the myriad sword energies cascaded down like a torrential rain. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated as the entire Zhao residence was reduced to ruins. Thousands of armored soldiers were transformed into a mist of blood by the onslaught of sword energies. Zhao Ying's screams filled the air, as the sword energies sliced through his flesh and bone, reducing him to mere dust in an instant. Within mere breaths, the once magnificent Zhao residence lay in utter desolation. Swish, figures appeared 100 meters away, arriving just a moment too late. The Zhao residence has fallen? The National Master spoke gravely. National Master, you arrived even before me, Lin Yu responded, his eyes widening in shock at the sight of the devastation. Who could have done this? Is the Zhao family no more? The National Master's voice was solemn. Your Majesty, the sword energy is far too terrifying. I can feel its potency even from 100 miles away. This is likely a technique that even a Grand Master cannot wield. The sword energy bears a striking resemblance to that of the Xianjian sect. Lin Yu, astonished, exclaimed, not even a Grand Master can wield such might? Could it be a terrestrial immortal? In our great Zhou, is there truly such a formidable being? This venerable one is capricious in nature, it would be wise for us not to speculate recklessly. The national master inhaled deeply, then bowed respectfully, addressing the unseen figure. Esteemed one, we are uncertain of what offense we have committed to provoke your wrath. I am the national master of the great Zhou, and beside me is the emperor. We beseech you to reveal yourself, we shall offer our sincerest apologies. The national master, a grand master himself, spoke with such humility, indicating that he perceived the individual responsible for this destruction to be a terrestrial immortal. Not only he, but the entire great Zhou, dared not offend such a powerful entity. Within the ruins, there was no response. Lin Yu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Had they unknowingly angered this venerable one, the thought left him feeling unsteady and somewhat panicked. If they had truly offended a terrestrial immortal, the future of great Zhou would be bleak. Suddenly, several figures arrived swiftly. Upon seeing their attire, Lin Yu's gaze sharpened. The people of the Shenzhen sect had come. Could it be that they were indeed responsible for this calamity? Chapter 26. The matter at hand. The Shenzhen sect is an immensely powerful sect, residing atop the Shenzhen mountain, seldom revealing themselves to the outside world. Rarely does one witness their disciples descending the mountain. At this moment, however, two elders from the Shenzhen sect have arrived. Lin Yu promptly approached them with courtesy, greeting the two. Though he holds the title of Emperor of the Great Zhou, before the sect, he is no different from an ordinary individual. For, given the might of the Shenzhen sect, they could easily elevate a beggar to the status of an emperor. Elders, has the Zhao family committed some transgression against you? Lin Yu inquired politely, speaking softly, almost hesitant to raise his voice. Do you presume it was we who acted? One elder replied coolly. We came merely out of curiosity, having felt a terrifying sword aura. Such power is beyond our imagination. How is it that the great Zhou has such formidable beings? Lin Yu, you have concealed this well. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was taken aback. It seemed that the one who had acted was not a member of the Shenzhen sect. Who could it be? Was it some wandering elder passing through? Just then, others arrived, clad in azure robes adorned with the image of a flamingo. They were members of the fire sect. Had they also come? Lin Yu was astonished and hurried to greet them. The fire sect had aided the great Zhou centuries ago in quelling chaos, and Lin Yu was aware that their ancestral master was a formidable being of the immortal realm. The elders of the fire sect disregarded Lin Yu and turned their gaze towards the elders of the Shenzhen sect. That sword aura feels quite familiar. Was it instigated by your sect? It was not us, the Shenzhen sect elder replied, shaking his head. Ha! If it wasn't you, then who could it be? That level of sword aura is exceedingly rare. You Shenzhen sect have violated the rules. Our sects have an agreement not to meddle in the affairs of the imperial court. The Shenzhen elder snorted in response. Do not cast unfounded accusations upon us. This was not our doing, and we shall not bear the blame. Ah, what a lively gathering we have here. A light laugh resonated as a young woman appeared. Upon seeing her, Lin Yu's expression turned serious once more, and he hastily approached her. Saintess of the water sect, it has been a long time. The newcomer was the saintess of the water sect. Though she was of similar age to Lin Yu's daughter, she was already a master in her own right. What brings you here, saintess? The elder of the fire sect inquired, frowning. The fire sect and the water sect had always shared a strained relationship, and any encounter between the two typically ignited tension. The water sect saintess chuckled. I too was drawn by the recent sword aura. I have never encountered such a multitude of sword intents before. I doubt anyone within the Shenzhen sect could wield such power. The elder of the Shenzhen sect merely snorted, neither confirming nor denying her statement. The national master, who had remained silent, was fixated on the ruins, attempting to discern the whereabouts of the elder. Suddenly, someone emerged from the debris. The national master's eyes narrowed. Could it be that the elder was willing to reveal themselves? At that moment, the members of the water sect and others also noted the figure stepping out from the ruins. All gazes were fixed intently, breaths held in anticipation. After a moment, the person's face became clear. Prince Yi? Lin Yu recognized him immediately and called out, Prince Yi, what brings you here? Yi Tian held Lin Yiren in his arms and replied, she encountered some issues, so I came to check on her. Lin Yu quickly inquired, Prince Yi, have you seen the elder? What elder? Yi Tian expressed confusion. The national master interjected, Prince Yi, we await the elder's emergence, you should leave this place. Understood. Yi Tian wished to ascertain Lin Yiren's condition and promptly departed with her. After Yi Tian's departure, the others remained, eager to witness the elder's demeanor. However, after several hours of waiting, no one appeared. Perhaps the elder has already departed, let us withdraw, suggested the elder of the Shenzhen sect, leading the way. Subsequently, the members of the fire sect also took their leave. The national master sighed, Your Majesty, the elders' unwillingness to meet us signifies that they do not bear us ill will. This matter shall pass without consequence. We cannot seek vengeance for the Zhao family. Lin Yu, incensed, retorted the Zhao family brought this upon themselves by offending the elder. It is a privilege that the elder holds no grudge against us. I have no intention of seeking revenge. At that moment, the water Sexatus spoke up, Your Majesty Lin Yu, I have heard that the Crown Prince recently activated the true dragon's fortune to protect himself? I am quite curious, may I be introduced? Of course, it would be my pleasure. Lin Yu's spirits soared at the thought that if the water Sexatus took an interest in his son, another powerful sect would protect the great Zhou. Elated, he thought to himself that his eldest son was indeed his pride, destined to safeguard the great Zhou. Ye Tian returned to his residence with Lin Yiren to allow her to rest. After administering some healing medicine, he quietly awaited her recovery. However, after a while, Lin Yiren's breathing grew rapid, and her complexion flushed, becoming exceedingly warm. Too hot. Lin Yiren felt uncomfortable, tugging at her clothes. Yi Tian sensed something amiss. Lin Yiren's condition resembled that of someone poisoned. What to do? Was he to sacrifice his own purity in order to save her? Gritting his teeth, Yi Tian resolved that, for the sake of saving her, he had no choice but to make a sacrifice. The next day, Lin Yiren awoke from her stupor, her body aching as though it had been shattered. She lifted the covers only to discover her garments had been changed. How do you feel? Yi Tian inquired. Where am I? Yesterday, Lin Yiren furrowed her brow, recalling a vague sense of her clothes being removed while she was unconscious. Could it be? Her expression shifted dramatically, and she glared at Yi Tian in fury. You took advantage of me while I was unconscious. Yi Tian replied calmly, I did it to save you. You were the one who tore your own clothes off. I was merely a victim in this scenario. I am also a young and handsome man. Would you expect me to remain idle while you willingly undressed? Besides, it was a mere act of convenience for me. Yi Tian sniffed his fingers. Lin Yiren did not react with unreasonable outrage or screams. After a moment of contemplation, she stated to Prince Yi, what transpired last night must not be disclosed to anyone. Otherwise, I shall ensure your silence. Yi Tian nodded fervently, like a chick pecking at grain. Rest assured, nothing happened last night, you merely had a dream. That is good. Lin Yiren sighed in relief and attempted to rise from the bed. Suddenly, a sharp pang shot through her, causing her to gasp in pain, tears welling in her eyes. She cast a resentful glance at Yi Tian and remarked, Could you not be a bit gentler? Chapter 27. The harsh reality. The truth is indeed brutal. How could I possibly be gentle? What does this have to do with me? Yi Tian wore a look of defeat, exclaiming, I didn't initiate this. It was your excessive irritability that provoked me. You kept shouting, Haven tu eaten, Haven tu eaten. Such phrases were repeated dozens of times, leaving me no choice but to comply with your demands. Shut up, just shut up. Lin Yiren's face flushed with shame, wishing she could vanish into the ground. At that moment, her consciousness was clouded. She had no awareness of her actions. My goodness, is this truly who I am? How utterly mortifying. Lin Yiren could no longer face Yi Tian, realizing that her aloof persona had been utterly shattered in his eyes. You must take responsibility, she said, tears welling in her eyes, her innocence irrevocably tarnished. I cannot let this man escape unscathed. Take responsibility, Yi Tian replied without hesitation. I acted to save someone. If you expect me to bear the brunt of this, you are sorely mistaken. Alright, fine, I'll not cling to you, Lin Yiren replied, her laughter tinged with exasperation. On a serious note, how were you captured? Yi Tian inquired earnestly. Lin Yiren took a deep breath and explained, I was helping the Full Moon sect uncover the truth. The Bloodblade Camp incident years ago had ties to the Zhao family, so I took the initiative to inquire. Little did I know, after a cup of tea, I lost all awareness. When I regained consciousness, they had stolen my mirror. The mirror. Lin Yiren suddenly recalled that her bronze mirror had indeed been taken by the Zhao family. Ye Tian raised an eyebrow. He hadn't paid attention to the theft of the mirror at the time. Curse that Zhao family, I shall report this to my father and ensure they are punished, Lin Yiren declared furiously. Ye Tian chuckled, punishing the deceased seems rather unnecessary, wouldn't you agree? What do you mean by deceased? Lin Yiren asked, puzzled. Ye Tian responded, the Zhao family has already been eradicated. Good riddance, they dared to kidnap me, they deserved their fate. Wait, who annihilated them? Was it my father? Lin Yiren asked in bewilderment. Not I. Suddenly, Lin Yu entered from outside, stating, the Zhao family offended a senior, who utterly reduced them to ruins. I just investigated and discovered that you were captured by them. Humph, I shall not spare a single remaining Zhao family member. Lin Yiren was astounded. A mysterious powerhouse had intervened to obliterate the Zhao family. How terrifying. What sort of expert possesses such prowess? Father, I wish to inform you about the Bloodblade Camp incident, Lin Yiren began. I am already aware, Lin Yu replied slowly, the annihilation of the Bloodblade Camp was indeed suspicious. The matter is certainly more complex than merely counterfeit elixirs, however. If you wish to accuse your brother, you must present evidence. If you can procure new evidence, I may hold the fifth prince accountable. Lin Yiren fell silent, realizing that so many years had passed. Where could she possibly find new evidence? After Lin Yu departed, Lin Yiren sighed, feeling utterly lost about how to assist. I advise you to relinquish this pursuit. Your father is signaling you to do so, Yi Tian said with a smile. If your father were entirely oblivious to the events of that time, it would be a falsehood. If it truly concerns your brother, do you think he would pursue his own son's accountability? His words rendered Lin Yiren speechless. She was no fool. She understood that her brothers were all exceedingly favored. If the counterfeit elixirs were genuine, her father would merely scold the fifth prince, without any substantial punishment. What if my father? Lin Yiren's heart held a glimmer of hope. There is no what if, for this prince has experienced similar matters before, Yi Tian scoffed. During his time in Dechu, when he was first entrusted with a significant role, he encountered a comparable situation. While quelling a rebellion at the front lines, the supplies sent from the rear had been tainted with sand. At that time, Yi Tian uncovered the evidence, which implicated a crucial figure within the royal family. In the aftermath, the inept emperor did not punish the culprit but instead chastised Yi Tian. Had it not been for Yi Tian's cleverness in devising a solution, the front lines would have undoubtedly faced defeat, and he would have borne the brunt of the blame. Regarding the Bloodblade Camp incident, Yi Tian could easily deduce the circumstances. It was inconceivable that Lin Yu was entirely uninformed. I wish to inquire with my mother about this matter. Come with me to meet her, Lin Yiren proposed. Yi Tian casually remarked, since my arrival in the Great Zhou, I have yet to see your mother. I had presumed she was no longer present. She is in a rather peculiar situation, Lin Yiren replied. My mother suffers from a rare ailment that prevents her from seeing light, hence she must remain in a dark room. Yi Tian was taken aback, pondering the existence of such an unusual affliction. In the royal residence, Prince Lin Jianfeng was engaged in a game of chess with the Holy Maiden of the Water Sect. This was already the 10th match, with both sides having their victories. Prince Lin, your chess skills are quite impressive, the Holy Maiden said lightly. In terms of chess, I cannot completely dominate you. However, in terms of strength, you are no match for me. If we were to fight, you would only have a 30% chance of victory, Lin Jianfeng responded calmly. What do you mean by that, Holy Maiden? The Holy Maiden fixed her gaze upon him, saying, You are not the one who triggers the true dragoness fortune, correct? The Holy Maiden's eyes scrutinized him. All those who trigger special phenomena emit a unique aura that I can perceive. Though you possess a commendable presence, you lack that distinctive quality. Thus, I am certain you are not the one. Lin Jianfeng recognized he could not deceive her and did not deny it. The Holy Maiden shook her head. Since you are not, you are unworthy of me. I shall take my leave. Lin Jianfeng, somewhat irritated, exclaimed, Holy Maiden, do you truly believe I am unworthy of you? Indeed, the Holy Maiden replied calmly. While your talents are commendable, it is evident you are concealing your strength. Yet individuals like you exist in every dynasty, and I have encountered many. I only favor those exceptional prodigies. You are not among them. You will undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future, but not the type I desire. Her words struck Lin Jianfeng deeply. Everything he had taken pride in was rendered utterly insignificant before the Holy Maiden of the sect. As the Holy Maiden hummed a tune while walking, she encountered a man and woman approaching. Hold on, the Holy Maiden suddenly called out, her gaze fixed intently on the man. What is your name? Yi Tian glanced around, confirming she was addressing him, his expression puzzled. I did not call out? Chapter 28. You are the man of this Holy Maiden, the Holy Maiden inquired, her expression frosty. What is your name? It was not a question of whether you had one, Yi Tian replied. I truly have not called out. The Holy Maiden's gaze turned icy. This rascal was deliberately feigning ignorance. I shall not jest with you any longer. My name is Yi Tian. Young lady, do you have any advice to offer? Yi Tian asked with a smile. The Holy Maiden pouted. You possess an aura that I find appealing. Come with me, and be the man of this Holy Maiden. Such an abrupt proposition left Yi Tian feeling rather taken aback. Although this woman was undeniably stunning, of goddess-like beauty, her boldness was excessive. He was not the kind of man to be so casually approached. What do you mean by that? He is my fiancé. I am the princess of the Great Zhou. Do you think I will allow you to steal my man right before my eyes? Have you lost your mind? Lin Yiren exclaimed angrily. The Holy Maiden replied indifferently. Do not think that being the princess of the Great Zhou grants you immunity. Even if you were the emperor of the Great Zhou, I could still take him. Your man will henceforth belong to me. He shall have no ties to you. Such domineering words incensed Lin Yiren greatly. With a sharp exhale, she immediately swung her fist to attack. The Holy Maiden effortlessly evaded, sending Lin Yiren flying with a mere flick of her finger. Furious, Lin Yiren called for her guards, intent on apprehending this woman. Princess, do not act rashly. The chief eunuch appeared, kneeling hurriedly. A princess, please refrain. She is a royal guest, the Holy Maiden of the Water Sect, and is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing the title of Holy Maiden, Lin Yiren's expression shifted dramatically. She was fully aware of the weight those words carried, the entire Great Joe could not afford to offend her. "How shameless of you to attempt to steal my man," Liniran gritted her teeth, clearly unwilling to concede. "And what of it, who decreed that one cannot steal?" The holy maiden chuckled. "I simply delight in this pursuit." "What of it? Wait a moment." Ye Tian interjected, unable to bear the situation any longer. "Holy maiden, did you seek my consent before deciding I would accompany you? Am I merely an object to be taken at whim?" The holy maiden's beautiful eyes turned cold. "If you do not come with me, I shall annihilate the Great Joe." "Then do so. I am not from here anyway," Yi Tian shrugged nonchalantly. "Then I shall destroy your own dynasty," the holy maiden declared with a murderous glint in her eyes. "Then I must thank you for that." "I welcome you to obliterate the Great Chu," Yi Tian replied. "You are quite stubborn, aren't you?" The holy maiden scoffed. Yi Tian replied coolly, "I am not one to be restrained. I yearn for freedom. If you wish to be my woman, you will have to wait your turn. Perhaps one day, when I am in a good mood, I may consent to your request." The holy maiden, upon hearing this, erupted in laughter, for she had never encountered such a bold man. "Very well, I admire your spirit. You are indeed someone of extraordinary fortune. Remember my name?" "Han Bingji." "I cannot remember." Yi Tian shook his head. Han Bingji laughed in exasperation. Had she not been fond of this type, she might have shattered him with a single slap. "I shall return another day and shower you with my affection." With a wicked smile, she turned and departed. "What a lunatic!" Liniran seethed with anger. "Is this what the holy maiden of a sect is like? So brazenly stealing another's fiancé, how utterly shameless!" Yi Tian too found the holy maiden's behavior troubling. To propose becoming his woman upon their first meeting was rather forward. His damned charm was proving impossible to conceal. Before long, Yi Tian followed Liniran to the queen's chamber. The area had been specially fortified, with sunlight barely penetrating. The room was lit only by faint candlelight. "Mother, how are you?" Liniran approached. Yi Tian stood at a distance, observing that he could faintly see a regal woman whose features bore a striking resemblance to Liniran. "Prince Yi, please step forward. I have heard tales of your remarkable talent and the awe-inspiring poem you composed that astonished the world." Yi Tian took a few steps forward as the queen scrutinized him, a smile gracing her lips. "Not bad, quite a handsome young man. You are well matched with Iran. However, I have heard that you intend to break off the engagement?" "What is the reason?" Yi Tian replied calmly. "I do not appreciate being directed by others, especially as I have no emotional ties to the Great Chu. I do not wish to heed their commands." The queen inquired, "If Prince Yi were to leave, where do you plan to go?" Yi Tian responded, "I wish to wander the world and explore what lies beyond." The queen suggested, "Why not establish a home here first? Even if you possess boundless abilities, there is nothing quite like returning home to a wife who prepares your meals." Yi Tian stated, "Affection cannot be forced." The queen nodded slightly. "You are a promising young man, and the small confines of the Great Joe cannot hold a dragon such as yourself. The MOU Academy will serve as a pivotal springboard in your life. I wish to request a favor. Could you please take Iran with you to the MOU Academy?" Yi Tian remarked. "She has not undergone the assessment. By all rights, she should not be permitted entry." Suddenly, the queen produced a token, stating, "The Academy owes me a favor. This will allow Iran to enter. She cannot protect herself alone in a world fraught with danger, and I fear for her safety. I implore you, Prince Yi, to extend your assistance, even if you two are not together. Surely it would not be unreasonable for you to become friends." Yi Tian chuckled inwardly, pondering the possibility that he might not be a good person himself. Was this not sending her into the jaws of a tiger? Very well, I shall ensure her safety. Yi Tian smiled and nodded. After leaving the queen's chamber, Liniran appeared somewhat despondent. She sensed her mother's condition had worsened. She desperately wished to help, yet this rare illness could not be cured by ordinary medicinal pills. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in, exclaiming, "Princess, there has been a grave incident at the spirit vein." What? Liniran's expression changed. The spirit vein was of utmost importance to her, and it must not be compromised. Soon, Liniran arrived at the mine, where she found workers strewn across the ground, many having perished, and a substantial quantity of spirit stones stolen. "Who dares to rob the royal family?" Liniran demanded furiously. The person in charge trembled as he replied, "A group of masked bandits did this. They killed our miners and made off with half of the spirit vein." Liniran was nearly beside herself with rage. These bandits were brazen beyond belief. She vowed to lead a force to eradicate these scoundrels herself. Yi Tian frowned from the side. This matter seemed far more complicated than it appeared. "Wait a moment," Yi Tian halted the impulsive Liniran. No mere bandits would possess such audacity. Soon, Liniran composed herself and began to reconsider. It indeed seemed unlikely that ordinary bandits would act in such a manner. "Who could it be, your princess? We have captured one of the bandits." "Excellent." Liniran's eyes lit up with hope. Quickly, the captured bandit was brought forth. Liniran scolded, "Who is behind your actions? Speak." Chapter 29. The Master's Ambush. The bandit remained silent, only letting out a cold laugh. Suddenly, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Poison had been concealed within his teeth. He had chosen to take his own life. Linirin, furious, kicked the corpse, just like that. He was dead. Hadn't that severed the lead? Princess, princess, someone rushed over, exclaiming, we have discovered the transport convoy. The bandits who stole our spirit stones have split into two groups, heading east and west. Upon hearing this, Linirin's heart jolted. If she had spotted the bandits, there was still a chance to reclaim the spirit stones. I will lead the team east, Prince Yi, you take the west. If you can intercept them, all the spirit stones shall be yours, Linirin urged eagerly. Ye Tian chuckled, realizing that if things were to unfold this way, he would undoubtedly seize this batch of spirit stones. Thus, the two parted ways. Linirin led a group east, while Yi Tian ventured west alone, without any companions. After about half an hour, Yi Tian found himself in a canyon in the west, where he encountered the fleeing bandits. There were over 20 of them, with 8 horse-drawn carts carrying at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Ye Tian swiftly positioned himself to block their path. The mounted bandits immediately drew their blades, shouting, who dares to obstruct our way? Get lost. Yi Tian gazed calmly at them. You dare to steal my spirit stones? Today, even if the heavens descend, you shall meet your end, rodent, you seek death. Several bandits bellowed in anger, brandishing their weapons towards him. Yi Tian's fingers came together, and sword energy coalesced into a length of several dozen yards, sweeping outward. With a thunderous crash, all the bandits were slain by the sword energy. After effortlessly dispatching them, Yi Tian lifted the curtain of a cart only to find it filled with mere stones. What a deception! Yi Tian was momentarily stunned. While he was lost in thought, 2 figures suddenly appeared before him, silent and unannounced. Such a young age, and you have already reached the master realm. Given another decade or so, you may become a figure we would all fear. One of the men spoke indifferently, his gaze as frigid as if he were regarding corpses. Yi Tian scrutinized the two. Their auras were undeniably formidable, emanating a strong sense of oppression. 2 masters? He discerned, recognizing their prowess. No wonder they were so confident. You were deliberately waiting for me, weren't you? Yi Tian replied with a smile. I'm quite curious how you knew I would come from the west, and even arranged for 2 masters to greet me. The man's tone dripped with sarcasm. Feel free to speculate, perhaps there are also 2 masters waiting in the direction the princess has gone. Hearing this, Yi Tian's heart sank. If there were indeed 2 masters in the east, Linirin would be in grave danger. The opponent was merely a 6th-tier warrior, far from a master. Encountering 2 masters would leave her with no chance of survival. He had to rescue her, she could not perish so soon. Stand aside, do not obstruct this prince's path. Yi Tian turned back. The 2 masters, one in front and one behind, blocked his way, their tone devoid of emotion. Want to leave? First, you must surrender your head. Yi Tian retorted coldly, I may acknowledge my handsomeness, but there is no need to take my head back as a trophy, is there? The 2 masters' faces darkened, their thoughts aligning. Is this Yi Tian out of his mind, seeking death? A terrifying aura erupted from the 2, and in an instant, the winds roared, swirling violently. They unleashed their immense energy, charging forward with brute force. Yi Tian smirked, condensing sword energy in his fingertips, then flinging it out violently. A puff, puff. The protective true energy of the 2 masters could not withstand the assault of the sword energy, which pierced through their chests. The 2 masters' expressions turned to sheer horror. They had been instantaneously slain by a single strike. You are not a master. Before they could finish their words, they fell lifeless to the ground. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, glancing at his fingers. He had miscalculated his strength and ended up killing them. You were far too weak. I still had questions to ask, he muttered in exasperation, having expected them to be formidable experts. They had exuded such confidence, yet turned out to be mere mediocre men. Shaking his head, he hurried towards the east. He hoped it was not too late. At that moment, Linirin, accompanied by her subordinates, had already caught up with the fleeing bandits. Halt, return my spirit stones, Linirin shouted furiously. These audacious rogues dared to rob her possessions. Seize them. Without hesitation, Linirin commanded her subordinates to act. The bandits were not weak, most were around the 4th or 5th tier of martial prowess, and their leader was a formidable 8th-tier expert. An 8th-tier expert could easily handle over 100 heavily armored soldiers. However, Linirin's subordinates were elite warriors as well, armed with fire guns. They quickly overwhelmed the bandits, leaving only 3 or 4 alive. Who sent you? Who is the mastermind behind this? Linirin interrogated. Come closer, let me see your sister. One bandit sneered. Linirin's face turned icy as she swiftly pierced his heart with a sword. Who sent you? She fixed her cold gaze on another bandit. That bandit laughed heartily. Such a fierce beauty. I want to have you. Puff. Linirin swiftly ended his life with a sword. Kill them all. She was too enraged to ask further. She knew these men would never divulge the truth. With a few swift strikes, all the bandits were slain. Linirin approached the cart and lifted the cover, only to find it filled with stones. Her expression shifted to one of extreme distress, or had her spirit stones gone? Suddenly, a series of anguished cries echoed. Linirin turned to see that her dozens of subordinates had become cold corpses. They had been slain by a flying sword. The sword hovered silently in midair, blood dripping from its blade. Then, a figure clad in black robes slowly descended from the air, stepping onto the sword's hilt. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, looking down at Lin Iren with an air of superiority. His gaze was devoid of humanity. Chilling to the bone, Lin Iren's expression grew grave. This individual was undoubtedly someone she could not provoke. Who are you, and why do you steal my spirit stones? She demanded. The mysterious figure slowly raised his hand, and in the next moment, the flying sword darted towards her brow. Lin Iren's face changed dramatically as she rolled away just in time, the sword grazing her arm and leaving a bloody mark. Panic surged within her. The one controlling the flying sword possessed unimaginable power. She hurriedly turned to flee. However, under such a master's pursuit, there was no chance for escape. In the blink of an eye, the sword was at her brow, a suffocating aura of death enveloping her. She was doomed. Chapter 30. What are you pretending for? In this critical moment, Lin Iren swiftly crushed the life-saving talisman in her hand. A barrier rapidly manifested before her, intercepting the descending flying sword. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Iren hastily retreated, but merely a breath later, the barrier was torn apart. The mysterious figure expressed a hint of surprise, remarking, "So there are still talismans, albeit their power is insufficient. They can only block a single strike." Upon finishing his words, the mysterious figure flicked his sleeve, unleashing a formidable surge of true energy that directly struck Lin Iren's body. A spurt of blood erupted from her mouth as she collapsed to the ground, her complexion turning pale. Gradually, she lost consciousness. The mysterious figure raised his arm, aiming the flying sword at Lin Iren's head, and it shot forth with deadly intent. Just as it seemed her head was about to be severed, a streak of light darted in at incredible speed, colliding with the sword and sending it flying away. "Who dares to disrupt my affairs?" The mysterious figure's tone was icy. Yetion approached nonchalantly and declared, "This prince has come to rescue the fair maiden." "What? Are you dissatisfied?" The mysterious figure glared at him with malice, scrutinizing him before retorting, "You must be the son-in-law summoned by the great Zhou, a mere leech, daring to speak so arrogantly. Die!" With that, he commanded the flying sword to dart toward Yetion's throat. However, Yetion effortlessly pinched the sword between his fingers, leaving the mysterious figure astounded. "How did this brat manage that?" "It is merely a broken sword. I have no need for it," Yetion replied coolly, snapping the sword in half with a decisive motion. "Here you go." He casually tossed the severed blade back. The mysterious figure raised his hand to defend, but the broken blade pierced through his protective true energy, leaving him horrified as he barely managed to evade the attack, narrowly escaping death. Cold sweat trickled down his back. "What is happening? I nearly fell victim to my own sword. You worthless son-in-law, how can you possess such strength?" The mysterious figure's gaze bore into Yetion. His intelligence reports never indicated this. The young man not only could cultivate but possessed significant power. Yetion said indifferently, "What you have seen is merely what this prince wished to reveal. I never claimed I could not cultivate. All your assumptions are your own." And the mysterious figure let out a derisive laugh. "Flattering you slightly and you become arrogant. Do you truly believe that being able to cultivate places you on equal footing with me?" Boom! The mysterious figure erupted with a terrifying aura. A torrent of energy surged skyward, morphing into a colossal tiger behind him. Yetion had never witnessed such a display before. What kind of technique is this? Rather than fear, curiosity glimmered in Yetion's eyes as he gazed at the spectral tiger. No matter the power, it certainly looks impressive, absolutely magnificent. The mysterious figure smirked coldly. "Before you die, I shall inform you that this is the soul control technique, an 8th-tier martial skill." "A fine treasure indeed. I shall take your martial skill," Yetion responded. Off to the underworld you go, to seek out King Yen." The spectral tiger behind the mysterious figure suddenly let out a deafening roar and lunged forward. Yetion quickly dodged, but to his astonishment, the tiger possessed an inherent pulling force, catching him off guard. With a resounding crash, Yetion was sent flying by a claw strike, followed by a second, then a third, until he was plunged into a deep pit. The mysterious figure sneered, "I grant you a swift death, consider it my mercy." Just as he prepared to turn away, a commotion arose from the pit. The mysterious figure trembled in disbelief and spun around. Yetion emerged slowly from the pit, his clothes in tatters yet without a single scratch. "How is this possible? You're not dead." The mysterious figure was utterly shocked. Yetion grumbled, "Do you have such an affinity for my attire? Look at the mess you've made. You've seen me in all my glory. How could you be unscathed?" The mysterious figure questioned coldly, his mind racing. The tearing strength of his tiger could reach thousands of tons. "No mortal could withstand it. I refuse to believe you are unharmed." The mysterious figure's gaze turned frosty as the spectral tiger reappeared, lunging once more. This time, the tiger bit down on Yetion's waist, viciously tearing at him, intent on devouring him. Yetion let out a couple of exaggerated yelps, feigning pain. However, his cries were too insincere. The mysterious figure's mouth twitched. This brat was clearly toying with him. "Stop your theatrics. What are you pretending for?" "Oh, you caught me," Yetion said, ceasing his cries and speaking calmly. "I thought my acting was quite good." The mysterious figure trembled with rage. From the outset, this young man had been deliberately mocking him. He was furious. "Die!" the mysterious figure roared, releasing powerful shockwaves. "Die!" In the next moment, countless flying swords soared from the ground, hundreds of them raining down upon Yi Tian. Yi Tian did not dare to underestimate the situation, swiftly retreating, but the onslaught of swords closed in, leaving him no chance to evade. "Let us see how you escape this time." The mysterious figure's heart brimmed with malice, yet soon, his smirk faded as the sword suddenly froze in mid-air. The mysterious figure frantically poured out true energy, but regardless of his efforts, the swords remained immobile. Suddenly, the swords began to slowly turn, aiming back at him. The mysterious figure's heart sank. What is happening? Are they turning against their master? As that thought crossed his mind, the swords truly flew toward him. "What have you done to my swords?" he screamed as he hastily attempted to dodge. Yi Tian chuckled, "Who said only you can control flying swords? This Princess Myriad sword chi technique is no trifling matter." In a matter of moments, the mysterious figure was wounded by the swords, dozens of cuts marring his body. Finally, he let out a furious roar, exploding his true energy to shatter the swords, gaining a brief respite. Breathless, the mysterious figure regarded Yi Tian, his earlier disdain completely vanished. "After arriving in the Great Zhou, you've been playing the fool. Haven to you, you're not incapable of cultivation. Rather, you're too powerful." Deliberately concealing your strength, the mysterious figure gritted his teeth, speaking with deep-seated hatred. Yi Tian replied nonchalantly, "I'm not deceiving you, even I am unaware of how strong I truly am. Can you enlighten me on my strength?" These words fell on the mysterious figure's ears like a deliberate provocation. Little did he know, Yi Tian genuinely was uncertain of his own prowess. The mysterious figure's face flushed crimson as he yelled, "Even if your realm surpasses mine, you have no right to humiliate me in this manner. Today, I shall end your worthless life." As he spoke, the mysterious figure swallowed a pill. Moments later, his true energy transformed into a radiant arc, soaring into the sky with a thunderous roar. A tiger even more fearsome than before materialized behind him. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, realizing the man was preparing for a desperate strike that he could not afford to be careless. "A myriad sword chi technique," Yi Tian declared indifferently, as towering sword chi manifested behind him. Chapter 31. So it can fly. A sword aura, as vast as 1,000 zhang, manifested behind Yi Tian, resembling a brilliant sun, dazzling and resplendent. The mysterious figure stood transfixed, overwhelmed by such terrifying sword intent that fear gripped his heart. This attack was insurmountable. A flee. If he did not escape now, death would be his only fate. The mysterious man abandoned his final move and turned to flee. "Want to run?" Yi Tian chuckled lightly. If he allowed this man to escape, it would be akin to finding a tofu to dash against. With a sweep of his arm, countless sword auras surged forth like a tempest, hurtling through the air. Roar! The mysterious figure unleashed the phantom of a fierce tiger behind him, attempting to block the oncoming sword auras. Puff puff! The multitude of sword auras instantly shredded the tiger's illusion to pieces. At that moment, the mysterious man had already fled several hundred miles away. Finally, he had escaped. He sought refuge in a secluded valley, his heart swelling with delight. Once he returned, he would expose Yi Tian's secrets, and surely others would come to eliminate him. "You hide here like a rat, thinking this prince cannot discover you," a dispassionate voice echoed, akin to the Grim Reaper's summons. The mysterious man's heart sank in terror. By the time he raised his head, it was already too late. Countless sword auras violently tore through his body. With a shriek, only a pile of bones remained at the scene. Yi Tian smacked his lips, surprised at the significant enhancement in his strength since cultivating the body dominance technique. He estimated he could now contend with a Grand Master, and he was not far from that land deity either. Suddenly, Yi Tian noticed a ring left on the ground. He picked it up and took a glance, only to find that the stolen spirit stones were concealed within. Additionally, he discovered several commendable martial arts manuals. The soul control technique. This truly exists. Yi Tian's eyes sparkled as he examined the introduction of this technique. The soul control technique, an 8th grade martial art, allows practitioners to manifest their true chi into a beastly spirit form behind them, usable for both offense and defense. However, utilizing this technique exhausts true chi immensely, and excessive use could deplete one's lifespan. This seems not particularly useful, Yi Tian pondered, suddenly feeling that this technique might not suit him. Yet, since he had acquired it, he would practice it when time permitted. Though it might not be beneficial, neglecting to practice would be unwise. Inside the ring, there were other items, some medicinal pills and lower-grade martial arts. What is this? Yi Tian discovered a broken sword in the corner. The sword was only half an arm's length, covered in rust, appearing abandoned for quite some time. He casually swung it, and the nearby stone shattered as easily as tofu. Its sharpness was commendable. With a single strike, it could certainly inflict tetanus on an enemy. Yi Tian chuckled, deciding to make do with it for now. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a windfall. The spirit stones were not to be returned to Lin Aaron, as he intended to keep them for himself. Subsequently, Yi Tian returned to his previous location. He lifted the unconscious Lin Aaron, just as he was about to depart when suddenly two individuals arrived. The sword intent dissipated here. An elder with white hair remarked, "We have arrived a moment too late and missed it." Following that, the elder directed his gaze at Yi Tian and inquired, "Did you happen to see any suspicious individuals?" Yi Tian shook his head. The elder frowned slightly. "We are from the Shenjian sect. It would be wise not to deceive us." Another companion spoke up. "That sword intent was quite similar to what we sensed earlier. That senior must still be nearby, not having left the vicinity of the Great Zhou. Where does this person come from? Could it be that they are targeting our Shenjian sect?" The white-haired elder's expression darkened. If this were indeed the case, the Shenjian sect would need to make preparations. At this moment, Yi Tian was preparing to leave when the elder spoke again. "The woman in your arms is the princess of the Great Zhou, is she not? If you bring her to our Shenjian sect, we have ways to heal her." Yi Tian hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. The Shenjian sect was situated atop Shenjian Mountain, with approximately 3,000 disciples in total. It was Yi Tian's first visit to the sect, and he was filled with curiosity, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, Yi Tian witnessed individuals flying upon their swords, which left him utterly astonished. "So it can fly," Yi Tian murmured to himself. "Indeed, it is possible." The elder who had brought him replied nonchalantly, "Once you grasp the key, you can soar upon your sword." "I too wish to learn," Yi Tian said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If he could master flight, he would be able to truly explore the world. To learn, you must join the sect. However, based on your aptitude, I fear there is little hope for you," the elder mocked with a smile. Yi Tian huffed, dismissing the elder's words. He naturally had ways to acquire the skill. Several hours later, after receiving treatment, Lin Yiren awakened. "I am not dead, I am alive," she exclaimed, relieved to have survived the ordeal. She was even more astonished that the Shenjian sect would come to her aid, as the sect had always been known for its indifference to I and the Great Zhou. Only the crown prince had ties to the Shenjian sect. Why would they take the initiative to help her? Just then, a man of formidable presence entered, asking, "Are you feeling well?" Lin Yiren did not recognize this person but felt as though she had seen him somewhere before. "Princess Lin, this is our sect leader," her companion remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Yiren quickly bowed, for the sect leader's status surpassed even that of the emperor. Even her father would have to pay his respects in deference. "No need for such formality." Xiao Jian waved his hand, saying, "Princess Lin, how is your mother faring these days?" "My mother is as well as usual," Lin Yiren replied, her heart puzzled as to why he would inquire about her mother. "As long as she is well, that is sufficient," Xiao Jian smiled, saying little else before departing. Soon after, Lin Yiren recounted this peculiar encounter to Yi Tian. After listening, Yi Tian's imagination ran wild, casually suggesting, "Could it be that the sect leader had some past with your mother?" "Don't speak nonsense," Lin Yiren exclaimed in shock. "My mother is not that kind of person." Yi Tian smirked. "The sect leader possesses an extraordinary demeanor, and your mother is exceedingly beautiful. It would not be surprising if they had known each other in their youth." "Perhaps I am overthinking it." Lin Yiren fell into contemplation, realizing she had certainly seen that sect leader when she was younger. It left her wondering if her mother truly had some connection with him. "I was just pondering who could have stolen your spirit stones." After some analysis, a thought crossed my mind. "Would you like to hear it?" Yi Tian asked. "Who?" Lin Yiren inquired. Is it my fifth brother or my sixth brother?" Yi Tian shook his head. "It should not be either of those two. I suspect it was your elder brother, the crown prince." "That is impossible," Lin Yiren gasped. "Why would the crown prince steal my spirit stones?" Chapter 32 The Nine Stars Dragon. "What evidence do you possess to substantiate that the crown prince pilfered my belongings?" Lin Yiren inquired. "I have no evidence. I was merely conjecturing," Yi Tian replied nonchalantly. "However, those who lay in ambush for you are all of the Master Realm throughout the entire Great Zhou. I reckon there are but a handful capable of mobilizing such individuals. Moreover, immediately after your mirror was lost, someone attempted to seize the spiritual stones. If it is not the crown prince, it must surely be one of your other brothers." Upon hearing this, Lin Yiren clenched her fists in indignation, her anger palpable. Among her brothers, only the crown prince had treated her with any semblance of kindness. Could it be that such kindness was but fade? Yi Tian continued, "Do not take it to heart. As I have mentioned, it was mere speculation on my part, and I possess no proof. Yet, what if it were indeed one of your other brothers? They could not possibly be responsible." Lin Yiren shook her head vehemently. "My second brother passed away from illness several years ago. My third brother has been studying at the academy and has not returned home in many years. As for my fourth brother, he has been leading troops in the northern seas and has not returned in 5 or 6 years. It certainly cannot be him. Aside from my fifth and sixth brothers, none would covet my spiritual stones. My eldest brother, supported by the Shenjian sect, lacks for nothing and has no need to rob me." Yi Tian chuckled. "As I said, I was merely guessing. You needn't take it so seriously. You." Lin Yiren found herself laughing in irritation, realizing her own mind had not been quick enough. This young man was simply spouting nonsense. Upon returning to the palace, The loss of over 200,000 spiritual stones weighed heavily on her heart. Unbeknownst to her, the stones she had lost were currently in Yi Tian's possession. Meanwhile, back at his residence, Yi Tian began to practice the soul control technique he had acquired. The technique comprises a total of 3 tiers. The first tier involves condensing qi into form, transforming one's own true energy into the shape of a beast. After 3 days of effort, Yi Tian successfully transformed into the form of a colossal python. With the depth of his own true energy, this python could reach a maximum size of 1,000 zhang, capable of swallowing several houses whole in one bite. In total, after 7 days of practice, Yi Tian perfected the soul control technique. Currently, I can manifest the forms of 7 or 8 beasts, each with offensive and defensive capabilities, significantly enhancing my strength. However, the energy consumption is rather excessive. At my current limits, I can only utilize this technique 6 or 7 times a day, and each instance lasts no longer than 15 minutes. Yi Tian felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. It seemed imperative that he hasten his cultivation to bolster his self-defense capabilities. His visit to the Xinjiang sect had made him acutely aware of the long road that lay ahead on the path of martial arts. It also dawned on him that his horizons had yet to be fully broadened, as he remained oblivious to the possibility of flying upon a sword. I should pay a visit to the Star Auction House and procure a martial technique that allows for sword flight. Naturally, Yi Tian yearned for the power to soar through the skies. Upon arriving at the Star Auction House, Yi Tian perused the counter, where numerous techniques were displayed, yet he could not find what he sought. "Prince Yi, it is a pleasure to see you," greeted Qingya, who had met him previously, her smile warm. "I am in search of a technique that enables sword flight," Yi Tian stated. Qingya chuckled lightly. Techniques that allow for sword flight are not sold to the public, and each one commands an exorbitant price, no less than 50,000 spiritual stones. With unwavering confidence, Yi Tian replied, "Spiritual stones are of no concern. This prince has an abundance." He declared, "This time, I shall not flaunt my talents, I will pay in cash." Qingya laughed. With the support of a princess, it is only natural that Prince Yi lacks for spiritual stones. By coincidence, I happen to have a technique that is currently idle, which you may find of interest. However, this technique is somewhat peculiar. In addition to your spiritual stones, I would also require you to compose a poem for me. Yi Tian responded, "Show it to me first. As for poetry, I have an abundance of that. Follow me, Prince Yi." Qingya beckoned, leading him to her private chamber. The room was suffused with delightful fragrances, and after inhaling deeply, Yi Tian felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. After a moment, Qingya presented an ancient, yellowed tome, stating, "This technique is challenging to cultivate and has high requirements, please take a look." Yi Tian glanced at the book, which bore the title 9 Stars Dragon Technique. Upon opening the first page, he found an introduction. The 9 Stars Dragon arises from celestial phenomena. In ancient times, 9 dragons traversed the starry sea, leaving behind 9 paths of ascension. The technique was divided into 9 tiers. The first tier allows for sword flight, covering thousands of miles in a day. The second tier enables one to traverse great distances in the blink of an eye. What of the third tier? Yi Tian continued to flip through the pages, only to find them missing, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. With a hint of exasperation, Qingya explained, "This is an incomplete technique. We stumbled upon it in an ancient tomb. That tomb was plundered by others, but perhaps one day, Prince Yi will be fortunate enough to discover the remaining half." Yi Tian chuckled to himself, incredulous that a broken technique would command such a high price. 2,000 spiritual stones is the maximum I can offer." Agreed, Qingya acquiesced readily. "However, Prince Yi, you still need to compose a poem for me, as I am quite fond of poetry." Realizing he might have overestimated the price, Yi Tian thought perhaps he could have asked for a mere 200 spiritual stones and still received agreement. At that moment, Qingya presented him with ink and brush, urging him to write the poem. Contemplating what to compose, inspiration struck Yi Tian. He picked up the brush and wrote with a flourish. Qingya read the poem, her eyes sparkling. "Clouds envision garments, flowers yearn for beauty." "What exquisite verses," she exclaimed, reading it over several times, her heart profoundly moved. She could almost envision the beauty of the woman being described. No mere beauty could encapsulate her allure. "Prince Yi, I did not expect you to be so adept at charming women. Surely, this poem cannot be about me," she teased, a smile gracing her lips. Yi Tian's mouth twitched. He thought her conceit rather amusing. "The poem is splendid, I shall accept it." Qingya carefully stored the poem away, her gaze toward Yi Tian now tinged with a different light. Yi Tian chuckled inwardly. A mere poem was nothing, he had many more like it up his sleeve. "Farewell," he said as he returned to his residence, eager to master the art of sword flight. After settling into a meditative position, Yi Tian began to study the introduction closely. Suddenly, he noticed a line of fine print. If one cultivates this technique while still a virgin, the full power may be harnessed. Otherwise, only a third of its power will be realized. Damn it! Yi Tian exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. Refund, I demand a refund, this is simply outrageous. Chapter 33, Who would believe in acrophobia? It is truly infuriating. How can this be possible? At this moment, Yi Tian's mental state was on the verge of exploding. The utterly exasperating 9-star dragon ascension technique had such stringent cultivation requirements. Essentially, it meant that if he could not maintain his unsullied integrity, he would only be able to unleash 1/3 of its power. Wasn't he this akin to being a living llama? No wonder Qingye chose to shelter it, refraining from putting it up for auction. If it were sold, it would undoubtedly attract scorn. Yi Tian gazed at this perplexing matter before him, contemplating whether to learn it or not. Never mind, I shall learn it first and decide later. Once I find a substitute, I shall no longer care about such notions of integrity. This prince must pursue women. Gritting his teeth, Yi Tian resolved not to overthink it. He then commenced his cultivation of the first layer. His innate talent for cultivation was undoubtedly extraordinary. Regardless of the difficulty of any technique, he could master it with ease. In less than 3 days, Yi Tian had learned the first layer, sword flight. After approximately 5 more days, he had grasped the second layer, ground shrinkage. Exiting his chamber, Yi Tian flicked his finger, and a broken sword flew out from within his ring. Today marks the day I will soar through the skies on my sword. The world will be open to me. A slight smile curved Yi Tian's lips as he leaped, landing steadily upon the sword's blade. With a thought, the flying sword surged forward with a whoosh. Plop. In no time, Yi Tian plummeted from the heights. His face was a canvas of confusion. What had just transpired? Acrophobia. Yi Tian widened his eyes in disbelief, unwilling to accept that he was afraid of heights, and attempted once more. Yet again, he found himself falling from the sky. How is this possible? After all these years, I never realized I was acrophobic. Yi Tian could not help but laugh at his own predicament. Once the flying sword ascended beyond 10 meters above the ground, he felt a wave of dizziness, an uncontrollable urge to leap downward. Sitting upon the ground, Yi Tian heaved sigh after sigh. How could a person so eager to conquer the world be hindered by such a trivial flaw? No, I must conquer this fear of heights. Soon, Yi Tian made his way to the highest statue in the Great Zhou, standing over 50 meters above the ground. He sat cross-legged atop the statue's head, closed his eyes, and began to relax completely. He must overcome this acrophobia. There is someone on the emperor's statue? One onlooker exclaimed. Who is that person, so audacious as to sit atop the emperor's head? Quick, look, someone is urinating on the emperor's statue. The crowd below quickly turned their gazes upward, and more people gathered. I recognize that person, isn't that the son-in-law summoned by the princess? How dare he sit atop the emperor's head? Has he gone mad? Before long, the city guards arrived, and upon witnessing their prince perched upon the statue, they were at a loss for what to do. Soon after, the Prime Minister's carriage passed by, and upon hearing of the incident, he disembarked to investigate. Prime Minister, it is indeed inappropriate for the prince to sit on the emperor's head. Should we send someone to apprehend him? A guard respectfully inquired. The Prime Minister stroked his beard and replied slowly, I see the prince is in a meditative state, perhaps in search of inspiration. Everyone knows the prince possesses exceptional literary talent. He might be on the verge of composing some earth-shattering lines of poetry, seeking inspiration from the highest point. I believe the emperor would not take offense. Secure this area, I shall report to the emperor. Not long after, the Prime Minister entered the palace and relayed the situation to Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's reaction was calm. Prince He has a free-spirited nature, let him be. If he can indeed compose another great poem, it will only benefit our great Zhou's literary scene. Your Majesty, I bring joyous news. A eunuch hurriedly entered, his face brimming with delight. Your Majesty, just a short while ago, the prince composed another line of poetry. Quickly, recite it for us. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. The eunuch cleared his throat and recited, The perilous tower rises 100 feet. A splendid poem, truly remarkable, especially the latter 2 lines. I could never conceive of them in my lifetime. Lin Yu could not help but burst into laughter. The Prime Minister continued to praise, the line about startling the heavens is simply incredible. How did the prince come up with that? I dare say, he is indeed a literary sage. Lin Yu was overjoyed. Great Zhou must be blind to send such an exceptional son to me. Did the Emperor of Great Zhou have his head kicked by a donkey? Ha! Convey my imperial decree, confer upon Prince Yi the title of Hanlin Scholar and bestow upon him the honorific of the poet Immortal of Great Zhou. Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister immediately interjected, Your Majesty, that would be unwise. The position of Hanlin Scholar is unique, with only 2 appointed. If a third is established, it may cause not at all. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, smiling. I recognize Prince Yi's literary prowess. He merely cannot serve in court due to his status. However, in the realm of literature, Prince Yi is undoubtedly the foremost literary sage. The scholars of Great Zhou should aspire to his poetry, and this year's imperial examinations must feature his works. The Prime Minister ceased to argue, for he too admired Yi Tian's talent. This young man would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. At this moment, Yi Tian stood atop the statue, continuously lamenting. He had attempted to suppress this fear of heights but found it utterly impossible. Thus, he had spontaneously recited a line of poetry in jest at his own expense. However, as he descended from the statue, Yi Tian noticed the people in the streets gazing at him with reverence. Imperial decree: the eunuch, accompanied by a retinue of guards, appeared, prompting the surrounding citizens to kneel and greeting. In a bewildering turn of events, Yi Tian found himself appointed as a Hanlin scholar, even being honored as the poet immortal. Yi Tian was left dumbfounded for a considerable time. Poet immortal, such a grand title. Meanwhile, spies who had been watching Yi Tian quickly relayed the news back to Great Zhou. The Emperor of Great Zhou, upon learning of Yi Tian's appointment as Hanlin scholar, slammed his palm upon the table in frustration. Is the Emperor of Great Zhou a fool, allowing that waste to become a Hanlin scholar? Although he held no real power, he could still enter the inner circles of the imperial court. Has Lin Yu lost his mind? The Emperor of Great Zhou could not fathom why such favor was bestowed upon a useless individual. Your Majesty, Prince Yi is incredibly talented and has composed poetry that will be remembered for ages. What rubbish poetry, let me see it. The Emperor of Great Zhou snorted disdainfully, utterly disbelieving that the waste could produce anything of merit. Afterward, the Emperor read the poem once, then again, repeatedly. Dare not speak loudly. When the Emperor of Great Zhou reached this line, he was struck with profound astonishment. He could almost envision the reverence ordinary mortals held for celestial beings. Such verses could not be penned by our Great Zhou for a millennium. Could it truly have been written by that waste? The Emperor's heart skipped a beat, but soon, he regained his composure. No matter how impressive the poetry, he remained a useless individual incapable of cultivation. In this world, martial prowess reigns supreme. What is he worth? The Emperor of Great Zhou sneered. If he were aware that Yi Tian could effortlessly slay masters, he would surely reconsider his stance. Chapter 34 of the Cave of the Demon King. Just as Yi Tian returned to his residence, Lin Yiren suddenly appeared. Congratulations, Yi Shixian, she exclaimed with a smile. Are you mocking me? Yi Tian replied. How could I dare? I sincerely commend you, Lin Yiren asserted. You are the first to achieve the title of Shixian in our Great Zhou. Your poetic prowess is simply unparalleled. Moreover, His Majesty has appointed you as an honorary Hanlin scholar. Do you understand the significance of being a Hanlin scholar in our Great Zhou? Yi Tian shook his head, clearly unaware. Lin Yiren elaborated. There are only 2 Hanlin scholars in total. Those 2 scholars have been friends of my father for decades and wield considerable authority. Their status is on par with that of the Prime Minister. Although you are merely an honorary appointee without actual power, my father's actions indicate that he considers you one of his own. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. Your father trusts me so much? Does this mean our engagement might be called off? Lin Yiren pouted. So, you wish to break off our engagement just like that? After all this time, do you not have even a shred of affection for this princess? Besides, you bullied me last time. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Yi Tian cleared his throat. That was an accident. I acted to save someone. Do you like me? Lin Yiren boldly inquired, surprising Yi Tian. He shook his head, his heart consumed by hatred, fixated solely on annihilating Dechu. He did not comprehend what it meant to like someone. His feelings for Lin Yiren were akin to those he held for a close friend. Apart from occasional impulses, he found himself lacking significant emotional investment. Lin Yiren's eyes filled with disappointment. She had believed herself to be irresistibly charming, only to discover that in Yi Tian's eyes, she was merely ordinary. Well, if we cannot be together, being friends will suffice. I shall not demand more. With her mood now placated, she continued, for the past few days, I have been investigating the individual who stole my spirit stones, but I have found no leads. I have yet to locate the mirror. Yesterday, my mother's condition unexpectedly worsened, and I need to find a blood vine. The blood vine is located within the Cave of the Demon King, hundreds of miles away. I intend to investigate. Yi Tian was taken aback. The Cave of the Demon King, that sounds perilous. You cannot go alone. Lin Yiren nodded. My father believes my mother cannot be saved and does not want me to go, but I must try. I will accompany you, Yi Tian offered. Lin Yiren's face lit up with joy. She had been waiting for this declaration. I knew you still cared for me, she said with a beaming smile. You think too highly of yourself, Yi Tian retorted with a smirk. His motivation for accompanying her was merely to test his 9-star dragon transformation technique and his soul control technique. The distance of several hundred miles could be covered in a day on a swift steed. However, they soon encountered a wide river that their horses could not leap across, forcing them to abandon their mounts and proceed on foot. As dusk approached, they stumbled upon a merchant caravan on their journey. After some discussion, the caravan agreed to provide them with a ride that evening. They found a secure spot to camp and rest. Sitting by the campfire, Yi was enjoying some meat when the caravan members began to beat drums and dance. "Brother, where are you headed?" a burly man approached, holding a jug of wine and sitting beside Yi. "We're in search of treasure, planning to explore the cave of the Demon King," Yi replied. The man looked surprised. "That place is incredibly dangerous. I've heard tales of ferocious demon beasts. Many who ventured there never returned." "Not to worry, I possess some degree of self-defense," Yi said with a smile. "I'm Guo Chao," the burly man introduced himself. "I encountered this caravan along the way. My horse died from exhaustion. I intend to join the Black Wind stronghold and become a bandit." "Really?" Yi remarked, astonished. "Is being a bandit a lucrative profession?" Guo Chao chuckled. "You might find it amusing, but my wife was unfaithful with another man. In a fit of rage, I killed his entire family and now I'm being hunted, so I must find a means of survival. The Black Wind stronghold has a decent reputation, and I hope to make a living there. Would you care to join me? Once we reach the mountain, women and fine wine will be abundant." "Thank you, but I will pass," Yi replied. Lin Yiren approached, her voice cool. "We lack for nothing and certainly will not resort to banditry." Guo Chao chuckled. "I mistook you for siblings. It seems you are family. My apologies for the intrusion." He stood and departed. Yi grinned at Lin Yiren. "Princess, I find the idea of being a bandit rather appealing. I might just consider it." "Are you joking? With your talents, you could thrive anywhere," Lin Yiren laughed. "Once you join the MOU Academy, I fear the senior sisters will be utterly captivated by you." Yi chuckled. Indeed, who could argue with that? As dawn broke, Yi and Lin Yiren set out once more. This time, they successfully located the cave of the Demon King. Standing at the entrance, they felt a chilling breeze waft towards them. Lin Yiren's expression turned grave as she spoke. Inside, the paths twist and turn, and it is said that the depths reach several thousand meters, leading to an unknown, dark underworld. "We must follow the map and not wander aimlessly. If we lose our way inside, we may never escape." With that, Lin Yiren produced the map, ignited a torch, and began to lead the way. For the first few hours, their journey progressed smoothly. With their destination now only a short distance away, however, danger soon struck. A bat the size of a wild boar suddenly attacked, sinking its fangs into Lin Yiren's arm. Yi quickly intervened, shattering the bat with a single punch. Lin Yiren grimaced in pain, clutching her arm as the poison swiftly spread to her neck. She hastily swallowed an antidote, which alleviated the toxin. This bat possessed strength equivalent to that of a 6th-tier martial artist, truly terrifying. "We cannot linger here, it is too dangerous," Lin Yiren said, her face serious. Yi nodded slightly. "Our goal is close. We shall retrieve what we seek and return." After a brief rest, they pressed onward. Suddenly, a horrific growl reverberated through the cavern. The sound was so chilling that their hair stood on end, and their skin prickled, akin to a ghostly wail in their ears. Lin Yiren was so frightened that she could not move. Yi furrowed his brow. What monstrous creature emitted such a fearsome sound? Even he felt a chill run down his spine. Abruptly, the cave began to tremble. Moments later, a creature with a lion's body and a human face burst forth from the darkness. Lin Yiren gasped in horror. "It's the ghost-faced Lion King, equivalent to a Grandmaster-level human warrior." "We're doomed." Yi gathered his focus, channeling his sword energy in preparation for battle. To their astonishment, the ghost-faced Lion King ignored them entirely, instead leaping aside in a panic, fleeing with a fearful glance over its shoulder, as if evading a terrifying presence. Yi gaze remained fixed on the dark cavern. What kind of monster could instill such terror in a Grandmaster-level demon beast? Chapter 35. An unexpected harvest. Before long, the terrifying howls grew ever closer. In the darkened cavern, a shadow flickered, exuding an unsettling aura. Lin Yiren's heart raced, her anxiety causing her to instinctively grasp Yi arm. Yi gaze was grave, his internal energy swirling tumultuously. The creature that was about to emerge was undoubtedly a fearsome entity, one he might struggle to contend with himself. Suddenly, a swirl of black smoke coalesced, revealing the true form of the monster. Both Yi and Lin Yiren were momentarily stunned. The creature had indeed materialized, yet it was vastly different from their expectations. The beast was no larger than a small dog, its appearance not fierce but rather endearingly naïve and charming. Is this it? The contrast was staggering. Yetion was dumbfounded. Could this be the source of the terrifying cries? Your Highness, I must be seeing things, this is far too adorable, Lin Erin exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she immediately scooped up the little creature. Yetion scrutinized it closely, noting its lion-like exterior, yet adorned with horns. A dragon, a qilin, or perhaps a qiangqi. He could not ascertain what this being truly was. What are you staring at? Have I captivated you? Suddenly, the little creature spoke, startling Lin Erin into a scream, causing her to toss it away in fright. Yetion, too, unleashed a wave of sword energy in response, prompting the creature to yelp, Don't hit, don't hit. It hurts. What manner of creature are you? Speak quickly, or I shall slay you. Yetion's eyes gleamed with menace, his sword energy emanating a chilling aura. I am no mere monster, I am a divine beast. The little creature declared, puffing out its chest in pride. You two humble humans, take heed, I am a divine beast. Do you understand? A divine beast? I've never heard of such a thing. It must taste delicious when roasted, Yetion replied nonchalantly. Dare you speak of eating a divine beast? The creature was instantly horrified, its short legs scurrying in a frenzy, yet, Yetion seized it by the scruff of its neck, lifting it effortlessly. Its tiny paws flailed helplessly in the air like oars. Release me, let go of this esteemed one. It protested, only to spew flames from its mouth. Yetion swiftly pinched its mouth shut, narrowly avoiding being singed. How amusing, Yetion mused, a smile breaking on his face. This little thing's strength seemed rather modest, comparable to a human of the 4th or 5th rank at most. Yet, how had it frightened away that formidable master-level beast? From now on, you shall be called Little White. Submit to me and become my companion. Any objections? Yetion inquired coolly. Objections? The creature retorted. I am a divine beast. How dare you suggest I become your toy? Slap. Yetion delivered a swift smack, and the creature promptly fell silent. Little White, do you know where the blood vine is? Yetion asked, reluctantly. Little White replied, the blood vine is still inside, that is my sleeping nest. What do you intend to do? Bring me the blood vine, we have use for it, Yetion commanded. From now on, you shall accompany me wherever I go. I, a divine beast, shall surely starve alongside you, unless there are beautiful maidens involved. Little White's eyes gleamed with interest. Yetion was taken aback, realizing this creature had a rather lascivious side. He smacked it again, prompting a quiet compliance as it turned to lead them to its lair. Before long, they arrived in a modest cavern, the air thick with a rich scent. Yetion surveyed the surroundings, soon spotting a vast spiritual spring. A spiritual spring, Yetion gasped in astonishment. A single drop of spiritual liquid could last an extended period, even facilitating breakthroughs. Yet here lay a pool filled with pure spiritual liquid. How much spiritual liquid is this? Lin Erin was utterly astounded. A drop of spiritual liquid was equivalent to dozens of spiritual stones. This immense spring would dwarf even numerous spiritual veins. What is so precious about this? Little White scoffed, then lifted its hind leg to urinate into the pool. Yetion and Lin Erin's shock, the liquid it produced was, in fact, spiritual liquid. A creature capable of generating spiritual liquid, such news would send the entire Tianwu continent into a frenzy. Lin Erin sat dumbfounded on the ground. The implications of a divine beast that could produce spiritual liquid were beyond her comprehension. If the sex learned of this, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Now you see how impressive I am, unknowledgeable human. Little White stood proudly, its front paws crossed like a human S, baring its teeth in a smug expression. Yetion's gaze was fixated on the pool of spiritual liquid. He was determined to claim it, regardless of whether for personal use or other purposes. This treasure was invaluable. To think that in his search for a blood vine, he would stumble upon such a bountiful prize. With a casual wave of his hand, he attempted to store the spiritual liquid in his ring. Yetion soon realized the liquid did not enter the ring. It dawned on him that liquids could not be stored directly. They required a container. You have no bottles, and thus cannot take anything away, Little White cackled, baring its teeth in amusement. Do not rejoice too soon. Yetion waved his hand again, and dozens of large jars materialized. Little White's expression froze in disbelief. Who carries so many empty jars? These jars were intended for Yetion's herbal storage, as he was also an alchemist. Once the spiritual liquid was secured, Yetion's heart soared with joy. From this day forth, he would possess an inexhaustible supply of spiritual liquid, especially with a divine beast capable of producing it by his side. Meanwhile, Lin Erin had procured the blood vine. This vine was highly toxic. A mere taste could render an ordinary person unconscious and stop their heart, yet it also possessed the ability to neutralize other poisons. Would it be sufficient to save Lin Erin's mother? As they exited the Demon King's cavern, they were met with a torrential storm. Yetion had intended to wait for the rain to cease before departing. Suddenly, blood-curdling screams echoed through the air. Then, several corpses were flung from the distance, crashing heavily at their feet. Yetion focused, recognizing these bodies as those from the merchant caravan they had encountered not long ago. The corpses were torn asunder, as if mauled by some monstrous teeth. At that moment, a heavy breathing could be heard, and Yetion felt the temperature around them plummet. Looking up, he beheld a snow-white beast advancing toward them, exuding an intensely frigid aura that froze the very raindrops in midair. "It's an ice snow ape, we're in serious trouble," Lin Yiren gasped, her breath catching. This beast could freeze an entire city, truly terrifying. Chapter 36 The Black Celestial Hound. Prince Yi, what shall we do next? Should we fight or flee? Lin Yiren's gaze was fixed on Yi Tian, seeking his counsel. With a casual flick of his hand, a broken sword materialized in Yi Tian's grasp as he spoke calmly, "Let us fight. Otherwise, if this creature accompanies us back, the imperial city will be in grave peril." Upon his utterance, Lin Yiren drew forth her long sword, and the two readied themselves for combat. The icy snow ape's eyes glinted with a chilling coldness, and from within its being surged a wave of frigid air, coalescing into a tempest that surged toward them. Yi Tian cleaved through the storm with his blade, striking the snow ape's back with a resounding thud, yet the outer layer of ice absorbed the blow. One could not deny the creature's formidable defense. As Yi Tian continued to strike, his arms began to tingle from the impact. In the midst of their battle, Yi Tian suddenly noticed the divine beast, Xiaobai, attempting to sneak away. He swiftly unleashed a blade of energy, causing Xiaobai to grimace in pain. "Are you attempting to ambush me?" "I merely wished to distance myself, not to flee." Such words might deceive a child, but Yi Tian remained unconvinced. In an instant, an overwhelming chill enveloped Yi Tian, and dozens of ice spikes launched toward him from the air. Sensing the danger, Yi Tian unleashed his robust energy, summoning a majestic lioness phantom behind him. With a mighty roar, the lion lunged forward, shattering the ice spikes with a single swipe. Subsequently, Yi Tian channeled all his strength into a sword strike, severing one of the snow ape's arms. The pain incited a furious wrath within the snow ape, which stomped its foot upon the ground. In the next moment, the blizzard transformed into a whirlwind, hurtling toward them. 10,000 sword chi technique. Yi Tian bellowed, summoning a dense barrage of sword energy behind him, rising like a vast ocean to a height of several hundred feet. Then, the myriad sword energies surged forth, colliding with the icy tempest. The two forces clashed with a violent explosion that reverberated throughout the mountains. When the dust settled, a significant portion of the mountain lay encased in ice. Yi Tian emerged from the snowdrift, gazing upward to find the once lush forest had transformed into a snowy expanse. The snow ape lay decapitated, its form now a frozen sculpture. "Save me, quickly rescue the divine beast," Xiaobai shouted, buried beneath the snow, flailing its little paws. Yi Tian grasped its tail and flung it aside. "Ouch, I'm freezing to death," Xiaobai shivered uncontrollably, its eyes filled with indignation. "Are you all unscathed?" Lin Yiren rushed back from the mountainside, having been blown a considerable distance by the explosive shockwave. "I have matters to attend to, it's freezing, I require a warm embrace." Xiaobai fixated its gaze on Lin Yiren, leaping toward her. Yi Tian swatted Xiaobai away, declaring, "Cease your prattling. Do not presume I am oblivious to your thoughts, you lecherous creature. Lead the way down the mountain, swiftly." "I shall remember this, we shall see," Xiaobai grumbled, reluctantly guiding them downward. Several hours later, the two finally emerged from the forest. Just as they were preparing to return to the imperial city, a group of horsemen appeared ahead. "Halt, there are people ahead." The leader, a one-eyed man, scrutinized Yi Tian before turning to Lin Yiren. "Slay the man and capture the woman to serve as our chieftain's wife." "You're the dog. You're the one who is a dog," Xiaobai snarled in fury. "If this dog can speak, let us take it back and roast it." The one-eyed man laughed heartily, yet, in the next moment, his laughter was silenced as a broken sword descended, severing his head. His band of ruffians, witnessing this, reached for their weapons in retaliation, but the broken sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing through their chests. Lin Yiren was utterly astonished. Yi Tian's control over the flying sword was nothing short of terrifying. What power does this Prince Yi possess? She pondered. Not only does he compose exquisite poetry, but his prowess is equally formidable. "Truly, the Great Chu is blind," she remarked. Yi Tian replied nonchalantly, "Do not speak of the Great Chu, to call them swine is to flatter them." The two mounted the stolen horses and began their journey homeward. As they rode, Yi Tian sensed something amiss. "This path does not seem to align with the one we took upon arrival." Lin Yiren produced a map, glancing at it before stating, "This area is not marked on the map. I have no idea where we are." Yi Tian scanned their surroundings and pointed ahead. "There lies a small path. Let us investigate." "Will that lead us out?" "I cannot say. I've never been here before," Yi Tian responded. "You're just guessing, aren't you?" Lin Yiren retorted, somewhat irked. "What else can I do? Sometimes luck is a form of strength," Yi Tian asserted as he spurred his horse forward. Remarkably, fortune smiled upon him, for a village soon appeared before them. With a village, they could surely find their way back. Yi Tian's heart soared with hope, only to be doused by a wave of despair upon entering the village. It was evident that this place had been abandoned for a considerable time, devoid of life. Furthermore, a graveyard loomed at the rear, housing at least 100 tombs. Lin Yiren, gripped by fear, clutched Yi Tian's arm. "The atmosphere here is eerie. Something is amiss. We should leave promptly." Yi Tian nodded, sharing her discomfort with the oppressive air. Suddenly, a flock of crows flew overhead, followed by a massive shadow descending from the mountaintop, crashing onto the roof of a nearby building. This creature was a monstrous entity, measuring dozens of meters in length, with a greenish visage, sharp fangs, a canine head, and a human body, its back adorned with a pair of pitch-black wings. Upon closer inspection, each feather was composed of blood-red crows, a ghastly sight to its over. "You've encountered a formidable demon," Xiaobai exclaimed in terror. "You're leading me to my doom." "That is a black celestial hound, capable of devouring the moon." Lin Yiren's face turned pale. She had thought the black celestial hound was merely a legend, yet here it was in reality. According to tales from millennia past, the black celestial hound had devoured an entire empire in a single bite, claiming the lives of hundreds of thousands. On that day, the moon was bathed in blood-red hues, and an aura of terror and despair engulfed the entire Tianwu continent. Yi Tian's expression darkened. If this was indeed the black celestial hound, they stood no chance against it. Was this to be the end of his life today? Suddenly, the creature emanated a blackish-red aura that enveloped the sky. In an instant, the world before them was shrouded in darkness. Lin Yiren, unable to withstand the corrosive essence, coughed up blood, her skin beginning to rot, rendering her unconscious. Xiaobai, shrieking in panic, sought refuge in a mound of dirt. Yi Tian stood frozen, unable to move, as the overwhelming aura pressed down upon him. His muscles visibly began to dissolve, exposing his skeletal form. In a moment of sheer desperation, Yi Tian felt himself on the brink of becoming a mere pool of blood. Suddenly, a dragoness roar resonated from within him. Chapter 37. Witnessing death and not acting as the sound of the dragon's roar reverberated, the corroded muscles on his body instantaneously reverted to their original state. A mysterious aura visibly coursed along the surface of his body, dispelling the dark energy surrounding him. While Yi Tian secretly reveled in this moment, another dragon's roar echoed from within him. The resonant roar traversed the mountains, causing the cold gaze of the black celestial dog to shift to one of disbelief. In an instant, the black celestial dog was hurled away by the shockwave, unable to suppress a howl that escaped its mouth. Yi Tian laughed heartily, proclaiming, "You wretched beast, this prince is shielded by the true dragon's fortune. You cannot harm me." Suddenly, he summoned an abundance of true energy within him, stepping forward and unleashing a fierce sword aura. With a resounding clang, the sword aura struck the black celestial dog, producing a metallic clash as the creature was forced back. Just as the black celestial dog prepared to retaliate, another dragon's roar erupted from Yi Tian. The formidable presence of the dragon's might caused the black celestial dog to tremble, losing control as it plummeted from the sky. Observing this, Yi Tian rushed forward, unleashing countless sword auras upon the foe. Enraged, the black celestial dog flapped its wings and swiftly turned to flee. As it retreated, the darkness that had enveloped the area dissipated entirely. Yi Tian wiped the sheen of sweat from his forehead, grateful for the extraordinary fortune that shielded him. Otherwise, he would have met his demise today. The strength of that black celestial dog was unimaginable, likely on par with a terrestrial deity, truly formidable. At this moment, Xiaobai stared intently at Yi Tian, circling him several times as if observing a rare creature. "You possess a special fortune tied to the dragon's might. This is the first time I have encountered someone like you," it remarked. Yi Tian snorted dismissively, kicking Xiaobai aside before hastening to check on Lin Yiren's injuries. Lin Yiren was gravely injured, her true energy in disarray and her breathing faint. "She is dying. We should find a place to bury her," Xiaobai suggested, baring its teeth. Yi Tian replied calmly, "She cannot die yet." He then produced a medicinal pill and administered it to her. After consuming the pill, Lin Yiren's condition began to improve gradually. Yi Tian cradled her in his arms, searching for a way down the mountain. "That black celestial dog seems to still be watching us. How frightening," Xiaobai remarked, scurrying close to Yi Tian, its short legs flailing as if to avoid being left behind and devoured by the black celestial dog. Yi Tian reassured, "That creature dares not approach us for now. We are quite safe. The true dragon's aura within me completely restrains it. Even if it had 100 lives, it would not dare engage me again." After a day and night of travel, they finally emerged from the mountain range and returned to the imperial capital. Upon their return, Yi Tian brought Lin Yiren to his estate, ensuring that the maidservants tended to her with utmost care. It was not until the following day that Lin Yiren finally awoke. "Where is Prince Yi? Where is he?" Lin Yiren inquired anxiously upon regaining consciousness. "I am here, I am unharmed," Yi Tian said, entering the room with a smile. "You were unconscious for a day and a night. How do you feel now?" "We are still alive?" Lin Yiren found it hard to believe, recalling vividly the terror of the black celestial dog before her fainting. Yi Tian chose not to elaborate on the events that transpired, stating, "Your true energy is still somewhat unstable. You should rest for a couple more days." "No, I have no time. I must take the blood vine to save my mother." Lin Yiren insisted, rising from the bed, only to suddenly feel weak and fall to the side. Yi Tian, swift of hand, caught her, saying, "It's best you rest. I will accompany you." "Thank you," Lin Yiren replied, her eyes filled with gratitude as she linked her arms with Yi Tian's. Yi Tian cast a sidelong glance, pondering how these two, typically so unassuming, had revealed such depths. An hour later, the two arrived at the palace. Outside the door, the guards stood watch. When Lin Yiren attempted to enter, she was barred entry. Without a decree from His Majesty, no one may enter, not even you, princess. Lin Yiren retorted, I possess something that can save my mother. Let me in at once. The guard shook his head in refusal. Stand aside, no one is to obstruct me today. Lin Yiren declared, attempting to force her way inside, prompting the guards to draw their swords in defense. At that moment, Lin Yu appeared, inquiring, Yiren, what are you doing? We pay our respects to your majesty. The guards knelt. Father, I have found the blood vine, it can save mother. Lin Yiren exclaimed urgently. It is too late, Lin Yu replied coolly. Yesterday, your mother succumbed to her illness. At these words, Lin Yiren's mind went blank, her body swaying unsteadily. Had she truly arrived too late? Mother, she cried out in anguish, rushing into the room. Inside, a coffin lay prepared, her mother resting silently within. Lin Yiren knelt, tears streaming uncontrollably, her heart aching profoundly. Mother, please wake up, she called out repeatedly, her cries heart-wrenching. Yi Tian stood by silently, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. In truth, she was not entirely gone yet. Suddenly, Xiaobai ambled over, stating, What do you mean? Yi Tian interjected, What are you implying? Xiaobai leaped onto the coffin, revealing its teeth, I mean, your mother is not completely dead yet. But if you continue to weep for another 5 minutes, even the gods won't be able to save her. Lin Yiren immediately ceased her sobbing, her voice trembling as she asked, What do you mean? Is there still hope for my mother? Am I lying to you? Xiaobai huffed. Your mother still has a faint pulse. If someone can infuse her with potent true energy, it could protect her vital essence. Then, your blood vine can save her life. Upon hearing this, Lin Yiren's face lit up with hope. She dashed out of the room, shouting, Father, mother can be saved, she can be saved. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Yu retorted, believing his daughter was lost in her grief. It is true, father. I am not deceiving you. If we can provide her with robust true energy, we can protect her vital essence. Father, please summon the national master to assist. Lin Yiren pleaded desperately. Lin Yu's gaze was filled with skepticism. If the physician had declared her beyond saving, could there truly be hope? Yiren, you should rest. I will manage your mother's affairs, he sighed. Lin Yiren, tears streaming down her face, insisted, Father, I speak the truth. Please call someone quickly, it may be too late. Sister, what are you doing? Prince Lin Jianfeng entered, saying, Our mother passed away yesterday, we must accept this reality. That is not the case, brother, there is still hope. Mother can be saved, please, help, infuse your true energy into her. Lin Yiren pleaded fervently. However, Lin Jianfeng stood motionless, showing no intention of assisting. Father, I beg you. Lin Yiren choked on her words, dropping to her knees. Yiren, accept the reality, Lin Yu sighed. In that moment, Lin Yiren's eyes turned crimson. She could not fathom that her father and brother did not believe her. Was it disbelief, or a reluctance to help, or perhaps, they simply did not wish to save her at all? Chapter 38 Astonishing Secrets. Why do you choose to stand idly by in the face of death? Would it not be worth it to grant our mother even one chance? Lin Yiren's gaze was brimming with resentment. She was utterly perplexed and unable to comprehend why both her father and elder brother refused to believe her. Lin Yu replied coolly, Yiren, you are exhausted, your mind is clouded, and you do not grasp the absurdity of your words. Someone, take the princess away to rest. Stop, let anyone dare to lay a finger on me. Lin Yiren seethed with fury. Father, it matters not if you do not believe me, but why does elder brother also doubt me? If only you would lend your energy to our mother, she could be saved, why do you refuse? Utter nonsense, Lin Jianfeng replied calmly. The imperial physician declared yesterday that the empress has already passed away. What more do you wish to babble about? Moreover, I am to depart for the MOU Academy in 2 days. If I were to channel my energy, it would cause a decline in my cultivation, possibly taking months to recover. The fate of the great Zhou dynasty rests solely on my shoulders. Do you expect me to gamble the entire realm? Lin Yiren trembled with rage, and in that moment, she finally understood the terrifying nature of the royal family. She had once believed her father and elder brother to be loving, yet for their own interests, they were willing to let her mother perish. Her heart was now filled with animosity. Meanwhile, in the room, Yi Tian listened intently to their conversation. It appeared that royalty, regardless of location, was devoid of emotion. He scoffed, Do not speak of royalty, your pitiful humanity is quite similar in nature. Xiaobai disdainfully remarked, I have witnessed the storms of life. Even biological fathers can turn against their own for a mere treasure, willing to kill their own children without hesitation. However, I still suggest you make an effort to save her. Me? You want me to intervene? Yi Tian glanced at the Empress's lifeless form. Xiaobai explained, I can see that your internal energy is abundant. Channeling it would have no adverse effects, moreover, it would be beneficial for you. What benefits? Yi Tian inquired. Xiaobai leapt down from the coffin and perched on Yi Tian's shoulder, grinning, your physical constitution is mediocre. Although you have practiced body refining techniques, their level is too low. You currently resemble an inflated balloon, filled with air. If luck is not on your side, you could very well burst. If you disperse some of your internal energy and seek an opportunity to cultivate a stronger body refining technique, you could stabilize your energy completely. Yi Tian's gaze flickered. He was aware of his own situation. The rewards from the system had not yet been fully absorbed, all due to the inadequacy of his physical strength. The previous body refinement technique had merely been a temporary measure. Even though he had reached its peak, its limitations were evident. At this moment, he was perpetually absorbing the rewards, and his internal energy was on the verge of overwhelming him. With a gentle exhale, Yi Tian approached the coffin, grasped the Empress's hand, and began to channel his internal energy into her. As his energy flowed in, the Empress's pallid complexion began to regain some color. Now, take the blood vine, crush it, and have her consume it, Xiaobai instructed. Yi Tian swiftly obtained the blood vine, crushed it into powder, and placed it in the Empress's mouth. Gradually, she began to exhibit faint signs of breath, and the dark bruises on her arms began to fade. The Empress opened her eyes. I am not dead, she murmured. You saved me? Her gaze fell upon Yi Tian. Yi Tian nodded slightly. It was Iren who found the blood vine, and I merely assisted a little. Gratitude filled the Empress's eyes. She understood the perilous nature of the situation. Thank you, Prince Yi, I knew I had not misjudged you. She rose and walked directly towards the door outside. Lin Yiren remained kneeling on the ground, sobbing and pleading with her father to summon help. Lin Yu and the Crown Prince showed no inclination to assist. Sister, cease this nonsense. Now is not the time for your tantrums, Lin Jianfeng admonished. If you refuse to save our mother, I shall remain here on my knees. Lin Yiren cried, her voice trembling. Father, would it be so difficult to at least try? Lin Yu replied calmly, your mother has suffered for many years. Let her rest in peace and cease this folly. I shall ensure she receives the highest honors and burial. In that instant, Lin Yiren felt her strength drain away, her face devoid of color. Your Majesty, a cold voice suddenly echoed through the room. Lin Yu looked up in disbelief at the Empress who had emerged. Mother, you, Lin Jianfeng was equally astonished. Your Majesty, I was merely in a state of false death. Fortunately, Prince Yi intervened to save me. Wonderful. Wonderful. Lin Yu's face broke into a wide smile. Prince Yi has achieved a great feat, I did not misjudge him. Your Majesty, I have recently uncovered the identity of the one who poisoned me. I hope you can take action on my behalf. Speak quickly, who is it? Lin Yu's eyes turned icy. After all these years, he had failed to uncover the one who harmed the Empress, and now an opportunity for revenge had finally arisen. Whoever it was would pay the price. Your Majesty, it was the Xinjiang sect that administered the poison. The Empress's revelation stunned Lin Yu into silence. Mother, do not speak recklessly, Lin Jianfeng interjected, furrowing his brow. The Xinjiang sect had taken him as a disciple, providing him resources for cultivation, treating him like family. How could the Xinjiang sect possibly harm their own empress? Lin Yu understood that this matter could not be taken lightly. The Xinjiang sect was not an entity they could afford to offend. I will investigate this thoroughly. Yiren, take your mother to rest, we shall discuss this further another day. With that, Lin Yu turned to leave. Mother, is it truly the Xinjiang sect? Lin Yiren pressed. Come to my chamber to speak, the Empress instructed, leading Yi Tian and Lin Yiren into a room, closing all the windows. It was not the Xinjiang sect. I spoke thus intentionally, the Empress began. Lin Yiren's expression turned to one of shock. The Empress continued, there are no outsiders here, I shall reveal the truth of the past to both of you. The one who poisoned me was your father. What? Yi Tian was taken aback. Lin Yu had poisoned his own wife, was this true? Mother, is this really the case? Why? Lin Yiren's mind spun, struggling to accept this revelation. The Empress's eyes glinted with icy resolve and a hint of malice as she spoke. Have you two ever heard of the Great Zhou's foremost alchemist, Xian Kong? Lin Yiren gasped, is he the 6th grade Dan Wang? Once the greatest alchemist of the Great Zhou, he held immense power. Indeed, the apothecary Xian Kong is none other than I, the Empress revealed slowly. Chapter 39. The 7th rank pilled mother. Could it be that you are the renowned pill king Xian Kong? Lin Yiren's face instantly contorted with profound astonishment as she grappled with the reality before her. In the annals of history, Xian Kong had once been the most formidable alchemist in the Great Zhou, commanding an undeniable influence and surrounded by numerous followers. During that tumultuous era, fraught with both internal strife and external threats, it was the Pill King who intervened, leveraging his immense sway to restore stability to the Great Zhou. Yet, not long after, Xian Kong faded from the public eye, disappearing without a trace. Lin Yiren could scarcely fathom that this elusive figure was none other than her own mother. Mother, if you are indeed the Pill King, then why have you fallen to such a state? Lin Yiren's heart brimmed with confusion. Why did father resort to poisoning you? The Empress replied with an air of detachment, my influence was too formidable, posing a threat to his position. My misplaced trust in him blinded me to the fact that he was poisoning my meals daily. It was only when I lost all my cultivation and succumbed to this strange affliction that I found myself trapped in this room. Upon hearing this, Lin Yiren's eyes blazed with indignation. Until now, her father had occupied a cherished place in her heart, having showered her with affection throughout her life. She had never imagined he could harbor such a dark side. Meanwhile, Yi Tian, with a bemused expression, continued to observe the unfolding drama, astonished to learn that the Empress was a 6th-rank Pill King. Moreover, the stability of the Great Zhou royal family was merely a facade. Mother, what are your plans moving forward? Lin Yiren's gaze was laced with concern. The Empress turned her attention to Yi Tian, stating, Prince Yi, when do you intend to depart for the MOU Academy? In the next few days, I can leave at any moment, Yi Tian replied. The Empress cautioned, you two are in considerable danger here. It is advisable to hasten your journey to the MOU Academy. Once there, the Great Zhou will think twice before acting against you. Mother, what do you mean by that? Lin Yiren's expression was one of disbelief. Who in the Great Zhou would dare to bully us? Your father, the Empress replied calmly. Should he learn of this, in order to suppress the scandal, he might. Lin Yiren inhaled sharply, grappling with the unsettling realization that her father might indeed be capable of such treachery. To protect the secret, would he resort to her murder? Yi Tian smirked, we need not overly concern ourselves with our safety, I possess a certain degree of self-preservation skills. The Empress offered a faint smile, I have faith in Prince Ye's abilities. My daughter will be safe in your company. Mother, why do you place such trust in him? Lin Yiren was perplexed. Yiren, I have experienced much in my life, I can discern the reliability of individuals at a glance. The Empress sighed, alas, I am powerless now. Had I retained my strength, as a 6th-rank alchemist, not even your father would have dared to harm a single hair on my head. Lin Yiren immediately interjected, Mother, is there any chance for you to recover? It is highly unlikely, the Empress shook her head. I have tried countless remedies over the years, yet none have proven effective. The poison has blocked my meridians, rendering my qi incapable of flowing. Without qi, I cannot refine pills. Then what must be done to cure your ailment? Lin Yiren pressed. At the very least, a 7th-rank pill is required, the Empress stated. 7th rank? Lin Yiren's complexion paled. Such a treasure was scarcely found within the entire royal family of the Great Zhou. As for a 7th-rank alchemist, they were even more elusive, typically residing in sects rather than mingling with the affairs of a mere dynasty. However, the Empress appeared contemplative as she continued, through years of investigation, I have heard whispers that when the late emperor was buried, he interred a highly significant item rumored to be a 7th-rank pill. Yet, the royal tomb is heavily guarded, rife with countless traps and restrictions. To steal it would be akin to climbing the heavens. Lin Yiren took a deep breath, resolute. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, I shall endeavor to pursue it. You would be courting death, the Empress shook her head in disapproval. I strongly advise you both to proceed directly to the MOU Academy. My situation pales in comparison to yours. If you leave under the cover of night, coupled with my plea, your father should be less inclined to act ruthlessly. Perhaps not, Yi Tian chuckled. From what I gathered earlier, it seems the Emperor has no intention of allowing you to live. I suspect they are currently deliberating on how best to deal with you. As long as you are alive, the poisoning will be exposed, creating a considerable scandal. Only in death can the secret be preserved. The Empress fell silent, the flicker of hope within her dimming with Yi Tian's words. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. Yi Tian peered through the window and saw numerous guards surrounding the premises. Your Majesty, the Emperor has dispatched his subordinates to ensure your safety, the captain announced coldly. Should you wish to leave, We shall provide full protection. This statement masqueraded as a safeguard, yet in reality, the Emperor had sent individuals to monitor her, clearly not intending to allow her to exit this room. It seemed my suspicions were indeed correct. Emperor Lin, you might genuinely resort to silencing her. Lin Yiren's expression darkened as she clenched her teeth. I will confront father and demand answers. You cannot go, Yi Tian interjected firmly. If you do, you will be walking into a trap. Even if he does not have the heart to kill you, he may imprison you instead. For now, stay within my sight. Lin Yiren was frantic. What are we to do next? Yi Tian glanced at the Empress and declared, the only viable solution is for your mother to reclaim her identity as the Pill King. In that case, the Emperor would think twice before bullying you. As for the royal tomb, I will pay a visit, perhaps I can procure the item. Prince Yi, I am deeply grateful. The Empress inhaled deeply. Should I regain my powers, I shall certainly repay the Great Chu. Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. You need only repay me. Do not harbor any intentions towards the Great Chu royal family. I hold no affection for them. You are well aware that every royal family is a heartless dynasty, and it is no different anywhere else. Very well, the Empress nodded. I shall remember Prince Ye's kindness for the rest of my life. Yi Tian turned and departed the room. Yiren, Prince Yi is a good man. We must never betray his trust, the Empress advised. Mother, I know full well that Prince Yi is a good person. In truth, I hold a certain fondness for him, Lin Yiren confessed, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. Chapter 40 of the Perils of the Imperial Tomb's Forbidden Grounds. Yi Tian stealthily infiltrated the forbidden grounds of the Imperial Tomb. Perched upon a towering mountain, the tomb was surrounded by steep cliffs on all sides, accessible only by a singular path. This pathway was heavily guarded, with sentinels stationed every 5 paces, creating an impenetrable defense. Yi Tian exerted considerable effort to ascend the mountain and now stood at the entrance of the tomb. Before him loomed a massive stone door, obstructing his passage. Clenching his fist, Yi Tian unleashed a powerful strike. Bang! The force of his blow could have shattered half the mountain, yet the stone door remained utterly unmoved. This stone was no ordinary barrier, it was impervious to brute force. Xiaobai lounged on Yi Tian's shoulder, yawning. Without a special weapon, don't even think about breaking through this stone. Are you familiar with this object? Yi Tian inquired. Xiaobai lazily lifted an eyelid and replied, this is known as the World Sealing Stone, a celestial artifact renowned for its exceptional hardness. Unless you can find something even harder, you might as well give up. Why not descend and find a place to sleep? I'm quite tired. Yi Tian scoffed. Having come this far, he was not one to concede easily. Yet he then retrieved a broken sword from his ring. Xiaobai erupted into laughter. Are you jesting? You think that scrap can cleave this stone? If it could, I would stand on my head and urinate. Boom! Yi Tian swung the sword, and to his astonishment, the stone fractured. It opened, a smile spread across Yi Tian's face. Xiaobai's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a look of disbelief. What is this wretched sword? How could it possibly split the World Sealing Stone? Forget what I just said, Xiaobai chuckled nervously, realizing some comments are best left unsaid to avoid embarrassment. Yi Tian had no time for banter, as the commotion would surely attract the attention of the outside guards. He hastily gathered his prize and made his way inside the tomb. Upon entering, Yi Tian discovered a labyrinth of winding paths and numerous burial chambers. The Great Zhou dynasty, having thrived for millennia, had buried its emperors and royal family members within these confines. Due to the absence of cremation, most bodies remained preserved within their coffins. Yi Tian identified the individuals through their memorial tablets. Which tomb did the Empress mention the elixir was in? Yi Tian pondered, his memory faltering. Xiaobai interjected, she referred to the third emperor. You need to proceed further. After traversing several secret chambers, Yi Tian inadvertently triggered a mechanism, unleashing a barrage of hidden weapons. He summoned his true energy to deflect the onslaught. Suddenly, he stepped into an abyss, plummeting into a bottomless chasm. Swiftly, he utilized his flying sword to hover midair. Fortunately, he had mastered sword flight, otherwise, he would have met a dire fate. Yi Tian glanced down into the unfathomable depths and ascended rapidly. After navigating through a series of traps, he finally reached the third emperor's burial chamber. Before him lay a coffin, exquisitely crafted from spiritual stones, capable of preserving the body for millennia without decay. Yi Tian had read about such materials. A corpse resting within would not easily perish. With a determined push, Yi Tian opened the heavy coffin, revealing a perfectly intact body lying within. At the abdomen's position rested a small box. Yi Tian reached for it, and upon opening it, an enchanting fragrance wafted forth. Is this the 7th grade elixir? Inside, he noticed a mysterious glow pulsating, truly a sight to behold. This was his first encounter with such a treasure, and after examining it closely, he stowed it away. With the prize secured, Yi Tian turned to leave when he suddenly halted. Xiao Bai, do you hear anything? What do you think? Xiao Bai pointed a claw at the coffin. Did you not see the corpse sitting up? Yi Tian turned back to find the emperor's body indeed had risen. Who dares disturb my slumber? The corpse spoke, its eyes opening to reveal eerie purple glimmers. Yi Tian gasped. The body had revived? What kind of jest was this? Boom. The corpse pushed the coffin lid aside, slowly levitating before landing barefoot on the ground. Yi Tian could sense a lingering aura of death emanating from the figure. This entity was not truly resurrected but existed in a state of half-life. Yi Tian, apprehensive, unleashed a sword energy to gauge its strength. Clang, the energy met the corpse with a resounding metallic ring, as if striking metal. Be cautious, young one. This is a copper corpse, ordinary attacks will prove ineffective, Xiao Bai lazily warned. Of course I can see that, Yi Tian retorted, swiftly retreating, creating distance in an instant. However, the corpse moved even faster, blocking his path in the blink of an eye. Disturbing my rest, and you wish to leave? Stay and accompany me. The dark claws lunged towards Yi Tian's throat. In response, Yi Tian summoned a phantom serpent behind him, its massive tail striking out and sending the corpse flying. The entire tomb trembled with the impact. At that moment, the tomb's guardian awoke, eyes wide with fury. Who dares to cause a ruckus in the imperial tomb? The guardian charged from the secret chamber, arriving shortly at the scene of the disturbance. Who dares intrude upon the sacred grounds? He bellowed. Veiled, Yi Tian concealed his identity as the guardian brandished a spear weighing several hundred kilograms, thrusting it towards him. Suddenly, dark claws seized the guardian's neck, snapping it with a sickening crack. Yi Tian's lips twitched. The guardian was indeed unfortunate, slain by the very emperor he was sworn to protect. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Tian hastily fled the scene. Upon escaping the tomb, Yi Tian discovered the guards had sealed off the area. Loose the arrows. Swish. A hail of arrows descended upon him. Yi Tian summoned his true energy to shield himself and took flight on his sword, soaring into the sky. Moments later, he successfully evaded the tomb's defenders, escaping their relentless pursuit. After a brief respite, Yi Tian returned to the palace. Upon entering the queen's chamber, he found not only the queen but also Lin Yu present. Prince Yi, what brings you here at such a late hour? Lin Yu inquired with a smile. Yi Tian replied calmly, I found myself restless this evening and wandered aimlessly, not knowing I would end up here. Lin Yu remarked, Prince Yi, wandering in the queen's chamber at midnight, is that not rather inappropriate? Chapter 41. The curse of the ancestors. What are the pros and cons? I find myself unable to sleep at night. Is it permissible to have a heart-to-heart conversation with my mother-in-law? A single remark from Yi Tian rendered Lin Yu speechless. On the surface, there seemed to be no issue with that statement. However, the time was indeed midnight. You were wandering around the empress's palace. Lin Yu's lips twitched. Fortunately, he was aware that Yi Tian had a decent character. Otherwise, he might have suspected that his home was being invaded. At that moment, a guard entered the room and whispered something in Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu, maintaining his composure, nodded and said, Madam, please rest early. He did not linger, casting a glance at Yi Tian before rising to depart. The empress let out a sigh of relief, saying, Your arrival is timely. Lin Yu has just laid his cards on the table with me. He likely suspects my intentions to restore my strength and is using various benefits to threaten me. Had you arrived even a moment later, he might have resorted to killing me. How did things go at the royal tomb? Were you able to acquire the items? Not yet, Yi Tian replied, shaking his head. The empress sighed in disappointment and waved her hand dismissively. If we cannot obtain them, so be it. The royal tomb is heavily guarded. Ordinary individuals cannot breach it. We must consider alternative strategies. I was deceiving you. I have secured the elixir. Yi Tian revealed a box with a flourish. The empress's eyes widened in shock. You truly managed to obtain it? The fact that Yi Tian could successfully infiltrate the perilous royal tomb and emerge unscathed left her astounded. Yi Tian remarked, when I retrieved this item, that third-generation emperor surprisingly revived. What? The empress gasped in astonishment, the late Emperor Lin Qing is not dead? Yi Tian explained, in his current state, he is half alive, likely clinging to life by a thread. This is dire news. The empress's expression grew grave, her fists clenched as she said, that is the third-generation emperor, who mercilessly slaughtered millions of innocents during the Great Zhou War. His former prowess was terrifying. It is said that his strength reached the realm of the earth immortal. If he is indeed alive, no one can contend with the Great Zhou. Even if I regain my alchemist abilities, it may not suffice. Yi Tian smirked and replied, regardless, the elixir has been successfully acquired. Let us focus on restoring our strength first. Agreed. The Empress nodded gently. Once she regained her status as a 6th-grade alchemist, she would be able to rally numerous allies. As for whether they could confront the imperial family, that could be deliberated at a later time. At the entrance of the royal tomb, Lin Yu hurriedly arrived with the guards, his expression darkening upon seeing the shattered barrier stone. "Who dares to invade the royal tomb?" Lin Yu demanded coldly. The royal tomb guards trembled as they stammered, "That individual's movements are suspicious. We are still investigating. Moreover, the Guardian, what has become of the Guardian?" Lin Yu interjected sharply. "He has been slain by me," came a chilling voice, and a gaunt figure clad in a dragon robe emerged slowly. Upon seeing this person, Lin Yu immediately bowed in respect. "I pay my respects to the ancestor. How is it that you have awakened so suddenly?" "Humph." Lin Qing's eyes glimmered with a sinister purple light as he coldly stated, "Someone has stolen the burial-grade 7th-tier elixir, disturbing my slumber." He began to cough violently, the dark aura enveloping him intensifying. "For so many years, I tasked you with finding the Qingshan body. Have you succeeded?" Lin Qing's tone was laced with menace. Lin Yu replied solemnly, "Ancestor, the Qingshan body is exceedingly rare. I have been searching diligently. Please grant me a little more time." With a resounding crash, Lin Qing struck Lin Yu, sending him flying, and hissed, "Without the Qingshan body, I cannot fully revive and shall remain in this half-alive state. I shall give you 10 more days. If you still fail to find it, I will pass the curse on to you." Lin Yu dared not protest further. He knew all too well the agony that such a curse would entail. Yet, to save the old ancestor, he would have to sacrifice his daughter. No one knew that his daughter, Lin Yiren, was the Qingshan body. Initially, he had thought that as long as the ancestor remained in slumber, he could delay this matter. He never anticipated that someone would infiltrate the royal tomb, steal the elixir, and rouse the ancestor. Heavy-hearted, Lin Yu returned to the palace, deep in contemplation about his next course of action. He faced a dilemma: either sacrifice his daughter to lift the curse from the ancestor, thereby granting the Great Zhou another Earth Immortal, or feign ignorance and allow the ancestor to perish under the curse. After a night of profound deliberation, Lin Yu let out a soft sigh. For the sake of the Great Zhou, for the preservation of our ancestral legacy, a measured sacrifice is warranted. Go and summon Yiren to the palace to see me. Yi Tian sat leisurely in the courtyard, enjoying pastries. Little Bai lounged on a nearby table, basking in the sun with an expression of utter contentment. Out of the corner of his eye, Yi Tian noticed that the Empress had been in seclusion for an entire night. He wondered how her recovery was faring. Just then, the 6th prince, Lin Fengwu, hurriedly approached, saying, "Yi Tian, I have something important to discuss with you. Is it convenient to chat for a moment?" "It is not convenient," Yi Tian declined. "This is a matter of great urgency, concerning my younger sister's life," Lin Fengwu insisted. Yi Tian's eyelid twitched. He thought to himself what trickery this fellow was about to employ. Lin Fengwu continued, "Yesterday, there was an incident at the royal tomb. Have you heard?" "No," Yi Tian replied, shaking his head. He could hardly reveal that he was the intruder in the royal tomb. Lin Fengwu lowered his voice, a note of anxiety evident as he said, "I have also heard that the 3rd-generation ancestor has awakened. The 3rd-generation ancestor, cursed, has been in slumber within the royal tomb for an extended period. Now that he has awakened, my younger sister is in grave danger. You must help, or she is doomed." Yi Tian inquired coolly, "What do you mean by that? How is this related to Lin Yiren?" Lin Fengwu took a deep breath, his expression grave. "The curse of the ancestor can only be lifted by my sister. This secret, known only to the Emperor and myself, is unknown even to my sister. Have you heard of the Qingshan body?" At this, Little Bai opened one eye in astonishment. "The Qingshan body? What in the world? This dog can talk." Lin Fengwu jumped back in surprise. "You are the dog, I am the divine beast." Little Bai snapped, baring his teeth in irritation. Lin Fengwu waved his hand dismissively and continued, "My sister was just summoned by father. I am certain it is related to the curse. Yi Tian, if you do not wish for my sister to perish, you must devise a plan." Yi Tian's expression darkened as he asked, "Are you suggesting that your father would sacrifice Lin Yiren to lift the curse on the ancestor?" Indeed, Lin Fengwu nodded. The ancestor was extraordinarily powerful in life, a force to be reckoned with, having swept through numerous dynasties. If the ancestor fully revives, the Great Zhou would reign supreme. My father would undoubtedly choose to sacrifice my sister. Chapter 42, I am not that kind of person. Unbeknownst to me, your imperial father possesses such a ruthless heart, willing to sacrifice his own daughter, Yi Tian remarked with a tone laced with sarcasm. Lin Fengwu snorted coldly, "Yi Tian, you hail from a royal lineage as well. You should be more aware than I of the nature of the imperial family. Regardless, I have conveyed the matter to you. Whether you choose to rescue her is entirely your affair. Should my younger sister perish, you may as well return to your Great Zhou obediently." With that, Lin Fengwu turned to leave. What a perplexing scheme, Yi Tian mused. Xiaobai yawned, commenting, this fellow is quite astute, deliberately revealing this matter to you, thereby placing you in a predicament. Will you go to her aid? Yi Tian replied, I am contemplating whether or not to intervene. I suggest you do, Xiaobai stated. If that woman truly possesses the Qingmu divine body, you would stand to gain immensely. How so? Yi Tian inquired, his gaze fixed upon Xiaobai. Is there more to this Qingmu divine body? Xiaobai sat upright, eyes wide with intensity. The Qingmu divine body is a rarity, appearing once in a millennium. Those endowed with such a physique are destined to achieve unfathomable realms. Of course, for you, it may not hold much significance. However, should you share a bed with someone of this constitution, it would undoubtedly enlighten you. Furthermore, any offspring born from such a union would possess extraordinary talents. Have you ever heard of an infant capable of soaring through the skies? Yi Tian smirked, I haven't even had my fill of life yet, and you speak of children? What if I, a mere prince, have no desire to father children? After all, dealing with that is quite troublesome. Xiaobai displayed a look of disdain. While you may forego having children, surely you wish to indulge in the process? Allow me to be frank, sleeping with someone of the Qingmu divine body will guarantee you an experience akin to that of a celestial being. Yi Tian's gaze flickered, pondering the truth of Xiaobai's words. Could it truly be so exhilarating? Believe it or not, I have no time to deceive you, Xiaobai replied, lying back down to resume his slumber. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tian declared, I shall go to her rescue. After all, she is my nominal fiancée. Moreover, with my strength, it would be a simple task to take her away. Xiaobai opened one eye, quipping, go on with your pretense, it is evident that you are merely coveting her body while speaking so earnestly. And what of it? Yi Tian retorted coldly. Your Majesty, you summoned me for a reason? Lin Yiren spoke up. Lin Yu, smiling warmly, responded, the longevity fruits in the orchard are ripe. I have invited you to savor them and discern their flavor this year. When you were but a child, you could consume a dozen in a single day. Each tree bore only 3 or 4 fruits, all devoured by you alone. Lin Yiren gazed at the longevity fruits on the table. Indeed, they were her favorite delicacy. She picked one up and took a bite. The taste remained unchanged, just as delightful as she remembered. Father, I have finished eating. I must attend to some matters, so I shall take my leave. Lin Yiren began to rise, but Lin Yu gestured for her to remain seated. Not yet. I have something to discuss. What is it, father? Lin Yiren inquired. Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon her and began, you are still young, and there are many matters of the Lin family that you have yet to learn. Long ago, our great Zhou's third-generation ancestor displayed remarkable valor, repeatedly rescuing our dynasty from peril. He was also the only terrestrial celestial being in our lineage. However, during the height of our glory, he inadvertently fell under a curse and succumbed to slumber. Lin Yiren's heart raced. Could it be that the third-generation ancestor still lived? Father, why are you telling me this? Lin Yiren questioned, bewildered as to why he suddenly spoke of the ancestor and its relevance to her. After a brief silence, Lin Yu continued, Yiren, your birth was extraordinary, you are of the Qingmu divine body, your unique constitution holds the power to lift the curse on our ancestor. For years, I have concealed this secret, revealing it to no one. I believed that as long as our ancestor remained in slumber, we would not need to break the curse once you matured. However, I did not anticipate that someone would invade the royal tomb yesterday and awaken him. He has granted me a mere 10 days. Lin Yiren stood in shock, her voice trembling. Father, what do you mean? Do you wish for me to lift the curse? Lin Yu spoke slowly, I am aware that this is not the right course of action, but our ancestor's power is formidable. He can protect our great Zhou to know. I refuse. My elder brother has joined the Shenzhen sect, blessed with exceptional talent. He will surely safeguard our dynasty. There is no need to resurrect the ancestor. Lin Yiren's emotions surged. Your brother will require many years to grow, but the ancestor is a ready-made powerhouse. For years, dozens of neighboring dynasties have been watching us with ill intent. Without the ancestor's presence, our great Zhou will never know peace. Yiren, all I ask is for you. I will not. Lin Yiren's expression turned icy. I refuse to sacrifice myself to save the ancestor. I am not so noble. Father, I shall take my leave. She turned to exit, but after only a few steps, her head spun, and she collapsed to the ground. The longevity fruit. Lin Yiren's complexion turned pale. Father, you actually, Lin Yu replied expressionlessly, for the sake of the great Zhou's foundation, some sacrifices must be made. If that person were me, I would not hesitate to agree. Trembling, Lin Yiren felt her heart shatter. She never expected her father to choose to sacrifice her life. She was not ready to die. The instinct for survival compelled Lin Yiren to crawl toward the door, but the poison within her surged rapidly, and she lost consciousness. Lin Yu sighed softly. He did not desire this outcome either, yet he feared the curse. If he did not assist the ancestor, the curse would fall upon him, leaving him in a state neither human nor ghost. "Take the princess away," Lin Yu commanded, his countenance devoid of emotion. A guard entered, lifting Lin Yiren and carrying her outside. "Wait!" Lin Yu called out, inquiring, "Whose subordinate are you? I have not seen you before." The guard hastily made his exit. "Stop!" Lin Yu commanded, instantly intercepting the guard, his tone icy. "You are not my guard." As he spoke, Lin Yu struck down with his palm. The guard raised his hand to meet the blow, resulting in a thunderous clash that shattered nearby structures. The guard, astonished, realized that Emperor Lin Yu was a hidden master, at least of the Grandmaster level. The guard was, of course, Yi Tian in disguise. Not wishing to engage further, Yi Tian cradled Lin Yiren and employed a teleportation technique, disappearing from the palace in mere moments. Just as he believed he was safe, Lin Yu descended from above, blocking his path. "When did our great Zhou have such a formidable expert? Show yourself and reveal your true identity." Lin Yu's icy glare bore into Yi Tian. Yi Tian squeezed his voice, exclaiming, "You beast, you would even harm your own daughter." Chapter 43 Doubts arise. This is my personal affair, and it is not for you to meddle. Lin Yu glared at Yi Tian with a chilling gaze. In the next instant, he unleashed a powerful strike from afar. A tremendous suction force aimed to obliterate Yi Tian's disguise. Yi Tian snorted coldly, summoning his internal energy to form a barrier before him, successfully deflecting the attack. His aura radiated outward, signifying his mastery at the Grandmaster level. Lin Yu's pupils glinted with icy light. It seemed this individual was indeed a formidable expert beside his daughter. Under ordinary circumstances, he would never recklessly slay a Grandmaster. However, today, his daughter must be preserved as a sacrifice for their ancestors, and thus, this intruder must perish. With a swift motion of his arm, Lin Yu summoned a long blade, which gleamed ominously with a blood-red light as it descended menacingly toward Yi Tian. Yi Tian, unwilling to engage in a prolonged confrontation, had a singular objective: to escort Lin Yiren to safety. Otherwise, surrounded by a legion of imperial guards, escape would prove nearly impossible. In a flash, Yi Tian leapt forward, swiftly finding himself 1,000 feet away. Such astonishing speed astonished Lin Yu. This person had nearly instantaneously traversed the distance. What kind of martial technique was this? After a few breaths, Yi Tian successfully exited the perilous zone, reaching a secure location. Yet, he remained vigilant, aware that the threat had not yet dissipated. Hours passed, and Lin Yu dispatched his men to scour the imperial city, yet none could locate the elusive figure. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Tian was hiding nearby the queen's chambers with Lin Yiren. This was the irony of darkness beneath the lamp. Lin Yu had not contemplated this possibility, presuming that the Grandmaster had taken his daughter beyond the city walls. The prolonged absence of this mysterious expert indicated that he was not to be underestimated. A frigid aura emanated from Lin Yu's countenance. If he failed to deliver the individual to their ancestors within the designated time, he would suffer their ire. He had no desire to endure such a curse. Yi Tian gazed at the unconscious Lin Yiren, uncertain of how to proceed. "Kid, you're fortunate this time. What are you hesitating for? Hurry and sleep," exclaimed Xiao Bai, grinning widely beside him. Yi Tian replied, "She's still unconscious. How could I let her sleep? What do you take me for?" Xiao Bai retorted, "She is an exceedingly rare Qingmu divine body, possessing formidable self-healing abilities. She will awaken on her own shortly. If you do not act now, you may miss your chance. Quickly ensure she bears your child. The offspring will surely possess extraordinary talents. In time, you will wield dominion over all realms." Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yi Tian scoffed, "She is my fiancée, and yet you prance about in glee. What are you so jubilant about? Go away." With that, Yi Tian seized the nape of Xiao Bai's neck and unceremoniously tossed her out the window. At that moment, the queen unexpectedly entered, and Yi Tian was taken aback, sensing a change in her aura. Compared to before, she had undergone a remarkable transformation, exuding a somewhat ethereal presence. "Fortune smiles upon me. I have regained nearly 80 to 90% of my strength," the queen remarked with a smile. "Congratulations," Yi Tian said, returning the sentiment. "My current state is largely due to Prince Ye's assistance. Such a great favor cannot go unacknowledged. I pledge my unwavering support should you require anything in the future," the queen expressed, her tone filled with gratitude. Noticing Lin Yiren unconscious on the bed, her expression suddenly shifted. "Prince Yi, what is the meaning of this? You have a betrothal with Yiren. It is not appropriate to act so hastily." Yi Tian hurried to explain, "Do not misunderstand, I rescued her from Emperor Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, the queen's demeanor changed drastically, and she urgently inquired about the details. Yi Tian succinctly recounted the events that transpired during her seclusion. What, the Qingmu divine body? The queen was taken aback by the revelation. All these years, I have failed to recognize this. How could Iran possess such a unique constitution? Her eyes shimmered with realization. As the medicine king, she understood the implications of a Qingmu divine body and comprehended Lin Yu's motives. That beast, willing to sacrifice his own daughter to secure his throne, stirred her fury. Clenching her fists tightly, she gritted her teeth. If he is so heartless, then he shall not blame me for being merciless. Not long ago, she had contacted several acquaintances from her past. Once they arrived, she intended to have a serious discussion with Lin Yu. The Emperor of Dezhou does not necessarily require a male heir. The queen's gaze radiated a frigid determination. Just as Yi Tian was about to speak, a commotion erupted outside, followed by a throng of guards. Lin Yu descended from his carriage, stating coolly, "Madam, I have important matters to discuss with you." "Do not let him discover that Iran is in the chamber," Yi Tian whispered. The queen nodded slightly before stepping outside. "Your Majesty, what brings you here unexpectedly?" she inquired, her tone nonchalant. Having regained her strength, she no longer felt the need to be as subservient as before. Lin Yu initially appeared oblivious, saying, "There has been unrest within the palace lately. I have arranged for guards to ensure your safety." "I appreciate your concern, Your Majesty, but it is quite peaceful here." "There is no need for such measures," the queen replied coolly. Lin Yu chuckled, "Although this place is tranquil, I still worry about ill-intentioned individuals." Before he could finish, Yi Tian emerged from the room. Lin Yu's smile gradually faded as he asked, "Prince Yi, what brings you here?" "I am simply taking a stroll," Yi Tian replied casually, cradling Xiaobai in his arms. "You are the one who is a dog. I am a divine beast." Xiaobai protested, clearly displeased. Lin Yu's expression darkened. "Prince Yi, what business do you have frequenting my wife's quarters? Surely, this cannot be without consequences." It was no wonder that the queen's demeanor toward him had soured in recent days. It had only begun since this young man's arrival. Lin Yu dared not dwell further on the implications, his expression turning icy as he fixed a cold glare upon Yi Tian. The queen subtly positioned herself between them, calmly stating, "Your Majesty, I have been rather fatigued lately and shall not accompany you for a stroll." Lin Yu chose not to press further, casting 2 lingering glances at Yi Tian before departing in his carriage. "Fortunately, he did not suspect that I saved Lin Iran," Yi Tian chuckled. "No, he does harbor suspicions," the queen replied. Yi Tian was taken aback. "That cannot be. Does he truly know who that person is? If so, he would have confronted me directly." The queen shook her head, explaining, "He does not suspect that you rescued her. Rather, he harbors doubts of another nature." "Doubts of what?" Yi Tian inquired, puzzled. The queen elucidated, "He suspects that you have cuckolded him. He is already beginning to doubt the two of us." Chapter 44. I dared not intervene. Is this possible? I have done nothing at all. How could he harbor such suspicions? Yi Tian found himself both amused and bewildered. Lin Yu's jealousy seemed utterly perplexing. The empress chuckled softly, "Regardless of whether he is mistaken, it brings me joy to see him riled up. If it weren't for my foolish infatuation with Lin Yu back in the day, I would not be in this predicament now. All of this is self-inflicted." As she spoke, a carrier pigeon suddenly flew into the room. The empress opened the bamboo tube resting on her lap, her face lighting up with delight. "My friends have arrived, Prince Yi, please follow me." The empress then stepped outside, where the guards immediately blocked her path. "Your Majesty, where do you intend to go? Step aside." "Mind your own business," the empress admonished. "You blind fools, get out of my way." The guards hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stepped aside. Shortly thereafter, Yi Tian followed the empress into a courtyard. Within stood 7 individuals, 5 masters and 2 grand masters. Yi Tian was somewhat astonished. The empress's influence was indeed formidable, as she could summon such a multitude of skilled practitioners with ease. "Xian Kong, you have finally made an appearance. It has been decades since we last met, hasn't it?" The elderly man with white hair greeted with a smile. The empress replied slowly, "I have been plagued by illness over the years, but I have finally recovered. Xin Zone, I have informed several of our friends about the situation. What are your thoughts?" The white-haired elder chuckled. "The great Zhou dynasty is of little consequence. As long as we are granted what we desire, we could eliminate the emperor right now. However, the palace is home to many formidable experts, including a renowned Grand Master, the National Master. With just our words, we may not be able to retreat unscathed," the empress stated. "I do not require you to engage in battle, I merely need you to stand guard for me," the empress continued. That is no issue. With us present, no one can harm you in the slightest, the elder confidently asserted. The Empress surveyed the group and inquired, "Where is GNXIN, why has he not arrived?" "Senior GNXIN is here, but he remains outside the Imperial City and has not entered," came the reply. "Why not come inside?" the Empress asked, puzzled. "It seems you will need to inquire directly with him," was the response. "Very well, I shall see if that old man GNXIN still dares not meet me," the Empress said, striding toward the outer city. Along the way, Etion sensed that they were being followed. "Pay no mind to them, they are merely the Emperor's spies. At this moment, I am no longer afraid of the Emperor's watchful gaze," the Empress said nonchalantly. Etion nodded slightly. With his identity as a sixth-tier apothecary, he could easily summon such powerful allies. Even if Lin Yu were to learn of this, he would think twice before acting recklessly. Soon, the two arrived outside the Imperial City. Beneath an ancient 1,000-year-old locust tree, an old man in tattered clothes leaned against the trunk, deeply asleep and reeking of alcohol. "GNXIN, wake up," the Empress exclaimed, throwing a stone at him. GNXIN opened one eye and yawned. "Joe Empress, is that you? It's been many years, yet you remain as beautiful as ever. Why do you not come inside? Is it that you fear meeting me? Are you still resentful that I did not take a liking to you back then?" the Empress spoke with a hint of sarcasm. "That was many years ago. I do not hold grudges over such things," GNXIN replied lazily, still yawning. "I do not enter the Imperial City for special reasons." The Empress scoffed, "Spare me your excuses, you have no valid reason. Without you, I lack the confidence to negotiate with the royal family. Come with me immediately." "That is not possible," GNXIN shook his head decisively. "I can sense an extraordinarily powerful force within the Imperial City. That power affects my swordsmanship, rendering me unable to act." "What do you mean?" the Empress asked, her brow furrowing. GNXIN uncorked a gourd and took a swig before continuing. "There exists an invisible sword energy in the air above the Imperial City. That energy connects heaven and earth, and it is terrifying. Within the city, there must be an exceedingly formidable sword master. This person's sword intent undoubtedly surpasses mine. I cannot dare to act in their presence." Upon hearing this, the Empress was infuriated to the point of laughter. "Enough with your excuses. I see you are merely trying to evade responsibility. There is no one of that caliber within the Great Zhou. And you, GNXIN, are a master of swordsmanship, someone who has elevated the art to its pinnacle. Once, a single stroke from you could fell thousands of armored foes, earning you fame in battle. You could traverse the battlefield at will, ascending to the heavens and plunging into the depths. Even the Xianjian sect would refer to you as senior." GNXIN waved his hand dismissively. "I am not deceiving you. That person's swordsmanship is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. Not long ago, that terrifying sword energy made its presence known. You are unaware?" The Empress frowned. Indeed, there had been a mysterious expert who had struck within the Imperial City not long ago, annihilating the Zhao family and stirring many sections. Yet, no one knew the identity of that enigmatic figure. GNXIN spoke with a knowing smile. "That powerful individual remains within the city. They have not departed. Moreover, the sword intent within me is thrumming violently, indicating that they are not far from me. Even before engaging, the sword heart I have cultivated for centuries has begun to fracture. If a confrontation were to occur, I would certainly be no match for them." The Empress was taken aback, her shock palpable. She understood better than anyone the caliber of GNXIN's prowess. Once, he could stand against the earthly immortals, a single person capable of resisting thousands of troops. He was once her strongest ally, a force to be reckoned with, a single stroke of his sword capable of sweeping away legions. Even Emperor Lin Yu would respectfully address him as Senior GNXIN. Yet now, GNXIN described someone he had never encountered with such trepidation. Just how strong was this mysterious being? "GNXIN, this is no time for jest. Without you by my side, I lack the courage to proceed." The Empress sighed. GNXIN took another swig from his gourd, a wry smile on his face. "Unless that person reveals themselves, I will not enter the city. As a swordsman, I cannot act against those stronger than myself. If that person is allied with the royal family, I advise you to accept your fate and abandon your ambitions. There is no chance of victory." The Empress clenched her fists tightly, her eyes aflame with fury. "After decades apart, you have become cowardly of the once fearless GNXIN, who would confront earthly immortals for me. How have you lost your courage?" GNXIN chuckled helplessly. "Against earthly immortals, I still have a chance to survive. But against such a master of swordsmanship, I fear I may not even escape with my life. Does this mean you are unwilling to help me, even if I were to kneel and plead?" The Empress's gaze was unwavering as she fixed her eyes upon him. Jian Xin chuckled softly, do not put me in a difficult position unless I can ascertain that person's identity, I cannot act. Wait a moment, Yi Tian stepped forward quietly. You two need not search any longer. I know who he is. Chapter 45 A Second Chance. The Queen and Jianxin exchanged astonished glances as they turned their eyes towards Yi Tian. Prince Yi, is what you say truly the case? You actually know that mysterious elder? The Queen inquired, her voice laced with surprise. Indeed, I do, Yi Tian nodded, almost revealing that he was referring to himself. Pardon my ignorance, but how could you possibly be acquainted with such an esteemed figure? Jianxin began to scrutinize Yi Tian seriously. Previously, he had dismissed this handsome young man as inconsequential, merely a minor attendant to the Queen. Now, he sensed that he had misjudged the situation. There was an enigmatic aura surrounding the young man that he could not penetrate. Yi Tian spoke calmly, that mysterious powerhouse is my friend, and the recent commotion indeed stemmed from him. Therefore, you need not worry, my friend is not aligned with the Emperor. Splendid. The Queen's face brightened upon hearing this. Jianxin, did you hear that? The mysterious elder is not in league with the Emperor now. You should be able to take action, correct? Given that, I shall rise, Jianxin said slowly, his tone unyielding. If that enigmatic presence does not intervene, no one in the Great Zhou dynasty can hinder me. The Queen had awaited this affirmation. With Jianxin by her side, she felt emboldened to negotiate with the Emperor. Give me 2 more days to prepare, I still have a few allies yet to arrive. At this time, I will certainly confront Lin Yu and demand an explanation. Fury ignited in her eyes. She had initially endured the poison inflicted upon her but could not tolerate an attack on her daughter. That was her bottom line. She would never allow anyone to harm her child. Within the imperial study, Lin Yu gazed at the words in the secret letter, his eyes glinting with cold malice. What was the Queen plotting? Had she summoned so many formidable experts? Did she intend to confront me directly? Lin Yu clenched his fists, sensing an ominous premonition with such a multitude of experts suddenly arriving in the imperial city. Your Majesty, spoke the national master across from him with a calm demeanor, the Queen has been dormant for decades, and now, upon recovering from her illness, she begins to gather her forces. I fear she has regained her strength. The Queen, once a 6th-rank alchemist, could potentially destabilize the Great Zhou with her influence. Lin Yu inhaled sharply, his heart beginning to churn. Years ago, he perceived the Queen's prideful defiance as a threat to his throne, prompting him to poison her and diminish her powers. Now, she was covertly amassing allies behind his back, and it was hard not to believe she sought revenge. Your Majesty, it would be prudent to eliminate this hidden threat posed by the Queen, the national master stated flatly. Lin Yu sighed, after all, she is the woman I love most, I must grant her one last chance. The national master spoke coldly, Your Majesty, do not forget the time promised by our ancestors. If we cannot locate the little princess, we may face dire consequences. Lin Yu's gaze turned complex as he mused, do you think I have been a bit ruthless? First, I poisoned the woman I cherished most, and now, I must sacrifice my own daughter. The national master replied, Your Majesty, you are the Emperor of the Great Zhou. The well-being of countless subjects depends on you. Every ruler must make difficult choices for the greater good. The welfare of the millions in the Great Zhou is your foundation. A wife can be remarried, a daughter can be born anew, but if you cannot safeguard your throne, you will lose everything. The national master's words struck Lin Yu like a revelation. His expression grew increasingly indifferent. As an emperor, he could not afford to falter in matters of personal sentiment. Throughout his life, he had never lacked for women or children. Sacrificing 2 women to secure the Great Zhou's legacy for millennia would entail no real loss. 2 days swiftly passed. Yi Tian witnessed firsthand the extraordinary influence of the alchemist king. In just a few days, he had summoned nearly 50 formidable experts, including over 10 masters and 3 grandmasters, with the remaining being warriors of the 7th rank or higher. Yi Tian found it hard to believe that so many masters, typically elusive, had gathered in such numbers. He recalled how, during his time as a prince in the Great Zhou, the reigning dog emperor had expended considerable resources to invite a grandmaster to bless his birthday, an endeavor that had cost the kingdom dearly. That grandmaster had been treated as a guest of honor, more esteemed than the dog emperor himself. Yet now, masters seemed to gather without regard for cost, all present in the hall, awaiting the Queen's directives. Pondering his future, Yi Tian recognized that although he was merely a 3rd-rank alchemist at present, his prospects were boundless. One day, when he too achieved the status of alchemist king, he would undoubtedly command the loyalty of such experts. Friends who have traveled from afar, I am deeply grateful for your assistance, the Queen said calmly. This time, I rely entirely on your support. Thank you all. The alchemist king need not be so courteous. We are all here for the promises made. As long as we attain our desires afterward, that is all that matters, an elder master chuckled. The Queen reassured them, you may rest assured, once our objectives are achieved, I will honor every promise made. As a 6th rank alchemist, I shall never go back on my word. Then, the queen began to formulate her secret plans, while Yi Tian, disinterested, stepped outside for a stroll. At that moment, Lin Yiren approached, her face clouded with concern. After mother regained her strength, I thought we could finally live peacefully together, but I never anticipated things would unfold into such unimaginable circumstances. Yi Tian smiled gently and replied, as the saying goes, tomorrow and unexpected events are both uncertain. Had your father not sought to harm you, your mother would not have taken such drastic measures. She is merely protecting you. Lin Yiren's eyes brimmed with tears. She understood her mother's actions were driven by a desire to shield her from her father's harm. Hold me, please, she choked out, feeling utterly helpless after all she had endured, longing to lean on Yi Tian's shoulder and weep. Yi Tian opened his arms, thinking there was nothing wrong with offering a comforting embrace. In such moments, a woman often seeks the solace of a handsome man. Suddenly, a chilling aura swept through the air, accompanied by the distant sound of cavalry. Yi Tian leapt onto the rooftop, focusing intently on the street below, where a multitude of golden-armored guards emerged, all members of the Imperial Golden Watch, each a formidable warrior of at least the 5th rank. The Emperor has arrived, Yi Tian remarked calmly. Yiren, you should hide. Do not let your father discover you. He is likely coming for your mother. I will investigate the situation. Lin Yiren suddenly grasped Yi Tian's hand, her eyes pleading, yet she remained silent. Yi Tian spoke softly, do not worry, nothing will happen, I will handle everything. His words acted as a soothing balm, allowing Lin Yiren to release his hand. Chapter 46 The Power of the Master. Within the Grand Hall, the Queen and her companions were stirred by the sound of cavalry from outside. However, they remained composed, for they were surrounded by formidable figures renowned for their prowess. Even in the face of thousands of cavalry, they could navigate the situation with ease. At that moment, Yi Tian was the first to enter, announcing, ladies and gentlemen, the Emperor approaches. Prepare yourselves. As he spoke, Lin Yu followed closely behind, entering alone while leaving his guards outside. Upon entering, Lin Yu surveyed the room, deliberately disregarding the masters and grandmasters present, his gaze settling on the queen. My lady, when did you acquire so many friends? He asked with a jovial smile. The queen was not inclined to engage in trivial banter, she was acutely aware of Lin Yu's intentions. Lin Yu, we have been married for many years, and we both understand the intricacies of our relationship. You are aware of why I summoned these individuals, just as I am aware of your purpose for seeking me out. Let us dispense with the circumlocution, she asserted candidly. Her forthrightness earned Lin Yu's admiration. My lady, you have reverted to your former self, speaking with such straightforwardness and without pretense. Since you wish to speak openly, I shall forego the niceties, dismiss these guests, and I shall treat this as if nothing has transpired. Afterward, you will remain the Queen of Dezhou, continuing to enjoy your wealth and status. With a resounding thud, the queen slammed her palm on the table, her voice laced with fury. Lin Yu, must you be so hypocritical? Do you truly believe I covet these things? Had it not been for my assistance, would you be able to sit upon this throne with such ease? I never anticipated your betrayal, poisoning me and confining me to my quarters for decades. I understand your fear of my capabilities, that I might threaten your reign for the sake of our children. I have endured years of torment, yet now, you would even sacrifice our daughter to appease your ancestors. Your ancestors are human, does that mean our daughter is not? Lin Yu smiled faintly. Our ancestors, too, bore a curse for the sake of Dezhou. As long as they exist, the foundation of Dezhou shall remain unshaken. Moreover, I carry the weight of millions of citizens upon my shoulders. What is the sacrifice of my own flesh and blood in protection of them? If Yiren is here, surrender her, and spare us all further discomfort. The queen's eyes blazed with fury. Lin Yu, you are devoid of conscience. There is no redeeming you. As long as I am here today, you shall not lay a finger on our daughter. Lin Yu sighed softly. Stubbornness will lead us nowhere. Since you wish to sever ties, I shall refrain from further discussion. Those present are all esteemed individuals. Today's matter pertains solely to the Lin family. Should you choose to depart, you shall remain our esteemed guests. If you insist on obstinacy, you shall leave only as corpses. As his words echoed, a master rose abruptly, scoffing. What is this insignificant Dezhou to threaten me? Laughter erupted among the onlookers, all of whom were rogues, wandering the world alone, unconcerned with Lin Yu's threats. Lin Yu snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, over 20 individuals entered from outside, each one a master of the 9th rank or above. Dezhou was affluent and powerful, harboring many superlative talents. Thus, Lin Yu had not regarded those within the room as a threat. Suddenly, one individual unleashed a torrent of overwhelming true energy, swiftly brandishing dual blades in a surprise attack. In the blink of an eye, a head rolled from Lin Yu's side. By the heavens, brother, are you this ruthless? No need for words, we must eliminate the Emperor to seize what we desire. Before long, a fierce conflict erupted, the clash of masters producing devastating destruction. Within mere moments, the room lay in ruins. As dozens of masters engaged in battle, chaotic true energy churned the air, creating a tempest that swept across miles. Countless golden armored guards were thrown to the ground. Lin Yu's gaze turned icy, his form unyielding as he fixed his stare upon the queen, who met his gaze with equal coldness. At that moment, the national master appeared silently behind him, speaking in a measured tone. Your Majesty, I have long advised against conversing with such a woman. It is best to eliminate her outright. I, after all, have afforded her a chance. Lin Yu replied, detached, let us conclude the decades of our marital bond today. Hearing this, the national master stepped forward, his presence erupting with terrifying energy that moved all present. A grandmaster, Yi Tian, stood nearby, eyes wide with curiosity, as he experienced the true power of a grandmaster for the first time. A peak grandmaster could navigate through a sea of thousands with ease. He had witnessed the national master repel thousands of enemies in Dechu, and the national master of Dezhou before him was evidently far more formidable. As the national master struck, more than 10 warriors were unable to withstand him, each dispatched with a single blow. In an instant, he stood before the queen, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Queen, having known you for decades, I shall grant you a swift end. He raised his arm, true energy coalescing into a blade-like aura, and aimed it at her neck. Bang! A barrier materialized before the queen, deflecting the strike. The national master shifted his gaze, spotting a ragged elder approaching slowly. When I last saw you, you were but a fledgling, he remarked. Who the hell are you? The national master retorted coldly. It had been ages since anyone had spoken to him in such a manner. The elder yawned, waving his hand casually. A surge of profound true energy shot forth, sending the national master flying dozens of meters back with a thunderous crash. As he lay in the air, blood spewed forth, and he landed heavily on the ground. The national master, aghast, raised his head and stammered, Who are you? Have you forgotten my name after just a few decades away from Dezhou? The elder replied coolly, then raised his arm, summoning a dazzling sword aura above. In the next moment, he cleaved downwards, obliterating thousands of golden-armored cavalrymen, shaking the very ground beneath them. Such terrifying sword energy. You are Jianxin, the national master exclaimed, his hairs standing on end. Recognizing his identity, the national master immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The name Jianxin was synonymous with fear, having once cleaved through the armor of thousands with a single sword strike. Aware of his own inadequacy, the national master pleaded, Jianxin, you should not have come. Lin Yu spoke solemnly, if you depart now, I shall grant you any condition you desire as a favor to you, esteemed elder. Please leave immediately and do not intervene. What are you, a mere emperor commanding me? Jianxin scoffed, dismissing Lin Yu with disdain. Lin Yu's expression darkened. Since you refuse to heed my warning, do not blame me for being impolite today. Ancestor, it is time for you to take action. Chapter 47 still requires my intervention. You worthless beings, unable to resolve such trifling matters, it appears I must take matters into my own hands. This cold, merciless voice thundered through the ears of all present like a sudden clap of lightning. Following that, a chilling and violent aura of death swept through the venue like a hurricane. All those engaged in combat abruptly halted, their eyes filled with terror as they looked up. They beheld a figure draped in an emperor's dragon robe, shrouded in a dark, deathly aura, descending from above like a celestial being. The moment this individual appeared, the countenances of all the master-level warriors turned as pale as parchment, their bodies trembling involuntarily under the oppressive weight of this terrifying aura. What a dreadful force of death! Who on earth is this formidable entity? No one knew his identity, however. Some were beginning to sense a hint of danger, their faces instantly contorting in fear. Lin Chang, could it be that he is Lin Chang? An esteemed elder master gasped in shock. Elder, who is Lin Chang? What is his relation to the Lin family? Someone inquired impatiently. The elder master stumbled backward, his face marked by sheer terror, and stammered, Lin Chang, he was the great emperor of the Dezhou dynasty, a figure who dominated the world centuries ago. Is he not already deceased? What? The revelation of the emperor from centuries past left the crowd in stunned silence, their eyes brimming with abject fear. A dead emperor has returned to life? This is utterly preposterous. His resurrection is not to be feared. What is truly alarming is that Lin Chang was a top-tier powerhouse in his prime. The elder master spoke with a tremor in his voice, the realm of the earthly immortal. Upon hearing the term earthly immortal, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Countless eyes widened in disbelief, their bodies quaking. They understood all too well the weight that those two words carried. If a master represents the pinnacle of a dynasty's martial prowess, then an earthly immortal is capable of easily toppling any dynasty. The Dezhou dynasty, established for millennia, with a population exceeding 100 million and countless cities and mercenaries, could be effortlessly obliterated by a single earthly immortal if faced with such a superlative powerhouse. Even dozens of master-level warriors would stand no chance. It is over, we are doomed. Why didn't the Pill King Elder inform us that such a monster lurked within the royal family? An earthly immortal could annihilate us with a mere breath. Fear began to grip the hearts of the people. In the face of absolute power, they, the masters, were nothing but ants. Do not be afraid. What is there to fear? We still have Elder Jianxin with us. He has previously battled against earthly immortals. We still have a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, all gazes turned to Jianxin, their sole beacon of hope. Earthly immortal, the third emperor of Dezhou, Lin Qing? Jianxin suppressed his disdain, his expression growing grave. He had heard tales of the third emperor Lin Qing. This man was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. However, having battled earthly immortals himself, he understood the extent of their power. If he were to forfeit all his cultivation, it would not guarantee victory over this opponent. At this moment, Lin Qing's indifferent gaze swept over the crowd as he spoke. Is the woman who can lift my curse present? The ancestral figure cannot escape, she must be nearby. If I capture my wife, I will surely find her. Lin Yu respectfully responded. A strange smile crept across Lin Qing's lips. After countless years bound by curses, hope had finally arrived. The next moment, he released a long howl, and the deathly aura enveloping him erupted like a storm. While martial artists in close proximity exploded into a gruesome demise, ordinary master-level warriors screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, their bodies decaying before they swiftly lost their breath. In an instant, more than half of the masters perished with just one howl. Such a horrifying scene instilled terror within the hearts of all, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Elder Pill King, too powerful. An earthly immortal, we are utterly no match for him. I must take my leave. Some, gripped by fear, turned to flee. As panic spread through the remaining crowd, the resolve began to waver. At that moment, Jianxin stepped forward, his voice cold and resolute. Leave Lin Qing to me, you need not worry. His words immediately quelled the chaos among the crowd. Go, Elder Jianxin, we believe in you. Came the cries of encouragement. Jianxin's gaze turned intensely serious as he raised his arm, unleashing a surge of true energy that coalesced into countless sword energies above his head. Swish, hundreds of sword energies surged towards Lin Qing, who merely chuckled coldly, his gnarled claws grasping the air, shattering the sword energies with ease. The two combatants engaged fiercely, while the remaining onlookers refrained from further fighting, understanding that the outcome rested solely on Jianxin's shoulders. As the crowd fixated on the duel, the queen quietly urged Yi Tian, Your Highness, you should take Yiren and leave. Why? Yi Tian inquired. The queen sighed softly. If Lin Cheng were at his peak, we might all perish here today. Though Jianxin is formidable, he still falls short against an earthly immortal. You must take Yiren and head directly to the Mou Academy. Once you escape the Dezhou dynasty, you will be safe. Yi Tian smiled. If I leave, you will all perish. The queen grew frantic. If you do not leave, we will all die together. Lin Yu will surely find an excuse to eliminate you as well. You both must leave this place immediately. Yi Tian did not acquiesce, his gaze fixed on Lin Qing, his eyes narrowing. An earthly immortal, he was not without the ability to fight. With a thunderous roar, Jianxin unleashed his full power, channeling his true energy to forge a sword strike hundreds of feet long, descending from the sky with immense force. Lin Qing laughed heartily. You overestimate yourself. Today, I shall demonstrate the chasm that lies between us. With a mighty shout, Lin Qing's dark red true energy surged forth, forming a shield in midair. Bang! As the sword strike collided with the shield, the two forces began to clash violently. Yet, just moments later, Jianxin coughed up blood, and as the sword energy shattered, he was sent hurtling backward. Elder Jianxin. The crowd gasped in horror. Ants, daring to vie with the sun and moon, only seek their own demise. Lin Qing's face was imbued with mockery. Today, I shall crush your flesh and separate your sinews. Lin Qing's maniacal laughter echoed as a suffocating aura of fear enveloped the crowd. The queen's face turned ashen, her body swaying unsteadily. She had once felt assured of victory, but now death loomed over her. Today, no one can save you. Lin Qing's smile twisted into a grotesque grin. That may not be the case. Yi Tian strode forward nonchalantly. Chapter 48 The Final Battle of the Land. Immortal Prince Yi, what are you doing? Come back at once, the queen exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. She had originally intended for Yi Tian to take her daughter and hastily flee Dezhou. Why did he not heed her advice, instead choosing to move forward towards his demise? What are you planning, Prince Yi? Lin Yu's gaze was icy. I greatly admire your poetic talent. Surely, in a few years, you will become a paragon of the literary world. It would be wise for you to refrain from meddling today, lest I show you no mercy. Yi Tian replied with a faint smile, Your Majesty, do you truly believe I am such a fool? The scandal of today will never be allowed to spread, so everyone present must be silenced, including myself. Lin Yu chuckled, Prince Yi, you are indeed a clever individual. After today, I certainly will not allow you to live. What a pity, your literary talents could have secured you a place in history. Alas, how unfortunate. He shook his head repeatedly. Ye Tian spoke calmly, Your Majesty, do not be overly confident, the outcome of today is yet to be determined. What? Lin Yu's eyes glinted with mockery. Do you, Prince Yi, wish to challenge the ancestors of the Lin family? A mere sword heart cannot defeat me, what do you think you are? Yi Tian turned his gaze towards Lin Qing and said, You old relic, your time has long passed, I advise you to take your leave. And, you seek death. Lin Qing's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. In an instant, two beams of black light shot forth from his eyes, aiming to pierce through Yi Tian's body. Yi Tian flicked his fingers, shattering the beams. Lin Qing snorted, stomping his foot lightly, summoning a black dragon of death that surged forward. The black dragon enveloped Yi Tian, ready to consume him. The queen and others turned pale. They had long advised him to retreat, yet he insisted on courting death. However, the next moment, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Qing's indifferent expression. With a resounding crash, the black energy was shattered, and Yi Tian emerged unscathed. This scene left Lin Yu astonished. He had always remembered Yi Tian as a talentless waste, which was why Chu had sent him here. Yet what he witnessed now contradicted everything he thought he knew. Prince Yi, the queen was momentarily stupefied, unable to comprehend how Yi Tian had survived. I understand now, Gen Xian said, his face pale. So it was him. He has concealed himself well. What are you talking about, Gen Xian? The queen inquired. Gen Xian replied, Did I not tell you recently about a mysterious powerful figure in Dezhou? That person's swordsmanship is undoubtedly superior to mine. That person is none other than Prince Yi. Impossible. The queen was utterly astonished. I know Prince Yi's literary prowess is exceptional, but he is a person who cannot cultivate in Dezhou. How could he possess such terrifying abilities? Gen Xian chuckled, This young man harbors an inscrutable aura, he must be a person of destiny. Your Majesty, you have placed your bets wisely, with her by his side, no one would dare harm you and your daughter. At that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from Yi Tian, a visible swirl of energy manifesting around him. This vortex shot upward like a blade, tearing through the void and soaring to tens of thousands of meters above. Simultaneously, a series of crackling sounds emanated from Yi Tian, as if some seal had been broken. Feeling the terrifying sword intent radiating from Yi Tian, Lin Yu recoiled in shock, his pupils trembling. Prince Yi, you have been concealing your strength all along. Lin Yu clenched his fists tightly, his heart shaken to its core. He had previously looked down upon Yi Tian, but now he realized he had misjudged him. This young man's cunning surpassed his own. As Yi Tian revealed his true power, the previously despondent crowd felt a tremor of hope surge within them. Their survival today hinged upon him. Cough, cough. Gen Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued, Prince Yi's strength is undoubtedly above mine, perhaps we truly have a chance to win. The queen trembled. Could Yi Tian truly possess the ability to contend with the land immortal? After all, how old could he be? It was almost too incredible to believe. Crack, the floor beneath Lin Qing shattered, and a deep, rumbling roar of death energy emanated from him as he launched himself forward like a cannonball. Yi Tian remained unfazed, mirroring his opponent's charge. Their first clash generated a storm that rippled outward, toppling everyone within a radius of 10,000 meters. The speed was so swift that the movements were barely discernible, only the sound of sonic booms resonated through the air. Even masters of the Grandmaster realm could only perceive a blur in motion, while the atmosphere crackled with violent explosions, indicating the ferocity of their exchanges. Gen Xian barely managed to discern their movements and slowly remarked, Lin Qing is extraordinarily powerful. With a mere gesture, he wields the force to devastate the heavens and obliterate the earth. At this, the crowd's hearts tightened. Could it be that they were truly to perish here? Yet Prince Ye's methods were equally formidable. He emanated a robust energy that fiercely suppressed the death aura surrounding them. Gen Xian's words quickened the heartbeats of those present, igniting an inexplicable fervor within them. Were they to witness history unfold today? Would they behold the fall of a land immortal? Lin Yu's gaze was fixed intently upon the heavens, an inexplicable sense of foreboding rising within him. Just then, the sky erupted with a dense array of sword chi, thousands upon thousands of blades raining down like a torrential storm. The shield before Lin Chang was bombarded by the sword chi, cracking under the relentless assault until it could no longer withstand the onslaught. Subsequently, Lin Chang was pierced through by the sword chi, crashing heavily to the ground. Did we win? The faces of the crowd could not contain their elation. Not yet, a land immortal will not perish so easily, Gen Xian interjected. As expected, Lin Chang rose from the ground, the visible wounds on his body beginning to heal before their eyes. Pooh! Lin Qing spat out a mouthful of black blood. Although his external injuries were mending, his internal wounds had worsened significantly. You wretched ant, how dare you injure me? Lin Qing's eyes blazed with a frenzied rage, his heart brimming with hatred. Though his opponent's realm was evidently inferior, for some reason, he felt as though his power was being suppressed. He could never fathom that Yi Tian's very being was enveloped in the fortune of a true dragon, a force that countered all evil in the world. I, the Emperor, once reigned invincible, quelling rebellions and slaughtering a million foes, single-handedly establishing the Dezhou dynasty. Lin Qing's voice was laced with chilling resolve. I refuse to believe that you, an insignificant ant, can slay me. As he spoke, the black death energy within Lin Qing converged above him, forming the shape of a skull. He was prepared to fight desperately, unleashing all his power in a final assault. Yi Tian's expression remained indifferent as he slowly raised his arm, gathering his own energy into the void, coalescing into a 1,000-foot-long, resplendent sword qi. Chapter 49. The Invincible Emperor. Above Yi Tian's head, an immense sword aura, soaring to a height of 1,000 zhang, hovered ominously, pulsating with terrifying energy fluctuations. It seemed as though the very heavens and earth were on the verge of being torn asunder, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. Jianxin remarked, his technique resembles yours quite closely. Is it truly ineffective? The queen's face was etched with urgency and concern. Jianxin, his expression grave, slowly replied, his sword energy is far more formidable and domineering than mine, and it possesses an astonishing brilliance. The level of his cultivation must be quite high, yet this strike alone cannot slay Lin Qing. What shall we do then? The queen felt her heart plummet, fully aware that Lin Qing, a being of terrestrial immortality, was an invincible force within the empire. Although Yi Tian had amazed her, he was still young in terms of combat experience and the intensity of his power. He could not possibly compare to Lin Qing. But if Yi Tian were to fall, death would surely follow for her daughter as well. At that moment, Yi Tian exuded an aura that was not in the slightest inferior to Lin Qing's. Indeed, the swirling currents around him had completely subdued the deathly energy of his opponent. Lin Qing chuckled, it has been quite some time since I encountered such an exceptional young man. You possess a flair reminiscent of my own in my youth. But if you were to kneel and submit to me now, I might consider making you the next emperor of the Great Zhou. Yi Tian replied with a calm smile, you are merely dreaming. Should I slay you, the throne shall also be mine. A stubborn fool, utterly oblivious to his own fate. I have granted you a chance, yet you squandered it. Prepare to meet your end. With a thunderous roar, Lin Qing commanded the skeletal specters behind him to lunge at Yi Tian. The horrific aura of death coalesced into an ear-splitting cacophony, causing countless onlookers to experience excruciating pain, their eardrums rupturing. Yi Tian's gaze turned icy as he raised his arm, unleashing a blinding brilliance from the 1,000 zhang sword aura. He struck down fiercely, with a resounding crash. The clash between the skeletons and the sword aura erupted into a cataclysmic explosion. A shockwave rapidly spread outward, causing hundreds of nearby structures to collapse in an instant. The ferocious wind sent all the golden-armored soldiers reeling backward in agony. Even the elite martial artists of the royal family found themselves buried under the debris. After a considerable time had passed, once the aftershocks of the explosion subsided, the crowd began to rise from the ground. As they surveyed the scene, numerous gasps of shock filled the air. What was once a row of interconnected houses had been utterly flattened, as if a calamity had befallen the place. Was this the power of a terrestrial immortal, to wreak such devastation with a mere gesture? The many masters present were filled with trepidation. Their feats of facing thousands at once now seemed utterly inconsequential in the presence of a true top-tier expert. What would be the outcome? Who would emerge victorious? One grandmaster voiced the question that hung heavily in the air. All eyes turned to the center, where two massive craters had formed, yet neither Yi Tian nor Lin Qing could be seen. Just then, a figure emerged from one of the pits. It was Lin Qing. The ancestor is unharmed. Lin Yu's face lit up with uncontainable joy. This is wonderful, the ancestor has triumphed in this battle. In stark contrast, the queen and her followers appeared ashen, their faces drained of color, bodies trembling. If Yi Tian were to perish, it would signify their own impending doom. The queen's strength gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, her voice quaking as she pleaded, Jianxin, I beseech you for one final request. Take my daughter away from here. To the Moliu Academy, please, take her swiftly. Jianxin sighed deeply. Should he choose to depart, none could restrain him. However, if he were to leave, the queen and her companions would inevitably face death. Ha ha! Lin Yu cackled with glee. Now, no one can save you. Hand over Iran obediently, and out of respect for our many years as a couple, I may grant you a reprieve. The queen's eyes burned with hatred. You are unworthy to be her father, you wretch. Lin Yu's smile grew cold. I am the emperor of the Great Zhou. Countless lives depend on me. How could I sacrifice the interests of the entire empire for the sake of one or two individuals? Fear not, ancestor, I shall dispatch someone to seek her whereabouts and ensure your curse is lifted. Lin Qing remained silent, standing still. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his aura plummeting sharply. Ancestor! Lin Yu gasped in shock. I am unharmed, Lin Qing waved dismissively, his expression frigid. That boy's sword energy is indeed impressive. It has shattered my heart-protecting mirror, nearly shattering my heart veins. If I were to allow him 2 or 3 more years of cultivation, I might truly perish beneath his sword energy. However, it is all too late. He is ultimately too young and impetuous, foolishly believing he can challenge my authority. Lin Sheng let out a cold chuckle. Suddenly, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. All present ceased their conversations. Lin Qing, perplexed, assumed time itself had paused. He looked up to find everyone, like wooden puppets, turning to gaze behind him. Was there a ghost? Why did they all wear such expressions? Instinctively, Lin Qing turned around. To his astonishment, a strikingly handsome youth approached, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was none other than Yi Tian. You didn't die? Lin Qing's pupils widened in disbelief, his body trembling. How could this prince perish? Yi Tian replied with calm composure, the earlier explosion merely sent me flying. I observed you here declaring your victory, and I refrained from interrupting, silently watching you make a fool of yourself. Eventually, I could no longer bear to watch and thus emerged. At these words, Lin Cheng's expression darkened to an extreme. He had been made a laughingstock, humiliated before all by a mere waste from a small place. In an instant, an inferno of rage ignited within his chest, black flames blazed in his eyes, and the deathly energy around him surged skyward, filling the Great Zhou with the sound of wailing spirits. Yi Tian regarded him with an indifferent gaze, casually gesturing behind him, where a phoenix engulfed in flames coalesced. This was the phoenix form he had summoned using the soul control technique. Though it could not compare to a true phoenix, its searing heat surpassed that of the sun. What is that creature? The crowd marveled, astonished. The phoenix, a legendary beast spoken of only in tales and ancient texts, had never been seen before. The magnificent creature behind Yi Tian spread its wings, each spanning 1,000 feet, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, appearing as a godly being. Lin Qing's deathly energy crystallized to its utmost limit. He understood this was his final chance to strike. Should he fail, death would be his fate. How could I perish at the hands of an insignificant insect? I shall not lose. Rage consumed Lin Qing as he bellowed, 10,000 ghosts devour the heavens. Chapter 50. The fall of the earthly immortal. An endless shroud of dark mist enveloped the skies above the Great Zhou, casting the sun into obscurity and transforming the imperial city into a realm of darkness. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed through the air. The phoenix, ablaze with flames, radiated a brilliance that shattered the darkness, its searing heat distorting the very fabric of space. Countless tendrils of black mist, unable to approach, were entirely vaporized by the flames. Lin Qing let out a low growl, the deathly energy within him surging forth in relentless waves. Yet, despite employing every means at his disposal, he found himself utterly powerless against the heavenly oppressor. Yi Tian chuckled softly, his purity of true energy far surpassing Lin Qing's by 100-fold. He could manifest the phoenix through his true energy, a feat unattainable by any other. Today, this prince shall extinguish your malevolent spirit. Yi Tian spoke with an air of indifference, then thrust his palm outwards. Boom! The phoenix above swooped down fiercely, engulfing Lin Cheng whole. Accompanied by anguished screams, the black mist was visibly incinerated. This emperor shall not perish. This emperor is eternally immortal, still clinging to delusions of grandeur. Meet your demise, Yi Tian scoffed, his palm clenched with fierce intensity as the phoenix emitted a final, mournful cry before culminating in a self-detonation. After a thunderous explosion, flames erupted across the void, dissipating the dark energy. As tranquility descended, the residual heat in the air vanished, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard and tentatively spoke. Did we win? Have we truly triumphed? We won. Jianxin nodded vigorously. Lin Sheng has been burned to death. He is no more. Hooray! Instantly, those allied with the queen erupted in jubilant cheers. We have won. We have won. Ha! We have witnessed the fall of an earthly immortal today. We can boast about this for a lifetime. Laughter echoed through the crowd. Lin Yu, however, stood in stunned silence, repeatedly uttering a single phrase. How could the ancestor be dead? How could the ancestor have perished? In an instant, Lin Yu felt deflated, collapsing to the ground, his gaze vacant. The ancestor was an earthly immortal. How could he die? How could he die? The feats of the ancestor, chronicled in volumes spanning millions of words, had always made him the most illustrious figure of the Lin family. The very existence of the Great Zhou stood firm because of the ancestor's legacy. Yet now, the invincible figure in his heart had succumbed to a mere worthless prince. Your Majesty, do you have anything to say? The queen spoke icily. Lin Yu lowered his head, slowly replying. Madam, I am still the emperor of the Great Zhou. My fate is not yet fulfilled. You cannot kill me. A million-strong army stands ready to march in at any moment. We can have a proper discussion. Hatred filled the queen's eyes as she brandished her sword, poised to strike. Wait, Jianxin intervened, declaring that the emperor cannot be killed. Why, I have awaited this day for far too long, the queen retorted in fury. Jianqin explained that his fate is not yet fulfilled. To recklessly slay an emperor would invite a backlash of fortune. Until one reaches the realm of earthly immortals, no one can personally slay an emperor. Upon hearing this, the queen's gaze turned frigid. If I cannot kill you, then abdicate and surrender the throne. I shall not relinquish it. Lin Yu scoffed. The queen asserted, if you refuse to cede the throne, I will systematically eliminate your beloved consort, your close friends and family, until you comply. Lin Yu trembled, fully aware that the queen's threats were not mere bluster. She was capable of carrying them out. You have 10 breaths to respond. 10. The queen began her cold countdown. Lin Yu kept his head bowed, lost in thought. 3, 2. The queen's eyes grew increasingly frigid, her murderous intent intensifying. 1. No need to count further. Lin Yu suddenly raised his head, his gaze now calm. I shall never relinquish the throne. The emperor of the Great Zhou shall forever bear the surname Lin. Stubborn to the end, do you think I fear to kill you? The queen gripped her sword once more, ready to act. Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed in their ears, and in an instant, the sky darkened. The crowd looked up to witness a dense swarm of flying demonic beasts descending upon them from the mountains. They are demonic beasts, they are attacking the imperial city. Panic ensued. Despite their mastery as grandmasters, none stood a chance against the onslaught of tens of thousands of demonic beasts. Lin Yu scoffed, without my command, the million-strong army shall not engage. In that case, the imperial city will be besieged by these beasts, and all citizens shall perish, or those present will naturally be unable to escape. The queen spoke menacingly. Hand over the military talisman. Lin Yu laughed heartily. I am the military talisman. Without my presence, the generals outside will heed no orders. Queen, let him go first to address the demonic beast invasion. Otherwise, the Great Zhou will be doomed. Jianqin interjected. Though furious, the queen understood the necessity of the choice at hand. If they did not defend the city, they would all perish. At that moment, countless demonic beasts had reached the outskirts, commencing their relentless slaughter. Nearby villages were instantly overrun, and the inhabitants devoured by the horde. The city's defense forces mobilized, sending forth thousands of cavalry to launch the first wave of counteroffensive. What a chaotic day it has been. Yi Tian stood atop the city wall, unable to suppress a sigh of reflection. Just moments ago, he had quelled the internal strife of the royal family, and now, the demonic beasts had begun their assault. Such is the mundane existence of humanity. Xiaobai sauntered over slowly, leaping onto his shoulder and remarked, ordinary people spend their lives vying for power and position, only to be reduced to dust a century later. Fortunately, you will not be confined to this small dynasty for eternity. A far grander world awaits you beyond. Yi Tian nodded slightly. He had once been but a minor prince of Dechu. Had fate not intervened, altering his destiny, he too might have met his end in the earth after a century. No one would remember him in this world. Do you possess the confidence to make your name known throughout the world? Xiaobai queried. Naturally. Yi Tian's face brimmed with confidence. In the future, the name Yi Tian will echo throughout the Tianwu continent, reaching every corner. I shall become an unparalleled force, living alongside the heavens, and as long as the universe endures, so shall I. Ha! Xiaobai began to yawn. As long as you maintain this confidence, this divine beast shall accompany you as you grow, until the day you conquer the entire Tianwu continent and become the supreme powerhouse. Yi Tian inquired, but what if I were to perish midway? If you perish, then I shall simply seek another. Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. I suddenly crave dog meat. Yi Tian remarked, Scram, you are the dog. This divine beast is not a dog, Xiaobai snapped, baring his teeth in annoyance. Yi Tian laughed, but his expression abruptly shifted to seriousness. He spotted a black shadow amidst the multitude of demonic beasts, slowly approaching. The Black Skyhound, Yi Tian spoke solemnly, his heart quaking. Chapter 51. Take action. What brings this wretched creature here so suddenly? Could it be that these demonic beasts are under its command? Yi Tian's gaze fixated intensely on the black celestial hound as he muttered, I suspect you are insulting me, but I lack the proof. Xiaobai scoffed, then remarked, it is evident that the sudden large-scale assault by these demonic beasts is orchestrated by no one but a demon king-level entity. Yi Tian replied, then the Great Zhou is clearly doomed. I wonder if they can withstand this onslaught. It seems unlikely. Xiaobai remarked, look at the thousands of cavalry that charged out. They have already been engulfed by the demonic beasts. Yi Tian focused his eyes and, indeed, it was as she said, the vanguard cavalry that had just surged forth to counterattack had vanished without a trace. Soon, the city gates swung wide open, and the second wave of heavy troops began to assemble for battle. Meanwhile, the remaining two gates were also under siege by various demonic beasts. At least hundreds of thousands of these beasts were attacking. In a frenzy. Yi Tian took a deep breath. During his time on the Great Zhou, he had also encountered attacks from demonic beasts. However, those incidents involved at most a few thousand beasts, easily dealt with. Yet now, outside the city, there loomed at least several 100,000 demonic beasts, all watching hungrily. Even if the Great Zhou boasted over 1 million soldiers, it would be impossible to mobilize them all in time. The people within the city certainly couldn't hold them back. At this moment, a flying demonic beast broke through from above, surviving a hail of arrows. Subsequently, the beast descended into the city, launching attacks on the civilians. Prince Yi, the queen hurriedly approached, saying, "Prince Yi, the Great Zhou is on the brink of destruction, you must take Yiren and flee at once." "And you?" Yi inquired. The queen shook her head. "Do not concern yourself with me. I can leave whenever I wish." Roar. Suddenly, 3 demonic beasts charged forward, and Yi turned to see the city gate had been breached. "This is dire, the Great Zhou is finished." Senior Dan Wang, "We must retreat." The reinforcements, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily sought excuses to escape. The queen attempted to persuade them to stay and assist, but they had already vanished without a trace. "Prince Yi, you should leave at once." Jian Xan approached and stated, "These demonic beasts will annihilate the entire Great Zhou. No one can withstand them. You should take Yiren to the MOU Academy. With your skills, these beasts will not be able to catch you." Ye Tian nodded in agreement. "I won tea leave." At that moment, Lin Yiren appeared, anxiously declaring, "The Great Zhou is my home. As a princess, I cannot simply abandon it." "Mother, I understand you wish to share the fate of the Great Zhou. I will not leave alone." Yiren, "Listen, your presence here serves no purpose. Hurry and leave with Prince Yi," the queen admonished. "I will not leave." Lin Yiren's eyes were filled with determination. "If the Great Zhou stands, then so shall I." "Prince Yi, please persuade her," the queen urged. Ye Tian was at a loss for words, for he could see that Lin Yiren did not want to forsake her people. In her, he recognized a reflection of himself. In the past, during his time in the Great Zhou, he had been deeply cherished by the populace, holding a higher esteem among the common folk than the tyrannical emperor. As a prince, witnessing his subjects suffer and be oppressed, he also felt profound sorrow. Thus, he could empathize with Lin Yiren's sentiments. "If none of you are willing to leave, then I shall stay to assist." Jian Xan sighed, then ascended the city wall, gazing at the countless ferocious demonic beasts outside, and began to gather his energy for a strike. Boom! With the attack of his sword energy, thousands of demonic beasts were torn asunder. The soldiers were suddenly rejuvenated, thinking that with such a formidable ally, victory was assured. However, Jian Xan was ultimately not an immortal, and having not fully recovered from the prior battle, his energy was depleted in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Jian Xan forcibly summoned his remaining energy, injuring his heart meridian, and soon collapsed to the ground. The queen, moved, immediately scooped Jian Xan up. "You need not do this. I am not doing this for the Great Zhou, but for you." Jian Xan smiled bitterly. The queen gently caressed Jian Xan's face, and in that moment, she realized that even after decades, Jian Xan's feelings for her had never wavered. "If we both survive this, I will part ways with Lin Yu and give you a chance." Hearing the queen's words, Jian Xan's dim gaze suddenly sparkled with light. "Quickly help me up. I can still fight." Jian Xan gritted his teeth, mustering the remnants of his energy to continue attacking the demonic beasts. "Ah, love can be quite a burden. Even such an elder cannot escape the fate of being a lovesick fool." Ye Tian watched from the side, bemused. Xiaobai languidly remarked, "What do you plan to do next?" "Simply watch. What else can I do? Should I take action?" Yi Tian replied, "This is not the Great Zhou. The fate of the Great Zhou has little to do with me." Xiaobai continued, "Have you not realized that the Black Celestial Hound is targeting you? I suggest you take action to save the people of the Great Zhou. Once you defeat the Black Celestial Hound, you will be hailed as their savior. At that point, supporting your wife to become empress would garner you considerable backing." Yi Tian chuckled. "Having Yiren as empress, that does sound rather appealing." Roar. Suddenly, the horde of demonic beasts breached the second city gate, and thousands of beasts surged into the city, instantly shredding several hundred soldiers. The chilling cries of terror echoed throughout the imperial city. Ye Tian inhaled deeply. In the face of such calamity, it seemed that he alone could save the Great Zhou. Without delay, Yi Tian mounted his flying sword, his voice resonating throughout the imperial city. "This prince shall capture the Demon King, the Black Celestial Hound. You must hold this position until my return. The Great Zhou shall be saved." As soon as the words left his lips, Yi Tian transformed into a shooting star, dashing towards the most perilous area. The citizens of the Great Zhou, the noble families, and the royal members all gazed in astonishment at the direction Yi Tian had taken. No one could have anticipated that, in their hour of need, they would rely on a son-in-law for salvation. "Father, does that lad truly intend to help us?" Lin Fengwu exclaimed in shock. Lin Yu's gaze flickered, his fists clenched tightly. He understood why Yi Tian had chosen to act. Should Yi Tian succeed in saving the Great Zhou, he would become a savior. At that point, he, the emperor, would be reduced to a puppet. In this moment, he finally comprehended why the Great Zhou had sent Yi Tian over. This fellow was far from a waste. He was exceptionally gifted, so gifted, in fact, that he could single-handedly save an empire. When that time came, he would become a hero in the eyes of the common people. What reputation could surpass that? "Prince Yi, do take care." Lin Yiren's eyes brimmed with concern as she began to silently pray for Yi Tian. Is he truly planning to confront the Black Celestial Hound alone? Jian Xan's expression was one of utter astonishment. After all, that creature was the king of a myriad of demons, a being from ancient texts. In this world, who could possibly harm the Black Celestial Hound? Chapter 52 The rescue. Yi Tian soared through the air atop his flying sword, traversing the skies with unparalleled speed, swiftly reaching the innermost depths of the mountain forest. The place was suffused with an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, with countless formidable beasts congregating in this realm. As soon as Yi Tian made his appearance, dozens of ferocious gazes fixated upon him. The black heavenly dog opened its blood-red eyes, its wings unfurling gently behind it, as a storm of crimson demonic energy engulfed the heavens. "Once again, we meet," Yi Tian remarked, his gaze unwavering as he regarded the legendary beast that resided within the pages of lore. He dared not underestimate it. "I have sought you for a long time," the black heavenly dog uttered, its voice chilling, eyes brimming with a frenzied thirst for blood. Yi Tian responded calmly, "What do you seek me for?" "We are hardly acquainted. Though this prince possesses a modicum of allure, it is hardly an invitation for you to entertain thoughts of me." At this, the small white creature perched upon his shoulder nearly tumbled down in shock. The black heavenly dog, too, momentarily wore an expression of astonishment, clearly unprepared for Yi Tian's retort. "You?" The black heavenly dog instantly erupted in fury, its dark wings thrumming violently, unleashing a swarm of bats that charged towards Yi Tian. A barrier of true energy enveloped Yi Tian, repelling the myriad bats that assaulted him, sending them careening away. With a sharp exhalation, he unleashed a shockwave of energy, obliterating all the bats in its wake. The black heavenly dog swayed, closing the distance to Yi Tian, emanating an oppressive aura that rendered the air heavy. Yi Tian discreetly retreated a few steps, pinching his nose. "As a demon king, have you truly gone thousands of years without bathing? What a foul stench!" The blood-red pupils of the black heavenly dog glinted with a sinister intent as it raised a claw covered in scales, ready to strike. Yi Tian's true energy spiraled within him, poised for a fierce confrontation. However, the black heavenly dog slowly lowered its paw, its tone indifferent. "I cannot bring myself to slay you." "Slay me? You ought to consider whether you possess the capability," Yi Tian scoffed. The black heavenly dog continued, its demeanor unyielding. "For millennia, you are the first human to survive in my presence. There exists a unique fortune within you that I find admirable." Yi Tian chuckled, needless to say, as the destined child, such as to be expected. Yet, as he spoke, a frown creased his brow. The black heavenly dog's gaze upon him felt peculiar, almost as if it were admiring him. Was it possible? A shiver ran down Yi Tian's spine, prompting him to retreat hastily, maintaining his distance. This grotesque creature, could it possibly be female? Has it truly taken a liking to me? He mused internally. At that moment, the black heavenly dog subdued its murderous aura, gesturing casually for the surrounding beasts to withdraw, leaving only the two of them. Subsequently, the black heavenly dog began to diminish in size, transforming to about 2 meters tall. "Human, accompany me for a chat. I have not conversed with anyone in millennia," it declared. Yi Tian curled his lip in disdain. "Are you unwell? Hurry and engage me in battle so that I may return and report. This prince has no inclination to share a drink with you." The black heavenly dog countered, "If you drink with me, I shall cease my assault." Yi Tian's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "What might be in your drink? You wouldn't be attempting to drug me, would you?" The black heavenly dog's expression darkened. "Human, do not be so self-absorbed. I am also male." "Oh, then I shall rest easy," Yi Tian said, unexpectedly amused by the creature's reaction, settling down with a grin. The black heavenly dog dropped its facade of aloofness, snorting dismissively. "I merely admire you and wish for a drink and conversation. However, I was uncertain how to locate you, relying solely on your aura to discern your presence in Dezhou. Thus, I sent a lesser demon to summon you." Yi Tian replied, "You invaded Dezhou merely to find me. You truly are something." The black heavenly dog retorted with irritation, "I invited you, yet you are unwilling and dare to speak arrogantly. Had I been a female, you would not have escaped today. Alas, I find you of no interest." Yi Tian quipped, "Were you a female, you would not escape either." The small white creature on his shoulder rolled its eyes in exasperation. "For heaven's sake, you two have had enough. Humans and demons cannot coexist." Yi Tian erupted into laughter, and the black heavenly dog joined in, the atmosphere lightening. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, concealed within the palace, dared not emerge. His table was cluttered with urgent messages, all pleading for his assistance. Yet at this moment, he was grappling with his own survival. "Your Majesty, there is news from the Xian Sword sect." "Excellent." Lin Yu's face lit up with joy. "Quickly, summon them in, Dezhou has hope." However, they did not bring anyone with them but conveyed a message. Lin Yu's expression froze. "What message?" "Your Majesty, the Xian Sword sect states that this calamity befalls Dezhou as fate decrees, and they possess no authority to intervene." With a thud, Lin Yu collapsed into his chair, his face pale. "No authority to intervene?" This is clearly an excuse. The Xian sword sect simply wishes to avoid offending that black heavenly dog. As despair engulfed him, the elders and saintess of the water sect arrived unexpectedly. Lin Yu, sensing a glimmer of hope, trembled as he spoke. Elders of the water sect, thank you for coming, De Zhou is saved. The saintess Han Bingji replied coolly, I am here to find Yi Tian. Take me to him, where is he? Lin Yu's expression soured. Saintess, Prince Yi is one of De Zhou's own, Yu. Han Bingji interrupted with indifference, De Zhou is finished. I intend to take him away with me. Where is he? Lin Yu was utterly dumbfounded. The water sect had not come to assist but to take Yi Tian away. What nonsense was this? Wasn't Yi Tian merely a prince of Dechu? Why would he attract the saintess's attention? At this moment, his desperate pleas for help had all been rebuffed. Not a single sect was willing to lend aid. Even the nearby monarchies showed no intention of offering military support. Lin Yu sensed that his fate was sealed. Today marked his demise. De Zhou was doomed. I have become a sinner. I have failed my ancestors. Alone, Lin Yu made his way to the royal tomb, kneeling before the ancestral tablets. At this juncture, no one comprehended his thoughts, nor did they notice his departure. On the city walls, the queen and others continued to rally their forces, desperately holding the line. Faced with the relentless onslaught of demonic beasts, the soldiers were utterly overwhelmed. Even the masters and grandmasters found themselves gripped by a profound sense of helplessness. Let alone counterattacking, they struggled merely to survive. Your Majesty, to perish together with you is worth it. Jian Xian had long exhausted his true energy, leaning against the wall, gazing deeply at the queen. The queen forced a smile. I had thought that upon achieving my revenge, I could secure De Zhou in my grasp. Little did I anticipate that it would lead to the downfall of De Zhou as well. The poor Prince Yi has been absent for so long. He may have perished already. It is lamentable that he has been unwittingly dragged into this. The queen felt a deep sense of guilt within her heart. Chapter 53 Long live Prince Yi. Indeed, the young Prince Yi has already proven himself capable of vanquishing seasoned powerhouses like Lin Qing. If granted a few more years of cultivation, his ascension to the status of an earthly immortal seems inevitable. Jianxin sighed in resignation. Yet, Prince Yi has ventured to confront the Black Heavenly Dog in an effort to save the Great Zhou. The Black Heavenly Dog is a being that can easily devour earthly immortals. His foray into such perilous territory may spell disaster. Who do you speak of as facing imminent peril? Han Bingji approached with an icy demeanor. I am searching for Yi Tian. Where is he? Jianxin replied, Prince Yi has gone to confront the Black Heavenly Dog. Over an hour has passed, and he has yet to return. It is likely. Upon hearing this, Han Bingji's fists clenched tightly. The man I have chosen shall not dare to risk his life without my consent. I must go and rescue him. Saintess, you must not. The elder of the sect immediately intervened. That is the king of 10,000 beasts. The Black Heavenly Dog has survived for countless millennia. No sect would dare provoke it. Its power exceeds our comprehension. We cannot sacrifice ourselves for the sake of one man. Infuriating. Han Bingji seethed. I have finally persuaded my parents to allow me to bring him to the water sect. How dare this fool seek death? I am not pleased. On what grounds do you claim displeasure? Lin Yiren interjected. Prince Yi is my fiancé. You may be the sect's saintess, but that does not grant you the right to take him away. Han Bingji cast a sidelong glance and retorted, the man I have chosen does not require anyone's approval, and you, a mere princess, are even less qualified. Lin Yiren fixed her gaze upon her, stating, Prince Yi will not follow you. I wager you on this, his willingness is not solely determined by you. Han Bingji scoffed. Ladies, cease your quarrel. Must you bicker over a man? This is a critical moment for the Great Zhou's survival. Can we not focus on pressing matters, Saintess? Can your water sect lend assistance to save the Great Zhou? Jianxin implored. Unconcerned, Han Bingji replied coldly. If the Great Zhou falls, another dynasty will rise in its place. This is the natural order. Our sect will not intervene. Since Prince Yi is absent, I have even less reason to concern myself with your plight. With that, Han Bingji departed with her entourage. As they left, despair enveloped the crowd once more. Who will save the Great Zhou? Who will rescue us? Many generals knelt in anguish, weeping uncontrollably. The citizens within the city cried out for help, their voices echoing with desperation. The entire imperial city was shrouded in the terror of impending death. Lin Yiren's eyes reddened as she witnessed the suffering of the people. Her heart ached, yet her strength was insufficient to provide aid. In the face of countless demonic beasts, individual power seemed utterly insignificant. At that moment, Xingya from the Star Auction House approached, accompanied by several masterful experts. Princess Lin, allow me to escort you away, she offered. I shall not leave. Lin Yiren gritted her teeth. Qingya replied nonchalantly, I offer this out of goodwill for Prince Ye's sake. I admire his talent, and thus, I am willing to assist you this once. Lin Yiren shook her head in refusal once more. What a pity, Qingya remarked calmly. Such a remarkable person as Prince Yi would fall, leaving the world bereft of a literary saint. Suddenly, the queen swiftly struck, knocking Lin Yiren unconscious. Qingya, I implore you to take my daughter away and escort her to the MOU Academy, the queen pleaded earnestly. Very well. Qingya nodded slightly. For Prince Ye's sake, I shall see her to the MOU Academy. Thank you. The queen expressed her deep gratitude. Thereafter, Qingya departed with Lin Yiren in tow with her daughter taken away. The queen finally exhaled in relief. Roar, several towering demonic beasts crashed through the city walls, each step flattening countless structures. The heavily armored cavalry appeared as fragile as ants before them, crushed beneath a single footfall. Within the imperial city, chaos erupted, and screams of terror filled the air. Countless generals lost hope and began to abandon the fight. The last remnant of defenders in the palace soon found themselves surrounded by the beasts. The leading general's face turned ashen, trembling in fear. Behind him, all the soldiers bore expressions of terror, their weapons trembling in their hands. In the next moment, the hundreds of meters tall giant lifted its foot to stomp down. The crowd closed their eyes in despair, yet, unexpectedly, the anticipated stomp did not come. The giant's enormous foot was slowly lowered back to the ground. What is happening? Why have the demonic beasts ceased their assault? What is going on? Confusion spread among the onlookers as the beasts appeared to halt their slaughter. At that moment, a soldier noticed a figure approaching from the throng of beasts outside the city. The figure stood tall, striding into the city, while the surrounding beasts frantically retreated from his path. That silhouette seemed so familiar. It was the young Prince Yi. It is Prince Yi. Someone recognized the youth's face and exclaimed in astonishment. What? Prince Yi has returned? The queen and others immediately rejoiced and rushed to look outside. Ye Tian stood alone, calmly positioned in the middle of the street. At that moment, the demonic beasts within the city began a frenzied retreat, vanishing without a trace in an instant. This scene left countless witnesses in utter disbelief. The surviving soldiers and citizens stepped onto the streets, gazing at Yi Tian with dazed expressions. A miracle, Prince Yi has saved us. Thud, someone instinctively knelt on the ground, clasping their hands together and bowing in reverence. Soon, one after another, others followed suit. Initially, it was the common folk, then soldiers, and eventually members of various families, all kneeling with expressions of devotion. Prince Yi, whose might is unparalleled, has rescued our great Zhou dynasty. Long live Prince Yi! The surviving citizens wept heart-wrenchingly, viewing Yi Tian as their savior, a celestial being descended to earth. The queen's eyes were filled with shock. She had not anticipated that Yi Tian would return alive. Jianxin could not contain himself, exclaiming, "This kid is incredible, unbelievable. By heavens, he actually returned." Jianxin burst into laughter. The entire imperial city erupted in cheers. Prince Yi, Prince Yi! Countless voices shouted his name in frenzied jubilation. Yi Tian was hoisted high by the citizens, tens of thousands marching through the streets, fervently calling out his name. In that moment, perhaps many did not even remember the name of their emperor, yet the entire Great Zhou knew who Yi Tian was. Prince Yi, you have saved the Great Zhou. On behalf of the people, I thank you. The queen's eyes brimmed with gratitude as she knelt before him. Please, rise. Yi Tian quickly assisted her up, smiling gently. I merely had a stroke of luck, nothing more. Chapter 54 Departure. Saving the dynasty, where is the luck? The efforts and actions of Prince Yi have not gone unnoticed by all. Of the Empress's eyes brimmed with gratitude. Her kneeling was indeed warranted. Had it not been for Yi Tian's intervention, the Great Zhou would have perished, and countless citizens would have fallen prey to the beasts. Why not take this opportunity to seize the throne? Empress Jianxin spoke. Let us find Lin Yu and compel him to relinquish the crown. Indeed, the Empress nodded earnestly. With Prince Yi's current renown, the common folk will support our cause. Let us seek Lin Yu. The group then hastened towards the palace, but their search yielded no trace of Lin Yu. Soon, word reached them that Lin Yu was hiding within the royal tomb. They immediately rushed to the mausoleum, only to discover, to their shock, that Lin Yu had hanged himself from a tree. He had taken his own life. He even left behind a suicide note. I cannot face my ancestors nor the people of the Great Zhou. This emperor, at least, possessed a modicum of conscience, Jianxin remarked. The Empress, her expression devoid of emotion, replied, while he has been cruel to us, he has shown some consideration for the subjects of the dynasty. His burial in the royal tomb shall serve as a final act of dignity. Days later, the chaos within the imperial city temporarily subsided. With Lin Yu's demise, the Great Zhou dynasty found itself without an emperor. At this juncture, numerous ministers convened to deliberate on which prince should ascend to the throne. Crown Prince Lin Chunfeng was already at the Muyu Academy, thus unable to assume the role. Only the 5th and 6th princes remained. I propose that the 6th prince inherit the throne. The 6th prince is exceptionally talented and destined to be a wise ruler. I support the 5th prince as emperor. The 5th prince has managed the treasury for decades, demonstrating formidable strategic prowess. He is certain to enrich the great Zhou. As the debate raged on, the empress suddenly entered the grand hall, clad in heavy armor and flanked by soldiers. The ministers were taken aback, sensing that something was amiss. The empress ascended the steps and seated herself upon the dragon throne, speaking slowly of the great Zhou has flourished for a millennium, a legacy passed down through generations. His Majesty Lin Yu departed hastily, leaving no formal decree. The princes are still quite young and ill-equipped to govern. Henceforth, I shall temporarily assume the role of emperor to manage all affairs. Upon hearing this, the ministers were left stunned. Did this imply that the empress intended to become a female emperor? This is utterly unacceptable. How could a woman ascend the throne? Such an act defies tradition. The empress's gaze turned icy. What I say is the law. Who dares to oppose? The heavily armored soldiers in the hall immediately brandished their weapons, exuding a menacing aura. The ministers, in a state of panic, quickly fell silent, refraining from further comment. Thus, a female emperor emerged in the great Zhou. Ye Tian sat in the garden, smiling as he perused the information in his hands. For the empress to secure her position, she would need to eliminate dissenters and eradicate the powerful families. However, given the status of the Dan Wang and her formidable charisma, few would dare to challenge her. In just a few months, the great Zhou dynasty could regain its vitality. Xiaobai, we too must prepare to head to the Muyu Academy. Ye Tian remarked with a grin. Let us set forth quickly. I have no desire to linger in this wretched place for even a moment longer, Xiaobai replied lazily. Is the outside world truly as magnificent as you claim? Ye Tian mused softly. Indeed, it is. Xiaobai perked up, shaking off his lethargy. Of the outside world is vast, filled with rare beasts and hidden treasures beyond your imagination. There are those with the power to move mountains and fill seas with a mere gesture, ancient beings who have lived for 1,000 or even 10,000 years, imparting wisdom in mysterious lands, prohibited zones, ancient tombs, and sects that have thrived for millennia. These are things that a mere dynasty cannot fathom. Ye Tian's eyes sparkled. He had only recently realized just how expansive the outside world truly is. It is so vast that many spend their entire lives seeking its limits. Whether in the Great Chu or the Great Zhou, they are but insignificant corners of the grand tapestry that is the Tianwu continent. The Muyu Academy serves as a stepping stone to that vast world. The distance from here to the Muyu Academy spans tens of thousands of miles, a mere speck on the world map. Xiaobai informed him that far away lay a realm suspended in the heavens, even larger and more expansive than the Tianwu continent. The beings inhabiting that realm transcended anything they could conceive. Xiaobai referred to that place as the Divine Isle. You should not have made an agreement with that black celestial dog, Xiaobai yawned. You claim you can defeat him in a year, but I find that highly unlikely. That black celestial dog devours terrestrial immortals as if they were mere vegetables. How could you possibly overcome him in just a year? Ye Tian rebutted. Who are you looking down upon? My estimate of a year is generous. I could likely defeat him in just 2 or 3 months. Xiaobai chuckled. Surely you don't believe that terrestrial immortals are the pinnacle of cultivation? Ye Tian shook his head. I once thought so, believing that terrestrial immortals represented the apex of power, but after your explanation, I now see that terrestrial immortals are merely a title within the dynasty. Precisely, Xiaobai explained. Terrestrial immortals are simply the strongest beings you have encountered within your dynasty. Beyond the confines of the dynasty, they are but fledgling practitioners on the continent. In certain regions, they might even be reduced to the status of mere janitors. Ye Tian scoffed, convinced that Xiaobai was merely spouting nonsense. Terrestrial immortals are undoubtedly more complex than mere custodians. However, he had scoured the archives and found no information on the next tier of cultivation. That wretched creature refused to enlighten him, leaving him to explore the mysteries on his own. After departing the great Zhou. At that moment, the empress approached and stated to Prince Yi, I have just received word that Ai Ying is nearing the Muyu Academy, expected within the fortnight. Yes, I too intend to depart, Ye Tian replied. The empress continued, I have dispatched someone to the Great Chu to inform them of the dissolution of your engagement. Thank you, Ye Tian beamed. With the engagement annulled, he was finally free. The empress smiled. I can already envision the furious scene of the Great Chu emperor slamming the table in anger. Ye Tian chuckled. Let that dog of an emperor stew in his rage. I am no longer connected to the Great Chu royal family. Once I graduate from the Muyu Academy, I shall return to claim his life. Prince Yi, regardless of the circumstances, the Great Zhou will always be your home. If you ever tire of the outside world and wish to return, the Great Zhou will forever welcome you. The Empress spoke gently. Chapter 55. One intentionally entering the war zone. The Queen's words were undoubtedly heartfelt. Ye Tian naturally etched them into his memory. A couple of days later, Ye Tian prepared to set off for the Muyu Academy. He harbored a premonition that upon his arrival, he would encounter a world unlike any he had known before, filled with diverse friends and foes. Take care, Prince Yi. Please be cautious on your journey. The queen personally accompanied him to the city gates, her eyes brimming with reluctance. As Yi Tian boarded the carriage, he waved cheerfully and remarked, "Once I reach the academy, I shall have someone send word back. Rest assured, with me around, Miss Lin will be safe. Although we cannot be together, she will remain my good friend." The queen smiled. With those words, she could finally put her heart at ease. By the way, regarding those princes, Yi Tian reminded her. "Do not worry, Prince Yi. The princes shall not step outside the palace for the foreseeable future," the queen replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian understood that Lin Fengwu and the others had been confined. When Lin Yiren returned after graduation, she would naturally handle the situation. 3 days later, Yi Tian's carriage arrived at the last city within the borders of the Great Zhou. Upon entering the inn, he found the patrons engrossed in discussions about him. The Great Zhou was on the brink of destruction, yet Prince Yi descended like a celestial savior to rescue us all. I witnessed it firsthand. Prince Yi single-handedly slayed 3 million demon beasts with a single stroke. Nonsense, that is utterly false. I was right behind Prince Yi when he shattered the heavens with his sword, and the common folk knelt in worship. Do refrain from exaggerating, a dignified elder interjected calmly. You lot are merely repeating baseless rumors. Who would believe such tales? What do you mean, were you present at the scene? Someone questioned. Indeed, the elder replied, his gaze indifferent. I was part of that battle, surviving the baptism of blood. Upon hearing this, the patrons immediately gathered closer, politely inquiring, Elder, would you recount what transpired? The elder stroked his beard, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. 100,000 demon beasts besieged the imperial city, and tens of thousands of cavalry were crushed in an instant. Darkness enveloped the land, blood and fear consumed the populace. In that dire moment, he suddenly grew animated. When the shadows loomed, a divine light emerged. Prince Yi descended from the heavens, effortlessly repelling the myriad demons with a mere wave of his hand. I had never believed in the light until I beheld Prince Yi. He was more radiant than the sun. Is Prince Yi truly that formidable? The audience stared in awe, their expressions a mixture of shock and admiration. Sitting nearby, Yi Tian struggled to suppress a smile. This was utterly ludicrous. In just a few days, his exploits had spread far and wide, yet not a single account bore any truth. At that moment, a battered merchant caravan entered, cursing, "Cursed bandits, they dare to rob us. They are utterly lawless, it is too perilous to venture outside now. I advise everyone to remain indoors for the next few months." The internal strife in Great Zhou has just concluded, and neighboring dynasties are seizing the opportunity to cause trouble. The fourth prince alone cannot withstand this. The crowd sighed in unison. Yi Tian paid little heed to their lamentations. After replenishing his supplies, he continued on his journey. Arriving at the city gates, he found them firmly closed, forbidding any exit. Why can't we leave? Yi Tian inquired. The war rages outside. To step out is to court death. No one is permitted to leave, the guard stated sternly. I must go out, please make an exception, Yi Tian insisted. Without a pass, no one may leave, the guard replied harshly. Not wishing to waste further words, Yi Tian slipped away to an unguarded section, scaled the city wall, and leaped outside. Once outside, Yi Tian beheld thick smoke billowing into the sky, and scattered corpses littered the ground, at least several hundred. Not far ahead, soldiers from opposing factions clashed. Yi Tian initially intended to circumvent the battle, but suddenly, a volley of arrows rained down upon him. Yi Tian snatched a shield from the ground and raised it to defend himself. As the first wave of arrows ceased, he barely had time to breathe before several massive crossbow bolts hurtled toward him. He swiftly grasped one, crushing it with a fierce grip. Kill! Hundreds of enemy soldiers surged toward him from all directions. Yi Tian frowned. He had unwittingly entered a war zone and needed to flee post-haste, yet, the enemy had already encircled him, leaving him no choice but to retaliate. Given his current prowess, a mere few hundred foes posed little challenge. After swiftly dispatching them, he accelerated forward, seeking to escape the battleground. However, he soon confronted an expansive plain where no fewer than 70 to 80,000 soldiers were embroiled in combat. Yi Tian was at a loss for words. He had intended to evade the conflict but found himself at the very heart of the battlefield. He also noticed that, apart from the soldiers of the Great Zhou, several unfamiliar dynasties were present as well. Best to steer clear. Otherwise, you won't find a way out, remarked Xiao Bai, perched lazily on his shoulder. Yi Tian nodded, realizing that traversing through the thrones of warriors would require him to fly using his sword. Just as he prepared to depart, a cavalry unit from the Great Zhou charged toward him. The leader, clad in silver and black armor and wielding a formidable 3-jean-long serpent-patterned blade, fixed a piercing gaze on Yi Tian. Prince Yi, he spoke coldly. Yi Tian did not recognize him and responded, and you are? I am the fourth prince, Lin Fengchen. Yi Tian suddenly realized that this was the fourth prince stationed at the border, and it was their first encounter. "Is there something you need?" Yi Tian asked. Lin Fengchen's gaze remained fixed on him. "I am aware of the recent turmoil within the dynasty. Do you seek revenge for your father?" "Not at all," Lin Fengchen replied, his expression impassive. "My father's fate is irrelevant to me. I am merely a son cast aside and unloved." "Then we share a commonality, both of us being unappreciated," Yi Tian chuckled. Lin Fengchen continued, "Are you heading to the MOU Academy?" "Indeed," Yi Tian confirmed with a nod. "At present, that may prove challenging. We are currently engaged in battle with the Fire Dynasty. Our combined forces exceed 100,000 soldiers, and the bloodshed is expected to last at least half a month. I can find a hidden path to escort you safely away." "That would be most appreciated," Yi Tian replied without pretension. Chapter 56, Can this sword cut down celestials? Yi Tian rode on horseback, following Lin Fengchen along a narrow path that traversed the battlefield. After exchanging a few casual words, Lin Fengchen fell silent. A stick of incense later, they arrived at a valley ahead. Lin Fengchen spoke, "Prince Yi, I can only escort you this far. I must return to command the troops." "Understood," Yi Tian nodded slightly and replied, "Please take care of yourself." As they clasped fists in mutual respect, an unexpected sight emerged. Hundreds of heavily armored soldiers surrounded them. Soon after, dozens of fierce beasts appeared, roaring menacingly, their bloodthirsty gazes locked onto the group. "This is bad, we've fallen into an ambush. It's the people of the Flaming Fire Empire." Lin Fengchen's voice turned icy. "Lin Prince, today I have finally caught you." A sharp-featured man, riding a ferocious tiger, laughed sinisterly, "If I kill you here, the borders will fall into chaos. I will lead my men to slaughter the city for 10 days. Don't harbor such delusions." Lin Fengchen's eyes glinted with frost as he declared, "Prince Yi, you must leave at once. I will handle this." He then brandished his long knife and charged forward, his prowess as a ninth-grade martial artist evident. However, the enemy cavalry, riding several ferocious beasts, launched a brutal assault, overwhelming Lin Fengchen and throwing him from his horse. Lin Fengchen's subordinates rushed to his aid, but they were torn apart by the beasts. "Lin Prince, today is your end." The sharp-featured man swung his long knife down towards Lin Fengchen's head. Suddenly, a powerful force struck, sending his weapon flying. "Who dares to ambush me?" The man turned with a murderous glare. Yi Tian replied nonchalantly, "You are simply too ugly. I'm feeling a bit nauseous." "Did your mother pinch your head when you were born?" This remark incensed the man, causing him to tremble with fury as he charged at Yi Tian. Yi Tian raised his hand, and a blade of energy coalesced at his fingertips. The next moment, with a sharp sound, the energy pierced through the man's brow. Lin Fengchen's face lit up with joy. He had long heard of Yi Tian's strength, and witnessing it firsthand confirmed his reputation. However, Lin Fengchen's smile soon faded as he observed thousands of formidable figures from the Flaming Fire Empire approaching, with several exceptionally powerful auras among them. "I never expected your sacrificial group to be mobilized." Lin Fengchen's gaze brimmed with fury as he clenched his fists. The sacrificial group was the most powerful entity of the Flaming Fire Empire, with the High Priest being a formidable figure known as the strongest beneath the celestial realm. Faced with such a master, Lin Fengchen had little hope of survival. "Prince Yi, you must flee. They are after me, not you," he gritted his teeth and urged. Yi Tian responded coolly, "You kindly escorted me away. How could I sit idly by and appear ungrateful? Besides, dealing with these ants will not take much of my time." "What an arrogant boy." The high priest, clad in a black robe and wielding a serpent-headed staff, emerged, his voice as cold as a serpent's fangs. "You pitiful creature, daring to speak defiantly when death is upon you." With a roar, the high priest unleashed a wave of chilling energy that swiftly solidified into ice walls, sealing off all avenues of retreat. Lin Fengchen and his companions' expressions darkened. The high priest's strength was evidently beyond their expectations. "We're doomed." Lin Fengchen's eyes flickered with rage. Even in the face of certain death, he was resolved to fight to the end. Yi Tian stepped forward, closing the distance to the high priest to less than 3 paces. Feeling the emanating coldness, he drew a broken sword and declared, "If you can withstand a single strike from this prince, I shall leave you with a complete corpse." The high priest sneered coldly, "Blind fool, still pretending in the face of death." With a fierce strike of his staff against the ground, an overwhelming wave of cold surged forth. Yi Tian remained unfazed, his broken sword glowing with radiant energy. In the next moment, the energy surged forth, slicing down with furious might. Boom! The tremendous explosion caused the entire valley to tremble. The sword energy swept through, reducing everything in its path to dust. Amidst the cries of despair, a second explosion erupted. Boom! In the aftermath, a massive pit several dozen yards deep remained, while the high priest and the soldiers of the Flaming Fire Empire vanished without a trace. This is bad. I seem to have lost control of my power. I accidentally obliterated you, Etienne sighed, sheathing his broken sword. Lin Fengchen and the others stared in disbelief at the scene before them. The most formidable high priest of the Flaming Fire Empire, a grandmaster, had perished without a trace, by a single strike? Prince Yi, your strike. Lin Fengchen swallowed hard. Despite having witnessed countless strong figures, he was utterly shaken at this moment. Yi Tian smiled and inquired, how powerful do you think this strike is? Can it cut down celestials? Indeed. Lin Fengchen nodded emphatically, his heart racing. Prince Yi's strike is enough to sweep across the 9 provinces. Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction, realizing his mastery of sword energy had significantly improved. It seemed that engaging in more battles and accumulating experience was essential for becoming even stronger. Prince Lin, I take my leave. Yi Tian waved farewell. Lin Fengchen watched his departing figure, unable to stifle his thoughts. How could my foolish father provoke such a person? If it were me, I would not hesitate to concede the throne of Dezhou to him. With Prince Yi here, our legacy could endure for millennia. My elder brother, the crown prince, cannot possibly rival him. My father has chosen poorly. Then, with a fierce glint in his eyes, Lin Fengchen declared, with the high priest dead and the Flaming Fire Empire severely weakened, now is our chance to strike back. All soldiers, follow me back, let us catch them off guard. A few days later, Yi Tian traversed the valley and arrived at a bustling trade zone. This area was a hub of commerce, frequented by travelers from all regions. Glancing at the map, Yi Tian noted that it would take him another half a month of relentless travel to reach the Mou Academy. Quite a distance indeed. If only I could teleport, Yi Tian remarked absently. Teleport? You truly dare to dream, Xiao Baiyanin replied. Teleportation is not an ability possessed by ordinary strong individuals. Even I have seldom seen anyone capable of such feats. For ordinary people, to cover a distance of 10,000 meters in a breath is already an astonishing achievement. Perhaps in another 100 or 80 years of training, you might learn to teleport. Yi Tian rolled his eyes, thinking, who does she look down upon? He was determined to master teleportation. Wait, there is something interesting. Xiao Bai sniffed the air and said, there is something peculiar. You should go take a look. Chapter 57 of the Ancient Blood of Treasures. What peculiar thing has stirred your interest? Yi Tian inquired. Xiao Bai replied, what I have discovered is undoubtedly something remarkable. Would you like it? Indeed, I would. Where is it? To the left, at that stall. Yi Tian approached, finding the stall to be quite small, with merely a dozen items displayed upon a carpet. That black orb, Xiao Bai pointed out. Yi Tian crouched down, casually picking up the object and asking, how much for this, shopkeeper? The proprietor, with a beaming smile, responded, this is a celestial artifact, said to have been used by divine beings, originating from millions of years ago. Spare me the nonsense. How many spirit stones? Yi Tian interrupted. 500, the shopkeeper stated. 50. Not a coin more, Yi Tian countered. You must be joking, 50 won't suffice. It's at least 400 spirit stones, the shopkeeper retorted. 40 spirit stones. Take it or leave it, Yi Tian declared, rising to leave. All right, it's yours, the shopkeeper conceded, his expression one of disbelief at Yi Tian's bargaining prowess. After paying for the orb, Yi Tian asked, now, can you tell me what this thing is used for? Xiao Bai responded mysteriously, there are a few beautiful ladies ahead. Take the orb and approach them. Yi Tian strode forward, and suddenly, the orb emitted a faint glow. In the next moment, it slipped from his grasp, landing directly within the skirt of a nearby woman. Yi Tian was taken aback. What on earth is this? Ah! The woman, clearly startled by the object that had fallen into her clothing, quickly reached to retrieve it. Who threw something into my clothes? How rude, she exclaimed, turning to glare at Yi Tian. Was it you? Why did you throw something into my clothing? I didn't. Yi Tian attempted to explain, but with no one else around, he found himself at a loss for words. Fine, I admit it. It flew in on its own, he said. You did that on purpose, the woman fumed. You men will resort to any tactic to grab my attention, it's utterly ridiculous. She intended to discard the orb, but her companion interjected, Chi-Chi, isn't this the black obsidian you've been searching for? Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi examined the stone closely, her eyes lighting up with joy. Yes, yes. This is it, the black obsidian I've been seeking for so long. Hey, could you sell that to me? Chi-Chi implored. Name your price. Not for sale, Yi Tian said, reclaiming the item and turning to leave. Please don't be like that. Sell it to me, alright, I've been looking for this for ages, Chi-Chi pleaded, her eyes filled with a pitiful gaze as she grasped his hand. This item could save lives, have mercy, especially since you're so handsome. Am I really that handsome? Yi Tian asked. Of course. The stars and the moon pale in comparison to your brilliance. I thought such dazzling stars did not exist until I laid eyes on you, she gushed, flattered by the compliments. Yi Tian casually declared, 5,000 spirit stones. That's exorbitant. Chi-Chi exclaimed, her expression one of distress. I only have 2,000 spirit stones. Can you sell it to me now? I promise to pay you back. Yi Tian replied coolly, without 5,000 spirit stones, our discussion is over. Unless, he scrutinized her, and Chi-Chi immediately understood, clenching her teeth. Though you are quite handsome, I am not one to be trifled with. You may come to my home to propose, my parents would likely agree. Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively, a proposal was out of the question that he merely wished for a moment's peace and to depart. Wait here for a moment. You can return home to gather the spirit stones, Yi Tian instructed. Alright, I'll be back. Chi-Chi exclaimed, a smile gracing her face as she dashed away. Xiaobai, what exactly is the use of this black obsidian? Yi Tian inquired. This item holds little utility for you but is invaluable to women. It can enhance their appearance, Xiaobai languidly replied. Do you know why I urged you to purchase it? Yi Tian's eyes narrowed in curiosity. Because this place harbors a particularly unique aura, and that woman possesses it most acutely, Xiaobai explained. Have you ever heard of the ancient blood of treasures? No, Yi Tian shook his head. Xiaobai continued, the ancient blood of treasures is said to originate from an extremely ancient era. Families that possess this bloodline have gradually faded into obscurity over generations. Consuming this blood can awaken one's lineage, transforming the body and significantly enhancing one's innate abilities. The woman from earlier possesses a purer form of this blood. If you could consume it, it would fortify your constitution and bolster your strength. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Tian asked, what if she refuses? Then eliminate her, Xiaobai stated. Negotiate first. If she declines, take her life. Any means are justified if they lead to strength. Yi Tian chuckled, the idea of simply killing her seemed quite appealing. Several hours passed, and Yi Tian found himself growing impatient, wondering if she had changed her mind. Just then, Chi-Chi approached, her face smeared with blood, stammering, I am sorry, I couldn't gather the spirit stones, I have no choice but to return this. What do you mean, you made me wait all this time for nothing? Yi Tian's eyes glinted with malice. Chi-Chi quickly waved her hands, no, it's not what you think. My spirit stones were stolen. Stolen? Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. Do you expect me to believe such nonsense? It's true. Chi-Chi stuttered, people from Xinming City did it. They took my spirit stones and injured me. If I hadn't fled quickly, I would have been. Before she could finish, 7 or 8 figures clad in black robes appeared. Vile woman, where do you think you're going? The leader hissed, his gaze venomous. We merely wish to sample your blood. Why are you trying to escape? Brother, why waste words with her, just behead her and drain her blood, one of the black-robed figures suggested, grinning wickedly. Yes, make it quick, grant her a swift end, another chimed in, brandishing a curved dagger as they advanced towards Chi-Chi. Yi Tian, watching from the side, felt a surge of indignation. That woman's blood was his, and no one else had the right to take it. Chapter 58. This woman is poisonous. The cloaked figure wielded a blade, viciously aiming for Chi-Chi's head. Chi-Chi's eyes widened in terror, her body stiffening as she stood frozen like a wooden statue, awaiting her demise. Suddenly, a surge of true energy shot forth, piercing through the skulls of 2 cloaked figures. This unexpected turn of events left everyone astounded. The remaining black-robed individuals turned to Yi Tian, their murderous intent palpable as they charged forward. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Tian unleashed several waves of true energy, swiftly dispatching these assailants. You are incredibly powerful, dispatching them in an instant, Chi-Chi exclaimed, her voice tinged with shock. It was merely a casual act, Yi Tian replied nonchalantly. A smile spread across Chi-Chi's face. Not only are you handsome, but your strength is remarkable as well, truly outstanding. Do not celebrate too soon. I harbor a keen interest in your blood. Yi Tian's words caused Chi-Chi's expression to freeze, her feet inching back as she timidly responded, handsome, please don't do this. What is so special about my blood? You can't treat me this way, I'm quite adorable. Yi Tian chuckled, I merely require a portion of your blood, not your life. If you provide me with a third of it, I shall ensure your safety. Should you refuse, I will have no choice but to end you. Alright, I agree. Chi-Chi promptly nodded in acquiescence, surprising Yi-Tian with her readiness. Caught off guard by her eagerness, he swallowed his prepared excuses. You must seize this opportunity, Xiaobai advised him. Yi-Tian smirked, reflecting that being handsome certainly had its advantages. Had he been less appealing, Chi-Chi might have resisted fiercely. Recognizing that this was not an ideal location for drawing blood, Yi-Tian urged her to find a more suitable place. Pointing ahead, Chi-Chi said, just a few dozen miles away lies Xianming City. We can find a tranquil spot there, but can you be gentle? I'm afraid of pain. Yi-Tian laughed, rest assured, I shall be gentle and tender with you. The phrasing struck an odd chord, reminiscent of a dubious uncle coaxing a young girl. Shaking off his momentary guilt, Yi-Tian accepted the harsh reality of a world where the strong prey upon the weak, especially when the other party possessed ancient blood. After a stick of incense, the two arrived at Xianming City. Before even entering, Yi-Tian sensed that the city was anything but ordinary. Corpses hung from the city gates, their blood still flowing, clearly fresh. As they stepped into the bustling streets, the presence of malevolent figures was palpable, creating an atmosphere heavier than any other. Chi-Chi opened the gate to a courtyard that appeared well maintained. This will do, it's relatively quiet here, she suggested, before beginning to remove her clothing. Wait, what are you doing? Yi-Tian inquired. Didn't you say you needed my blood? Chi-Chi replied. Yi-Tian chuckled, I need your blood, not your body, you needn't strip. Fine, Chi-Chi said, disappointment etched on her face as she sat on a stool, her head bowed. Yi-Tian prepared several vials, elixirs, and other tools. Once ready, he used a dagger to cut open her wrist and began to draw her blood. As the crimson liquid flowed, Chi-Chi's complexion turned pale, her body trembling slightly from the pain. Wait a moment, Xiaobai suddenly interrupted, there is something off about this blood. Let me examine it. With a swift motion, Xiaobai dipped a claw into the blood and sniffed it. This blood is tainted, the energy within is impure, consuming it would not only be ineffective but could ruin one's foundation. This blood is toxic. Blast it! Yi-Tian felt a surge of frustration, questioning if Chi-Chi had ingested something deliberately harmful. What have you consumed? He demanded coldly. I haven't eaten anything unusual, Chi-Chi replied nervously, I've always been like this. Yi-Tian furrowed his brow, aware that regardless of her truthfulness, time was of the essence. Is her blood rendered useless? He asked. Xiaobai nodded slightly, then shook his head. It's not entirely worthless. While others might be powerless to remedy it, I know various methods to restore the vitality of her blood. What methods? Yi-Tian inquired. Xiaobai grinned. The first method involves using your own true energy, along with a union with her, which would take about 7 to 8 days to purify the blood toxins. The second method is to find an antidote pill for her to consume, which could also cure it. The third method involves tossing her into an alchemical furnace for refinement. After 49 days, a drop of ancient blood would be extracted. Upon hearing this, Yi-Tian fell deep into contemplation. Chi-Chi's expression shifted. Can you please not kill me? I wish to live. Yi-Tian looked up. The first method takes 7 to 8 days. Are there any side effects? Xiaobai chuckled. The side effect is simply weakness in the legs. Yi-Tian's expression darkened. There are dangers lurking everywhere. How will one face enemies while incapacitated, and who do you look down upon? I am not one to succumb easily even after 7 or 8 days. Yi-Tian huffed in annoyance before continuing, isn't the second method simpler? Just find an antidote pill? That's the most challenging, Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. The antidote pill requires rare materials and is of a quality around the 6th tier. If luck is not on your side, you may never find it in your lifetime. And the third method of tossing her into the furnace? Yi-Tian murmured, 49 days is far too long. I can't afford to waste time here. You ungrateful brat, I provided you with 3 options, which will you choose? Honestly, I'd rather eliminate her. If we can't have her, neither shall anyone else. Xiaobai exclaimed. Yi-Tian remained calm, why worry, I will first seek out the antidote. If it eludes me, we can explore the other 2 options. What is the name of the antidote? Baidu Dan, he replied. The name seems rather casual, Yi-Tian remarked. Upon arriving at the apothecary, Yi-Tian began inquiring about Baidu Dan. It was evident that this item was quite rare. The ingredients required for its concoction were unique and scarce, compounded by the fact that it was a 6th-tier pill, making it even more precious, essentially a commodity that is sought after but seldom found. Yet, Yi-Tian was a person blessed with the fortune of a true dragon. While others might search for millennia without success, he unexpectedly stumbled upon it. Baidu Dan was in the possession of an individual named Su Feng. Chapter 59. Do you know who my big brother is? Who is this Su Feng? Yi Tian was not acquainted with him, however. Now that he was aware that the other party possessed the antidote he sought, the next steps became straightforward. He could either purchase it at a steep price or resort to theft. Yi Tian was not the type to act recklessly without reason, thus he intended to engage in conversation first. Should the other party refuse, he would have no choice but to resort to robbery. After extensive inquiries, Yi Tian discovered a place where one could indulge in wine and women. As he gazed at the row of beautiful women standing at the entrance, memories of his last visit to such an establishment flooded his mind. "Welcome, sir, who are you looking for?" A matronly woman approached him with a beaming smile, eagerly grasping his arm. Yi Tian pushed her away dismissively and said coolly, "I'm here to find someone. His name is Su Feng, my close friend." The woman's smile widened. "Ah, so you're a friend of Master Su. Please, come in, he is in the private room." She led Yi Tian upstairs, guiding him through several corridors until they arrived at the door of a secluded room. Inside, laughter and playful shouts echoed. Yi Tian pushed the door open. Inside the room, a dozen disheveled women were playing hide and seek with a man. The indecent scene was enough to catch Yi Tian's eye more than once. "Got you!" Su Feng exclaimed as he seized Yi Tian's arm, excitement evident in his voice. "Such delicate hands, you must be Xiang Xiang. You can't escape now." "I am your father," Yi Tian replied. "Who? Why is there a man's voice?" Su Feng was taken aback, but instead of fear, his excitement grew as he leaned in to kiss. Yi Tian, startled, swiftly slapped him, and Su Feng, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily removed his blindfold. "Who the hell are you?" Su Feng glared at Yi Tian with icy anger. "Who let you in? Get out!" Yi Tian spoke calmly. "I have business with you. Do you have the 100 poisons pill? Name your price." Su Feng's expression darkened. "You want the 100 poisons pill from me? You think you're worthy?" As he spoke, Su Feng swung a punch at Yi Tian, who effortlessly blocked it and retaliated with a strike that sent Su Feng flying. Realizing he was no match for Yi Tian, Su Feng tossed a smoke bomb and fled the brothel. However, he quickly discovered that shaking Yi Tian off would not be so simple. Moments later, Su Feng, panting heavily, found himself at the riverbank, believing he had evaded his pursuer, but upon turning around, he was met with Yi Tian's enigmatic smile. Su Feng jumped back in fright, stammering, "Who are you? Dare to reveal your name? Do you know who my big brother is?" Yi Tian replied indifferently, "I need the 100 poisons pill you possess. Hand it over, and you may name your price." "Don't come any closer." Su Feng retreated, threatening, "I have powerful allies. Just mentioning my brother's name could terrify you." Yi Tian pressed closer. Su Feng, panicking, shouted, "My brother is Yi Tian, the reincarnation of the sword god. If you dare harm a single hair on my head, just try." "Who did you say?" Yi Tian halted, a hint of confusion in his gaze. He pondered, "Are there truly so many people with the same name?" "Yes, you heard correctly, my brother is Yi Tian, the reincarnated sword god," Su Feng proclaimed proudly, puffing out his chest. He once severed countless demons with a single strike. Even the black celestial dog trembled in fear. At this point, Yi Tian initially thought it was merely a case of shared names. However, upon hearing the mention of the black celestial dog, his expression shifted, realizing something amiss. "The Yi Tian you speak of, could it be from the Great Zhou?" "Indeed." Su Feng nodded confidently, boasting, "My brother is the sword god who saved the Great Zhou dynasty. I am his sworn brother. If you dare harm me, just see what happens." "Who told you he is the sword god?" Yi Tian chuckled incredulously. "Is that even a question? Go ask around in Xianming City. Who doesn't know the name of my brother?" Su Feng retorted angrily. "My brother descended from the heavens during a perilous time for the Great Zhou, like a divine being, slaying countless demons with a single sword strike. He even killed the emperor of the Great Zhou, a terrestrial immortal." Yi Tian listened quietly as Su Feng continued his boastful claims. "A martial saint, the reincarnation of the sword god, I've never heard of such things. Who has been spreading these outrageous rumors? Are you afraid?" Su Feng, noticing Yi Tian's stillness, assumed he was intimidated and grew bolder. "Rest assured, though I am my brother's kin, I won't easily trouble him. You were rude to me earlier. I can forgive you, provided you pay for my recent indulgences." Yi Tian regarded him with a bemused expression, contemplating the audacity of this man, impersonating his friend and speaking with such conviction. "How much do you know about this Yi Tian? Is he famous now? Is that even a question? My brother's renown echoes throughout the continent," Su Feng boasted, brimming with pride. Just his ability to slay terrestrial immortals and battle the king of... In the land of the 328 kingdoms, who else could accomplish such feats? Even the scions of sex wouldn't survive against the black celestial dog. Yi Tian could not help but inquire, is the black celestial dog truly that formidable? More powerful than terrestrial immortals? Isn't that obvious? Su Feng laughed in disbelief. The black celestial dog is a being that has existed since ancient times, capable of floating corpses for thousands of miles in a single fit of rage. It could swallow the moon in one bite and severely injure the eternal life emperor. To survive against such a being, my brother's divine might must be unparalleled. Yi Tian found the whole situation rather amusing. Just a few days had passed, and already tales of him had spiraled into such fantastical proportions, even linking him to the sword god. Having said all this, you must still hand over the 100 poisons pill. Yi Tian stated firmly. Are you deaf to reason? Su Feng exclaimed, exasperated. You know who my brother is, and yet you dare to steal my possessions? Do you believe I won't summon people to kill you instantly? I don't believe it, Yi Tian replied. I doubt you can actually call your brother here. Fine, wait and see, I will definitely summon my brother. Su Feng feigned bravado, pulling out a talisman and shattering it. Just wait, don't run away. My brother will arrive shortly to deal with you. Su Feng's expression turned menacing. Yi Tian stood calmly in place, eager to see if the other could indeed summon aid. Su Feng's gaze flickered. It seemed he realized he could not deceive Yi Tian. My brother does not kill nameless individuals. What is your name? Oh, my name is Yi Tian. Chapter 60 of Pretending to be Oneself. What is your name? Yi Tian? Su Feng's expression turned to one of astonishment. Goodness, how can you possess such incredible luck to share the same name as my elder brother? Are you out of your mind? Do you really think you are worthy of bearing my brother's name? Yi Tian's lips twitched. This fellow was quite absurd, showing no suspicion that he was indeed the Yi Tian he mentioned. He couldn't be bothered to explain further. Su Feng kept murmuring, what a coincidence that your name is Yi Tian, just like my elder brother. If you would be so kind as to assist me with a small favor, I could bestow upon you the 100 poisons pill. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow and inquired, what favor? Su Feng gestured towards the distant Xianming city and replied, I am enamored with a woman, but her family disapproves of me due to my modest background and refuses to let us be together. All you need to do is pretend to be my elder brother and accompany me, that's all. Yi Tian asked, aren't you on good terms with your elder brother, why not bring him along? Su Feng retorted, of course, my brother is an important person. He has no time to spare. He is on his way to the MOU Academy, and I wouldn't want to disturb him. Su Feng huffed, since you share my brother's name, just come with me. You need not speak a word, merely observe my performance. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle. He nodded in agreement, curious to see what tricks this fellow intended to concoct. Upon returning to Xianming City, Su Feng purchased new attire and transformed his appearance. He then arrived at the entrance of the Li family mansion. A servant opened the door and, upon seeing Su Feng, displayed a look of disdain. What do you want this time? My young lady will not see you. Su Feng maintained a calm demeanor and replied, please summon your master, I have an introduction to a significant person. The servant scoffed, you, a mere fraud, acquainted with a notable figure? I hardly believe that. Su Feng swiftly produced 2 spirit stones and tossed them towards the servant. Hurry and fetch your master, if you miss this opportunity, you shall bear the consequences. The servant grumbled as he departed to notify his master. Yi Tian followed Su Feng into the living room to await the arrival of the master. During this time, Su Feng quietly advised, just impersonate my elder brother, try not to speak, as it may reveal the ruse. Understood, Yi Tian nodded, finding the notion of pretending to be oneself rather amusing. Moments later, a distinguished middle-aged man entered the room. Li Chen regarded Su Feng with palpable disdain. What do you want now? I will never consent to my daughter marrying someone like you. Leave at once. Su Feng, wearing a broad smile, responded, Uncle, please do not speak so harshly. My feelings for your daughter are genuine. Genuine feelings, you say? Li Chen's face turned a deep shade of anger. You made my daughter pregnant and then suggested she terminate the pregnancy. What kind of person says such things? Su Feng chuckled, Uncle, I never said that, those are mere rumors spread by outsiders. My love for your daughter runs deep, I would gladly sacrifice my life for her. Then go ahead and die right now. Let me see. Li Chen retorted. Not now, I have other matters to attend to, Su Feng replied with a grin. Uncle, your disapproval of our union stems from my lack of status and power. But allow me to inform you that from this day forth, I am also associated with a significant figure. As he spoke, Su Feng gestured to Yi Tian, who sat nearby. This is my elder brother, Yi Tian, from the Great Zhou. Great Zhou? Yi Tian? Li Chen narrowed his eyes, slowly speaking. Could it be that this man is the one who recently slew the terrestrial deities and battled the king of all demons, the Black Heavenly Dog? Indeed, that is correct. Su Feng proclaimed proudly. My elder brother is the reincarnation of the martial saint, the sword god incarnate, and the embodiment of the earth's light. Li Chen's face twisted with derision. To simply find a random person and claim he is that esteemed warrior. You truly possess remarkable audacity, Su Feng. Do you take me for a fool? I suggest you prepare to pay with your life today. Li Chen gathered his energy, directing a forceful strike towards Su Feng's forehead. Suddenly, another surge of energy intercepted his attack, dissipating it effortlessly. Do not act so impulsively, Yi Tian stated calmly. Li Chen's gaze bore into him, his facial muscles twitching before he finally spoke. Very well, I shall grant you this favor for your young brother. Tomorrow, my Li family will host a martial arts competition for marriage. If he can defeat all contenders, I will permit him to be with my daughter. See him out, Li Chen said expressionlessly. Thank you, uncle. I shall not disappoint you tomorrow, Su Feng beamed as he departed. My lord, that man is a fraud. The individual beside him cannot possibly be the Prince of Yi from Great Zhou. We should simply eliminate him. Absolutely not, Li Chen replied coolly. The young man accompanying him is not to be underestimated. Although I only used half my strength, he effortlessly countered my attack. Even if he is not the real Yi Tian, he is certainly no ordinary individual. We must not hastily offend someone whose background is unclear. Investigate his identity immediately. I wish to know who he truly is. Exhilarated, Su Feng hummed a cheerful tune as he stepped out of the Li family mansion. Yi Tian remarked coolly, the favor I agreed to assist you with has been fulfilled. Now, hand over the 100 poisons pill. Do not rush, my brother, Su Feng replied. Once the competition concludes tomorrow, I will certainly provide it to you. Moreover, the 100 poisons pill is not with me at the moment. I must have a friend deliver it, and it will arrive by tomorrow. You had best not deceive me, or you shall face the consequences. Yi Tian's gaze turned icy. Su Feng grinned. Do you truly think I would be that sort of person? My elder brother is the reincarnated martial saint Yi Tian. I am a man of my word. Yi Tian snorted, choosing to trust him this once, and turned to leave. Upon returning to his courtyard, he discovered that Chi-Chi was not present. Just as Yi Tian began to worry that she might have fled, Chi-Chi arrived, carrying food and drink. I went to buy some food. It smells delightful, please, try some, she said. Why? Yi Tian inquired. I thought you had run away. Why did you not escape? Chi-Chi replied, I have no home left. Where could I possibly run to? No home? Yi Tian gazed at her in confusion. Chi-Chi lowered her head, explaining, I was adopted as a child. My adoptive parents treated me poorly, extracting my blood every month. She then rolled up her sleeve, revealing countless scars on her arms. For over a decade, they have taken my blood monthly. I have grown accustomed to it, but I do not harbor hatred towards them. After all, they took me in, or I would have been devoured by wild beasts. A smile graced Chi-Chi's face as she spoke. Chapter 61. A single kick to death. Yi Tian gazed at the scar on the opponent's arm, momentarily taken aback. Originally, he had presumed that this individual hailed from a blissful family, for how could a girl, adorned with a radiant smile, possibly emerge from less fortunate circumstances? Yet, he had misjudged. This seemingly jovial woman had endured a life steeped in sorrow. In that instant, a pang of compassion stirred within him. What's this? Are you feeling sympathy for her? Xiao Bai inquired. Yi Tian retorted with a hint of sarcasm, I am not an emotionless beast. I once embodied the benevolent Prince Yi of the Great Zhou. Perhaps I may grow cold and unfeeling in the future, but for now, I am not yet capable of such detachment. Though I feel pity, I must not let my heart be swayed. Despite her ancient bloodline, she is unworthy of you. Xiao Bai remarked. Why? Yi Tian chuckled, realizing he was no fool, incapable of falling for every pretty face he encountered. Of course, the idea of a fleeting dalliance was not entirely off the table. The following morning, Yi Tian arrived punctually at the Li family's martial arts competition, held for the purpose of matchmaking. Over 100 participants had signed up, including not just men and elderly men, but even women. Is the Li family so open-minded? Yi Tian quipped. Women are allowed to compete as well? Not just women. Even demons are fair game. What a world we inhabit. Can't we broaden our horizons a bit? Su Feng chuckled. Why? Yi Tian's lips twitched. He had assumed that individuals living in such a world would possess more traditional views, only to realize he himself was the one clinging to old-fashioned notions. Soon enough, the competition commenced. The participants varied widely in strength, ranging from second tier to those around the 8th tier. There were aged men who had lived for centuries, and others who appeared quite grotesque. Furthermore, there were demon cultivators who had not fully assumed human form. In essence, it was a chaotic assembly of diverse individuals. Just how exquisite must the Li family's daughter be to attract such a multitude? Yi Tian mused aloud. A nearby onlooker chuckled. Ah, little brother, you are unaware of the rumors. I see. It is said the Li family's daughter is not only stunningly beautiful but possesses an enviable figure. Furthermore, a saying has circulated throughout Xianming City, the waist of a celestial maiden in the heavens, the allure of Li's daughter in the mortal realm. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. The phrase was quite poetic. Who possessed such talent to craft it? At that moment, it was Su Feng's turn to take the stage. His prowess was formidable, nearing the 9th tier, rendering him a formidable opponent for most. He had triumphed in over 30 consecutive matches. Just as he was on the verge of claiming the championship, a figure clad in black robes ascended the platform. Upon the arrival of the black-robed figure, a palpable silence enveloped the arena. Yi Tian noticed the spectators tense, clearly recognizing the newcomer. Su Feng's expression turned grave as he articulated, Xianming City, Tongtian Sect, Iron Hand Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu lowered his hood and spoke indifferently, since I have been recognized, there is no need for pretense. What brings you here? Su Feng's demeanor hardened. The Tongtian Sect surely does not require an alliance with the Li family, does it? Ha! Zhou Wu's lips curled into a mocking smile. The Tongtian Sect has no interest in the Li family. However, my previous loss to you left me unsatisfied. Today, I have come to exact my vengeance. I shall slay you before all. Su Feng clenched his fists, aware of Zhou Wu's prowess. Their last encounter had been a narrow victory for him. This time, however, Zhou Wu was prepared, and Su Feng sensed he was in peril. Prepare yourself. Zhou Wu unsheathed his weapon and unleashed a torrent of sword energy. Su Feng, wielding a 3-section staff, engaged in combat. With a resounding crack, the staff met the sword, sending shockwaves through the air as they exchanged blows. After hundreds of exchanges, Zhou Wu's strikes grew increasingly ferocious, his speed and technique evolving into a relentless assault. Su Feng struggled to keep up, but after a brief moment, he unleashed his true capabilities. With a mighty roar, his 3-section staff transformed its attack pattern, unleashing the sound of a roaring tiger upon the arena. The ferocity of his onslaught was akin to a tempest, visible waves of strikes filling the air. Zhou Wu faltered under the barrage, sustaining numerous hits that shattered several of his ribs. Blood spilled from his mouth as he staggered back, his gaze turning fierce. So, you finally revealed your true strength. I defeated you before, and I shall do so again. You are no match for me. Get down. Su Feng declared coldly. Is that so? Zhou Wu laughed heartily, his sword splintering and reconfiguring into an axe. Axe of annihilation. With a furious shout, Zhou Wu swung down the axe with overwhelming force. Su Feng attempted to counter with his tiger dance technique, but the axe's might shattered his offensive. With a deafening crash, Su Feng was sent flying. Die! Zhou Wu bellowed, bringing the axe down towards Su Feng's head. In that moment of desperation, a figure surged onto the stage, swiftly pulling Su Feng to safety. The axe struck nothing but air. Zhou Wu's gaze turned venomous as he glared at the newcomer. Who do you think you are to meddle? Yi Tian replied coolly, if he dies, who will provide me with the antidote? Seeking death. Zhou Wu, filled with wrath, directed his fury at Yi Tian, swinging the axe down with ferocity. Yi Tian raised his arm, effortlessly blocking the attack with a single hand. What? Zhou Wu gasped in astonishment. The audience below was equally astonished. Such a strike could cleave mountains, yet this young man had merely used his arm to deflect it? Be gone. Yi Tian's expression was frigid as he delivered a powerful kick that sent Zhou Wu flying. Ugh! Zhou Wu coughed blood, crashing heavily to the ground below. Zhou Wu's eyes burned with malice as he trembled to his feet, ready to hurl insults, only to spew more blood before collapsing, lifeless. Dead? A wave of shock washed over the crowd. The son of the Tongtian Sect's leader had been slain. I hardly used any force, Yi Tian mused, perplexed. How could he have perished? Did he not eat? Su Feng stood in stunned silence. You just killed him? He is the sole heir of the Tongtian sect. This will spell immense trouble for us. We're doomed. My elder brother is not here. We are finished. Brother, I apologize. I have brought you nothing but misfortune. Su Feng forced a bitter smile. Chapter 62, Striking the Celestial Sect. Do not speak of whether you are harming me or not. I saved you simply because you have yet to deliver the 100 poisons pill to me. I cannot allow you to perish. Yi Tian extended his hand and declared, the competition has concluded, you may retrieve the item now. The item is already on its way, I shall urge my friend, Su Feng replied, producing a transmission talisman. After scribbling a message, he sent it off. At that moment, Li Chen approached, his expression grim. You have killed the son of the celestial sect's leader, and my Li family will inevitably be implicated. It was merely an accident during the competition. He fell to his own demise, Su Feng retorted with a smile. Uncle Li, since I have secured first place, does that mean I may marry your daughter? Marry? Nonsense, did you truly claim first place? Did you defeat him? Li Chen's gaze shifted to Yi Tian, his tone becoming courteous. Young brother, it was you who ultimately vanquished Zhou Wu, thus, this victory rightfully belongs to you. I shall entrust my daughter to your care henceforth. Yi Tian hastily waved his hands, please do not misunderstand. I have no intention of competing, I merely, do not be so modest, young brother. My daughter has been waiting for you at our residence, Li Chen insisted. You may retire for the night now. Zhou Wu forcibly dragged Yi Tian towards the estate. Su Feng, taken aback, exclaimed, brother, you mustn't do this, how can you steal my woman? Yi Tian was unceremoniously pulled to the entrance of the Li family young ladies' quarters. Li Chen insisted he enter. After several refusals, Yi Tian finally snapped, I have no interest in second-hand goods, I will not marry her. An immediate silence enveloped the scene. Within the room, a frigid voice emerged, who are you calling second-hand? Your words are quite harsh. As the door swung open, Li Yan appeared, her beautiful eyes icy. Though you are handsome, that does not grant you the right to humiliate others, try speaking another word. Li Yan, you have finally emerged, Su Feng said, excitedly approaching, only to be shoved aside by her. Your friend has insulted me as second-hand. Do you share his sentiment? Of course not, I care not for how many hands you have passed through, I have always admired you, Su Feng proclaimed, overflowing with enthusiasm. Get away from me. Li Yan glared at Yi Tian in fury. You owe me an explanation for such a statement. Does your good looks make you superior? Yi Tian turned away, not wishing to engage in a quarrel. Feigning indifference, are we ignoring me, I see? Li Yan laughed in exasperation. You have successfully captured my attention. I have decided to share a bed with you tonight. Alas, Yi Tian's mind spiraled into chaos. He had merely sought the antidote, yet his friend's woman had developed feelings for him. This damn charm, there was no escape. After several hours of coaxing, Su Feng finally managed to silence Li Yan. Yi Tian was uncertain what method he employed, but he envisioned it might be rather stimulating. It was not until evening that Su Feng received word from his friend that the 100 poisons pill had arrived. Yi Tian's heart raced with anticipation. After such a long ordeal, he would finally see the antidote. He followed Su Feng outside the city to await their friend's arrival. However, they waited until dawn without a soul appearing. Where is your friend? You are not deceiving me, are you? Yi Tian's tone turned icy. Impossible. Why would I deceive you? Perhaps my friend encountered unforeseen trouble. Let us investigate further, Su Feng insisted, unwavering in his faith in his friend. He led the way forward. After traversing several dozen miles, they stumbled upon bloodstains on the ground, signs of a struggle evident on the surrounding walls. Brother! Su Feng cried out as he discovered a bloodied figure wedged between two crevices. The item, it was taken by the celestial sect, the friend gasped, his words trailing off as he succumbed. Fury ignited within Su Feng, this was his closest companion, and he had perished here because of him. Celestial sect, I curse your ancestors, I shall ensure you pay dearly. Su Feng's face flushed with rage. Yi Tian shared his indignation but pondered that there was little point in cursing here when he could do so face to face. He spoke resolutely, take me to the celestial sect, we will retrieve what is rightfully mine. Do not act rashly, brother, Su Feng cautioned. The celestial sect is formidable, filled with experts. With just the two of us, we would be walking to our doom. We must devise another plan, grant me several decades to cultivate, and then we may seek our revenge. Nonsense, even if it were decades, I cannot wait even a few hours. Yi Tian's temper flared. Regardless of the celestial sect's might, he demanded an explanation. Seeing Yi Tian's resolute demeanor, Su Feng contemplated before saying, we can go. Once there, you must continue to pretend to be the Prince of Dezhou. They will surely afford you the respect you merit. We shall first retrieve the pill, the matter of revenge can be set aside for now. Thus, Su Feng led Yi Tian to the celestial sect, situated atop a mountain 100 miles from Xianning City. Upon reaching the sect's entrance, Su Feng politely approached to knock. Step aside, Yi Tian commanded, striding forward to kick the grand doors open with force. They were not there to pay a visit but to settle scores. How dare one knock? Such a display lacks any semblance of authority. With a resounding crash, the doors shattered, illuminating the entirety of the celestial sect. Instantly, hundreds of figures surged forth from the surrounding woods. Who dares to be so brazen as to cause a disturbance at the celestial sect? An elderly man with white hair emerged, fuming with rage. Yi Tian spoke nonchalantly, return the 100 poisons pill to me, and I shall grant you the courtesy of a complete corpse today. Who is this wild dog, daring to act so insolently before the celestial sect? Seize him, and kill him, the elder bellowed. In an instant, dozens of swordlights surged forth. Yi Tian raised his arm, his formidable true energy erupting as torrents of force surged outward. In mere moments, dozens of assailants were sent flying. Do not be so reckless, behold my sword, the elder lunged forward with his blade, only to be effortlessly swatted away by Yi Tian. Su Feng stood nearby, dumbfounded, his mind reeling. Brother, you are truly astonishing. Who are you, exactly? What is your strength? He stammered. Yi Tian had no time to respond. He stepped onto the head of an elder, demanding, where is my 100 poisons pill? Produce it. The elder, filled with resentment, replied, the item lies with our sect leader, who will return shortly. If you have the courage, do not leave. Very well, I had no intention of departing. I shall await your leader's return, Yi Tian replied with a chuckle, striding confidently into the main hall and taking a seat upon the highest throne. Every member of the celestial sect cast venomous glares at Yi Tian, their murderous intent palpable. Su Feng trembled beside him, unable to restrain himself. Brother, who are you truly? Are you not afraid of the celestial sect? What sort of backing do you possess? Yi Tian's tone remained calm. I am Yi Tian. I have told you. Su Feng's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing in terror. Could it be that you? Chapter 63. The master of the star-seeking sect. Observing Su Feng's utterly astonished expression, Yi Tian couldn't help but find it amusing. At last, this fellow has realized that he is indeed the true Prince Yi. Could it be that you have been concealing your strength all this time? Su Feng suddenly inhaled deeply and exclaimed, you rascal, were you hiding your power? You nearly terrified me. No wonder you had the audacity to directly provoke the Tongtian sect. Yi Tian smirked slightly. Did this lad still not comprehend that he was the Prince Yi? Never mind, he couldn't be bothered to elaborate further. Just then, a group of over 20 elders from the Tongtian sect arrived, glaring fiercely at Yi Tian. Among them, several elders exuded a terrifying aura, the oppressive force seemingly capable of suffocating one in an instant. Who dares to cause a ruckus in my Tongtian sect? The eldest elder spoke, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixated on Yi Tian. If looks could kill, Yi Tian would have died hundreds of times by now. Yi Tian nonchalantly crossed his legs, his demeanor casual. Your father is sitting right here, and you, the unfilial son, dare to boast without shame? Why don't you kneel and admit your faults? These words instantly enraged the eldest elder. Seeking death. With a swift motion, he unleashed a fierce stream of true energy. Yi Tian, unperturbed, did not even lift his eyelids. Instead, he lightly tapped the armrest with his right index finger, releasing a subtle energy that met the elder's attack mid-air. Boom, the two forces collided, neutralizing each other. The eldest elder bellowed, summoning a curved blade that flashed like lightning as it sped toward Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian remained calm, leaning slightly back to evade the strike, then gathering true energy to form a luminous orb before him. In the next moment, the orb descended like a bolt of lightning before the eldest elder. Boom, as the orb exploded, the elder's face was left marred with blood, and he rolled on the ground, screaming in agony. The onlookers from the Tongtian sect were left in shock. The eldest elder's strength was second only to that of their sect leader. How could he be defeated in just a few moves? What on earth is this seemingly unimpressive youth? Wow, brother, you're incredible. You've even bested the eldest elder of the Tongtian sect. Surely, you must be an ancient monster who has cultivated for centuries. Su Feng stared intently at Yi Tian, attempting to discern any flaws in his countenance. Yi Tian, with a smirk that bordered on amusement, replied, I merely got lucky. I could probably hold my own against anyone. Su Feng clicked his tongue, realizing that claiming to be evenly matched with anyone already sounded impressive. It seems your strength is on par with my elder brother's. I never imagined that this impersonator would possess even a fraction of my brother's prowess. Su Feng remained blissfully unaware that Yi Tian was not an impersonator at all. Without further explanation, Yi Tian slowly stated, I shall grant you a mere 15 minutes. If I do not see your sect leader by then, I will eliminate every last one of you. What audacity! A cold, authoritative voice resonated as a towering figure strode forward, a man of imposing stature, standing at least 2 meters tall. Sect leader of the star-seeking sect, you have finally returned. This insolent brat has been exceedingly arrogant, shattering the mountain gate and grievously injuring the eldest elder. It is only right to sever his head to relieve our anger. I implore the sect leader to execute this blind fool. The crimson pupils of the star-seeking sect leader glinted coldly as they locked onto Yi-Tian, and in the next instant, two beams of red light shot forth. Yi-Tian swiftly tilted his head, the red light grazing his ear before piercing the stone wall behind him. The star-seeking leader let out a chilling smile and exhaled a breath of icy air, causing the atmosphere within the room to freeze instantly. Yi-Tian found himself entirely encased in ice. Su Feng, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded. What kind of sorcery was this? He had been frozen in an instant. "You insignificant insect, this is all you amount to," the star-seeking leader sneered. Crack, in the next moment, the ice encasing Yi-Tian shattered explosively, causing the leader to falter in his confidence, having underestimated this opponent who possessed hidden capabilities. Suddenly, Yi-Tian's fist appeared before the leader's face with blinding speed, too quick for the star-seeking leader to react. With a single blow, the leader's face contorted grotesquely, and he was sent flying, crashing through several decorative rocks before collapsing to the ground. "You son of a..." The star-seeking leader's eyes blazed with fury as he rose, realizing his moment of carelessness had led to a surprise attack. Yi-Tian coolly stated, "Where is the 100 poisons pill? Hand it over." "You desire that pill?" The star-seeking leader erupted in laughter, producing a vial from his palm. "The 100 poisons pill is right here. You shall not lay a finger on it today." As he spoke, he crushed the vial with great force. Yi-Tian's expression darkened instantly. With the pill destroyed, he could no longer obtain the coveted blood essence. "You have thwarted me and cost me an invaluable opportunity. Your life shall pay the price." With a single stride, Yi-Tian appeared before the star-seeking leader, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. The leader was sent reeling, but he retaliated by launching two concealed weapons from his arm, striking Yi-Tian's body. The projectiles pierced through, eroding his protective true energy and leaving two bloody wounds. "That stings," Yi-Tian grimaced, pressing his fingers against the wounds, temporarily staunching the bleeding with his true energy. "Be careful!" Su Feng suddenly cried out. Yi-Tian looked up just in time to see the star-seeking leader wielding a heavy hammer, swinging it down towards his head. The deafening whistle of the swing was far beyond what flesh could withstand. Swish, a broken sword from his ring appeared in Yi-Tian's grasp, and he horizontally slashed it outward. The fierce sword energy immediately collided with the heavy hammer, creating an incredibly powerful shockwave. Surrounding structures crumbled under the force. Bang, bang, the two combatants unleashed their full power, causing the very air around them to tremble. The disciples of the Tongtian sect watched in a state of shock. "Fear not. Our sect leader is formidable. This brat will not last long. He shall perish at the sect leader's hands." This insolent wretch had no idea that their leader was currently within a formation, drawing upon an endless source of true energy. "Is this fool offering his head? Ha ha!" Upon hearing this, Su Feng shouted urgently, "Brother, there's a formation here. Their sect leader's true energy is limitless. You must find a way to break it." Yi-Tian, hearing this, narrowed his eyes and began surveying his surroundings. No wonder the pressure from the star-seeking leader hadn't diminished despite the lengthy battle. There was indeed a hidden formation at play. Yi-Tian had little understanding of formations, having never encountered one before. "To your left, 300 meters away," the little white creature on his shoulder chimed in. Yi-Tian nodded, suddenly feigning a retreat to push back his opponent, then vanished, reappearing 100 meters away. The star-seeking leader's expression changed. How could this brat discern the formation's flaw? Boom! Yi-Tian brought his sword down, shattering the stones beneath the eye. In the next instant, a visible shockwave surged from the ground, shooting skyward before dissipating into a mist. Yi-Tian could distinctly feel the air's flow slow to a normal pace. Turning to face the star-seeking leader, his gaze icy and resolute, he declared, "You are doomed." With sword in hand, Yi-Tian advanced step by step. Chapter 64 Unexpected Gains. Treading Star's expression was grim as he exhaled a breath of icy air. Despite the shattering of the formation, he remained unfazed, with centuries of battle experience at his disposal. Subduing this young man was a mere trifling matter. He then took a deep breath, his abdomen swelling like that of a toad. "This is troublesome. Our sect leader is about to unleash the formidable technique of Eternal Frost Zhanla, from the Tongtian sect," wore a serious countenance. "This technique wields immense power and is the hallmark skill of our leader. Once employed, it will drain all of his true energy. However, the enemy before him will be frozen in place. No one shall escape. For that young man to perish under this attack would indeed be a privilege." At that moment, Treading Star expelled an endless stream of frigid air from his mouth. Instantly, the entire plaza transformed into a realm of ice and snow. Within the blink of an eye, the surroundings became a vast expanse of white, with the world plunged into a frigid embrace. Looking at Yi-Tian, he was now encased within a thick wall of ice, several dozen meters deep. Once the cold wave subsided, the entire mountain range would be rendered a land of frost. Treading Star, his complexion pale, staggered back a few steps. Having exhausted this technique, his true energy was completely depleted. A mere passerby could now easily slay him. However, the adversary was already frozen to death. Ever since I mastered this technique, no one has survived for you to compel me to use such a move. Consider it a stroke of good fortune from your past life, Treading Star sneered. It's over. My brother has been turned into an ice pop that I, too, shall perish here, Su Feng lamented, collapsing onto the ground, overwhelmed with regret. Had he known, he would never have sought vengeance on the mountain. That little brat has finally been slain by our sect leader. Bah, he should take a good look at himself before daring to provoke us. Soon, I shall shatter his remains and feed them to the dogs. The elders and disciples of the Tongtian sect burst into uproarious laughter. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. What was that sound? The crowd turned in unison. They beheld the thick ice wall rapidly fracturing. Then, a radiant red glow emanated from Yi Tian's body. A piercing cry resounded as a flaming divine bird materialized in the void. With its emergence, the 1,000-mile expanse of ice was instantaneously thawed. How is this possible? Treading Star exclaimed in horror. What manner of technique allows one to summon a fiery divine bird? This bird resembles the legendary phoenix. A phoenix? My brother possesses a phoenix. Su Feng gazed in disbelief. No, it's not a phoenix. An elder stammered. That is not how a phoenix appears. This young man must have employed some method to simulate a shadow. Though merely a shadow, its temperature is formidable. Yi Tian slowly emerged from the ice wall, the fiery divine bird swirling above his head. This is the spirit summoning technique. It is merely a divine bird that I simulated using my own true energy. It is naturally incomparable to a true phoenix. Were I to possess a phoenix, everything within 1,000 miles would be reduced to nothingness. You enjoy playing with ice, do you? Today, let me show you what it feels like to be engulfed in flames, Yi Tian remarked coolly. Treading Star's expression shifted abruptly. Little brother, let us discuss this amicably. This is all a misunderstanding. I admit my previous demeanor was less than courteous. Let us sit down and talk it over. With a flourish of his arm, Yi Tian commanded the fiery divine bird, which emitted a piercing cry before swooping down with ferocity. At this moment, Treading Star, having already exhausted his true energy, was instantly consumed by the fiery bird. Following a heart-wrenching scream, only a few charred bones remained at the scene. The sect leader is dead. The disciples of the Tongtian sect were paralyzed with fear. In their minds, the invincible sect leader had been reduced to ashes? This was utterly terrifying. Panic swiftly spread among the crowd. Run! Cried a cowardly soul, turning to flee. Yi Tian flicked his finger, and a flame shot forth, igniting that individual. The remaining elders trembled in terror, scattering in all directions. Yi Tian snorted coldly. Escaping would not be so simple. He clenched his palm, causing the fiery divine bird above him to explode into thousands of flames. These flames surged forth, enveloping the crowd. Except for a few exceptionally powerful individuals, the remaining ordinary disciples were set ablaze. A mere quarter hour later, almost all members of the Tongtian sect had been eradicated. Oh my! Su Feng sank to the ground, staring at the sea of corpses, his complexion ashen. Brother, were your methods truly this ruthless? You've wiped them all out, Yi Tian replied calmly. Initially, I had no intention of resorting to such extremes, but they destroyed what I sought. I could not quell my anger without their blood. I haven't slept well for several days, thus, blame their sect leader for this fate. Upon hearing this, Su Feng could only offer a wry smile. On the surface, he had believed Yi Tian to be harmless, an honest man. Little did he anticipate the latter's decisive and merciless nature. However, he refrained from further comment. Killing without leaving a single survivor only begets future calamities. This principle was not lost on Su Feng. I'm sorry, brother, I only had one poisonous pill. Now it's gone, Su Feng said. Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. Without the pill, there are other means. He then made his way to the treasure vault of the Tongtian sect. As he opened the vault's grand doors, he was dazzled by the array of treasures within, at least 1,000 different varieties. Ive struck gold, Yi Tian beamed, astonished at the abundance of their riches. In addition to the previous items, there were numerous precious elixirs and various weapons and techniques. Centuries of accumulation had conveniently fallen into my hands. Yi Tian gathered all the items into his ring. Just as he prepared to depart, Xiaobai interjected, wait a moment, there is a hidden compartment yet to be discovered. A hidden compartment? Yi Tian queried, turning his head in confusion. Xiaobai pointed towards the back of the shelf. There is a secret door there. I sense a peculiar aura. Your nose is quite remarkable, Yi Tian remarked. I am not a dog, I am a divine beast, a divine beast. Important statements must be repeated thrice. Do you understand? Xiaobai snapped, baring its teeth and waving its paws dramatically. Indeed, you are a divine beast of the canine variety, Yi Tian replied with a smirk. Xiaobai wore a look of exasperation, its ears drooping in frustration. Yi Tian pulled aside the shelf, his hand brushing against the wall, which was hollow. With a forceful push, the empty wall exploded open, revealing a blinding golden light that nearly blinded him. Chapter 65 of The Power of Water. What is that blinding light? It nearly dazzled my eyes. Yi Tian raised his hand to shield his gaze and, after a brief moment, the golden glow gradually faded. Upon focusing his sight, he noticed a translucent white orb quietly floating within a sealed magical array. What could this be? Etion scrutinized it closely, and it resembled the water that ordinary people drink. Indeed, this is the power of water, the most primordial force in the universe, Xiaobai remarked. Humans possess spiritual roots, which are further divided into various attributes. The attributes of spiritual roots across the continent number in the hundreds, though only a handful are truly formidable. This power of water is among them. Once you absorb it, you will gain mastery over water's elemental force. You've stumbled upon a treasure, indeed. Hearing this, Etion felt a sudden clarity. It turned out that he had been in a state of attributeless cultivation all along. If I could absorb all attributes, wouldn't I be invincible? Etion casually mused. Dream on, Xiaobai scoffed. The human body can only bear 2 or 3 types of elemental attributes at most, and they must not conflict. For instance, you cannot possess both water and fire simultaneously. Attempting to contain 3 conflicting attributes within oneself is akin to courting death. Etion chuckled, fully aware of the incompatibility of water and fire. Enough talk. Let us absorb this power of water first. He then shattered the sealing array, causing the water power to seemingly come alive and attempt to flee. Fortunately, there was but one exit in the chamber, and Etion swiftly grasped the water force. Just as he was about to absorb it, a sudden surge of energy struck him from the side. After dodging, Etion turned to see a woman had appeared in the chamber, seemingly out of nowhere. She possessed only half a body, with most of her form appearing liquid-like. That is a water spirit, sealed alongside the power of water, Xiaobai stated. Matter-of-factly. Etion nodded lightly, realizing that the spirit's strength was formidable and should not be underestimated. Suddenly, the water spirit waved her arms, sending countless waves crashing towards him. Etion chuckled. Water from a woman should not merely flow from her palms. Xiaobai scowled. What are you rambling about? I suspect you're making inappropriate jokes. Cough, I was only jesting, Etion replied earnestly before launching his fists in attack. Although the water spirit was powerful, Etion was no pushover. After a series of dozens of exchanges, he delivered a single punch that obliterated the water spirit. Ugh, the spirit exploded all over me, so much water. Etion complained, wiping his face. Xiaobai rolled her eyes, quit the chatter and absorbed the power of water quickly. This substance has immense allure for many beasts, they'll be here soon enough. Etion nodded, seated himself, and began the absorption process. As the water power entered his body, he suddenly felt a torrent of energy coursing through him. Hours passed without him moving, fully engrossed in the absorption. At a certain moment, once the water power had completely assimilated, he slowly opened his eyes. Raising his arm, droplets of water floated in his palm, and under his mental command, they morphed into any shape he desired. Is this it? Etion murmured softly. Indeed, Xiaobai replied. On rainy days, particularly over water, your combat prowess will multiply significantly. However, in scorching, arid places, you will be unable to harness this power, so avoid dry areas whenever possible. Etion's eyes glimmered. So, the power of thunder must be quite formidable as well? To some extent, Xiaobai replied lazily. Each power has its own advantages, and they interact in a cycle of mutual growth and restriction. Now, it is time for you to venture out. There are many formidable beasts awaiting your challenge. Upon hearing this, Etion promptly exited the chamber. Outside the treasure vault, dozens of beasts were already waiting for him. Some were confined in dungeons, others drawn by the scent of blood, and some had sensed the power of water. With a low growl, a 2-headed wolf lunged at him viciously. Etion flicked his fingers, launching a water arrow that pierced through the creature's abdomen, and meanwhile, the remaining beasts roared and charged towards him. With a swift motion of his arm, droplets of water in the air transformed into sharp blades. Whoosh! Water arrows rained down, swiftly penetrating the skulls of the attacking beasts. What incredible power! Etion's eyes sparkled with excitement. The power of water exceeded his expectations. Xiaobai stated calmly, this is merely the beginning. As you grow more adept, you will be able to draw water from the air in any location, and even control the blood within your own body at will. Etion nodded slowly, realizing that this power of water would indeed make him formidable. After descending the mountain, he noticed that the population of Xinming City seemed to have diminished significantly. Feeling puzzled, he did not inquire further. Upon returning to his residence, he discovered that Chi was missing. Initially, he thought she might have fled. Suddenly, he spotted a few droplets of blood at the corner of the table. It was her blood. Something has happened. Etion's expression turned. I see why. At that moment, a hidden weapon shot in from outside the courtyard. Etion flicked his finger, and the force collided with it. With a loud crack, the weapon fell to the ground, accompanied by a note. Etion unfolded the note, which read, if you wish for that woman to live, come to Twilight Valley immediately. Humph, threatening me? Yi Tian burned the note and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in a valley bathed in the twilight glow, dozens of figures cloaked in black stood ominously nearby. Chi was bound by heavy chains, unable to escape. He won't come to save me. Give up on that thought, Chi gritted her teeth defiantly. Silence. Slap, the leader struck her, his expression frigid. If he does not come, I shall behead you immediately. Lowering her gaze, Chi replied, then do it. He will certainly not come. The man sneered and drew his blade, seeking death. Are we? Very well, I shall grant your wish. He raised his sword, poised to strike. Suddenly, a dispassionate voice echoed, dare you lay a hand on her and see what happens? Who? The man spun around violently. Yi Tian approached leisurely, his demeanor as unhurried as someone out for a casual stroll. Who the hell are you? The man shouted. Didn't you ask me to come? Yi Tian retorted mockingly. Why are you asking who I am? Are you out of your mind? Chapter 66 The Most Detestable Hypocrite. Oh, so it's you? The man forced a smile and remarked, I thought you had perished at the hands of the Tongtian sect. It truly surprises me that you are still alive. Less chatter, who are you? Yi Tian inquired impatiently. Those from Xianming City call me Third Master, you may refer to me as such as well. Third Master, my foot. You think to take advantage of me? Yi Tian scoffed coldly, release her at once, or I shall ensure your corpse remains intact. Third Master let out a hearty laugh, your bravado is indeed comical. Do you truly believe you possess the authority to command me? Behold my sword. Without warning, Yi Tian launched his assault. Third Master was taken aback, this young man was not adhering to the expected norms. The initial strike left him no time to react. Bang, bang, after exchanging several blows, Third Master realized he was woefully outmatched. Do not come any closer, or I shall slay this woman, he threatened fiercely. Yi Tian seemed oblivious to the threat, his strikes growing more rapid and precise. In an instant, Third Master was left bloodied. Kill that woman. Third Master bellowed in fury. His subordinates prepared to strike, but suddenly, dozens of water arrows coalesced in the air, piercing through their bodies. Subsequently, the water arrows shattered the iron chains, and Chi-Chi's face lit up with joy as she quickly sought refuge. With no more concerns, Yi Tian's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Third Master. A tremor ran through Third Master, he understood he was no match for Yi Tian and began to retreat stealthily. You cannot kill me, we can sit down and discuss this amicably. Go to the underworld and negotiate with Yama, Yi Tian replied coldly, casually unleashing a few powerful sword energies. Third Master let out a scream and turned to flee, but his speed was no match for Yi Tian's strikes. With a shriek, a head rolled down the cliff. You are formidable indeed, having dispatched him so effortlessly. Chi exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Tian queried, who are these people, and why did they seek to capture you? Chi shook her head, they are the ones my adoptive parents spoke of, intending to sell me as a blood slave. What? Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, initially suspecting a vendetta, but this revelation was unexpected. Have you found the antidote? When can I provide you with my blood? Chi asked. The elixir is no more, we must resort to alternative means, Yi Tian replied. What means? Chi inquired. The method is. Yi Tian glanced at her, pondering whether he truly needed to resort to the first option. It felt somewhat inappropriate. Let us return to the city first, he suggested. Upon their return, Yi Tian began to inspect the contents of his ring for anything he might require. Soon, he discovered a remarkable item. The cleansing blood pill, renowned for its extraordinary detoxifying properties, and it was also a 6th-grade elixir. This should suffice to replace the 100 poisons pill, Yi Tian remarked. Indeed, the effects should be comparable. It is worth a try, Xiaobai replied. Very well. Yi Tian called Chi over, stating, consume this pill, it should help neutralize your blood poison. Understood. Within less than half an hour, toxins began to expel from her body, releasing a foul odor. It truly works, Yi Tian rubbed his hands together, anticipating the imminent acquisition of her precious blood. Suddenly, Chi-Chi's expression contorted in pain, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. What is happening? Yi Tian was taken aback. I don't know, my chest hurts so much, as if insects are devouring my blood, Chi said, her face pale. Yi Tian, lacking medical knowledge, could not discern her ailment. Xiaobai spoke up, it seems her blood harbors a parasitic curse, she has been cursed. Cursed? Could it be my adoptive parents? Chi forced a bitter smile, realizing her foster parents not only required her blood monthly but had secretly cursed her as well. Your adoptive parents deserve to die. Yi Tian's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Xiao Bai suggested, we must eliminate the curse, let us confront her adoptive parents. Confront, I say we kill them outright. Yi Tian replied, his expression frostier than ever. At that moment, within a luxurious estate, a couple practiced their sword techniques. Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberated throughout the mansion. What has transpired? Master, there has been an incident. A strikingly handsome and imposing man has come to confront the young lady. Preposterous. He Li's expression turned frigid. What does that wretched girl intend? How dare she return? Today, I shall whip her to death. Who do you intend to whip to death? Yi Tian entered the courtyard, his tone indifferent. You are Chi-Chi's adoptive parents, you appear respectable, yet your actions are despicable and shameless. Who the hell are you? He Li shouted furiously. I am your father, do you hear me? Yi Tian mocked. You seek death. How dare you speak so insolently? He Li's eyes filled with malice as he turned to Chi-Chi. You ungrateful wretch, were it not for our adoption, you would have been devoured by beasts long ago. You have the audacity to bring trouble upon us, you ingrate. Chi-Chi lowered her head, quietly sobbing. Yi Tian chuckled, you vile couple masquerading as benevolent guardians, while you feign kindness in adopting her, you extract her precious blood every month and even curse her. I dare say, you are the most malevolent beings in the world. He Li laughed heartily, and what of it, does that make you any better? You approach her for her blood, just like us. What difference is there between you and us? Yi Tian replied, there are numerous differences, for one is a beast, and the other is a human. You dare to call us beasts? He Li roared in rage, unleashing a flying sword that shot forth like a streak of light. Yi Tian evaded and retaliated with a punch. He Li grasped the air, commanding dozens of flying swords to attack Yi Tian. Meanwhile, He Li's wife approached Chi-Chi wielding a whip. You little wretch, how dare you bring outsiders to cause trouble? I shall whip you to death. She swung the whip down ferociously, but suddenly, a pair of hands seized her arm firmly, a cold voice intoning, try to harm her, you venomous hag. Yi Tian delivered a resounding slap, sending her flying, and then conjured a massive water sphere to ensnare her entirely. Gurgle, trapped within the water sphere, the venomous hag writhed in agony, soon succumbing to suffocation and drowning. Madam! He Li exclaimed in horror. Do not feign concern now, Yi Tian retorted, unable to suppress his disdain. She has been trapped in that water sphere for quite some time. If you have the capability to save her, why did you not intervene? You stood there, feigning concern while watching her drown. It sickens me to witness such hypocrisy. Chapter 67, The Detoxification. He Li fixed a sinister smile on Yi Tian, not expecting his little schemes to be uncovered. Indeed, he was indifferent to the life or death of the lady. On the contrary, if she were to perish, he would find immense joy in it, for he would finally attain freedom, liberated from her terrifying possessiveness. I owe you my gratitude for ridding me of this woman, He Li remarked with a chilling grin. With her demise, I shall no longer have to share the precious blood. It will belong solely to me. How despicable, Yi Tian remarked coolly. You were once a couple, yet for the sake of your own interests, you can watch her die without a second thought. Do you truly believe that her death guarantees your survival? Ha ha. He Li laughed heartily. Why would I not survive? Do you think you can kill me? As he spoke, He Li suddenly removed a bracelet from his wrist. In that instant, a surge of crimson energy erupted from him, enveloping him in the shadow of a leopard. His eyes turned blood red, and his aura surged dramatically. Kid, my seal has remained unbroken for decades. To die by my hand today is a stroke of fortune you have accrued over 3 lifetimes. He Li's voice morphed into a harsh, grating tone, reminiscent of a newly learned quack. Yi Tian scoffed, is this truly your greatest reliance? I am rather disappointed. Seeking death. He Li's tone turned frigid as he flicked his wrist, unleashing a torrent of scarlet energy. Yi Tian raised his hand to defend himself, only to find that his inner energy was swiftly corroded upon contact, nearly piercing his palm. Sensing the corrosive nature of his opponent's power, Yi Tian immediately swung his sword in retaliation. The clash of their energies sent shockwaves through the courtyard, uprooting the earth and causing nearby structures to tremble and collapse. Moments later, the two figures separated mid-air, with Yi Tian staggering backward, his legs growing numb. Why is my true energy depleting so rapidly? Yi Tian furrowed his brow. Soon, he realized that He Li's crimson energy seemed capable of siphoning off his strength, causing the latter's aura to swell even further. Ah, now I understand, Yi Tian mused, piecing together the situation. No wonder he was exhausting himself, his true energy was being stealthily drained during their confrontation. So you're siphoning my true energy, are you? Yi Tian sneered, feeling a surge of defiance as his inner energy began to churn violently. In the next moment, a spectral tiger materialized behind him with a thunderous roar. The tiger's cry resonated, causing a slight tremor within Healy's scarlet energy. The so-called tiger and leopard rivalry unfolded. Under the pressure of the tiger's roar, Healy's fierce leopard shadow began to exhibit signs of fear. Healy snorted derisively, not anticipating that this young man possessed the ability to command beasts, which caught him off guard. However, his blood-red energy, forged from the blood of thousands, would not cower before anyone. Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed in his ears, causing a brief moment of dizziness. In that fleeting instant, the tiger lunged at the leopard behind him, followed closely by a punch landing squarely on his face. Just as Healy prepared to counterattack, another tiger's roar reverberated, plunging him into momentary disorientation once more. This time, a broken sword swiftly sliced across his neck. Healy's eyes widened in shock. This brat was not playing by the rules, stunning him with the audacity of his actions. Before he could unleash his fury, his vision abruptly inverted. What is happening? Why can I see my own legs? As his consciousness finally registered the truth, the vibrancy of life faded from his eyes. His lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Bah, I thought you were formidable, but it turns out you are merely a paper tiger. Yi Tian grumbled as he sheathed the broken sword. He hadn't even exerted his full strength before his opponent fell. Truly pathetic. Chi-Chi, I have dealt with them. You are free now. No one will ever bully you again, Yi Tian assured her, with tears welling in her eyes. Chi-Chi knelt, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for helping me. Don't mention it, Yi Tian waved dismissively. You fool, you have committed a grave error. Xiao Bai interjected, exasperated. Have you forgotten your purpose here? You killed them outright. How do you intend to lift the poison from her body? Yi Tian's smile faltered instantly. Indeed, he had come to detoxify, yet he had slain both individuals. What now? Can they be revived? He inquired. Xiao Bai's ears drooped. You'll have to figure that out yourself. I possess no miraculous means to resurrect the dead. Search the room for anything useful, Yi Tian commanded. He then began rummaging through the room, overturning the floor in vain, yet finding no solution to the poison. Just as he sat in despair, Chi-Chi spoke up. I know where their storage room is. Hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes lit up, and he urged her to lead him there. Arriving at the entrance of a hidden chamber, Yi Tian shattered the door with a punch and stepped inside. The storage room contained numerous items, most of which were valuable, alongside some inconspicuous pills. As he searched, Yi Tian's gaze fell upon a bottle containing a finger-sized venomous centipede, radiating a green glow with 2 antennae sprouting from its head. This is a golden centipede, a rare species with extraordinary venom. Perhaps this could be the antidote for the poison, Xiao Bai suggested. Yi Tian had Chi-Chi extend her finger into the bottle. With a snap, the venomous centipede bit her finger, causing her to scream in agony and collapse to the ground. It hurts. It hurts so much. Chi-Chi writhed in pain. Yi Tian, filled with concern, questioned, will she be alright? Is this method effective? I have no idea, I'm just guessing, Xiao Bai replied nonchalantly. Yi Tian was incensed, wondering how one could be so reckless with such a crucial matter. Before long, Chi-Chi succumbed to unconsciousness, her awareness fading. Yi Tian glared at Xiao Bai, questioning the reliability of his companion. Suddenly, Chi-Chi stirred, slowly opening her eyes as she regained consciousness. How do you feel? Yi Tian inquired. Chi-Chi paused for a moment before responding, refreshing. Yi Tian's expression turned peculiar as he asked, is that all, no other sensations? None, Chi-Chi shook her head. Yi Tian rolled his eyes, incredulous that a mere bite could yield no effect. Her poison has been lifted. Kid, you can finally make use of her precious blood, Xiao Bai chuckled. Yi Tian exhaled a sigh of relief. After all the effort, he could finally obtain what he sought. Now, he would see what powers awaited him after absorbing the precious blood. Chapter 68 Ominous Signs. Yi Tian took a bowl of blood from Chi-Chi and found a secluded spot to begin his absorption. The process unfolded smoothly. As the precious blood entered his body, a transformation coursed through his entire being. With his eyes closed, Yi Tian remained unaware that his body began to radiate a luminous glow. Xiao Bai, lying on the ground, observed with a peculiar gleam in his eyes of this lad is cleansing his marrow, yet an extraordinary phenomenon has manifested. Such a commotion is bound to attract considerable attention. Xiao Bai stepped outside the room and gazed upward, where a brilliant moon had emerged in the void above. Despite the sun being high in the sky, a colossal moon floated into view. This breathtaking spectacle immediately captured the attention of many. Within Xianming City, countless powerful beings looked up in astonishment, their gazes fixed upon the moon. What is happening? What on earth could explain such a terrifying sight? Where did this moon originate? Is it the Black Moon? Could it be that the fabled ominous sign has appeared? A few enigmatic figures floated in the sky without any visible means of propulsion, their expressions grave as they regarded the black moon. "This is the legendary omen, the black wheel moon," one of them remarked. "It is said that the appearance of this phenomenon heralds calamity, bringing suffering to all living beings on the earth." "Is it truly that severe?" one companion inquired. "It cannot be false. I have encountered records in ancient texts stating that the black wheel moon signifies a dire portent. Wherever it appears, disaster follows. Long ago, one individual used this black wheel moon to eclipse the sun, plunging the world into darkness. That era of darkness endured for millennia, only ending when a destined individual intervened." Upon hearing this, those nearby gasped in shock. If the records are accurate, then the black wheel moon's reappearance signifies that the continent of Tianwu is on the brink of an irreversible catastrophe. What a pity, we are unable to act at this moment. After all, our true forms are not present here. Let us disperse. Soon, the one possessing the black wheel moon will surely emerge again. At that time, we may take action to eliminate this individual. Meanwhile, more powerful beings left Xianning City, drawn to the source of the phenomenon, eager to uncover the truth. Just then, the black moon vanished, and the sky returned to its clear state. Thank goodness, Xiaobai sighed in relief, grateful that they had not been discovered, lest their fate be sealed. Yi Tian opened his eyes, stretching luxuriously. Following his absorption of the precious blood, he felt invigorated, his entire being rejuvenated. His physical capabilities had improved by several notches. He now felt as if he had shed his mortal coil, transcending to a celestial realm. Of course, this was merely an illusion. He had only completed the most fundamental detoxification of his body. The path to truly attaining a divine physique remained a distant one. "You, lad, were fortunate to conclude your practice in time. I was puzzled as to how you could summon the black wheel moon." "That is impossible," Xiaobai remarked, perplexed. "What are you talking about?" Yi Tian inquired. "You are unaware, are you? During your seclusion, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred, manifesting as a black moon. The black moon signifies disaster, an ominous sign. If your identity were to be revealed, the entire continent would hunt you down." "The black moon, an ominous sign?" Yi Tian was taken aback. During his seclusion, he had done nothing. He had not even completed his sign-in task to receive mysterious rewards. How could such a phenomenon have occurred? "You must be more cautious in the future," Xiaobai warned. "In the shadows, your strength will grow, but so too will the risk of being discovered. Should anyone learn that you possess the power of the black wheel moon, even 100 lives would be of no use. The inhabitants of the divine island would descend to hunt you." Yi Tian pressed, "You need to explain to me what this black wheel moon truly is." "There is little to elaborate on. For you, at this moment, it is merely a harbinger of misfortune. Once you have grown sufficiently powerful, it may bestow unexpected benefits upon you." After all, this power plunged the Tianwu continent into a millennium of darkness, Xiaobai murmured. After exiting the room, Yi Tian gathered his belongings and prepared to set forth once more. The distance to the Muyu Academy was neither far nor close. Barring any unforeseen events, he would arrive on schedule. "Can you take me with you?" Shi-Chi asked, her gaze fixed upon him. "Bringing you along," Yi Tian began to ponder. "You should take her," Xiaobai suggested. "She carries precious blood. Wherever she goes, she is a coveted prize and will always be sought after. It would be safer for her to accompany you. After all, it is better for you to utilize her blood than for others to do so." Yi Tian chuckled. "The way you say it makes me sound like a villain." "No, you are a good person," Shi-Chi affirmed with a nod. "It is not impossible for you to accompany me. However, I must go to the Muyu Academy, and they do not permit outsiders to enter. You may not forget it. We will discuss it upon arrival." Yi Tian waved his hand, deciding to temporarily take her along and assess the situation later. Bro. What about me?" Su Feng exclaimed as he appeared from nowhere, grinning. "Brother, take me with you, I want to join you." "That won't be necessary," Yi Tian declined. "What do I need with another male companion? I find it troublesome with too many people." Su Feng's face darkened. "Brother, are you prioritizing women over friendship? Are we even that close?" Yi Tian retorted. "Fine," Su Feng chuckled, "take care then, perhaps fate will bring us together again." Yi Tian, uninterested in further banter, turned and departed. 2 days later, Yi Tian arrived at a small town to replenish supplies and rest. After consulting the map, he noted that there was not much distance left to the Muyu Academy. "I'll go fetch some water for you to wash your face," Chi-Chi said, running toward the nearby stream with a water jug. "This girl is quite considerate. I should keep her," Xiaobai remarked. Yi Tian responded, "Keep her as a maid, that doesn't seem too bad." "I meant to keep her as a woman," Xiaobai corrected. "Such a beautiful maiden would be wasted as a mere maid." With her precious blood, any children you have together will possess astonishing talents, perhaps they could awaken ancient divine blood, and in time, your offspring would be invincible. Engaging in such activities is fine, but I do not wish to bear any responsibilities, Yi Tian replied calmly. But it seems this girl is quite sentimental. What if she becomes attached to me? Xiao Bai's expression darkened. Can you not be so self-absorbed? I am far less narcissistic than you. Ha, to be honest, you don't like hearing the truth, Yi Tian shot back. Get lost, you mutt. I am a divine beast, not a dog. Chapter 69 The City of Chaos. Yi Tian had never regarded Xiao Bai as a divine beast. In his eyes, the creature resembled a dog to a considerable extent. The sight of Xiao Bai baring its teeth in indignation, yet appearing utterly helpless, provoked an uncontrollable laugh from Yi Tian. Days later, after an arduous journey, a vast plain unfolded before them. Hundreds of miles beyond the plain stood a colossal city made of black iron. Black iron, known for its formidable hardness, is the material from which many weapons are forged. The towering city walls, soaring dozens of meters high, were entirely constructed from this black iron. Such an abundance of black iron was indeed extravagant, a treasure of considerable worth. Yi Tian remarked. How lavish, indeed, Xiao Bai replied languidly. We are merely a few dozen kilometers from the MOU Academy. Furthermore, this region is notoriously chaotic. Most of the buildings within the city are adorned with special materials, designed specifically to withstand damage from others. In short, this city is fraught with disorder. One must exercise caution. Yi Tian chuckled. We shall pass through briefly and continue on our way. Surely, we won't encounter any robbers. Stop, robbery. A group of masked bandits suddenly leaped before them, brandishing knives and snarling, this road belongs to us. If you wish to pass, you must pay with your life. As fortune. Yi Tian surveyed the bandits, who appeared to be second or third-rate martial artists, and felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. His tongue seemed to have a mind of its own, for he had genuinely stumbled upon a robbery. I have no money on me, only this dog. I'll sell it to you, Yi Tian announced. Damn you, I am a divine beast, Xiao Bai growled, baring its teeth in fury. The dog looks fine, we'll stew it for dinner tonight. The bandits guffawed, oblivious to the dire consequences of their words. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Bai became enraged, striking out with its paw, yet, its small claws lacked any real power, merely leaving a shallow scratch on one bandit's face. Seeing this, Yi Tian nearly burst into laughter. Xiao Bai's expression darkened. Damn it, my strength seems to have yet to recover, perhaps I have been sleeping too much lately. The bandit who had been struck glared with murderous intent. You wretched dog, how dare you injure me, die! He shouted, swinging his knife down quick as a flash. Chi snatched Xiao Bai away. Yi Tian chuckled, flicking his fingers to unleash several bursts of energy that pierced through the bandits' heads. The onlookers around them seemed unfazed, continuing with their affairs as if witnessing such violence were a commonplace occurrence. Yi Tian pondered, is it not unusual for someone to die in the streets? Do these locals not react at all? They have long become accustomed to it. This place is known as the Black Iron City, or the City of Chaos. There is no law here, Xiao Bai stated calmly. Yi Tian nodded slightly, realizing that lingering here was unwise. In just a brief moment, he perceived numerous women casting their gazes upon him, their stares intense as if they wished to devour him. It was terrifying. Being handsome here was perilous. They needed to leave promptly. After making a few simple purchases, Yi Tian prepared to hastily reach MOU Academy. Suddenly, chaos erupted ahead as dozens of people began to brawl. Just as Yi Tian intended to circumvent the fray, he heard someone shout, "You trash from MOU Academy, today you shall all perish." MOU Academy. Upon hearing this name, Yi Tian instinctively halted, lifting his gaze to see 7 or 8 individuals clad in matching attire adorned with a cloud emblem, the insignia of MOU Academy. Are they all students of MOU Academy? Yi Tian mused, somewhat surprised. Since he was also bound for the academy, why not join them and avoid unnecessary detours? However, at this moment, they were in dire trouble, besieged by formidable opponents, while most of the academy students were merely 5th or 6th-rate martial artists, all still in their teens. Brother Ma, you must flee quickly and summon a mentor to assist us. One student urged. I will not abandon you, Brother Ma replied grimly. I am the only 7th-rate martial artist among us. If I leave, you will all perish here. Brother Ma, please escape, otherwise, we shall all meet our end. Several students pleaded, their faces etched with anxiety. It was evident that their assailants were well prepared, and one of them needed to survive to report back. Sister Zhao, you must leave. One student urged. I cannot abandon you. Sister Zhao's expression was icy. We came together and must return together. Not one of us can be left behind. With a fierce shout, Sister Zhao lashed out with her whip, sending one assailant flying several meters. Yet, their adversaries were too strong, and soon the group found themselves surrounded, with escape becoming increasingly unlikely. In this critical moment, it appeared that Sister Zhao had made a resolve. Gritting her teeth, she summoned an aura of icy energy as Sister Zhao. You cannot unseal your powers, you will perish. The others cried out in alarm. A frozen lotus flower materialized at her brow, and she coldly declared, if I do not unseal my powers, we shall all die. What is one life sacrificed in exchange for the lives of many? As she spoke, her aura surged dramatically, catapulting her from a 6th-rate martial artist to a 9th-rate. With a swift motion, she unleashed a barrage of ice spikes that flew forth, instantly claiming the lives of 4 or 5 opponents. Humph, so you are the MOU Academy's prodigy with a cold body constitution. An elder stepped forward, a cold smirk on his face. Give you 3 to 5 more years, and you might indeed carve out a place for yourself in Black Iron City. But today, I shall erase you, this genius. With that, the elder exuded a terrifying wave of energy, clearly surpassing even 9th-rate martial artists. A master, this old man is a master. The students gasped in horror. Sister Zhao's expression fell. Despite her forced elevation to 9th-rate, the gap between her and a master was insurmountable. She concentrated all her energy, conjuring ice walls to block the oncoming foes. Quick, you must leave, Sister Zhao shouted urgently. As the group prepared to retreat, a thunderous crack echoed, shattering all the ice walls. Sister Zhao was caught in the backlash, blood spilling from her lips. The Master Elder approached with a chilling demeanor, sneering, a cold body constitution, and I must say, you possess some beauty. Stay with me, you shall become my pet. As he spoke, the Elder raised his skeletal hand, reaching for Sister Zhao. She trembled, her face pale. Was this how her life would end? Suddenly, a powerful force surged forth, forcefully knocking the Master Elder back. Who dares to meddle in my affairs and seek death? The Elder glared in fury. Old man, how can you lay your hands on such a beautiful lady? Have you no sense of chivalry? Yi Tian approached with a grin. Chapter 70 Encounter with the Scholars of the Academy. Where the hell did you come from, you worthless scoundrel, daring to meddle in the affairs of our Jian sect? The Elder Master glared at Yi Tian with a menacing gaze, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him. With a smile that was more of a smirk, Yi Tian replied, I am merely a passerby who could not bear to witness your bullying, so I decided to teach you a lesson. What's the matter? You seem quite displeased. The Elder Master let out a cold laugh. So you wish to play the hero and save the damsel in distress? Very well, I shall send you both straight to hell. A sinister energy began to coalesce within his palm, a terrifying force starting to permeate the air. Friend, you need not concern yourself with us. You should leave quickly. Sister Zhao trembled as she spoke. Thank you for your assistance. If you are willing, please inform the MOU Academy of our situation. Yi Tian replied nonchalantly, rest assured, there is no need for last words. With me around, none of you shall perish. Brother, this is no jest, he is a master. Sister Zhao hastily explained. A master? Yi Tian chuckled, what a load of rubbish. In an instant, Yi Tian struck. In the blink of an eye, his fist had already collided with the Elder Master's head. Bang! The Elder Master's skull exploded like a watermelon. The toxic energy he had gathered never had the chance to be unleashed before he met his demise. The scene fell into an eerie silence. A master-level warrior, someone of notable strength in the chaotic city, was slain with a single punch. The Elder Master's companions immediately roared in fury and charged forward, but Yi Tian merely stamped his foot lightly, effortlessly dispatching them. All done, let us wrap this up. Yi Tian calmly dusted off his hands. Sister Zhao was left in a stupor, wondering how the formidable foes they had feared for their lives had been so easily dealt with by the handsome stranger before her. Thank you, thank you. Sister Zhao expressed her overwhelming gratitude. Thank you, benefactor. Several students around her cast appreciative glances. Had it not been for this person's timely intervention, they would surely have met a grim fate. Why thank him? This person's origins are unknown. We should remain cautious. Brother Ma gritted his teeth, clearly harboring suspicion towards Yi Tian. Sister Zhao took a deep breath, about to speak, when she suddenly began to cough up blood. Earlier, she had forcibly released the seal within her body, allowing the chill to invade her heart, and now the cold energy was turning against her. Sister Zhao, are you alright? This is bad, I have no medicinal pills left. We must hurry and find our mentor, or she will surely perish. The group began to panic, clearly losing their composure. Calm down, Yi Tian interjected, producing a medicinal pill. I have a pill that will precisely counteract her cold poison. Wait. What is that you're holding? What if it's toxic? Brother Ma retorted angrily. If you fear it's poisonous, then don't eat it, Yi Tian replied coolly. It's fine, I trust him. Sister Zhao promptly took the pill and swallowed it. Soon after, a wave of warmth surged through her body, swiftly dispelling the chilling energy. Sister Zhao's face lit up with joy. I'm fine now, my body is back to normal. Everyone around was astonished. What kind of miraculous pill was this? Brother Ma's eyes brimmed with jealousy and anger as he coldly inquired, who exactly are you? and what is your purpose in approaching us? Ma Tao, must you harbor such hostility? Sister Zhao remarked, clearly displeased. This gentleman just saved us and even provided me with a pill. He is clearly a good person, what ulterior motive could he possibly have? Don't assume the worst of everyone, Brother Ma replied with discontent. Dreamy, how can you speak up for another man, aren't you the one who despises men the most? I only dislike you, not men in general. Besides, I find this gentleman rather agreeable, Sister Zhao retorted, extending her hand. Hello, I am Zhao Mengyao, a new student at MOU Academy. These are my fellow classmates. May I ask for your name? I am Yi Tian, and this is my companion, Chi Chi. The dog on my shoulder is called Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai opened his eyes as if to protest but then lazily drooped his ears. Returning to sleep, Zhao Mengyao said, Brother Yi, thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, we would have faced dire consequences soon. We will be participating in a poetry competition. Would you care to join us? Yi Tian nodded and inquired, when do you return to the academy? Zhao Mengyao replied, after the competition concludes, we will head back. We came here aiming for first place. First place comes with a reward of vitality pills, Yi Tian remarked. Then let us go together, I will accompany you back to the academy, he added. Humph, I knew this fellow had ulterior motives. He must have some hidden agenda in approaching us, Brother Ma sneered. What business do you have at our academy? You are not even a student there. Are you attempting to steal our techniques or pilfer our treasures? Yi Tian shot him a sidelong glance, thinking to himself that this person was clearly deranged, perpetually antagonizing him. I'd rather steal your mother, Yi Tian calmly replied, refusing to accept such insults without retort. You dare to insult me? Brother Ma's eyes blazed with fury, shaking with rage. Enough of your bickering, Sister Zhao interjected impatiently. Why are you arguing with him when he just saved our lives? Brother Ma, indignant, exclaimed, Mengyao, this scoundrel is clearly scheming and trying to take advantage of you. Don't be deceived by his appearance. Alright, I understand, you needn't worry, Zhao Mengyao said dismissively, grabbing Yi Tian's arm and moving forward. This fellow certainly has a way with women, Xiao Bai muttered under his breath. Chi Chi observed the two walking closely together, feeling a tinge of discontent, but did not voice her thoughts. Before long, they arrived at the venue for the poetry competition. Surrounding them were numerous displays of previously awarded poems. Yi Tian glanced casually at a few, finding their quality rather mediocre, with some even being utterly abominable. Soon, Yi Tian discovered several familiar pieces among the displayed works. Aren't these poems mine? How did they end up here? Yi Tian was taken aback. This poem, Ascending High, was one he cherished deeply. It was a stroke of genius. To think there exists someone capable of composing such exquisite verses, he mused. Zhao Mengyao, with a look of envy, remarked, our mentor said this poem was penned by a prince from the Great Zhou. That prince is exceptionally talented, renowned for his literary prowess, and is said to be strikingly handsome. According to our mentor, he will also be visiting our MOU Academy. I truly hope to meet him soon. Yi Tian rubbed his nose and said, in truth, that guy isn't all that exceptional. I find him rather ordinary. What nonsense are you spouting? Several female classmates around them expressed their displeasure. That prince is our dream lover. Who in the academy hasn't heard of his illustrious name? Do not insult our idol. Chapter 71. His poetry can also slay. Can this fellow really become your idol? Surely not, Yi Tian exclaimed, his expression exaggerated. How can you say that? Why shouldn't he be our idol? Retorted several girls, their faces flushed with indignation. We are drawn to men of exceptional talent. Here at the Emoxiang Pavilion, we hold those with literary prowess in high regard. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian was taken aback, realizing that these individuals were students of the Emoxiang Pavilion. What a coincidence, as this was precisely the institution he was about to report to. Alright, let us all refrain from excessive chatter. This esteemed young master Yi harbors no ill intentions, Zhao Mengyao interjected with a cheerful smile. I have just completed my registration, and we are about to commence. This time, we must secure first place and uphold the honor of our Emoxiang Pavilion. The group nodded in agreement, promptly preparing for the upcoming competition. Today's contest would revolve around poetry, beginning with a test of memory, followed by a live questioning from esteemed instructors. As long as one had read extensively and possessed a good memory, achieving a commendable rank was practically assured. Seated nearby, Yi Tian observed with boredom that he had perused numerous literary works within the Great Shu Library, yet the quality of poetry presented here seemed rather mediocre, akin to elementary school level in his world. Even a simple poem about a goose would undoubtedly overshadow the rest. Time passed, and after a couple of hours, Zhao Mengyao and her companions advanced into the top 10. Among these 10 were individuals of genuine literary merit, each possessing commendable talents. One can indeed attain an invincible realm through the pursuit of knowledge, Xiao Bai suddenly remarked. Is that so? Yi Tian inquired, somewhat surprised. Indeed, Xiao Bai continued. I once encountered an individual who, without any cultivation, comprehended the laws of the heavens solely through reading, achieving a state of unity with nature. It is his presence that has significantly elevated the status of scholars in this world. Otherwise, in a society that venerates martial prowess, relying solely on literary skill would be untenable. Yi Tian suddenly recalled the woman from the auction, who had requested him to compose several poems. Could it be related to this? Just then, a wave of exclamations drew his attention. Zhao Mengyao had entered the top 3. Next, she would face an even more rigorous examination. 3 Instructors would present an object for her to compose poetry on the spot. Due to the difficulty, there was an opportunity to seek external assistance. Teacher, I shall go first, a suave contestant volunteered to the instructor, wearing a smile, instructed, compose a poem based on this bamboo in my hand. After a moment of contemplation, the contestant recited, in the depths of the bamboo grove, birds call with glee, emerald leaves sway lightly in the breeze. With noble character, humble yet proud, unyielding in spirit, my heart is unbowed. Well-crafted verses, the instructor praised, though not entirely flawless. Thank you for your guidance, the contestant sighed as he stepped back. Another man, with a stoic demeanor, spoke up, I request a prompt. The instructor replied, use the stone beneath my feet to compose a poem. Without hesitation, the man began. The stone lies quietly amidst the hills, time etches its marks, the years it fulfills. Weathered by wind and rain, it stands firm, steadfast and enduring, my heart finds its term. Quite commendable, the instructor nodded, though his satisfaction was only partial. The man snorted disdainfully and withdrew. Now, only Zhao Mengyao remained. Feeling a touch of anxiety, she humbly requested, please provide a prompt, esteemed teacher. The instructor stroked his beard, smiling as he surveyed the surroundings, then pointed, compose a poem based on that goose over there. Ah? Zhao Mengyao was taken aback. To write a poem about a goose, she had never encountered such a topic in her studies. For a moment, she was at a loss. Despite having read countless books, her mind drew a blank, leaving her unsure of how to proceed. Ah, this is hilarious. Is this the level of the Emotion Pavilion? I thought it was filled with geniuses. Wasn't the first head of the pavilion an invincible figure? How can these students fail to meet such a simple challenge? This woman must have relied on her looks to gain entry. She possesses no literary merit whatsoever. Hearing the mockery from those around her, Zhao Mengyao lowered her head, her delicate face paling, fists clenched tightly. Don't worry, Ma Tao consoled. If you can't think of anything, it's fine to settle for third place. It's not disgraceful. Zhao Mengyao felt a surge of frustration. She had assured her mentor that she would secure first place, yet here she was, faced with the absurdity of composing a poem about a goose, certainly not her forte. As time dwindled, the instructor declared, if you cannot come up with something soon, you will have to forfeit. Zhao Mengyao contemplated conceding when Yi Tian stepped forward, saying, isn't there a chance to seek assistance? There is indeed an opportunity, the instructor confirmed. Leaning close to Zhao Mengyao's ear, Yi Tian whispered something. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. I've got it. Zhao Mengyao inhaled deeply and began to recite, goose, 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 with a graceful neck, you sing to the sky. Even a 3-year-old could write that. My heavens, the Emotion Pavilion has truly opened my eyes. Ha, I'm laughing so hard I could lose a tooth. The crowd was doubled over with laughter, tears nearly streaming down their faces. Zhao Mengyao's cheeks flushed. She too sensed that her poem was far too simplistic, yet she felt she had no choice but to try. Tao's expression turned furious. What kind of foolish idea did you come up with? This embarrassing poem is a disgrace, you might as well have forfeited. Are you trying to humiliate us deliberately? Yi Tian replied coolly, if you don't understand, it's best to keep your mouth shut. You! Ma Tao's anger flared, a murderous glint in his eyes. While the crowd continued to mock, the 3 instructors began to deliberate. After a moment, the eldest stepped forward and announced, esteemed guests, the results of the competition have been determined. The other 2 contestants stepped forward, chests puffed out, convinced they would capture first place. The first place goes to Emotion Pavilion, Zhao Mengyao. What? The audience was astounded. How could this be? This woman had achieved first place. Surely, even a 3-year-old could have penned that poem. How was it possible for her to secure the top position? Dissatisfaction rippled through the crowd, voices raised in protest. The instructor calmly explained, at first glance, this poem may seem simplistic, but one must savor its essence. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to recite the poem repeatedly. After 7 or 8 renditions, the mockery in some eyes began to fade. Quite intriguing, indeed. An excellent poem. Some began to applaud, expressing their admiration. Chapter 72 The Power of Fire. At this moment, the onlookers, after savoring the poem with careful consideration, began to realize that it was far from simple. At first glance, it appeared to be a child's whimsical verse. However, upon deeper examination, that was not the case. The opening line featuring 3 geese captured their honking sounds, and throughout the poem, both auditory and visual elements vividly portrayed the geese's demeanor. What a splendid poem! The crowd erupted with praise once more. My sincerest apologies, we were indeed too presumptuous just now. We had no idea the individuals from the Ink Fragrance Pavilion possessed such remarkable talent. Truly impressive, scholars of the Ink Language Academy. Wow, Sister Mengyao, you are simply extraordinary. How did you manage to compose such an exquisite piece? The crowd gathered around, enthusiastically complimenting her. Ma Tao also wore a smile. Mengyao, I always knew you were the best. You are undoubtedly the most talented person in our academy. It was not my own doing, it was young Master Yi who assisted me, imparting his wisdom, Zhao Mengyao replied, casting her gaze towards Yi Tian. Thank you, young Master Yi. I had no idea you were so accomplished. Not at all, it is merely the level of a child, Yi Tian chuckled beside them. Ma Tao's eyes blazed with hostility. Why be polite with him? This brat must have copied it from somewhere. I can tell he harbors ill intentions, we must not be deceived by him. Zhao Mengyao retorted, that is not true, I have a keen eye for character, and young Master Yi is not that kind of person. Ma Tao disdainfully snorted, he is definitely not a good person, I can assure everyone of that. Yi Tian cast a sidelong glance at him, sensing the man's fierce animosity. It would be wise to find an opportunity to rid himself of this bothersome individual. Soon, Zhao Mengyao received the reward for her first-place victory, which included not only vitality pills but also a few spirit stones. Next, we must return to the academy. Would you care to join us? Zhao Mengyao inquired. Yes, I happen to have matters to attend to at your place, Yi Tian replied. Wonderful, we'll have company along the way, Zhao Mengyao said, feeling a surge of joy. After their brief interactions, she found Yi Tian to be quite agreeable, gentle in demeanor and cheerful in disposition, which was her preferred type. Throughout their journey, Zhao Mengyao eagerly engaged Yi Tian in conversation, while Ma Tao's envious gaze remained fixed upon the pair. As they neared the academy, they encountered a volcanic eruption that obstructed their path. If we take a detour, it will take us an additional 3 days, Zhao Mengyao said, a hint of frustration in her voice. Yet, the thought of spending 3 more days in Yi Tian's company filled her heart with an undeniable glee. Boom, the colossal volcano erupted, spewing forth torrents of lava. The air was thick with dark particles, and the sweltering heat was uncomfortable. Yi Tian flicked his fingers through the air, only to discover that his water-based powers could not be summoned here. The atmosphere was exceedingly arid, devoid of moisture. If only I could harness the power of fire, Yi Tian mused. Don't even think about it. Water and fire are incompatible. Absorbing fire energy would bring you immense suffering, Little White interjected. I'm the sort of person who relishes a challenge, Yi Tian replied with a smile. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath them, prompting everyone to halt and gaze in disbelief at the distant volcano. It erupted once more, releasing a massive plume of red lava, and within that molten flow, a flicker of flame soared towards the heavens. It is the power of fire, my heavens, we have stumbled upon a treasure. The crowd erupted into excitement. The power of fire was a rare phenomenon, not witnessed for millennia, and to discover it within this volcano was astonishing. Whoever could absorb it would see their strength soar to new heights. This power of fire is mine. Ma Tao exclaimed, filled with exhilaration as he dashed forward. Don't go, it's dangerous. Zhao Mengyao shouted in alarm. However, it was too late. When Ma Tao reached the volcano, a ferocious beast suddenly leaped from the flames. It was a creature resembling a qilin, towering dozens of meters high, engulfed in blazing flames, its claws turning the surrounding rocks to ash. Even from several dozen miles away, the heat scorched their skin. Ma Tao's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated the presence of a guardian beast, yet the mystical creature paid him no heed, leaping straight for the fire energy. Ma Tao collapsed in terror, wetting himself. The commotion roused many powerful individuals, and soon hundreds had gathered at the scene. It is the power of fire. This volcano has not erupted in over 3,000 years. Who would have thought it concealed such a treasure? Quick, let us seize it. Whoever obtains the fire energy will see their strength increase several-fold. The crowd surged forward in a frenzy, yet the beast was not easily subdued. Its flaming body turned the very air around it crimson. In a heartbeat, a wave of fire erupted, incinerating those who dared approach. At that moment, a mysterious expert made their move, tearing through the fabric of reality and delivering a devastating blow to the beast. As the creature howled in fury, it expelled its core, launching a frenzied counterattack. With each explosive roar, terrifying energy erupted forth, claiming the lives of countless strong individuals. The one who had torn through space lost an arm in the process. The beast was gravely wounded, collapsing to the ground, and then, inexplicably, the power of fire fell right at Yi Tian's feet. Yes, it simply dropped there, as if fate had decided to bestow it upon him. Yi Tian was momentarily stunned. What kind of absurd luck is this? He had not even moved, yet the fire energy appeared before him unbidden. Without hesitation, Yi Tian picked it up, and to his astonishment, the power surged uncontrollably into his body. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, as if he were about to explode. He realized that if he did not find a place to enter seclusion quickly, he would perish from the overwhelming energy. Without a word, Yi Tian hurriedly departed. Where is it? Where is the power of fire? The powerful individuals who arrived later were left dumbfounded, their coveted prize vanishing right under their noses. I know where it is. Ma Tao suddenly pointed in the direction Yi Tian had fled. That brat stole it. He went that way. You still have time to catch up. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately pursued him. Ma Tao, what are you doing? Why did you betray young Master Yi? Zhao Mengyao exclaimed, furious. Ma Tao grumbled, that brat is blind, he dares to steal from the elders. Are you not afraid of incurring their wrath? I'm doing this for everyone's sake. You cannot blame me. Zhao Mengyao was infuriated, unable to believe Ma Tao's hypocrisy, cloaking his betrayal in self-righteousness. Chapter 73. The Supreme Emperor of the Five Elements. No, I must go rescue young Master Yi, Zhao Mengyao declared, her heart heavy with concern for his safety. After all, being pursued by such a multitude made escape exceedingly difficult. Mengyao, have you lost your mind? Ma Tao exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. That boy has stolen the power of fire and has drawn the attention of numerous formidable elders. If you go to find him now, it would be tantamount to throwing your life away. Please, do not be foolish, Zhao Mengyao responded resolutely, he has just helped us secure first place. How could I stand by and do nothing, she urged, you all return first, I shall seek him out myself. You're insane, you are utterly, madly insane. Ma Tao's face turned ashen with rage. He had cherished this woman for so long, yet she had never regarded him with kindness. Instead, she was willing to risk her life for a man she had known for merely a day. He vowed to himself that he would personally deal with that scoundrel. At that moment, Yi Tian, wielding the power of fire, had already plunged into a desolate area. He carelessly entered a cave and began his seclusion. At this juncture, the fire energy was nearly cooking him alive, his entire body felt as though it were ablaze, on the verge of exploding. Didn't I tell you not to be greedy? Now look at the mess you've made, you're about to blow yourself up, Xiao Bai remarked, exasperated. That one tea happened, this prince will not perish so easily, Yi Tian retorted, forcing himself to hold his breath, his face flushed as he tightly shut his eyes and began to forcibly suppress the energy within. With a resounding boom, flames erupted from his body, illuminating the cave with an intense glow. Yi Tian trembled slightly, straining against the overwhelming heat. Time passed, and Yi Tian's skin began to char, the acrid scent of burning flesh permeating the air. Xiao Bai lifted his eyelids to glance at him, contemplating that this lad was indeed quite capable, or perhaps merely fortunate. In this dry environment, devoid of moisture, the water energy within him was entirely suppressed. In this realm where water and fire could not coexist, the fire energy had wholly claimed dominance over his being. The water energy could only cower in a corner, too afraid to stir, helplessly witnessing the fire energy seize control of Yi Tian's body. With a thunderous roar, the furious flames swept through the cave like a tempest, incinerating the few blades of grass in an instant. Moments later, Yi Tian opened his eyes, standing amidst the flickering flames. With a casual wave of his hand, a fireball erupted. He was a veritable mobile furnace. It was said that in ancient times, there was one who honed his skills with fire, ascending to become the supreme fire god of the realm. When the fire god emerged, none could rival him. Xiao Bai remarked nonchalantly, you've struck gold, my friend. This fire energy is exceptionally potent and has existed within Fire Mountain for at least 10,000 years. Whosoever claims it will experience a tremendous boost in strength. You truly are the child of destiny. Yi Tian could not help but burst into laughter. Isn't that stating the obvious? Who do you think I am? I am Yi Tian, the one protected by the auspicious aura of the true dragon. It fell right at my feet. Anyone who would refuse it would be a fool. Suddenly, Yi Tian's expression sharpened. He had developed an acute sense of perception. In this arid expanse, he could use the fire energy to sense various entities through the temperature fluctuations in the air. Outside the cave, nearly 20 individuals had gathered, an assembly of formidable powers, all converging upon him. As Yi stepped out of the cave, those preparing to force their way in were momentarily taken aback. You're still alive, so you truly were hiding here. A withered elder hissed, his gaze menacing. Surrender the fire energy, and I shall grant you a swift death. They had no intention of allowing Yi to live. Yi flashed a wicked smile, raising his arm as flickering flames ignited in his palm. Are you referring to this? The elder bellowed furiously. You're courting death, hand it over, now. Yi chuckled softly. Who do you think you are, to demand my surrender? If I refuse, then you shall meet your end. The elder's face twisted with murderous intent. He stomped his foot, and a flying sword shot forth from behind him, darting toward Yi at breakneck speed. With a swift motion, Yi gathered the flames in his palm and seized the flying sword, which melted into a pool of molten iron under the intense heat. The elder's expression shifted to one of shock. How is that possible? The onlookers were equally astounded, unable to fathom that anyone could absorb such fire energy in such a brief span. For them, it would take at least half a year. This boy was exceptional and could not be allowed to live. If given 3 to 5 years, he would undoubtedly become invincible. He must be eliminated. Many harbored icy resolve, relishing the thought of extinguishing a genius. It brought them immense satisfaction. Let us strike together and kill him. With that incitement, the group charged at Yi, cloaked in a chilling intent to kill. Yi had no intention of hesitating. After all, there were powerful adversaries closing in. He needed to resolve this swiftly. With a resounding roar, flames erupted from his body, and a divine bird coalesced behind him. At that moment, this divine bird was exponentially more potent than before. With a piercing cry that resonated through the heavens, an endless wave of flames engulfed the assailants. The intense heat incinerated them into mere ashes in the blink of an eye. The dozens of experts were obliterated in an instant. How powerful! I feel as though you could defeat even the land gods. Yi marveled at his own strength. Xiaobai explained, we are still near Fire Mountain. Your fire energy has been greatly amplified. If you were to venture elsewhere, you would not wield such power. Yi smacked his lips. Regardless of the amplification, the sensation of annihilating others was undeniably exhilarating. If I were to gather all the other elemental powers, wouldn't I become fearsome no matter where I go? He mused aloud. Don't dream, Xiaobai retorted wearily. For an ordinary individual to harbor 2 disparate elemental powers within them is already unbelievable. And you wish to collect more. If the 5 elemental powers were to converge within you, your body would not be strong enough to contain them, resulting in your utter annihilation. Yi replied, then I shall strengthen my physical form. I am confident that within the academy, there are techniques capable of merging the 5 elemental powers. What do you think? For the first time, Xiaobai's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he spoke. Are you perhaps aspiring to become the legendary Supreme Emperor of the 5 elements? That ambition is perilously fraught with danger. Young man, Chapter 74. The treacherous one who betrayed twice. What did you just say about the Supreme Emperor of the 5 elements? Who is that? Yi eyes sparkled with curiosity. The name sounded remarkably formidable. That being is a legendary existence. It is perhaps too early for you to know of him, Xiaobai replied, her tone lacking enthusiasm. The Supreme Emperor of the 5 elements is the only person in this world who has completely harnessed the powers of the 5 elements. The elemental forces within him reversed the very essence of his soul and body. To put it simply, shattering the void, moving mountains, and filling seas, manifesting the laws of heaven and earth, those were merely the basics. During his lifetime, who among his contemporaries dared to claim invincibility or immortality? He was so powerful that he unilaterally dictated several eras. It was precisely because of this that he met a tragic end, betrayed by humanity. At this point, Xiaobai let out a gentle sigh. Yi gaze flickered. He could not comprehend why, but upon hearing these tales, he felt a surge of fervor within his veins. One could only imagine how extraordinary that era must have been. If fate were to grant him the opportunity to become such a powerful being in the future, he vowed to be invincible for eons. Best not to entertain thoughts of collecting the powers of the 5 elements, Xiaobai cautioned. A single individual cannot possibly endure such primordial forces of the universe. Collecting just 2 elemental powers would already place you far above the average person. To gather 3 would annihilate 99% of others. I aspire to eliminate 100%, Yi declared confidently. Xiaobai rolled her eyes, choosing to ignore him, and resumed her slumber. At that moment, a figure was searching the surroundings, repeatedly calling out a name. Yi was taken aback. Why was Zhao Mengyao here seeking him? The two soon met, and Zhao Mengyao exclaimed with great excitement, "You're unharmed. That's wonderful. You're so lucky to have shaken off those people." Huh? Yi Tian merely smiled. He had simply dispatched them all. Zhao Mengyao exhaled in relief, then grasped his arm, saying, "We must leave this place quickly. Many are still searching for the fire elemental power. Losing the item is inconsequential. Our safety is paramount." Yi Tian nodded in agreement. Just as they prepared to depart, suddenly, hundreds of individuals surrounded them from all directions. Faced with this unexpected throng of formidable foes, both were taken aback. The fire elemental power is with you, a masked woman spoke icily. No, it has already been taken by someone else, Zhao Mengyao hurriedly explained. Do you expect us to believe that? The masked woman's voice brimmed with lethal intent. Mengyao, come back! Ma Tao shouted from the crowd. They are here for that brat. It has nothing to do with us. We are from the academy. The seniors will not trouble us. Let us leave quickly. Do not involve yourself. You cannot protect him. Zhao Mengyao was utterly stunned. Did you summon them? Ma Tao did not deny it, and upon realizing this, Zhao Mengyao trembled with rage, thinking how could one betray their own friend like this. A glimmer of menace flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. Ma Tao had betrayed him not once, but twice. He could not allow this scoundrel to return to the academy alive. It was utterly despicable. Mengyao, you should leave. I will be fine, Yi Tian said calmly, gently pushing her away. You all return to the academy and wait for me. I will come shortly. Zhao Mengyao was reluctant to leave, but Yi Tian forcibly propelled her away. Seeing this, Ma Tao hurriedly pulled Zhao Mengyao along. Once he was alone, Yi Tian felt considerably lighter. He could finally unleash his full potential, having just absorbed the fire elemental power. His body brimmed with untamed energy yearning for release. The hundreds before him were the perfect targets for practice. Seeking death, are you? You think you can take us all on alone? Someone mocked. Indeed, that is precisely what I envision, Yi Tian replied with tranquility. Even if I cannot defeat you, you cannot kill me. Besides, I could use the experience. Consider this a training exercise. Foolhardy, someone scoffed with indignation, then unleashed a wave of potent poison towards him. Yi Tian summoned a defensive barrier of true energy before charging forward with his broken sword in hand. This time, he opted for close combat to enhance his situational responsiveness. Not far away, Zhao Mengyao continued to bicker with Ma Tao. How could you betray your own friend? Are you even human? Zhao Mengyao seethed with anger, unable to refrain from slapping him. Ma Tao, infuriated to the brink of laughter, retorted, Mengyao, are you enamored with that brat? He has an unknown background and has approached us with ulterior motives. He could very well be a spy sent by the demon clan. How could we possibly allow someone like him into the academy? Moreover, the fire elemental power is a primal force of the universe. What right does he have to claim it? The elders will surely intervene and eliminate him. You are shameless. Zhao Mengyao trembled with fury. Ma Tao's eyes turned a fierce red. Mengyao, you know I have liked you for a long time. You have never once initiated conversation with me, yet you meet that brat for a single day and become smitten. How despicable. You dare insult me? Zhao Mengyao shot back angrily. I merely believe that young Master Yi is superior to you. You are petty and consumed by jealousy. I could never have feelings for someone like you. Fine, fine. Ma Tao, thoroughly exasperated, shouted, go ahead and search for him. By now, he is surely a corpse. It is too late. If you want to bring disaster upon our academy, then be my guest. You will endanger all of us. At that, Zhao Mengyao fell silent. Ma Tao continued, he is already dead. Let us put this behind us and return to the academy as if this never happened. Zhao Mengyao glanced back, feeling certain that Yi Tian would survive. He won't survive, trust me, Ma Tao boasted confidently. Facing an onslaught from over 100 elders, if he manages to escape, it would be nothing short of a miracle. That proclamation would soon be put to the test. Boom, the battlefield was intensely chaotic. For the first time, Yi Tian found himself besieged by hundreds of experts. It must be said, his survival was indeed quite challenging. Hundreds of different forces assaulted him simultaneously. Even with his true energy exponentially more robust than theirs, he found it increasingly difficult to withstand. You've asked for this, you fool. Xiaobai remarked with a hint of schadenfreude, gritting his teeth. Yi Tian defiantly declared, I merely wish to experience the sensation of being besieged by 100 foes. The thrill is exhilarating. Next time, I must refrain from showing off in front of beautiful women, looking impressive in public but suffering in silence behind the scenes is quite the irony. Chapter 75. So it was Yi Tian claimed he could not withstand the pressure, yet in reality, he effortlessly dealt with the 100-strong assault. With a thunderous roar, flames suddenly engulfed him, and two arms unleashed searing fire, instantly reducing several formidable opponents to ashes. The onlookers were left in shock. Although they possessed means to ignite themselves, few could wield fire as if it were a mere plaything, as Yi Tian did. Had this young man absorbed the fire energy? A realization struck one of the strong, and his expression darkened profoundly. To absorb fire energy, an ordinary person would typically require at least 10 days to half a month, and even longer for the slower ones, potentially up to 6 months. From the moment they received the news and rushed here, only a few hours had passed. This young man had completely absorbed it. It turned out that his physique was the greatest treasure. Kill him and unravel the secrets he harbored. Many pairs of eyes gleamed with greed. They not only sought the fire energy but desired to dissect this young man to uncover the mysteries within him. A cold smile adorned Yi Tian's lips. He was utterly unafraid of revealing his secrets, for none of those present would leave alive. Boom! A tremendous burst of flames erupted from Yi Tian, and with a sweeping motion of his arms, a tempest of fire enveloped everyone in attendance. By the time someone sensed the impending doom, it was already too late. The true energy within Yi Tian surged like a torrent into the sky, merging seamlessly with the flames. In mere moments, a radius of several dozen miles was shrouded in fire. Beneath the terrifying heat, the ground stones began to show signs of melting. Numerous weaker individuals let out blood-curdling screams as they were reduced to skeletons. The remaining survivors turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. "Run, this young man is dangerous, something is amiss." Fear gripped the strong. The sheer vastness of his true energy was unfathomable. It could extend over dozens of miles, surpassing their wildest imaginings. If they did not flee now, it would be too late. "Think you can escape?" Yi Tian's gaze hardened, and in the next instant, he commanded the inferno to strike at all present. "No!" With a chorus of anguished cries, the terrifying flames descended like a demon, swiftly consuming hundreds. Moments later, Yi Tian emerged from the inferno, leaving behind only charred corpses. Mission accomplished. A faint smile graced Yi Tian's lips. The fire energy exceeded his expectations, effortlessly annihilating this multitude. He felt invincible, unable to contain his laughter. Yi Tian was interrupted by Xiao Bai's sneeze. "You only have the geographical advantage. In another place, you wouldn't wield such formidable power." Yi Tian chuckled softly, but his expression gradually turned serious. "I must find that Ma Tao. That scoundrel dared to betray me. If he returns to the academy alive, I swear I'll make him pay." 1 kilometer away from the academy, Ma Tao inquired, "Yao Yao, are you thirsty? I can fetch you some water." Zhao Mengyao sat down, her head lowered in silence. Observing this, Ma Tao cheerfully walked to a nearby river to fill a water pouch. As he lifted his head after drawing water, he was startled to find Yi Tian standing before him. "You ghost! I thought you were dead!" Ma Tao exclaimed in shock. "Did you wish for my demise? Is my survival disappointing to you?" Yi Tian replied with a mocking smile. Ma Tao's eyes flickered as he responded, "Your survival is indeed the best outcome. I certainly do not wish for your misfortune." "Is that so?" Yi Tian pressed, "Those people you brought here, surely you were hoping I would perish." Ma Tao's eyes glinted malevolently as he gritted his teeth. "You are correct. I indeed wished for your death. Once you are gone, Meng Yao will be mine. Die." Ma Tao suddenly launched a surprise attack, having secretly formed a hand seal, unleashing a torrent of water that surged toward Yi Tian. However, the wave was halted midair before it could reach him. No matter how red in the face Ma Tao became, he could not move an inch. "Playing with water before me?" Yi Tian scoffed, a droplet of water slowly rising from his palm, with streams of water swirling around him. Ma Tao's pupils widened. This young man possessed water energy as well. "Please, don't kill me, my father is..." Ma Tao attempted to invoke his connections, but Yi Tian flicked his finger, and the water droplet pierced through his forehead. The body slumped slowly into the river, where an alligator appeared to drag it into the depths. Yi Tian advanced, finding Zhao Mengyao with her head down, murmuring something. "What are you doing? Surely you're not thinking of me?" Yi Tian teased. Zhao Mengyao's face lit up with tears of joy. "You're okay? That's wonderful." Upon seeing Yi Tian alive, her previous gloom vanished. Yi Tian smiled, "I was fortunate and survived. Don't hold Ma Tao accountable, he didn't mean it." "And where is he? Did he sneak away?" "Forget him," Zhao Mengyao dismissed, her focus solely on Yi Tian. Before long, the two arrived at the MOU Academy. As they approached the entrance, a woman hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Mengyao, are you both unharmed?" "We're fine, we returned safely," Zhao Mengyao replied. The woman sighed in relief. Zhao Mengyao was her favorite student, and any misfortune befalling her would be troubling. "Are you the Prince of Yi?" The woman gasped, staring at Yi Tian in astonishment. "Elder Wu, it has been a while," Yi Tian greeted her with a smile. Wu Yuan beamed, "Indeed, it has been quite some time. Prince Yi, you've arrived a few days late. I thought you might have deemed our academy unworthy of your presence." Yi Tian chuckled, "I encountered some troubles on the road that delayed my arrival. Since I promised to come, I certainly would not go back on my word." "Mentor, do you know each other?" Zhao Mengyao inquired, astonished. Wu Yuan chuckled, "Mengyao, didn't you always say you wished to meet the author of those extraordinary poems? Did you not realize that the talented genius before you is none other than Yi Tian, the Prince of Yi?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Mengyao was utterly stunned, her mouth agape. Why, you are the Prince of Yi from the Great Zhou? Yi Tian nodded with a smile. If all goes as expected, that should indeed be me. Ah! Zhao Mengyao shrieked, you're my idol. I had no idea my idol was right beside me. Chapter 76, a coveted gem. Upon discovering that Yi Tian was her idol, Zhao Mengyao felt her heart race wildly, her cheeks flushed, and she could no longer bear to meet his gaze. Wu Yuan, with a teasing smile, remarked, why are you blushing? Did you not come here with Prince Yi? Ah, I had not revealed my identity before. She does not know who I am, Yi Tian explained. Wu Yuan's expression shifted to one of understanding. So that is how it is. Come, I shall escort Prince Yi to the academy. With his presence, the young ladies of Emoxiang Pavilion will surely be enchanted by you. Yi Tian mused to himself that he was not someone who would find every woman appealing. Sleeping was one thing, but taking responsibility was another. Suddenly, a burly man approached, his voice gruff. I am Feng Changlao, and my disciple Ma Tao accompanied you. Where is he? Why has he not returned? That is a question you must direct at him. He may have wandered off somewhere, Wu Yuan replied indifferently. A Feng Changlao face darkened. Ma Tao left with Zhao Mengyao, yet she is the only one who has returned. Where is he? I haven't seen him. I don't know. Zhao Mengyao shook her head. Yi Tian, standing nearby, merely smiled without speaking. Ma Tao has likely become nothing more than a pile of refuse by now, Feng Changlao blared frostily. Did you conspire against him? Do you understand the consequences of harming a fellow student? One may eat recklessly, but one cannot speak carelessly, Wu Yuan replied calmly. Mengyao returned with many classmates, and only Ma Tao is missing. You ought to search for him yourself rather than hurl accusations here. If you suspect that we of Emoxiang Pavilion have harmed him, present your evidence, otherwise, we shall take this matter to the dean. Feng Changlao snorted coldly, unwilling to disturb the dean over this incident. Should I find evidence, you will regret this, he threatened before turning to leave. Is he Ma Tao's teacher? Yi Tian inquired. Indeed, Wu Yuan replied. Ma Tao's father is a close friend of Feng Changlao, and they have looked out for one another in the academy. Moreover, he is the head of the martial arts pavilion, which has allowed Ma Tao to act quite arrogantly within the academy. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian thought that eliminating Ma Tao might indeed be a service to the public good. Soon, he followed Wu Yuan into Emoxiang Pavilion. Emoxiang Pavilion housed a total of 328 students, two-thirds of whom were female, all strikingly beautiful, hailing from various corners of the continent. As Wu Yuan spoke, her gaze fell directly upon Yi Tian. Feeling flustered, Yi Tian wondered why she was looking at him. Did she view him as a prince who could charm anyone, regardless of their looks? Allow me to introduce this handsome gentleman, Prince Yi from the Great Zhou dynasty. He is the author of the astonishing poem Ascending the Heights. Wow! The moment the words left her mouth, over 100 women turned their astonished and adoring gazes towards him. Yi Tian, with remarkable composure, greeted them. Hello, fellow students. I hope you will kindly look after this junior. Junior, you are incredible. You penned such a magnificent poem. Are you aiming to become a sage through literature and achieve an invincible state? Junior, how did you compose that poem? Could you share the scene that inspired you? Are you free tonight? I find it hard to sleep. Perhaps we could discuss the poem in detail? In an instant, 2 or 3 dozen girls surrounded Yi Tian, leaving him somewhat bewildered, feeling as if he had stepped not into an academy, but into a tavern. Fortunately, he found solace in the fact that these women were all exceptionally beautiful, otherwise, he might have become quite irate. It seemed that Prince Yi was indeed quite popular. Wu Yuan smiled at the sight. At that moment, Zhao Mengyao interjected, Aren't you all busy? Have you memorized the Analects? I will be checking tomorrow. At this proclamation, the crowd dispersed in a panic. Fear not, Prince Yi, they are merely overwhelmed by your literary talent, Zhao Mengyao reassured him with a smile. Let me show you to a room where you can choose your accommodations. As Yi Tian followed her to the back mountain, he noticed Zhao Mengyao suddenly contorting in pain, clutching her abdomen. Is it that time? Yi Tian inquired. How did you know? She stammered. I could smell it, Yi Tian replied. Smell? Zhao Mengyao's expression shifted to one of alarm. I have a certain sensitivity to water, Yi Tian awkwardly explained. Ever since he attained the power of the water element, he had become somewhat attuned to it. You're deceiving me, that is blood, Zhao Mengyao murmured, her head bowed. Yi Tian quickly turned his gaze away, commenting, the moon is quite lovely tonight. That is merely fog obscuring the sun, she retorted. Are you intent on exposing me? It is quite embarrassing, Yi Tian replied. Zhao Mengyao chuckled. Prince Yi, could you compose a poem inspired by the current scenery? Yi Tian regarded her and calmly responded, "A smile back over my shoulder brings forth 100 charms. The beauties of the 6 palaces pale in comparison."
What a splendid poem! Zhao Mengyao's eyes sparkled with excitement.
"I had no idea Prince Ye's talents reached such heights. I feel that no scholar in the world could surpass you. If only you could dedicate yourself to your studies, you would soon reach an unparalleled realm." Yi Tian smiled, for he was not particularly fond of studying. He thought it far more beneficial to examine the legs of a woman.
After arranging his accommodations, Yi Tian tidied himself up and, under Zhao Mengyao's guidance, began to familiarize himself with the academy's environment. The academy was divided into several categories of cultivation, including the Martial Arts Pavilion, Emotion Pavilion, Fengyan Pavilion, and the Painting Saint Pavilion, among others.
Before arriving, Yi Tian had assumed the academy was merely a place for martial training. He soon discovered that, in addition to martial practitioners, there were many methods available to enhance one's cultivation and attain formidable realms. The inhabitants of the Painting Saint Pavilion were enthusiasts of art, capable of manifesting the very subjects of their paintings through their own powers. A pig, a wolf, a fierce tiger, or even a dragon could be summoned to attack foes through artistic representation. It was said that the legendary painting Saint-Avier could paint landscapes of vast mountains and rivers with a mere wave of his hand, commanding the sun, moon, and stars to serve him. The Fengyan Pavilion was a place for cultivating agility. The current head was rumored to be able to soar through clouds, traverse the heavens and earth, and dive into the sea or mountains as if in an uninhabited realm. Ironbone Pavilion housed the rough and rugged practitioners focused on physical cultivation, each resembling a bear, rather unappealing to the eye. Zhao Mengyao expressed her disdain for them. Yi Tian's interest was piqued. Ironbone Pavilion seemed quite suitable for him. His purpose in attending the academy was to discover methods to enhance his physical constitution. Of course, he had not forgotten his most important task. Signing in, after several months, he was finally set to complete this registration. He wondered what generous rewards awaited him. Chapter 77 is Sign in at the academy. Having familiarized himself with the surroundings of the academy, Yi Tian found an excuse to send Zhao Mengyao away. He then made his way to the secluded area of the back mountain, a place devoid of any human presence. In his heart, Yi Tian silently initiated a sign-in. Ding, sign-in successful, rewards obtained. Dragon Xiangong, reward 1 million spirit stones, reward 6th grade alchemist, reward God-slaying blade. Ding, gained 500 years of cultivation, realm enhanced. Ding, the next sign-in location Moon Palace. As the 500 years of power surged within him, it felt as though his bones were about to shatter. After a series of crisp, cracking sounds, his aura began to rise dramatically. This time, Yi Tian absorbed all the power in one go. Hours later, he slowly opened his eyes, feeling the abundant strength within him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What realm am I in now, Grand Master, or perhaps the earthly immortal realm? Yi Tian's gaze flickered. He felt exponentially stronger than before. With a mere flick of his hand, it seemed as if he could manipulate the forces of nature, attaining an unprecedented level of mastery. His mindset had also undergone a significant transformation. Once his breath stabilized, Yi Tian examined the rewards he had acquired. The dragon Xiangong, from ancient times, was created by a powerful being who, through an unintentional drink of dragon blood, underwent a transformation into a half-dragon. This individual, relying on his innate understanding, devised the dragon Xiangong, a technique that allows the practitioner to transform into a true dragon form and unleash boundless power. What a remarkable treasure! Mastering this technique might just enable me to transform into a dragon in the future, Yi Tian thought, grinning widely. He then realized that he had ascended from a 3rd-grade alchemist to a 6th-grade alchemist, a significant advancement. Within the academy, there was a pill pavilion, where the most formidable geniuses seemed to hover around the 5th or 6th-grade alchemist level. With his current strength, he could easily overpower those so-called super geniuses. With a wave of his arm, a 2-foot-long blade materialized in his hand. The god-slaying blade, once stained with divine blood, is said to slay gods and annihilate immortals. The description was quite imposing. He wondered if it truly possessed such power. Yi Tian mused that when facing an enemy in a crucial moment, drawing this weapon might yield unexpected results. At that moment, Xiao Bai appeared from the side, having just returned from a stroll outside.
I wandered around the academy and discovered some intriguing items. Oh? Xiao Bai's eyes widened suddenly as he sensed a change in Yi Tian's aura. How did your strength increase so dramatically? Have you reached the earthly immortal realm? Xiao Bai exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Tian smiled nonchalantly. What's the matter? Am I not allowed to improve myself? How absurd. How could you have progressed so swiftly? I was gone for less than a while, Xiao Bai remarked, having never encountered such a bizarre occurrence. He circled Yi Tian twice, sniffing the air. You have an additional, indescribable aura about you. It resembles the essence of ancient dragons. Yi Tian thought to himself, the dog's nose is surprisingly keen to detect that. You've truly opened my eyes today, Xiao Bai chuckled. I initially thought it would take you 3 to 5 years to reach a new realm. What an unexpected surprise, it seems I underestimated you. Yi Tian smirked, don't look down on others, I will provide you with ample opportunities to be amazed in the future. Now, can you tell me what the next realms are? Look for yourself, Xiao Bai tossed him a book. Yi Tian opened it and glanced at its contents. So that's how it is. After reading the introduction, Yi Tian finally understood. The Grand Realms were divided into 9 categories: a martial artist, martial master, martial general, martial commander, martial king, martial sect, martial sovereign, martial saint, and martial emperor. Each Grand Realm was further subdivided into 9 smaller tiers. The 1st to 9th tiers of martial artists were quite familiar to him. Martial masters corresponded to the realms of master to Grand Master. Martial generals were those within their dynasty's earthly immortal realm. Currently, he was approximately at the 2nd tier of martial general. It turned out that in the eyes of the dynasty, the already invincible earthly immortal, Yi Tian sighed. That is to be expected, Xiao Bai retorted disdainfully. A mere martial general may be invincible among you, but in the entirety of the Tianwu continent, they are not considered formidable. Only those above martial commander, or even at martial king level, can be deemed as capable of self-preservation. Yi Tian nodded slightly. Having broadened his horizons after visiting various places, however, he believed that with the system at his disposal, as long as he completed a few more sign-in tasks, reaching the invincible realm would merely be a matter of time. Upon returning to the Emosian Pavilion, Yi Tian encountered Zhao Mengyao. With a smile, she invited him to dinner. Yi Tian waved his hand in refusal, stating, I wish to inquire about someone. Do you know where Lin Yiren is? Zhao Mengyao shook her head. There are many people in the academy. It's impossible for me to know everyone. Yi Tian frowned. Lin Yiren had arrived at the academy before him and should have been present by now. You can ask Instructor Wu. She should be aware, Zhao Mengyao suggested. Yi Tian nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning sound. Subsequently, he sought out Wu Yuan, who was in the living room chatting with several instructors. Prince Yi, just in time. Let me introduce you to a few instructors, Wu Yuan said with a smile, presenting the individuals beside her. Yi Tian's mind was not on introductions, he was solely focused on finding out Lin Yiren's whereabouts. Instructor Wu, I wish to know where Lin Yiren is. Has she arrived at the academy? Yi Tian inquired. Wu Yuan pondered for a moment before replying, indeed, Princess Lin from the Great Zhou has come to the academy, but what? Yi Tian's heart sank, sensing an ominous premonition. Wu Yuan continued, however, Lin Yiren did not receive an invitation from the academy, so she is not yet a disciple of the academy. Nevertheless, I have allowed her to temporarily become an affiliated student. She can only undertake ordinary tasks outside the academy for now. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian furrowed his brow. It seemed Lin Yiren had not fared well during his absence. Where is she? I will go find her, Yi Tian stated. Wu Yuan provided him with her location, and Yi Tian headed straight there. At that moment, outside the academy, at the task distribution area, Lin Yiren and her 6 teammates were in the process of accepting tasks. We must accept 1,000 tasks to have a chance of entering the academy, the team leader announced. Everyone, we must continue to strive forward. Chapter 78. Betraying the team. 1,000 tasks are required to have the opportunity to join the academy. How utterly ridiculous! How many years must we toil to complete such an extensive number of tasks? Complaints echoed among the group, to which the captain retorted with a cold snort, do you think just anyone can gain entry into the academy? Our qualifications are lacking, and without the backing of a powerful family, this is our only path to the academy. Here, it matters not whether you are a princess of the dynasty or the crown prince, everyone is merely an ordinary person. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others soured. However, Lin Yiren quickly nodded, assuring, Brother Chen, rest assured, we will not hold you back. Brother Chen smiled warmly at Lin Yiren, you must be the newcomer today, right? You possess quite an appealing appearance, from now on, you shall follow me. I guarantee that once you complete 1,000 tasks, you will undoubtedly be able to enter the academy. Lin Yiren smiled silently, knowing that she would surely enter the academy. It was simply a matter of waiting for the right opportunities. Days later, the group ventured into a perilous underground cavern, filled with all manner of deadly traps and ferocious beasts. We are over 2,000 meters below ground now. This time, we must obtain the roots of the purple spirit tree. Brother Chen brimmed with confidence, believing that if they succeeded in this task, he would finally gain entry to the academy, thus ending 5 years of torment. Suddenly, a deep growl resonated through the air, and in the blink of an eye, a massive black bear charged forth, obliterating one of the team members in an instant. The remaining companions swiftly drew their swords and engaged the bear, but within moments,
The creature had severely injured their ranks. Despite Brother Chen's mastery at the 7th level of martial arts, the bear's tough hide rendered conventional attacks futile. Before long, he was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. In a moment of desperation, as the bear lunged at him once again, Brother Chen seized a nearby teammate and hurled him toward the beast as a makeshift shield. The bear's claws struck the unfortunate soul, reducing him to mere fragments. "Ah, Brother Chen," the group gasped in shock, unable to believe he would sacrifice one of their own. "Why are you all standing there in shock? Hurry and attack together, or we shall all perish here." Brother Chen shouted as the bear turned its wrath toward the rest of the group, yet their strength was far too inadequate to overcome such a formidable opponent. Frustrated, Brother Chen cursed and made a hasty retreat. As he fled, the remaining teammates were gripped by fear, realizing they were on the brink of becoming the bear's next meal. Lin Yiren's expression darkened. Her own power was too feeble, or else she would have been able to defeat the beast. At that moment, the bear charged at her, and her pupils dilated as a chill enveloped her. In the nick of time, a flash of lightning appeared before her eyes, and the bear was sent sprawling by an overwhelming force. "Are you all right?" A familiar voice reached her ears. Lin Yiren slowly lifted her gaze to behold the handsome visage of Yi Tian, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. "You finally arrived," she exclaimed, throwing her arms around him, her voice choked with emotion. During this period, she had endured countless hardships and longed for someone to protect her. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Yi Tian had finally come. Yi Tian gently patted her back, smiling, "You've changed. You're no longer the aloof Princess Lin of the Great Zhou." Naturally, Lin Yiren wiped her tears away, realizing it was only after leaving the Great Zhou that she had come to understand the harshness of the outside world. Here, no one respected her, nor did they treat her differently because she was a princess. The teammates present were all scions of various dynasties and families, none of whom had simple backgrounds. In this treacherous place, only Yi Tian felt like a true ally. With a roar, the bear, having regained its footing, lunged at them once more. Yi Tian effortlessly waved his hand, and a burst of sword energy pierced through the beast's skull. "Wow, how impressive," several teammates exclaimed in astonishment. "Yiren, who is this handsome fellow? He can't possibly be your partner, can he?" "Almost, but he didn't take a liking to me," Lin Yiren joked. Yi Tian chuckled. It wasn't that he didn't fancy her, but rather that he didn't wish to take on any responsibilities. He would indeed be willing to share a bed, however. "What brings you here?" Yi Tian inquired. Lin Yiren replied, "We accepted a task to retrieve something, but our leader just fled." Yi Tian responded, "With the items your mother provided, you can enter the academy directly without having to complete any tasks. Let us return." Lin Yiren nodded, following Yi Tian as they made their way back. After walking for about 200 meters, they heard screams ahead. Suddenly, Brother Chen, bloodied and frantic, came barreling toward them, shouting, "Help! Help!" He tumbled down the steps and landed at Yi Tian's feet. "You're alive, he is coming." Brother Chen exclaimed excitedly, "Let us work together to slay this beast." As he spoke, a massive wild boar appeared, its size exaggerated, complete with sharp horns atop its head, capable of shattering ordinary armor with a mere touch. The boar let out a piercing howl, slamming its front paws against a boulder and sending it flying. "Watch out," the teammates warned urgently. Yi Tian remained calm, flicking his finger to send a wave of energy that deflected the stone. Then, he summoned several hundred droplets of water, unleashing them in a torrential barrage. However, the boar's incredible defenses meant that the water merely left superficial wounds without penetrating its hide. Yi Tian chuckled, gathering water droplets once more, this time sending thousands forth in a simultaneous strike. In an instant, the boar's robust body was pierced, its flesh resembling a beehive. Lin Yiren was taken aback. In just a few days, Yi Tian's strength had seemingly magnified greatly. "Well done, well done!" Brother Chen exclaimed, his face alight with joy. "Brother, you are astonishing, you dispatched that beast in an instant. I can finally complete my task, haha." He laughed heartily. "You previously caused the death of our teammate and now wish to complete the task, that cannot be allowed." Lin Yiren interjected coolly. Brother Chen's smile gradually faded, his tone growing sinister. "I did it for everyone's good. Had I not acted as I did, we all would have perished. Now that the others are dead, what good are your words? I can offer you half of the spoils, and once we're out, no one shall speak of what transpired here." "What do you say?" "That depends on whether everyone is willing," Lin Yiren stated, turning to the remaining teammates. "If you agree to his terms, please raise your hands." However, the few remaining teammates stood silently, unmoved. "You ungrateful wretches! Brother Chen cursed in fury before drawing his blade and charging at Lin Yiren, hoping to use her as leverage.
Chapter 79 of the ambush in the wilderness. He is about to flee, should we stop him? Lin Yiren inquired. Ye Tian waved his hand dismissively, replying, when I arrived, I encountered numerous ferocious beasts. He will not escape alive. That's a relief, Lin Yiren sighed, turning to her remaining companions. You all should leave quickly as well. I must enter the academy.
The others looked on with envy, for despite their persistent efforts, they had been unable to gain entry to the academy. They were particularly envious of Lin Yiren for her smooth passage inside. Upon exiting the cave, Lin Yiren could no longer contain herself and began recounting her recent experiences. The last time the Great Zhou dynasty faced turmoil, she had been forcibly sent here. Lacking credentials, she had been unable to enter the academy and was left to find a way to survive outside. Had it not been for her good fortune, she might have long since fallen victim to misfortune. At this moment, Yi Tian understood that the conditions for entering the MOU Academy were indeed stringent. Had he known earlier, he would have arrived sooner.
Did your elder brother not assist you? Yi Tian suddenly recalled Prince Lin Jianfeng, who had arrived here before them. Upon learning of his sister's predicament, did he not offer any help?
My elder brother, Lin Yiren sighed with a bitter smile. He did enter the academy and has become one of the most favored disciples.
However, he did not come to my aid. I even sent him a message, but received no response. Perhaps he is quite busy.
Yi Tian chuckled. What could he possibly be busy with? It seems he is deliberately ignoring you, wishing for your demise. Lin Yiren fell silent, as this thought had crossed her mind, yet she found it hard to accept such a conclusion. 2 days later, the pair successfully returned to the academy, where Yi Tian presented the items entrusted to him by the queen and facilitated the necessary procedures for Lin Yiren.
Do you wish to join the Feng Yun Pavilion? Yi Tian asked.
Yes, Lin Yiren affirmed. I wish to learn the body techniques. She was intrigued by the art of movement that could allow her to escape even if she could not prevail in battle. Yi Tian nodded slightly, supporting her decision to pursue any knowledge she desired. They then proceeded to the Feng Yun Pavilion. A dozen disciples were practicing their techniques in the courtyard. Some transformed into clouds of smoke, vanishing from sight, while others burrowed swiftly beneath the earth. A few moved through the air with the speed of lightning, producing faint rumbles of thunder. An elder clad in a grey robe emerged and spoke calmly. From this day forth, Lin Yiren, you shall be a student of the Feng Yun Pavilion. You must train diligently and not tarnish our pavilion's reputation.
Thank you, Master. Lin Yiren expressed her gratitude. The elder cast a glance at Yi Tian. You are Yi Tian, I have heard of your recent renown.
A poem of yours has garnered exceptional acclaim. If time permits, I would like to seek your guidance. Yi Tian smiled. I hope Elder Wang will take good care of Yiren. Should you require my assistance, please feel free to ask.
I could use your help right now.
Are you available? The elder inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. Yi Tian felt a bead of sweat form. Was he being so direct? He had merely been courteous. Elder Wang continued. I have a good relationship with Elder Foam.
One of his students, Ma Tao, has inexplicably gone missing. Do you know his whereabouts?
Yi Tian smiled softly but did not respond.
Has he met his end at your hands? Elder Wang asked, unfazed.
That fellow, relying on his family's influence, was arrogant within the academy. His death is of little consequence. However, Elder Foam will soon trace this back to you, and the Ma family will not easily let you off.
If you are willing to join our Feng Yun Pavilion, I possess the means to protect you.
Upon hearing this, Yi Tian realized the elder's intentions. Was he attempting to poach him? He understood that joining the Emotian Pavilion would preclude him from choosing another, yet mutual learning was permitted. Yi Tian was uncertain why Elder Wang wished for him to make such a choice. Perhaps it was due to admiration. Elder Wang chuckled. Since I have already chosen the Emotian Pavilion, I have no intention to. Yi Tian politely declined, and Elder Wang did not press further, saying, Then, may you seek your own fortune. Within the academy, you are safe, but once you leave, the situation becomes uncertain. With that, he turned and departed.
What did Elder Wang mean?
Lin Yiren asked, puzzled. Yi Tian explained, he means that within the academy, none would dare lay a hand on me. However, once outside, life and death are left to fate.
Lin Yiren suggested, then you should remain in the academy and not venture out. Yi Tian chuckled, do you think I am one to fear for my life?
Just a mere Elder Fong and the Ma family are of no concern to me.
At that moment, Zhao Mangyao approached, saying, the mentor has assigned us a task, we need to go to Chaos City. All right, Yi Tian nodded.
Lin Yiren's expression turned anxious. Leaving at this moment could lead to unforeseen dangers. Yi Tian offered her a reassuring gaze. He was no longer a mere pawn to be easily dealt with.
What is our mission, mentor? Yi Tian inquired as they traveled.
Zhao Mengyao replied, the mentor instructed us to retrieve someone. It seems this individual is a friend of the mentor. Yi Tian nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Several hours later, the massive black iron walls of the city loomed before them. Yi Tian sensed a murderous aura locking onto them, gradually slowing his pace. Yi Tian spoke softly, come out, there is no need to hide. Dozens of murderous figures emerged from the thicket. Who are you? Zhao Mengyao demanded. The leader revealed a pair of icy, cold eyes. Though he did not speak, his malevolent gaze was fixed firmly on Yi Tian. Why? Yi Tian smiled. The target was so obvious that he did not need to ask to know they were coming for him. Mengyao, step back. Let me handle this, Yi Tian said calmly. Zhao Mengyao drew her weapon, asserting, we came together, how can I stand idly by? I will assist you from the sidelines. Kill them, the leader ordered coldly. In an instant, the group of black-clad assassins sprang into action. Yi Tian concentrated sword energy at his fingertips and casually flicked it out. Puff, puff, in the blink of an eye, the dozen assassins were pierced through by the sword energy. The leader sneered, clenching several runes in his hand, which ignited with a resounding boom. In a moment, a formation ensnared Yi Tian. As Yi Tian attempted to mobilize his true energy, he discovered his body had become immobile, leaving only his eyes capable of movement. This is a level 4 restriction. You cannot break free, the leader stated coldly. Zhao Mengyao's expression changed in shock. She quickly unsealed the restraints within her body, conjuring a circular ice wall to shield them both. Seizing the moment, Zhao Mengyao began searching for a way to escape. Bang, bang, she struck the barrier repeatedly, yet her efforts yielded no results. Desiring to communicate with Yi Tian, she realized he was unable to move, only capable of shifting his eyes. Crack, soon, the ice wall she had formed shattered, and the outside assassins let out a chilling laugh, raising their swords to strike. In that critical moment, the restriction binding Yi Tian suddenly shattered with a loud crack. Chapter 80. On the edge of the blade. In the moment the fourth level restriction shattered, a pair of hands reached out, deftly grasping the thrusting sword. The lead assassin's expression changed dramatically. He could not fathom how the opponent had managed to escape the confines of the formidable barrier. With a sharp crack, Yi Tian exerted his fingers, shattering the sword, and then propelled his palm forward. The assassin spewed blood, his body hurtling backwards for several hundred meters before crashing heavily onto the stones. His skull splintered upon impact. Afterward, Yi Tian calmly brushed off his hands, thinking it ludicrous that such a trivial restriction could ever hope to ensnare him. Are you all right? Zhao Mengyao sighed in relief. I'm fine, Yi Tian replied with a smile, considering the incident mere trifles, hardly worth mentioning. Who else knows we are here? He inquired casually. Zhao Mengyao pondered for a moment before responding. This was a last-minute notice from our instructor, so only a handful of people are aware. Oh, by the way, she suddenly recalled, I encountered a junior sister on my way to find you, and I believe I might have mentioned our whereabouts to her. Thus, it appeared that this junior sister was likely the source of their leaked information. The two entered the Iron Black City and, following the designated markings, located an inn. Upon reaching the door, they knocked, but received no response. Do you think anyone is home? Zhao Mengyao asked. Yi Tian sniffed the air and remarked, do you detect the scent of blood? Upon exchanging glances, he forcefully slammed the door open. Inside the room, a figure lay sprawled in a pool of blood, with at least 20 wounds marring their body. The person was deceased, the blood still fresh, indicating that the murderer had not fled far. This is terrible, how are we supposed to explain this to our instructor? Zhao Mengyao exclaimed, her anger palpable. Yi Tian spoke slowly, it could either be a vendetta or an attempt to frame us. We should return to the academy. Upon arriving back at the academy, Wu Yuan was stunned for a moment upon learning of her friend's tragic demise at the inn. I am so sorry, instructor. We never anticipated such an event, Zhao Mengyao apologized, her head bowed. Wu Yuan waved her hand dismissively, now that the incident has occurred, your apologies are of little consequence, moreover, this matter is clearly beyond your control. It is evident that someone aimed to silence the victim. Instructor, who would go to such lengths? Zhao Mengyao inquired. That remains unclear for the time being, Wu Yuan replied, shaking her head. Yi Tian rose to leave the room, determined to confront the junior sister who had betrayed them. Upon reaching the Sword Edge Mountain, he found hundreds of students practicing swordsmanship. His presence drew much attention. Isn't that the prodigy from the Emotion Pavilion? I've heard he is quite adept at poetry. What of his poetic prowess? His potential achievements are ultimately limited. In this world, martial prowess reigns supreme, he will merely be a scholar in the end. Do not be so dismissive, study can lead one to invincibility. That is but a fairy tale. For tens of thousands of years, none have ascended beyond the realm of martial supremacy solely through study. Chuckling, Yi Tian passed through the crowd, reflecting on how well known he had become.
It seemed he was recognized everywhere he went.
Excuse me, young man, a teacher soon intercepted him, stating, as a member of Emosyang Pavilion, what brings you to our sword edge? Do you wish to learn swordsmanship? Why not become my disciple? I shall impart to you the supreme techniques of swordplay.
That is unnecessary.
I am here to find someone. Her name is Linlin. Where is she? Yi Tian inquired. I in the crowd. A girl nervously took a few steps back, preparing to slip away.
Linlin, come forth.
As the crowd parted, Linlin awkwardly stepped forward, her head bowed as she stammered, Instructor, I do not know him.
He must be mistaken.
I am indeed looking for you, Yi Tian replied coldly.
Were you the one who informed against us? It wasn't me, I know nothing.
Linlin hastily waved her hands.
If not you, then who else could it be?
Return with me, and explain yourself. Yi Tian seized her wrist, intending to drag her away when the crowd abruptly obstructed him.
Young Master Yi, you cannot simply take my student without justification.
Elder Qing interjected. Linlin, call for help, she pleaded. Yi Tian responded, Elder Qing, this is a personal matter between her and me. I hope Sword Edge will remain uninvolved. Elder Qing retorted, even if you are the favored one from Emosyang Pavilion, you have no grounds to seize my student.
That is unreasonable.
I will take her with me today, and no one shall interfere.
Yi Tian declared with an imposing tone. What audacity!
Elder Qing's face turned icy.
Do not presume that your fame intimidates me. Release my student at once.
Yi Tian ignored her, turning to leave with Linlin and TOW. In an instant, a tremendous sword energy coalesced above his head, emanating from Elder Qing, who radiated a terrifying aura.
Take another step, and I shall strike you down. Kill me? Yi Tian chuckled, raising his arm and bellowing.
With a resounding crash, the entire sword edge trembled instantly, hundreds of students' weapons flew uncontrollably into the air, converging to form a colossal sword shape, suspended ominously above the crowd. Faced with this terrifying spectacle, everyone froze in shock, their bodies trembling. Elder Qing's pupils constricted. This young man possessed formidable swordsmanship, nearly surpassing her own. Elder Qing, I am taking her with me. Should you dispute this, feel free to seek me at Emosyang Pavilion.
Yi Tian laughed, forcefully escorting Linlin down the mountain, leaving the crowd in stunned silence.
Once he departed, the massive sword hovering above the spectators fell helplessly to the ground and Elder Qing's expression darkened. As a mentor of Sword Edge, she had been publicly humiliated by a student, unable to maintain her dignity in front of so many witnesses. She resolved to confront Emosyang Pavilion for an explanation. Upon returning to Emosyang Pavilion with Linlin, Yi Tian inquired coldly, Now, tell me why you betrayed us. What is your connection to the Ma family?
Initially, Linlin refused to acknowledge anything, reluctant to speak.
Yi Tian had no intention of showing her mercy. He delivered several stinging slaps, causing her to spit blood. Will you speak? If not, I shall begin to slice away at your flesh. His smile was chilling, instilling fear in Linlin, who trembled and finally confessed, I was coerced.
The Ma family threatened my parents' lives, forcing me to spy on you. When I learned that Sister Mengyao was going out with you, I disclosed your whereabouts to the Ma family. Please do not kill me. I realize my mistake and will never do so again.
Chapter 81, I. Bear the burden alone. Do you truly comprehend your mistake? Yi Tian, with a sardonic smile, regarded the other person and remarked, It appears that your fear arises not from recognizing your errors, but rather from the impending threat of death.
Linlin's expression abruptly froze. Yi Tian continued, I loathe being betrayed.
Please, spare me, Linlin pleaded desperately. With a casual wave, Yi Tian severed her neck with his vital energy, her lifeless body crumpled to the ground.
Ah!
Zhao Mengyao, approaching, was utterly astonished.
You killed her? Indeed, Yi Tian affirmed with a nod. This woman cannot be allowed to live.
She betrayed us, and must be slain.
But this will lead to complications, Zhao Mengyao gritted her teeth.
The Academy has rules. Even if we have personal grievances, we cannot kill indiscriminately.
If others find out, you could be expelled from the Academy.
Yi Tian replied, being expelled is of no consequence. After all, this woman was destined to die.
At that moment, an explosion echoed from ahead.
Upon returning to the Emosyang Pavilion, Yi Tian discovered that the disciples of the Jianfeng had already surrounded the area, led by Elder Qing.
Hand over my people.
Elder Qing bellowed. Wu Yuan, unfazed, responded, Elder Qing, I am unaware of the situation behind your grand summons for my people. That rascal Yi Tian forcibly took my people away. Demand her immediate return.
Elder Qing roared in fury.
Wu Yuan, perplexed by the unfolding events, furrowed her brow as she contemplated how to address the situation when Zhao Mengyao stealthily approached her. In a hushed tone, Zhao Mengyao whispered a few words into Wu Yuan's ear. Wu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated that Yi Tian had brazenly infiltrated Jianfeng to abduct someone and had even gone so far as to kill her. Such actions were unequivocally forbidden within the academy. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yuan addressed Elder Qing. Elder Qing, matters of this nature can be resolved privately. Allow your people to withdraw first, lest we escalate this situation. We are in the right, it is you who are at fault. If you do not return my people today, the Immortals Pavilion shall face dire consequences. I cannot return her, Yi Tian interjected, a smile on his lips. That woman betrayed us, divulging our whereabouts to the Ma family and leading us into an ambush. Furthermore, Wu Yuan's friend was slain. An attempt to frame me, allowing her to live, would be a grave injustice. You killed Lin Lin! Elder Qing exclaimed, shock evident in his voice. No, she is still alive, Wu Yuan interjected quickly. Let us discuss this privately. We must not alert the deans. Do not trust their words, Elder Qing. The junior sister has undoubtedly been murdered. Yi Tian has harmed a fellow disciple, violating the academy's regulations. He must be expelled. An outraged voice declared. Elder Qing's fists clenched, his face darkened. You have slain my Jianfeng's female disciple, Wu Yuan. Today, you cannot shield this scoundrel. Wu Yuan attempted to speak, but Yi Tian stepped forward, asserting, my actions bear no relation to the Immortals Pavilion. Direct your ire at me. Do you think you can shoulder all the blame? Can you withstand it? This is a capital offense. Elder Qing roared in fury. Yi Tian chuckled nonchalantly. Whether I can endure it is not for you to decide. If there are grievances, let them be directed at me. Very well. Elder Qing retorted, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Since you seek death, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Form ranks, and slay him. In an instant, hundreds of disciples from Jianfeng formed a formation, unleashing a barrage of flying swords. Wu Yuan, think of something quickly, help young Master Yi. Zhao Mengyao urged anxiously. Wu Yuan sighed. Had it been any other matter, she would have intervened. However, with Yi Tian having killed a member of Jianfeng, violating the academy's rules, even the dean's intervention would be futile. She found herself powerless to assist Yi Tian. At that moment, facing the onslaught of hundreds, Yi Tian did not find himself in despair. Instead, he deftly evaded every attack. Subsequently, he raised his hand, channeling a sword chi that stretched 100 feet. The sword chi harnessed the power of the heavens, crashing down upon his adversaries. The hundreds of Jianfeng disciples were sent sprawling, shrieking as they collided with the ground. In a single move, he severely injured over 100 formidable opponents. Such a scene left all present in a state of astonishment. Elder Qing was livid. He promptly produced a top-tier weapon, a treasure pagoda of considerable rank, intending to subdue Yi Tian. Armed with a broken sword, Yi Tian met the pagoda in a fierce clash. With a tremendous roar, the air exploded, sending shockwaves that toppled numerous students of Immortals Pavilion. Impressive, Yi Tian's strength is likely at the level of a martial general. Wu Yuan's face was filled with disbelief. Such a young martial general was a rarity within the entire academy. If nurtured properly, he would undoubtedly become one of their finest. With a resounding crash, Yi Tian sent the pagoda flying, inciting Elder Qing to bellow in frustration. He retaliated with a massive heaven-overturning seal. The seal soared into the sky, growing immensely, and then descended with the force of 1,000,000 tons. Unable to withstand such tremendous power, Yi Tian summoned the image of a giant behind him, raising his arms to resist the impact of the seal. As the heaven-overturning seal struck, the giant held firm for a few breaths before it exploded. Nevertheless, Yi Tian seized the opportunity to evade the imminent danger. With a roar, the Elder Qing commanded the seal to continue its pursuit of Yi Tian. This time, Yi Tian chose not to evade. Instead, he raised his arms, triggering the power of water. The lakes within the academy began to boil. Moments later, torrents of water surged into the sky, coalescing into a massive shield under Yi Tian's command. The heaven-overturning seal collided violently with the water shield, and the forces clashed, causing the very heavens to tremble. With a thunderous boom, the water shield shattered, sending the heaven-overturning seal hurtling away, where it crashed into a mountain, reducing it to rubble. Elder Qing's face turned pale, blood trickling from his mouth. He had not anticipated that this youth could be so terrifying, capable of inflicting significant harm upon him. His mentor, such prowess surpassed the capabilities expected of a mere student. If given a few more years of training, it would be impossible to keep him contained. Elder Qing's voice turned frigid. It is regrettable that this is the academy. No matter how extraordinary your abilities, you shall not escape this place. Yi Tian replied coolly, I intend to leave, and none shall hinder me. Such arrogance. Elder Qing wiped the blood from his mouth and laughed coldly. Though you may be a martial general, I can summon individuals stronger than you. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as she seemed to realize something. Elder Cheng, do not act recklessly, she admonished. Chapter 82. The threat from the strong. Only Wu Yuan knew in her heart what Elder Cheng truly intended at this moment. She was aware of the presence of an exceptionally powerful individual within the Sword Peak. That individual was the guardian of the Sword Peak. Whether at the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, the Ink Language Pavilion, or several other locations, there existed such a formidable entity, this being rarely revealed themselves to the outside world. They were summoned only in times of dire crisis. It had been decades since the Academy had called upon such a powerful figure. In her determination to retain Yi Tian, Elder Cheng was prepared to employ the Sword Peak's trump card. Was this not a jest? Prince Yi, you must leave this place immediately. If you do not depart soon, it will be too late, Wu Yuan urged anxiously, already envisioning the perils that awaited Yi Tian. Even if the opponent possessed a remarkable mastery of swordsmanship and had achieved the rank of a martial general at a young age, they were no match for someone at a higher tier, the martial commander realm. Should he fail to leave now, once that elder emerged, the opportunity for escape would vanish. Yi Tian remained unperturbed, speaking slowly, I must resolve this matter today, I cannot allow you to be implicated. No matter whom they summon, I will face them. Wu Yuan grew frantic, now is not the time for loyalty, your survival is paramount. Elder Cheng suddenly interjected with a mocking tone, though he is from your Ink Language Pavilion, you, Elder Wu, are willing to shield him? I shall return to report this matter to the headmaster in full detail. Wu Yuan's gaze turned frosty. Elder Cheng, you have gone too far. How can you resort to the Sword Peak's strongest trump card merely to deal with a student? This brat has killed a disciple of the Sword Peak. If he escapes, where shall we hide our shame? Elder Cheng's gaze grew increasingly frigid as he crushed the communication stone in his hand. Soon, a crimson light shot up from the Sword Peak, illuminating the surroundings. In an instant, the red light appeared before everyone. As the crimson glow dissipated, a figure materialized in the void, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression that seemed to halt the flow of air itself. A profound sense of suffocation enveloped the onlookers. Salutations to the Elder of the Void, Elder Cheng bowed respectfully. What has disturbed my peace? The Elder of the Void inquired expressionlessly. Elder of the Void, our Sword Peak is faced with a troublesome situation. I implore you to lend your assistance. Elder Cheng gestured towards Yi Tian. This boy has committed an affront and violated the Academy's rules. I request that you execute him. The Elder of the Void cast a sidelong glance at Yi Tian, his tone cold. At such a young age, you have already reached the martial general realm. Your future achievements are boundless. What a pity, I must slay you today. Can you accomplish that? Yi Tian chuckled, his fighting spirit surging forth instantaneously. Faced with an opponent of a higher realm, Yi Tian exhibited no fear. Wu Yuan's complexion darkened, she clenched her fists, unwilling to see Yi Tian perish here. Master Wu, you must think of a way. Zhao Mengyao implored, gritting her teeth. Wu Yuan knew that despite her position as a mentor, she would receive no leniency from a seasoned expert like the Elder of the Void. To save Yi Tian, there was but one course of action. In the next moment, a communication stone appeared in her palm, and after a brief hesitation, she shattered it. A moment later, the sound of strings from a zither wafted through the air within the Ink Language Pavilion. Upon hearing the zither's melody, Elder Cheng's expression shifted. Wu Yuan, are you truly willing to make an enemy of the Sword Peak for this boy? Wu Yuan replied calmly, today, I shall protect Prince Yi. What of it? As the zither's notes gradually faded, a woman slowly appeared before the assembly. The Elder of the Void narrowed his eyes. Qin, you are still alive? Qin Yu responded nonchalantly, you still cling to life. How could I perish before you? Qin Yu, I beseech you to intervene and protect Yi Tian. Wu Yuan spoke with utmost respect. Is this person worthy of my intervention? Qin Yu asked with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, Wu Yuan nodded. Yi Tian possesses extraordinary talent. I am confident he will ascend to greater, unparalleled heights in the future. Qin Yu scrutinized Yi Tian before speaking. Is it worth incurring enmity with the Sword Peak for him? Absolutely, Wu Yuan affirmed resolutely. Very well, then I shall protect this individual. Qin Yu's calm tone carried an undeniable authority. Elder Void's expression soured, a murderous intent radiating from him. He understood Qin Yu better than anyone, although they hailed from the same era. She was stronger than he thought. If she insisted on protecting this boy, he found himself at a loss for options. Qin Yu, this boy has violated the Academy's rules. Even if the headmaster were to arrive, he would face punishment. If you insist on intervening, we shall have no choice but to summon the headmaster, Elder Void sneered. Qin Yu coldly retorted, do not invoke the headmaster to intimidate me. Today, you shall not take him away, for I shall protect him.
Elder Void's gaze darkened, momentarily caught in indecision. Elder Qing felt a growing sense of urgency. If even the Elder of the Void could not handle this boy, how could the Sword Peak maintain any dignity within the academy? What a spectacle! I shall join the fray. Elder Feng approached with a grin, exclaiming, I never anticipated that this boy would attract the attention of two esteemed elders. Not long ago, I uncovered the truth. Ma Tao's death is inextricably linked to this boy. I am here to demand an explanation. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuan's expression soured. Elder Feng, do not create trouble at this juncture. Leave at once. Leave? How shall I return and explain to my sworn brother? He entrusted his son to me, and now the boy has died under mysterious circumstances. I am both his mentor and his uncle. I cannot simply stand idly by. Elder Feng replied nonchalantly, Today, I shall see if your ink language pavilion can protect this boy. Wu Yuan's heart sank to the depths. Initially, she had felt some confidence against the Sword Peak, but with Elder Feng's involvement, the situation grew increasingly dire. Behind Elder Feng stood the Five Elements Pavilion, which undoubtedly had its own martial commander realm expert ready to be called upon. The Ink Language Pavilion could not face the threats of two opponents of the same realm simultaneously. Boy, you are doomed today. No one can save you. Elder Qing laughed mockingly. You've landed yourself in deep trouble, Bai Xiao remarked lazily. Ye Tian chuckled, each person must bear their own consequences. I am responsible for the deaths attributed to me, and it has nothing to do with the Ink Language Pavilion. If you seek vengeance, feel free to come. I, Yi Tian, will accept it all. What blind arrogance, ignorant of your impending doom. Elder Qing's gaze turned venomous. Since you have admitted it, do not blame us for ganging up on you. Chapter 83. Confrontation with the Martial Sovereign. Wait! Wu Yuan exclaimed loudly. Elder Qing, what are you planning? Do you truly wish for the two venerable ones to take action against Yi Tian? Ha ha, I, the Void Elder, could vanquish this scoundrel with a mere wave of my hand. Wu Yuan was about to retort, but Yi Tian stepped forward with an air of calmness, stating, Come forth, I wish to see the extent of your prowess. You foolhardy creature. Void Elder, I implore you to eliminate this child. Elder Qing declared as he swiftly retreated to maintain his distance. With a gaze as frigid as ice, the Void Elder regarded Yi Tian. Though your talents are commendable, you remain but a martial general. I could dispatch you with a single hand. He then swung his arm, conjuring a massive red light charged with murderous intent, hurtling toward Yi Tian. In response, Yi Tian unleashed the energy within him, coalescing into a brilliant radiance to counterattack. The two forces collided, causing the earth to quake, and all students were knocked to the ground soon. After exchanging dozens of strikes, the Void Elder began to sense an anomaly. The insignificant insect he had expected to vanquish within 3 moves was, astonishingly, holding its own against him. Furthermore, the depth of the opponent's energy surpassed even that of his own martial sovereign rank. This lad harbors secrets. I must severely injure him and take him back for study. There lies a wealth of knowledge to be gained. The Void Elder narrowed his eyes, then began to inscribe a sealing array in the air with rapid gestures, seeking to bind Yi Tian. Yi Tian, however, was not one to stand idly by and await capture. He swiftly distanced himself and raised his hand to the sky, summoning 30,000 sword energies. The abundance of sword energies flowed forth from him like the boundless Yangtze River. Elder Qing's expression turned to one of astonishment. This young man's strength once again exceeded his comprehension. Boom! In the heavens above, the two forces clashed, with Yi Tian's 30,000 sword energies cascading down like a torrential storm. Countless dazzling sword energies exploded, sending shockwaves rippling outward, propelling all students hundreds of meters away. As the dust settled, a massive pit several hundred feet wide was left in the ground. The Void Elder's lips twitched in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his 3 layers of power would be insufficient to eliminate this youth. Quickly, the energy within the Void Elder surged dramatically. This time, he intended to wield 70% of his power to annihilate the boy. Be cautious, this old man means business now, Xiaobai warned. I understand, Yi Tian replied, unwilling to underestimate his opponent. Behind him, an imposing tiger materialized, and a faint dragon's roar echoed from within him. At this moment, the Dragon Shin technique commenced its operation, and the energy enveloping his body gradually transformed into scales. The Void Elder thrust his palm forward, the red energy intensifying in ferocity, accelerating with great speed as it collided violently with Yi Tian. The defensive shield he had conjured was immediately shattered, yet the scale-like defense of the Dragon Shin technique absorbed a significant portion of the impact. Nevertheless, Yi Tian was still sent sprawling back thousands of meters, his internal energy surging violently, and a metallic taste flooded his throat. He forced himself to swallow the blood. Not bad, you've managed to hold your ground, Xiaobai remarked. Damn it, this old coot is indeed formidable. If it were anyone else, that blow would have been fatal, Yi Tian cursed inwardly while Yi Tian raged against his fate. The Void Elder wore a look of incredulity. He had not expected this boy to survive. Void Elder, do not hold back any longer, eliminate this brat. Elder Qing urged. Silence, the Void Elder's expression darkened. He had exerted considerable effort, yet this child's defensive capabilities were astonishingly formidable. He would now unleash 90% of his power to eliminate him. This student possesses some ability, he has withstood the Void Elder's attack, Qing stated slowly. Senior, is there no way to save him? Wu Yuan implored anxiously. That is not feasible, Qing shook her head slowly. If I intervene, the old coot from the invisible pavilion will also take action to obstruct me, and he is watching from not too far away. If this child wishes to survive, he must rely on his own strength. Wu Yuan was frantic. Despite Yi Tian's remarkable talent, he was still young. How could he possibly compete against the Void Elder, who had cultivated for nearly a millennium? Yi Tian would undoubtedly perish here. Zhao Mangyao, too, began to shed tears, having never anticipated that matters would deteriorate so drastically. She wished fervently that she had kept her mouth shut and not divulged the situation to others, for then today's calamity would never have unfolded. Boom! The spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly began to tremble, the Void Elder's arms coalesced to terrifying force, and a mysterious phenomenon appeared behind him. This manifestation resembled a war god descending. A phantom gradually materialized, raising its hand to reveal a gigantic sword intent stretching hundreds of meters. Upon its appearance, the firmament seemed to shatter, the space fracturing like glass and rapidly spreading outward. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes. This old man was about to unleash a lethal move, and he needed to find a way to retaliate. Flee, there is still time. Xiao Bai urged. You cannot withstand this attack. No, he seeks my demise. I shall fight him to the bitter end. Yi Tian declared, swallowing several pills as the energy within him surged exponentially in that moment. Then, his internal energy soared into the heavens. With a tremendous explosion, the dark clouds were torn asunder, and a radiant sword energy, bright as the sun, slowly descended from above. This sword energy was a manifestation of Yi Tian's entire strength, capable of slaying any martial general. Yet, he felt it was still insufficient. Gritting his teeth, Yi Tian infused his weapon into the sword energy, amplifying its power yet again. Still not enough. Yi Tian clenched his fists tightly, and subsequently, he channeled his soul power into the sword energy. In an instant, the brilliance of the sword energy eclipsed the sun itself. Its might was boundless. The Void Elder squinted. This brat dared to compare sword energies with him. So be it, let us compete. Die. The Void Elder unleashed his full strength without reservation, unleashing his 100-meter sword energy. Yi Tian roared in defiance, his own sword energy soaring forth. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, the two towering sword energies collided. In that fleeting moment, it was as if the sun had swelled, blinding many with its brilliance, turning the entire world into a blinding white. Boom! A series of deep explosions reverberated as shockwaves radiated from the heavens. Waves of force began to shatter the surrounding mountains, and houses crumbled into dust. The earth beneath their feet was torn away, rising dozens of meters high. The gathered students were swept into the sky by the tempestuous currents. This chaotic storm continued for nearly a quarter of an hour before finally subsiding. When the dust settled, a massive pit thousands of feet deep remained. Yet, Yi Tian had vanished without a trace. Had he perished? Chapter 84 of the Godslaying. No one knew whether Yi Tian was still alive yet. After enduring such an overwhelming impact, it seemed improbable that he could have survived, right? As the members of Jianfeng Pavilion gradually rose to their feet, their eyes widened in astonishment at the scene before them. No one had anticipated that a newly arrived student could engage in combat with the esteemed elders of Jianfeng Pavilion, forcing them to unleash their full potential. If word of this spread, the tale of this young man would echo through the ages for centuries to come. Alas, he is dead. The lad has ultimately perished. Ha, I told you, there was no way he could have lived. What was he thinking, daring to challenge the established order? Elder Qing sneered repeatedly, deriding the fool who dared to aspire to combat with the venerable Shukong elder. He ought to consider whether he possessed the qualifications for such a confrontation. Congratulations to Elder Shukong for eliminating this wretch and restoring peace to the academy, Elder Chung remarked with a face full of feigned respect. Shukong chuckled coldly, relieved that he had managed to dispatch this unwise challenger at the critical moment. Otherwise, he would have faced a monumental embarrassment today. Well done, Elder Shukong. Elder Feng chimed in with a grin. This young man was utterly arrogant, showing blatant disregard for our academy's rules. He fancied himself someone important, daring to defy the established order. Letting him die is a mercy, indeed. Now, I can return to the Ma brothers with an explanation. Both parties shared hearty laughter, while on Wu Yuan's side, a heavy mood enveloped her. She had painstakingly welcomed a genius student,
only to witness his tragic demise before her very eyes. The fall of such a prodigy was a lamentable loss. If Yi Tian could have remained composed for just 2 more years, he would undoubtedly have carved out a place for himself in the Tianwu continent. Wu Yuan sighed, her heart aching with regret. Zhao Mengyao's face turned pale, her fists clenched tightly. She could not accept that Yi Tian was truly dead. What a pity it was. Yi Tian possessed extraordinary abilities and unparalleled talent. He was the most formidable prodigy I have ever encountered. Xin Yu remarked coolly. If only he had chosen to retreat today, I would have done everything in my power to ensure his safety. Alas, his brilliance was his undoing, and he perished here. Let us depart. We should strive to avoid any future entanglements with Jianfeng Pavilion. These individuals are not to be underestimated. With a face full of regret, Xin Yu turned to leave. Suddenly, she felt a tremor in her heart, inexplicably sensing something amiss, and abruptly looked up. High above, thousands of meters in the sky, a figure was hurtling down with great speed. "Old fool, meet your end." A furious roar echoed in her ears, causing everyone to gaze up in astonishment. There stood Yi Tian, wielding the god-slaying blade, descending with lightning speed. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief as Yi Tian, still alive, landed directly above Shukong. A tempest of emotions surged within Shukong. This strike was executed with such swiftness and ferocity that he had no time to react. With a swift slash, the blade descended, severing Shukong's head, which rolled to the ground at their feet. Silence. The arena was engulfed in an eerie stillness. Countless students gaped in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. A venerable powerhouse, a pinnacle expert of the martial commander realm, had been slain so easily. No, this is impossible. Elder Qing stumbled backward in terror, gasping for breath. You despicable wretch, dare to kill Elder Shukong? Have you lost your mind? Yi Tian wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze icy white. So what if I killed him? I shall take you down as well. Fury coursed through Yi Tian. Whether it was 1 or 2, death was death. He brandished the god-slaying blade, advancing toward Elder Qing. Realizing he was no match for Yi Tian, Elder Qing frantically cried for help. Quick, save me, Elder Phone, please, stop, you beast, Elder Phone interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Elder Qing, his eyes filled with menace. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Yi Tian had no desire to engage in further dialogue. He raised his blade and swept it outward. With a thunderous roar, the god-slaying blade unleashed its formidable power, having once been stained with divine blood. The blade struck, leaving both Elder Qing and Elder Phone with severe wounds across their chests, nearly claiming their lives. Just as Yi Tian was poised to deliver a fatal blow, a terrifying aura surged from behind him. Yi Tian swiftly pivoted, bringing his blade down in response, resulting in a colossal shockwave as the two forces collided. Brat, you are utterly lawless. A cold voice resonated from an elder. Yi Tian squinted. The man before him was clad in the garb of a fisherman, holding a fishing rod that appeared unremarkable, yet the aura emanating from him was even more formidable than Shukong's. Before Yi Tian could speak, Xin Yu identified the newcomer. Old fish, you have come out as well given your status. Is it not excessive to bully a mere child? Elder Phone, in a panic, urged. Elder Fish, eliminate this young man. He has gone mad and seeks to rebel. Old Fish regarded Yi Tian with a detached gaze. You have slain Shukong. Though it was a sneak attack, it reveals your malicious nature. You are no virtuous individual. Today, I shall eliminate you for the sake of the people. Pa, Yi Tian retorted mockingly. Spare me your sanctimonious drivel. I detest hypocrites like you. That if you wish to kill me, you must first inquire whether my blade agrees. In the next moment, Yi Tian swung his blade once more. Old Fish remarked, that blade in your hand is extraordinary. I shall take it as he spoke. The fishing rod in his hands flicked, ensnaring Yi Tian's arm with a golden line. Consequently, the god-slaying blade slipped from Yi Tian's grasp, carried away by the fishing line. Yi Tian, utilizing his true energy, attempted to reclaim the god-slaying blade, pulling against the fishing line. Old Fish smirked disdainfully, effortlessly flicking his wrist, causing dozens of golden lines to entangle Yi Tian. These lines were formidable. If ensnared, his body would be torn apart. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tian chose to abandon the god-slaying blade and retreated swiftly. With the weapon lost, Yi Tian's combat power diminished significantly. You brat, let us see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. That blade is now mine, Old Fish taunted. Yi Tian's expression darkened. To speak frankly, he indeed had no further cards to play. The only option remaining was the manifestation of his black will moon phenomenon. By now, the sun had set, and darkness fell. If he were to unleash it now, its power would be immense. Do not use it, Xiaobai interjected calmly. The black will moon is a taboo on the continent. Its emergence heralds disaster, instilling fear in humanity. If you unleash it now, with your current strength, survival will be impossible. Then shall I merely stand here and await my demise? Yi Tian replied icily. Xiaobai lazily responded, at this juncture, I wish to test your knowledge. You possess both water and fire powers. If utilized judiciously, they can yield tremendous strength. Ye Tian's eyes brightened. After all, he had attended primary school and retained some foundational knowledge of chemistry. Gazing at Zhao Mengyao, he raised his palm with his left hand. Flames erupted fiercely of fire power. Old fish's brows arched. So, the firepower you recently discovered has truly become yours. You are quite fortunate. As he spoke, Yi Tian's right hand suddenly manifested water power. Water power. Two forces. Old fish was instantly taken aback. Chapter 85. Let everything be destroyed. You, young man, possess both water and fire within you. How is this even possible? It is common knowledge that water and fire do not coexist. Members of the Five Elements Pavilion, who among you will answer me? The leader of the fish clan gazed forward, while the master of the invisible pavilion wore a look of confusion. The simultaneous presence of both water and fire within a single body was indeed beyond his comprehension. Such a phenomenon he had only encountered in ancient texts. This young man evidently harbors secrets unknown to us. However, as long as I capture him, that secret will be mine. The leader of the fish clan altered his intentions. Instead of killing Yi Tian, he resolved to seize him and extract the secrets he possessed. With this thought, he smirked coldly, not allowing Yi Tian a moment to gather his strength, and directly cast out his fishing line to strike. Yi Tian cursed under his breath, deeming him despicable and shameless. He only needed a fleeting moment to unleash his power. He never anticipated his opponent would strike so suddenly. As he attempted to evade, dozens of fishing lines ensnared him from all directions. Just when it seemed impossible to escape, a melodious sound of a zither resonated, shattering the fishing lines with a resounding crack. Qinyu, what are you doing? The leader of the fish clan scolded immediately. I apologize, I did not foresee my zither would resonate, Qinyu replied nonchalantly. This statement was clearly a ruse, as anyone with discernment could see she had acted intentionally. The leader of the fish clan threatened, dare to intervene again and see what happens. He then hurled the fishing line once more to attack. At that moment, a chilling force coalesced, forming a massive ice wall in front of him. Mengyao? Yi Tian exclaimed in surprise, not expecting her to intervene. Zhao Mengyao spoke, I will hold him off for a moment. You must think of a way. All right. Yi Tian nodded swiftly. There was no time for idle chatter. The two powers within him rapidly swelled in his palms. At that moment, the blazing furnaces within the academy seemed to respond to an unseen summons, rushing toward Yi Tian's direction. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away, a volcano erupted violently, spewing torrents of lava skyward, hurtling toward the academy. On another side, a vast lake trembled, and a colossal wave surged upward, transforming into a dragon that soared toward the academy. The disparate forces of water and fire began to coalesce above the academy. One side was engulfed in a sea of flames, with blistering temperatures threatening to incinerate all, while the other side, a tremendous wave, loomed ominously, poised to engulf and devour. Yi Tian strained to control the two powers, his complexion paling, yet, he felt this was still insufficient. Mengyao, may I borrow your ice power? Yi Tian asked. Go ahead, feel free to use it. Zhao Mengyao replied, instantly releasing the seal within her body. In an instant, an overwhelming chill gathered above him. Water, fire, and ice, three elemental powers formed a triangular shape, suspended in the air. The onlookers were left in awe, bewildered by Yi Tian's intentions. Yi Tian gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the gaps of his clenched jaws. He then began to slowly bring his palms together, forcing the flames and waves to converge. As the waves approached, immense steam began to rise, causing the water's surface to boil. The icy force enveloped the water, fire, and steam entirely. This is bad. The leader of the fish clan felt a surge of panic. He realized what this young man intended to do. If this descended upon them, the entire academy would be doomed. You've lost your mind, stop this at once. The leader of the fish clan, sensing impending doom, exclaimed, fearing that the young man intended to bring about the academy's ruin. At this moment, Yi Tian could not afford to hesitate. His vital energy surged forth, forcibly merging the three powers. You fool, using this move may leave you incapacitated, Xiao Bai warned. I don't care. I will blow up the academy first. Yi Tian retorted coldly. Go ahead, blow it up, Xiao Bai replied nonchalantly. Rest assured, I shall protect you. It cast a dismissive glance at the academy, letting out a derisive chuckle. Stop this at once. The leader of the fish clan suddenly flashed beside Yi Tian, attempting to intervene. With a single move, Zhao Mengyao was sent flying. Immediately after, the leader attacked Yi Tian from behind. Suddenly, a surge of vital energy came crashing in. The leader swung his hand to deflect it, turning back to shout, Who is it? To his surprise, dozens of students from the Emoxiang Pavilion stepped forward, saying, Senior, we apologize, but we must intervene. You are courting death, daring to assist this traitor. the leader of the fish clan scolded. The students chuckled, replying, "We believe young Master Yi is not in the wrong. We are scholars, versed in knowledge. The ancients once said, 'Silence, spare me your pedantry, you scholars are nothing but a nuisance.'" The leader of the fish clan bellowed, then struck out, sending them all flying. However, to his astonishment, the remaining students from Emotion Pavilion once again stepped forward to block him. "Chinyu, manage your students," the leader of the fish clan cursed. Chinyu replied coolly, "They have hands and feet. What they choose to do is beyond my control." "Indeed," Wu Yuan said calmly. "What the students wish to do is their own affair. Furthermore, the academy has rules and no mentor may act against students unless they have committed a grave offense." The leader of the fish clan was well aware of this regulation, which is why he had refrained from lethal force, merely incapacitating them. Yet, they were becoming increasingly obstructive. He had to stop Yi Tian, otherwise, the academy would perish. Yu, the leader of the fish clan, was about to erupt in fury when Elder Qing's terrified voice rang out, "This is bad. This is bad, the young man has succeeded." Upon hearing this, the leader of the fish clan abruptly looked up, only to see an ice sphere, comparable in size to the sun, quietly suspended in the sky. Within the ice sphere, the forces of water and fire intertwined and resisted each other. Moreover, the waves of water had spontaneously ignited water burning. Who would dare believe it? The leader of the fish clan's pupils trembled. He could already sense the approach of death. "Die, old fool." Yi Tian's lips curled with a frigid smile as he swung his arm, sending the colossal ice sphere crashing down. "Ha!" The leader of the fish clan summoned all his vital energy, transforming it into both hands to brace against the ice sphere. However, his arms were instantly encased in ice, and as the sphere shattered, steam began to escape. He could not withstand it. "Retreat!" Chinyu sensed the impending danger and immediately ordered the students of Emotion Pavilion to fall back. As they fled in a frenzy, Yi Tian seized the opportunity and detonated the ice sphere with all his might. With a thunderous roar, the moment the ice sphere exploded, the chilling force instantaneously froze the surrounding structures. Yet, in the blink of an eye, flames surged forth, rapidly melting the ice, the scorching heat incinerating all in its path. In a single breath, the scalding steam transformed into a tempest that swept through the vicinity. At that moment, the academy trembled as if in an earthquake. Chapter 86, The Chancellor takes action. As waves of tempestuous storm surged, the entirety of the MOU Academy was profoundly affected. Within the institution, over 10,000 students gazed vacantly upward, utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Soon, as the first wave of the storm descended, innumerable structures were torn from their foundations and sent soaring into the skies, while hundreds of students were ensnared by the turbulent winds. In this moment of peril, hundreds of instructors emerged, endeavoring to thwart the advancing storms. Who is responsible for this calamity? What has transpired? Is there someone intent on annihilating our academy? Several esteemed elders began to bellow in unison. Investigate, swiftly ascertain the cause. No need for that, the epicenter of the incident lies within the Emotion Pavilion. I shall investigate, declared the Chancellor. The assembled elders were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the Chancellor would be so disturbed. At that moment, the center of the explosion resembled a scene from an apocalyptic nightmare. The relentless destruction wrought by the elements of water, fire, and ice had utterly obliterated the area. Upon the Chancellor's arrival, his countenance darkened to an extreme. The academy, painstakingly built over the course of a millennium, now lay in ruins. Who could be behind this? The Chancellor, with a swift flick of his sleeve, compressed the remnants of the terrifying storm into a minuscule orb, which he then tucked away within his robes. Subsequently, he gestured forcefully, causing the ground to split open and rescue the buried Elder Qing and others from their grave-like entrapment. Who did this? The Chancellor demanded coldly. "Chancellor, save me!" Elder Qing cried, having lost an arm and bearing a visage of sheer terror. It was the people from Emotion Pavilion. "They have gone mad. Chinyu, why have you done this?" The Chancellor immediately reprimanded, recalling the adversary involved. "It was not me," Chinyu replied calmly. "The matter is rather complex. It was I who caused this destruction, and it has nothing to do with Emotion Pavilion." A chilling voice interjected as Yi Tian approached slowly. "Who are you?" The Chancellor furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the newcomer. "Chancellor, his name is Yi Tian. He has harmed our academy's members. Such transgressions are intolerable. Even the esteemed Elder Sukong has perished at his hands." Elder Qing hastily interjected. "And our esteemed Elder Yu has just vanished in the explosion," Elder Feng added, his face ashen. Upon hearing this, the Chancellor's fists clenched tightly. The loss of two martial sovereign-level elders in a single blow was an unthinkable calamity, one that would send shockwaves throughout all sections. "Regardless of the motive, you have slain my academy's elders and ravaged this place. You shall pay the price." The Chancellor's icy gaze fixed upon Yi Tian, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Yi Tian instinctively chuckled. "What are you laughing at?"
the Chancellor's brows knitted together. Why should I not laugh? I find it amusing that you are so blind and deluded. What of it? Yi Tian guffawed. Seeking death, the Chancellor seethed, his eyes ablaze with killing intent, preparing to strike. Chancellor, wait, Qin Yu interjected, pleading, we cannot place the entire blame on Yi Tian. I do not wish to hear any excuses. The Chancellor interrupted sternly. Yi Tian inhaled deeply, realizing that his actions had rendered him unwelcome at the academy. It appeared that his time at MOU Academy had come to an end. From this day forth, you are no longer a student of my academy, the Chancellor pronounced coldly. Since you are no longer one of us, the reckoning for your slaying of my elders must be addressed. Go to hell. Yi Tian could no longer contain his rage, unleashing a torrent of invective. Seeking death, the Chancellor's fingertips coalesced with a frigid light, a terrifying force distorting the very fabric of space. A martial king. Someone gasped in astonishment. At that moment, the elders present comprehended that their Chancellor was indeed a martial king, a rarity across the entire continent. A martial king could easily dispatch dozens of martial sovereign-level opponents, regardless of how formidable Yi Tian might be. He was utterly unqualified to contend with a martial king. He is doomed. They all thought inwardly. Old fool, are you certain you wish to proceed? Suddenly, Xiaobai, unperturbed, spoke up. You indiscriminately cast blame upon us, and now you threaten us with violence. A mere martial king is nothing to be feared. Do not let your momentary fury lead to the downfall of your entire academy. The Chancellor's gaze remained frigid as he retorted, what do you think you are? How dare you speak so insolently before me? Oh dear, Xiaobai shook his head. I merely sought to offer wise counsel, yet you remain obstinate. One day, you shall regret this decision. The Chancellor unleashed a burst of icy light, a terrifying sonic boom erupting as the attack hurtled toward Yi Tian. Yi Tian's pupils constricted. It seemed he could not evade this assault. Just as it appeared his heart would be pierced, Xiaobai's paw shot forward with ferocious speed, enlarging exponentially. The paw shattered the icy projectile and then struck the Chancellor, sending him sprawling. Kid, we're leaving. I'm done playing with them. A teleportation array materialized beneath Xiaobai, and in an instant of blinding light, he whisked Yi Tian away. The Chancellor's expression darkened. He had allowed them to escape right beneath his nose. At the Emotion Pavilion, the air was rife with relief. Fortunately, Yi Tian had managed to flee, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Immediately relay orders to pursue this child. The Chancellor barked. Chancellor, no, Wu Yuan swiftly interjected. Yi Tian was invited by our academy, and he possesses extraordinary talent. He will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of power. We must not make an irreparable enemy of him, the Chancellor snorted disdainfully. He has slain 2 of my elders, gravely injured countless students, and left this place in ruins. If we allow him to live, others will surely follow in his footsteps. What will become of our academy's reputation? How shall we establish ourselves on the continent? Wu Yuan fell silent, recognizing that her status was insufficient to sway the Chancellor. In her heart, she could only silently pray for Yi Tian's survival. Meanwhile, in a desolate expanse several dozen miles away, Yi Tian materialized amidst a flash of light, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Xiaobai scoffed, you should consider who I am. I am a divine beast. Did you really think I was merely a good luck charm, incapable of action? Yi Tian chuckled. I thought you were solely adept at concocting elixirs. I never imagined you had such capabilities. You just struck the Chancellor with a single blow. Surely he is at least a martial king, right? Is your true strength even greater than that? Chapter 87. Are you a bandit? Don't be ridiculous. I'm not as formidable as you think, Xiaobai explained. I merely unleashed a century's worth of accumulated power. That claw of mine was merely for show. If I were to continue fighting, I'd be immediately exposed. Yi Tian suddenly understood, so that's how it is. What do you plan to do next? You've been expelled from the academy. There's no place for you here. Xiaobai inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tian replied, I intend to go to the Moon Palace. There are matters I must attend to. The Moon Palace, a splendid place brimming with beauties. Xiaobai's eyes lit up. You've finally come to your senses. I've been suggesting you seek companionship for ages, and now you're finally considering it. Yi Tian rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that he was going there to complete a task, not to seek out any beautiful women. What about your friends after you leave? Will you abandon them? Xiaobai asked. Yi Tian responded nonchalantly, Irin and the others are at the academy. They should be fine. Elder Wu and the others will take good care of them. Once my strength has grown, I shall return. I will make that headmaster kneel and beg for mercy, letting him taste the bitterness of regret. Ha, that's the spirit. Xiaobai grinned. A man ought to be this way. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. You're still young, and your future accomplishments are boundless. You will surely surpass the mere realm of a martial king. When you attain unparalleled power, those old fools will deeply regret their actions. Yi Tian nodded solemnly, glancing back at the academy before moving forward.
A few days later, Yi Tian arrived in a small town. At that moment, the entire town was on high alert, hunting for him, with posters plastered everywhere bearing his likeness. Wherever he went, the townsfolk were engrossed in discussions about him. This traitor has committed heinous acts, slaughtering the innocent and causing the deaths of many at the academy. As long as this scoundrel remains, justice cannot prevail. Yi Tian has audaciously caused chaos at the MOU Academy. Has he lost his mind? Whoever discovers this scoundrel's whereabouts will receive a reward of 100,000 spirit stones. If he is captured, the reward escalates to 500,000 spirit stones. The Academy is truly generous. Completing this task guarantees a lifetime free from want. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Yi Tian, now disguised, maintained a smile without uttering a word.
You're now a coveted prize. Capturing you would mean fortune, Xiaobai said lethargically.
To think you'd finally be willing to turn yourself into a mere dog for my sake. Yi Tian couldn't help but pat Xiaobai's head.
You are the dog. I am a divine beast. If it weren't for you, would I have been reduced to this?
Xiaobai bared his teeth, visibly displeased. Yi Tian chuckled. Despite Xiaobai's reluctance, he obediently altered his appearance. Otherwise, they would surely be recognized while walking through the streets. Subsequently, Yi Tian purchased a map of the area nearby. According to the map, the Moon Palace was still quite a distance away. If he traveled without pause, it would take approximately 10 days to 2 weeks. He wondered what rewards awaited him upon signing in at the Moon Palace. If he were to receive 1,000 years' worth of power, perhaps his realm would advance by leaps and bounds. As Yi Tian pondered, a slip of paper fluttered down from the sky and landed before him. He casually picked it up and glanced at it. It was an advertisement for an auction. Initially, he paid it no mind and intended to discard it, but suddenly, a line of text caught his attention.
Ninth Star Dragon Transformation Technique?
Yi Tian's eyes brightened. This was precisely the latter part of the technique he had been seeking. The Ninth Star Dragon Transformation Technique was divided into 9 levels, of which he had previously acquired only 2 segments. The remaining portions had been lost. He never anticipated encountering the subsequent 3 segments here. I must attend this auction, Yi Tian murmured.
Xiaobai, having dozed off on his shoulder, did not respond. Yi Tian held the flyer and made his way to the auction. Upon seeing the 5 large characters spelling Star Auction, he thought, could this be owned by the same person as the one in Dezhou?
The names are identical. Once inside, Yi Tian took his registration number and found his seat. He touched the ring on his finger, which contained over 1,000,000 spirit stones and numerous treasures. That should suffice to acquire the technique. Suddenly, Yi Tian felt something unusual within him. He sensed that his water elemental power was being drawn towards something, creating an uncontrollable sensation. He quickly suppressed it with his true energy and discreetly glanced toward the left front. There sat a figure shrouded in a black robe, obscuring their features to the point of revealing neither gender. After a moment, the figure in black seemed to sense something and lifted their gaze toward Yi Tian. The moment their eyes met, Yi Tian felt his water elemental power stir restlessly again. Noticing this, he averted his gaze, prompting a faint sound of surprise from the figure in black. A quarter of an hour later, the auction commenced. Yi Tian disregarded the earlier items, waiting patiently for his desired Ninth Star Dragon Transformation Technique. The starting bid was set at 100,000 spirit stones. Initially, he did not rush to bid, merely observing quietly. After a brief pause, Yi Tian opened his eyes and directly called out, 500,000. At this declaration, the room fell momentarily silent. Many attendees cast incredulous glances at the burly, bearded middle-aged man who had just spoken. None recognized that this was the disguised Yi Tian.
501,000.
Someone unexpectedly continued bidding, appearing determined to win. Yi Tian remained calm, stating, 700,000.
701,000.
The individual persisted in raising the stakes. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this person was intentionally trying to annoy him by increasing the bid by a mere 1,000. After a moment's thought, a glimmer of malice appeared in Yi Tian's gaze. He decided not to continue bidding, letting the other have it. Once the auction concluded, he could simply kill the man and seize the item, saving himself tens of thousands of spirit stones.
Seeing Yi Tian relent, the previous bidder scoffed, "Country bumpkin, don't you know your own worth?" Yi Tian, hearing the remark, chose to ignore it and left the venue instead. "Are you really going to kill and rob?" Xiaobai, who had awakened outside, yawned and asked.
"Yes," Yi Tian replied, "that guy is clearly not a good person. His spirit stones must have dubious origins. Eliminating him will save me a considerable sum."
"Who taught you to act this way? You're a prince, yet you behave like a bandit," Xiaobai said weakly.
Yi Tian laughed. "Isn't this the way of the world? Besides, there are certainly others eyeing that fellow besides me. That black-robed person earlier seemed off. I feel like I've encountered them before."
"They're coming out." Yi Tian squinted, noticing that the person competing with him for the technique had emerged, accompanied by bodyguards. Chapter 88. An ambush on the way. At this moment, the group had already boarded the carriage, intending to depart under the escort of the guards. Yi Tian crouched atop the roof, not hastily making his move. He was meticulously observing. Are you waiting for them to get farther away before acting? Xiaobai inquired. Yi Tian shook his head and replied, I am watching to see if the individuals in the carriage are merely decoys. Something seems amiss. Subsequently, Yi Tian leaped down from the rooftop and followed the carriage for several kilometers. Suddenly, another group appeared, directly attacking the surrounding guards. Clearly, their objectives aligned with Yi Tian's. This group was formidable. In the blink of an eye, they dispatched all the guards. With a resounding crash, the carriage was overturned, and its occupants immediately leaped out. Don't kill me, the man began to plead, but before he could finish, his throat was slit, and his ring was snatched away. With the goods in hand, we retreat. The ambushing group wore expressions of delight, but just as they prepared to leave, a figure appeared before them. It was the cloaked figure. Yi Tian observed from a tree, realizing that the familiar cloaked person had indeed followed them. Get lost, you mutt, blocking the way. The assassin cursed as he charged forward. The cloaked figure waved their hand, and countless streams of water coalesced into a sword-like aura, instantly piercing through the bodies of these assailants. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Tian dashed forward at lightning speed the moment the leader was slain, snatching the ring from his hand. The cloaked figure snorted coldly, return what belongs to me. Upon hearing this voice, Yi Tian was taken aback. This voice seemed to belong to the water sect's holy maiden, Hanbingji. At this moment, Yi Tian was disguised as another person and had evidently not been recognized. Dare you reveal your true identity? If you do, I shall return the ring to you, Yi Tian said with a bemused smile. The cloaked figure snorted again and swiftly raised an arm, unleashing torrents of water to ensnare Yi Tian. Yi Tian retaliated with his own water-based power, and the cloaked figure was astonished. You possess water-based powers as well? What a coincidence! Yi Tian spoke nonchalantly, his finger twitching in the air. In the next instant, a droplet of water shot forth, knocking off the figure's hat. Long, dark hair cascaded down, revealing a pair of furious eyes and a chilling countenance. Indeed, it was Han Bingji. Yi Tian pondered silently, wondering what this woman was doing here. Who exactly are you? Han Bingji questioned coldly. Yi Tian, maintaining a calm demeanor with a teasing expression, replied, I am your husband. Would you care to call me that? You. Han Bingji's eyes blazed with icy fury. She realized she had been teased by this audacious bearded man. However, she refrained from retaliating, sensing that this bearded individual possessed immense strength, certainly superior to her own. Engaging in battle would yield her no advantage. I offer you 300,000 spirit stones, return what belongs to me. Han Bingji said icily. Yi Tian produced the 9-star dragon's formula from within the ring, saying, I am in dire need of this item. What use do you have for it? Han Bingji retorted with a laugh, who said I wanted that, what I seek is something entirely different, you are mistaken. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian realized that what she sought was not the same item he had taken. He then inspected the contents of the ring. Soon after, he retrieved a box. Opening it, he found a pill the size of a fingernail, exuding a delightful fragrance. What are you doing? Han Bingji exclaimed, her demeanor turning tense. That dragon's saliva is mine. Do not touch it. Yi Tian responded, Dragon's saliva, a 6th-grade elixir, possesses the ability to rejuvenate and enhance beauty. It is exceedingly beneficial for women. Shouldn't you hand it over? Han Bingji clenched her fists tightly, insisting, this is a woman's item. It holds no value for you. Yi Tian chuckled, this is a 6th-grade elixir, even selling it would fetch an exorbitant price. Han Bingji suddenly became incensed. She had approached negotiations amicably, yet this bearded man was utterly obstinate. Just as she prepared to strike, several figures appeared on the scene. My son, the elder woman at the forefront erupted, her fury palpable. You two little brats have slain my son. Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted from the elder woman. Han Bingji was taken aback. The elder was clearly at the 6th level of martial prowess, far beyond her capabilities. Pay for my son's life, the elder woman bellowed, a massive sound wave crashing into the air, leaving one dizzy. In that moment of disorientation, Han Bingji hastily conjured a wall of water to shield herself. Bang! The water wall shattered within seconds, succumbing to the elder woman's fist, which struck her shoulder. Put! Han Bingji spat out a mouthful of blood, her expression horrified. The gap in their martial realms was insurmountable. The next moment, the elder woman continued her assault on Yi Tian. Yi Tian chuckled lightly, stomping his foot to conjure a water shield before him.
The elder woman's punch landed with a splash, creating ripples in the water shield, which remained unbroken. Realizing this, Han Bingji came to understand that this bearded man also possessed martial prowess. Thankfully, she had refrained from engaging him earlier, otherwise, her fate would have been dire.
Come for your life!
The elder woman roared in rage, her hands rubbing together, gathering lightning in her palms.
Be cautious.
She wields lightning power, which counters your water abilities, Xiao Bai warned. Ye Tian nodded, swiftly retreating as a bolt of lightning surged past him, obliterating dozens of trees in an instant. Crack, a thunderclap suddenly struck from above. Instinctively, Yi Tian raised the water shield, only to have it pierced, leaving a bloody mark on his body. However, Yi Tian remained unflustered. He gathered flames in his left hand and unleashed a fiery serpent. Lightning could not overpower fire. As the two forces collided, an explosion ensued. Yi Tian's figure flickered, closing the distance in an instant. His fist, imbued with fire and the faint roar of a beast, struck the woman's back with tremendous force.
Put!
The punch sent the elder woman flying, blood spewing from her mouth as she crashed heavily onto a stone. Han Bingji's eyes glimmered. This bearded man was unexpectedly formidable. Moreover, he possessed both water and fire powers, something she had never encountered before. Suddenly, Han Bingji felt the ground beneath her tremble. Instinctively, she thought, could there be an earthquake? But she quickly dismissed the notion, for the elder woman who had just been flung away was now sprouting fur in a frenzy. In an instant, she transformed into a white ape. Chapter 89. Can still save her. This old woman, it turns out, is a transformed beast, a white ape. Ye Tian murmured to himself. He understood that for a beast to take on human form, it required an extensive period of cultivation. No wonder, during their earlier encounter, he had sensed something peculiar about her strength. Her true form was not that of a human. With a mighty roar, the white ape unleashed a long cry, and a tremendous surge of lightning crackled around its body, transforming into shockwaves that radiated outward. Yi Tian and Han Bingji were both thrown back. The creature's power had escalated to approximately the 9th level of a martial general. This was quite troublesome. Yi Tian remarked, casting a glance at the still stunned Han Bingji. What are you dawdling for?
Let us strike together.
Han Bingji pouted. I can't possibly defeat this creature. It would be wiser for us to flee.
Do you think we can escape? It possesses lightning abilities and moves with incredible speed.
We cannot run away. We must confront it head-on, Yi Tian responded resolutely. Han Bingji stepped closer, pointing ahead. There lies a lake not far from here. With our water abilities, we should be able to manage. Then let us proceed, Yi Tian said, dashing forward with remarkable speed, reaching the lake located several dozen miles away in mere moments. The lake was quite expansive, and for someone like him, who wielded water powers, it would significantly enhance his strength. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted behind them as a bolt of lightning struck, causing Han Bingji to cry out in pain as she was hurled backward.
Yi Tian caught her with one hand, saying, "What happened? Couldn't you evade it?" "How could I, who runs as fast as you do?"
Han Bingji retorted, her face flushed with frustration. At that moment, the enraged white ape charged towards them, and Yi Tian quickly leaped backward, landing upon the surface of the lake. He then raised his arms, and the tranquil water began to churn violently. In the next instant, towering waves surged into the sky before crashing down forcefully. The white ape, charged with electricity, barreled through the water wall, and the lightning swiftly spread across the surface, leaving Yi Tian's body aching from the shock. "We shall lift the entire lake and drown it at the bottom," Han Bingji gritted her teeth. "Agreed," Yi Tian nodded in agreement, channeling his energy as the water beneath him began to expand outward, gradually revealing the lake's depths of several dozen meters. Han Bingji too manipulated the water, attempting to keep the endless waves suspended in mid-air, but her strength was insufficient. She lacked the energy to hold all the lake's water aloft simultaneously. For the first time, she had encountered failure.
"Are you capable or not?"
Yi Tian taunted. Han Bingji's face flushed with anger. She was the holy maiden of the water sect, the most formidable talent in a millennium. Who dared claim she was incapable? Taking a deep breath, she tried again. This time, she was significantly swifter, waves of water spiraling upwards, revealing the parched lakebed. Seeing this, Yi Tian thrust his hands forward, and hundreds of tons of water cascaded down from the heavens, crashing upon the white ape. In that fleeting moment when the creature was ensnared, both of them released all their power, and the lake's water came crashing down. Boom! As torrents of water descended, the white ape was swiftly engulfed, disappearing from sight. Han Bingji gasped for breath, her complexion paling as she nearly exhausted all her energy. "The holy maiden of the water sect, I see you are not so formidable after all," Yi Tian commented nonchalantly.
"You dare?" Han Bingji's eyes flared with anger, indignant at his dismissal.
"You?" Suddenly, Han Bingji realized, her eyes widening in astonishment. "How do you know my identity?"
Yi Tian chuckled. "What do you think gave it away?"
Han Bingji fixed her gaze upon him, and after a moment, she abruptly recognized that he seemed to be in disguise.
she then tore away his facade. "It's you, Prince Yi," she exclaimed, utterly taken aback. In quick succession, she felt a mix of anger and amusement, delivering 2 playful punches to Yi Tian. "Prince Yi, is it your intention to toy with me? From the very beginning, you were playing me for a fool." Yi Tian grinned. "Indeed, I was deliberately teasing you. You truly are remarkable." Han Bingji was at a loss for words. She had assumed this bearded stranger was someone else, only to discover he was the one she admired. "You," Han Bingji began, but suddenly a bolt of lightning surged from the depths of the water, prompting her to instinctively rush forward to shield Yi Tian. Pfft! The lightning pierced through Han Bingji's body, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Warm blood splattered across Yi Tian's face, momentarily leaving him stunned, before he quickly retreated while cradling her. The white ape roared angrily as it erupted from the water, its body crackling with purple-black lightning. Charging towards Yi Tian with eyes ablaze, he brandished the god-slaying blade and met the beast head-on. Crack! The blade cleaved through the white ape's neck, and it let out a final, defiant roar as its lifeless form plummeted into the lake. Yi Tian turned to Han Bingji, who lay gravely injured, her wound festering. "I feel like I'm going to die," Han Bingji gasped, blood spilling from her lips. Yi Tian frowned. "You foolishly took that blow for me. What were you thinking? Who told me to like you?" Han Bingji replied with a faint smile, "Dying in the embrace of someone I cherish would be worth it. Yet, I can't help but feel regret. I haven't even kissed you." She coughed up blood again. Yi Tian's eyes reddened. He had initially thought her declaration of affection was mere jest. He never imagined she would risk everything to protect him. Could this be what they call love? In that instant, Yi Tian seemed to grasp that love knows no bounds of time or age. Some individuals, upon seeing each other for the first time, are willing to lay down their lives. As Yi Tian was lost in contemplation, Han Bingji shakily grasped his collar, imploring, "You truly intend to let me die, don't you? If you act swiftly, you might still save me." "Ah, I apologize. I was lost in thought." Yi Tian quickly regained his composure, retrieving a medicinal pill from his ring and administering it to her. Then, he carried her back to the city, urgently seeking to provide her with critical care. A few days later, Han Bingji's injuries finally stabilized. Upon awakening, her first action was to seize Yi Tian's collar, her expression filled with ire as she questioned, "What was that about the other day? You watched me bleed without offering me a pill to save my life. Were you hoping to see me perish?" Yi Tian stammered, "I had no such intention. I was merely moved by your sincerity and was overwhelmed with emotion." "Is that so? Then does that mean you also harbor feelings for me? Why not lean in and kiss me?" Han Bingji's gaze bore into Yi Tian's, brimming with anticipation. Chapter 90 of The Legend of the Moon Palace. "You want me to kiss you, and I'll comply? Wouldn't that be rather humiliating?" Yi Tian's lips curled slightly, as he was naturally reluctant to heed the other's words without reservation. However, in the next moment, Han Bingji playfully wrapped her arm around his neck and leaned in to kiss him. At that instant, Yi Tian's mind momentarily short-circuited. He had never anticipated that Han Bingji would display such audacity, so proactive. Nevertheless, given her overt intentions, he could not afford to lose face as a man. Just as Yi Tian was about to assert his prowess, Han Bingji abruptly pushed him away, casually declaring, "From now on, you are my man." Such a statement sounded rather domineering, did it not? Yi Tian replied, "Though you have stolen my first kiss, it will reset after midnight, so this doesn't count. You are not yet my woman. After all, we have yet to share a bed." Upon hearing this, Han Bingji's expression changed abruptly. "So you mean you still wish to sleep with me? Is that permissible?" Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with provocation. "If you dare, then come at me," Han Bingji retorted coldly. "Do you think I lack the courage?" Just as Yi Tian began to remove his first piece of clothing, Han Bingji immediately coughed. "I haven't fully healed yet, and you—" "I knew it," Yi Tian replied obediently, putting his clothes back on. "Focus on recovering from your injuries and refrain from indulging in such frivolities. I know you are not that kind of person." A faint smile graced Han Bingji's lips. Yi Tian mused, were it not for the fact that she had saved his life, he would not be so courteous. "By the way, weren't you at the MOU Academy? What brings you here?" Han Bingji inquired. "Don't even mention it. I had a falling out with the academy." Yi Tian recounted the events in brief. Upon hearing this, Han Bingji was taken aback. "You had the audacity to kill someone from the academy? You truly are." Her words trailed off as she chuckled softly. "Considering the deeds you've committed in the Great Zhou, I can understand. What are your plans now? Where do you intend to go? Come to my Shui sect. As the man of this holy maiden, I guarantee you will not face any grievances there." "I decline." Yi Tian shook his head. "I intend to visit the Moon Palace. I have matters to attend to." "The Moon Palace?" Han Bingji exclaimed. "That place is hardly a desirable destination."
Yi Tian shrugged, stating that he had to complete a signing task to rapidly enhance his strength for vengeance.
I will accompany you, Han Bingji offered.
The Moon Palace is quite a distance from here, and you are unfamiliar with the terrain.
It would be easy to lose your way. I have been there once and can barely recall the route.
Yi Tian remarked, your willingness to guide me seems to suggest you harbor some ulterior motives.
Let me tell you, it won't be so easy to seduce me. This prince is not one to easily capitulate.
Han Bingji rolled her eyes in exasperation. You truly are shameless to utter such words.
Your confidence is astounding.
Yi Tian replied nonchalantly, what can I say? I am inherently confident, with a touch of playful arrogance. Han Bingji shot him a disdainful look, yet she acknowledged that this young man possessed a distinct charm that she found appealing. As they strolled through the streets, Yi Tian noticed his portrait plastered everywhere. Nearly everyone was holding one, searching for him.
The Academy has issued a pursuit order. They are determined to eliminate you, Han Bingji remarked.
Yi Tian scoffed, knowing full well who was responsible for the portraits. Currently, he had disguised himself as a bearded man, making it nearly impossible for anyone to discern his true identity without careful scrutiny. Once they successfully exited the city, Yi Tian planned to find a means of transportation, but suddenly, thick smoke billowed ahead, and hundreds of horsemen charged towards them. In an instant, they came to a halt before him, blocking his path. Fearing that his identity had been compromised, Yi Tian prepared for confrontation when Han Bingji interjected, they are from my Shui sect. The leader dismounted and inquired, Holy Maiden, are you unharmed? Please return with me.
The sect leader is quite displeased.
I will not return, Han Bingji stated firmly. I refuse to let him dictate my life or marry someone I do not love. Saying this, she took hold of Yi Tian's arm, declaring, he is the one I love, and I will marry him. Instantly, hundreds of eyes from the Shui sect turned toward Yi Tian. Yi Tian maintained a calm smile, unperturbed by the hostile gazes directed at him. Who are you to be worthy of our holy maiden? The man inquired coldly. I am your father, Yi Tian responded nonchalantly.
How dare you insult me? The man brandished his sword, fury etched across his face, ready to strike.
Han Bingji swiftly reprimanded him, causing the man to begrudgingly sheath his weapon. Return and inform your leader that I will go to the Moon Palace but will not accompany you back now, Han Bingji asserted, pulling Yi Tian away.
The onlookers did not pursue them as they departed. Did you sneak away? Yi Tian asked.
I suppose you could say that, Han Bingji replied, a hint of annoyance in her voice. My father arranged a marriage for me, but I have no interest in that man, so I came out to clear my head.
Yi Tian inquired, and what is it that you find appealing about me?
You are far more handsome than him, is that sufficient?
I knew it, haha. Yi Tian laughed heartily. You've certainly brightened my day.
Han Bingji retorted, while I may like you, should I encounter someone better, I would swiftly cast you aside.
Yi Tian remained composed, asserting, you will not find anyone better than me. This prince is simply the finest of them all.
Strangely, he emanated an air of profound confidence. Han Bingji found herself momentarily stunned, pondering the source of this little prince's audacity and self-assurance. Such confidence was not something one could feign. 5 days later, they arrived at a desolate expanse. As far as the eye could see, the land was barren, strewn only with stones. Han Bingji spoke softly, we are not far from the Moon Palace. This place once suffered a calamity. It is said that the sun was enveloped by a mysterious force. In just one night, hundreds of thousands perished. Since then, no vegetation has thrived here.
Legends say this land is cursed, and some claim ancient deities slumber beneath the earth.
Yi Tian nodded slightly, feeling an unusual energy upon entering this place. Moreover, he sensed a subtle enhancement in his strength. He wondered, could the Moon Palace be connected to his anomaly, the black crescent moon? Before he could contemplate further, the sky suddenly darkened, and the sun was obscured by ominous clouds, plunging the earth into a suffocating silence. This eerie phenomenon sent shivers down their spines. Chapter 91I. Have been captured. It seems we have arrived at an inopportune moment. Han Bingji raised her gaze to the ominous clouds above and remarked, soon, the blood moon will reach its zenith, and at that moment, the space here will experience unusual fluctuations. Our powers will be suppressed by half. If only we had arrived a few days later, it might have been better. Yi Tian shook his head and responded, there is no need to delay. Now is precisely the right time. At this moment, Yi Tian felt an unprecedented surge of strength within him, an inexhaustible reservoir of power. He could even sense that he was capable of contending with a martial commander.
It was indeed as he suspected. This place was intrinsically linked to the phenomenon of the Black Wheel Moon. The legendary calamity was likely brought forth by the Black Wheel Moon. Yi Tian mused silently. After walking a few kilometers, Yi Tian quietly attempted to check in. Check-in failed. Yi Tian shook his head, it appeared that without reaching the Moon Palace, completing the task was impossible. How much farther? Yi Tian inquired. I am uncertain, Han Bingji replied. It seems we have lost our way. She raised her head, and amidst the dark clouds, a blood-red moon was drifting. We have fallen into some kind of illusion. This moon will lead us to an unknown realm. We cannot escape, Han Bingji stated. Yi Tian fell into deep contemplation. If they were indeed ensnared in an illusion, they must first discover a means of escape. Subsequently, Yi Tian experimented with various methods, all to no avail. He wished to summon Xiao Bai for assistance, but the creature remained in slumber. Ever since its intervention at the academy, Xiao Bai had spent most of its time asleep. Suddenly, an eerie flute melody echoed in his ears. As the sound resonated, mysterious entities appeared to drift toward them, accompanied by a thick fog. Gradually, as these entities drew nearer, Yi Tian discerned that they were swarms of small black insects. The insects were the size of fingernails, densely packed, numbering at least in the hundreds of thousands. They were soul-eating worms. These creatures could directly devour our consciousness and souls. The stronger the soul, the more potent their attack, Han Bingji intoned solemnly. Before long, the soul-eating worms approached, swirling around Han Bingji for a couple of circles before astonishingly refraining from attacking her. Han Bingji breathed a sigh of relief, saying, My soul is weak, and they are disinclined to attack, so we are safe. No, Yi Tian interjected, I am in grave danger. At this moment, Yi Tian found himself surrounded by tens of thousands of soul-eating worms. Now that he was a 6th-tier alchemist, his soul's capabilities were formidable. The soul-eating worms began to grow restless, and over 100 of them suddenly lunged at Yi Tian. Yi Tian stood motionless as flames erupted around him. Boom! The flames formed a protective armor around his body, incinerating the approaching soul-eating worms into ash before they could even draw near. An increasing number of these insects relentlessly charged toward Yi Tian, displaying an insatiable hunger for his essence. Though protected by the flames, Yi Tian felt a sense of foreboding against the seemingly endless onslaught of these creatures. Suddenly, from within the fog, a gargantuan soul-eating worm emerged, measuring several dozen meters in length. Roar! The creature emitted a bizarre howl, causing Yi Tian to feel dizzy, his body unsteady. Meanwhile, Han Bingji showed no signs of reaction. I am suffering the consequences of having a powerful soul, Yi Tian thought helplessly, shaking his head. He then took the initiative, conjuring a flame that transformed into a fire dragon, charging forward. The soul-eating worm's defenses were astonishing. Despite several fierce attacks, he was unable to inflict any damage. Realizing he could not afford to waste time, Yi Tian casually unleashed a powerful sword chi that cleaved through the head of the soul-eating worm. You dispatched the Worm King with a single blow. Han Bingji was left in a Yi Tian understood the source of his newfound strength. It was the cover of night, under the enhancement of the Black Wheel Moon, that had amplified his power significantly. With the demise of the Worm King, the surrounding soul-eating worms lost their sense of direction and began to flail chaotically. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Tian hastened his departure from that place. Several hours later, a magnificent palace loomed before Yi Tian. The palace appeared to float as if constructed upon clouds, resembling a celestial abode when viewed from the ground. This was the once magnificent Moon Palace. Across the entire continent, it was undoubtedly a singular architectural marvel. Han Bingji exclaimed in astonishment, the Moon Palace is shattered, resembling a relic of an anomaly. Indeed, what we see before us is but a remnant of its former glory, Han Bingji elucidated. Long ago, the Moon Palace was a sect, but due to that calamity, it was shattered and now, in name, the Moon Palace no longer exists. Over the years, many factions seeking to claim its treasures have established a presence in this vicinity. There are 200 to 300 families and sects nearby, along with makeshift settlements. Gradually, trade relationships have formed, and the population has grown. Who do you seek here? Yi Tian shook his head, uncertain of whom to look for. He only knew he had come to complete the check-in. Let us try again, he thought. Check-in. Yi Tian silently recited. Ding, check-in failed, still not working. Yi Tian furrowed his brow. This wretched system displayed no intelligence whatsoever. Could it not at least provide a hint as to where he might check in? At that moment, a small town appeared ahead, and upon entering, the surroundings instantly brightened. Here, a protective formation shielded them from external influences. Yi Tian had just felt as though he had passed through an unseen barrier. As they found a place to sit, Yi Tian noticed that his portrait had also appeared in this location, with a bounty of 1 million spirit stones placed upon his head. Is the academy out of its mind? After traveling so far, they still seek to hunt me down. Yi Tian felt a mix of anger and amusement. Your head is truly worth a fortune, 1 million spirit stones. That is enough to entice even the martial commanders, Han Bingji chuckled. Yi Tian snorted. He was eager to discover who was so intent on his demise. Was it the Dean, or Elder Feng and others? Breaking news, this Yi Tian has been spotted. He was seen 30 miles outside the city. It is said that 18 sects and 26 clans are on their way to capture him. We must hurry. Once captured, it will be 1 million spirit stones, regardless of whether he lives or dies. In an instant, the patrons of the inn rushed out, joined by the throngs of pedestrians on the street who also surged forward. You are right here. Who spread this news? Is there someone impersonating you? Han Bingji laughed uncontrollably. Let us go see, Yi Tian replied, rising to follow. Chapter 92. It turns out to be you. Yi Tian arrived at the scene of the incident, where a crowd of approximately 1,000 people had gathered. The throng was so densely packed that Yi Tian could scarcely discern who the main character was amidst the chaos. All he could hear were the sounds of heated arguments and raucous jeering from the front. Suddenly, an explosion reverberated through the air, followed by a panicked shout, "They're fighting, run for your lives." In an instant, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, fleeing in all directions. Yi Tian, however, surged forward with the tide, finally catching sight of the tumultuous scene. What the hell? Yi Tian thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes. At that moment, he spotted someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, being besieged by dozens of individuals. Surely, this cannot be true. This person looks just like me. The art of disguise is indeed remarkable. Yi Tian realized that this individual had employed some form of sorcery to assume his appearance. Yet, he could not fathom why this person would do such a thing. Who does not know that he is currently being hunted by the Academy? To impersonate him is tantamount to courting death, is it not? This guy won't last long, Han Bingji warned. Yi Tian replied, I am quite curious to know who this person is and the reason behind this impersonation. Just as he spoke, the impostor was sent flying. Enraged, the doppelganger began to curse, "You shameless lot. A group of people bullying just one of me. Why don't you have the guts to challenge me one-on-one? Enough with your nonsense, you're the one being hunted by the Academy. If we kill you, we'll claim the bounty." With that, the crowd surged forward once more, their eyes gleaming with greed as they saw Yi Tian as a walking treasure worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. They disregarded any semblance of decorum, intent only on killing him to collect their reward from the Academy. The false Yi Tian, realizing the peril he was in, turned to flee, but the sheer number of assailants left him no chance of escape. Just as the impostor was about to be overwhelmed, the real Yi Tian charged in, unleashing a powerful wave of flames that sent everyone staggering backward. He then seized the impostor and made a hasty retreat. After several minutes, Yi Tian led the other man to a secluded area. "Thanks, brother, you actually saved me," the impostor exclaimed with a beaming smile. Yi Tian regarded him coolly and said, "Reveal your true self. I wish to understand why you chose to impersonate me." "Impersonate you?" the impostor scoffed with a sneer. "This prince is the real deal. I am the illustrious Yi Tian." Yi Tian chuckled lightly. "If you are indeed Yi Tian, then who am I?" With that, he began to tear away the other man's disguise. Su Feng, Yi Tian was left utterly speechless upon recognizing the man before him. Su Feng took a few cautious steps back. "How did you know I was in disguise? Who are you?" Yi Tian dropped the pretense and revealed his true identity. "Wow! Brother, it really is you!" Su Feng exclaimed, exhilarated, as he rushed over to embrace him. Get off, get off!" Yi Tian pushed him away, irritation etched on his face. "What are you doing here? Why are you impersonating me?" Su Feng sheepishly replied, "I wanted to accompany you, but you didn't take me with you. So, I secretly followed you here. When I heard you were in trouble at the Academy, I disguised myself as you to distract the enemies. I never expected to be discovered and attacked. Thankfully, you showed up, otherwise, I would have surely perished at their hands. Those scoundrels, they wouldn't even engage me in a fair duel. I would have surely dealt with them." Su Feng gritted his teeth in frustration. Yi Tian was both exasperated and amused. This fellow had inadvertently made a mess of things. He intended to draw the enemy's attention away, not realizing that he himself would be caught in the fray. Soon enough, they would both become targets for even more pursuers. At that moment, Han Bingji arrived as well. "Saintess of the Water Sect?" Su Feng exclaimed in surprise. "You know me?" Han Bingji looked at him, puzzled. "I've been to the Water Sect and seen you once," Su Feng replied, glancing between the two. Well, brother. You've certainly captured the heart of the Saintess. You have quite the number of women around you. I'm envious." "Get lost," Yi Tian retorted, delivering a light punch to Su Feng. "Don't spread baseless rumors. I have no relationship with the Saintess. He is the man of this Saintess and is destined to marry into the Water Sect," Han Bingji interjected suddenly. "Ah, I knew it." Su Feng laughed heartily, aware of the Saintess's formidable reputation. Yi Tian rolled his eyes, too fatigued to argue about the matter. The three were preparing to leave when suddenly, a group of dozens descended upon them, riding swords through the sky. Clad in a uniform green attire, they appeared to be from the same sect. "Who among you is Yi Tian?" an elderly man with a frosty expression inquired. "No one here is Yi Tian. He just left, heading east," Su Feng responded. The elder scoffed in disbelief. "Do you take us for fools? We just came from the east, can't you tell east from west?"
Su Feng was momentarily at a loss for words, regretting not claiming they had come from the west.
Look at us three. Who among us resembles Yi Tian?
Han Bingji stated flatly, the elder's gaze swept over the trio before settling on Yi Tian.
It's him, the elder pointed at Yi Tian. Why Yi Tian was taken aback. Despite his disguise, this man had seen through it instantly since he had been recognized. Yi Tian dropped the act, stating coolly, "You're looking for me, go ahead and make your move." Make a move, the elder snorted.
We are from the Shangshang sect, here to invite Brother Yi for a visit.
Yi Tian was taken aback.
He hadn't anticipated that they were not there to cause trouble, but rather to extend an invitation.
Brother, don't trust them too easily. What if they mean to deceive you, tie you up, and kill you?
Su Feng cautioned in a low voice. Yi Tian replied confidently, no worries, in the face of absolute strength, any schemes are but illusions. He felt assured, even if they were deceitful, he could extricate himself with ease. Very well, since you are so confident, I shall accompany you on this venture. Su Feng nodded in agreement.
Please, the elder beckoned as he led them to the Shangshang sect.
Before long, they arrived at a sect enveloped in mist. At the entrance, hundreds of disciples stood tall, as if awaiting their arrival.
Ah, young Master Yi, you have finally arrived, your name precedes you, and we have long heard of your great deeds.
A robust man approached them, the sect leader of Shangshang, Gu Shangshang. To think the saintess of the water sect is also present. Perfect timing, for today we shall discuss a significant matter together. Please, come inside. Gu Shangshang beamed with delight. Chapter 93 of the Abundant Rewards. Once everyone was seated, Gu Shangshang spoke candidly. Young Master Yi, the commotion you've stirred at the academy has already spread throughout our circle. I am quite pleased that you've caused such significant trouble for the academy. In a way, you have avenged me.
Yi Tian replied calmly, from what you imply, it seems there is enmity between you and the academy? Naturally. Gu Shangshang's expression darkened, his fists clenched in fury. To be frank, my daughter once entered the academy as well.
However, in her second year, she was bullied, and by the time I rushed there, she was already dead. The academy informed me that my daughter had taken her own life due to overwhelming psychological pressure. Yet, her body bore numerous scars from bullying. The academy, relying on its formidable power, repeatedly oppressed me, preventing me from uncovering the truth. They deliberately shielded the perpetrator, and I am determined to avenge my daughter. Gu Shangshang's face was a mask of rage, his body trembling with emotion. Yi Tian began to understand why he had been summoned. It was to join forces against the academy. This was indeed a fortuitous development. However, Gu Zongju, he cautioned, your words alone cannot contend with the academy. Han Bingji interjected, the strength of the academy is not something I need to elaborate on. Even a single martial hall could annihilate your Shangshang sect. Seeking vengeance is not a task for just a handful of people. I am well aware of that, Gu Shangshang replied, his fists tightening. Over the years, I have secretly gathered many skilled individuals. To seek justice for my daughter, I am willing to gamble the fate of my entire sect. Moreover, I do not intend to destroy the academy, I simply seek an explanation, to restore my daughter's honor.
She cannot die bearing the burden of infamy.
Yi Tian saw in him the embodiment of a father's responsibility. A father, willing to confront the continent's most powerful academy to seek justice for his daughter.
Such unwavering determination is rare. He felt compelled to assist. Gu Zongju, what strategies do you have in mind?
Han Bingji inquired, taking a deep breath. Gu Shangshang responded, in 7 days, the academy will hold a competition, during which most of the instructors will be present.
I plan to confront them then. Yi Tian chuckled, you are indeed bold, to seek trouble in front of all the academy's instructors. Will you even make it back? What if I don't?
Gu Shangshang retorted with a cold snort. When my daughter perished, I did not even have the chance to see her one last time. I must uncover the truth. I need to know what truly transpired. I will kill the one who caused my daughter's death. Even if I do not return, I must slay him.
Good. I concur.
Su Feng suddenly exclaimed loudly. Gu Zongju must avenge his daughter by eliminating the murderer. The academy's protection of the perpetrator and distortion of the truth is utterly wrong. We must ensure they pay the price.
Brother Yi, do you not agree?
Yi Tian responded, slightly annoyed. Why are you so agitated? It's as if the academy has a personal vendetta against you.
Who says they don't?
Su Feng gritted his teeth in frustration. I could have joined the academy back in the day, but one of the instructors favored his friend's son over me, effectively replacing me. Otherwise, I would have been an outstanding student, not reduced to my current state. I want to confront that instructor and ask him why he did that.
Yi Tian remarked, since we all have grievances against the academy, let us unite. I can lend my assistance.
Han Bingji chimed in, I can contribute as well, but I will need to conceal my identity to avoid implicating my water sect.
Very well, Yi Tian nodded in agreement. One more ally would bolster their strength. Excellent.
Gu Shengsheng exclaimed, his excitement palpable. After waiting all these years, hope for vengeance had finally emerged.
Gu Zongzhu, you mentioned acting in 7 days, correct?
I will ensure I arrive on time. I have some other matters to attend to first. Yi Tian stated, as he needed to complete his sign-in task, which was of utmost importance. After departing from the Shangshang sect, Yi Tian attempted to sign in once more, but once again, he faced failure.
Damn it, where on earth can I sign in successfully? Yi Tian felt a surge of irritation. Would you like to visit the ruins of the Moon Palace? Han Bingji inquired. Yi Tian nodded, perhaps finding the ruins would lead to a successful sign-in.
Let us go, I'll lead the way, Han Bingji offered. Su Feng quietly asked, brother, how did you manage it?
Manage what? Yi Tian replied, feigning confusion.
Su Feng whispered, that holy maiden seems quite enamored with you, her eyes are filled with admiration. How did you do it? Teach me. Of course, it's all thanks to my good looks, Yi Tian responded calmly.
Ridiculous, Su Feng scoffed, clearly unconvinced.
He considered himself quite handsome, yet he believed the holy maiden would never look at someone like him. Yi Tian must possess some extraordinary trait to have captured her attention. 2 days later, the trio arrived at the former ruins of the Moon Palace. Once a resplendent sight, the Moon Palace stretched for hundreds of miles, its palatial structures soaring magnificently. However, with its collapse, all that remained of its former glory were ruins, shattered stones, fallen buildings, and decayed warships ravaged by time, alongside deep pits from treasure hunters' excavations. Only desolation lingered here, devoid of any trace of life. This was the site of the once mighty Moon Palace. Following the incident, many had come here to scavenge for treasures. The once towering steps, reaching heights of 100 meters, had transformed into a vast chasm, truly digging 3 feet down. Han Bingji sighed. The Moon Palace was once so glorious, claiming to be the foremost sect on the continent, producing many formidable experts, yet, nothing escapes the natural law of rise and fall. I'll take a look around. You need not accompany me, Yi Tian said, walking ahead for several thousand meters, wishing to test whether signing in here would yield any results.
Sign in, he silently chanted. Ding, sign in successful. It worked. Yi Tian felt a thrill of joy. Ding. Rewards obtained 5,000 years of cultivation.
Ding, rewards obtained Moon God Body. Ding, rewards obtained Wind and Thunder Divine Wings. Ding, rewards obtained 7th Grade Alchemist.
Ding, rewards obtained a 9 Heavens Linglong Pagoda. Ding, next task released, sign in at the Kingdom of Thunder and complete the annihilation. Yi Tian's heart sank.
This sign-in task came with an additional condition. What could this possibly mean? Chapter 94. A surge in power. For the first time encountering a sign-in with additional conditions, Yi Tian felt a surge of astonishment. It seemed that achieving a successful sign-in would not be as effortless as he had once imagined. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed. As long as the rewards were sufficiently bountiful, he was confident he could complete any task. With that thought, Yi Tian closed his eyes to examine the rewards he had just received. The Moon God Physique. It was said that darkness once descended upon the earth for 30,000 years, obscuring the sun. In the depths of the abyss, someone had comprehended the great Tao, harnessing the power of darkness for their own use. Those who possessed the Moon God Physique could become the sovereigns of darkness, elusive and undetectable by the divine, wielding the power to suppress all in the world. Yi Tian opened his eyes, his heart racing with excitement. The description was astonishing. To become the sovereign of darkness, to wield the power of shadows. A grin spread across his face as he realized that if he fought at night, his strength would multiply exponentially. What a remarkable boon! After a moment, Yi Tian turned his attention to the second item of the Wings of Wind and Thunder. 100,000 years ago, a celestial phenomenon occurred. A purple lightning bolt descended from the heavens, its origins unknown, yet it persisted for countless ages. From this lightning, a pair of mysterious wings emerged. Those who bore these wings would be imbued with the power of thunder, gaining unparalleled speed, swift as lightning, rapid as thunder. Suddenly, a pair of wings, shimmering with an enigmatic hue, materialized behind Yi Tian. As he moved, a low rumble of thunder echoed around him. He found himself blinking from one place to another in the blink of an eye, traveling dozens of miles in an instant. The speed was astonishing. Yi Tian clicked his tongue in delight. Traveling would no longer require the slow and cumbersome use of transportation. Furthermore, during battles, he would no longer need to rely on flying swords, making things far more convenient. Coupled with his ability to traverse vast distances in an instant, it seemed no ordinary person could match his swiftness. What a treasure! He marveled at the fortune he had received this time. The rewards were indeed generous. He then proceeded to inspect the third item of the Nine Heavens Linglong Pagoda. In ancient times, when the heavens and earth were torn apart and calamity struck, a mysterious powerhouse used this pagoda to seal the rift in the sky, saving countless lives. Its origins remained a mystery. Yetion pondered the pagoda's description, which was shrouded in enigma, failing to reveal its specific functions. It appeared he would need to devote time to research it thoroughly in the future. Having concluded his examination of the items, Yetion took a deep breath, aware of the most crucial reward yet: 5,000 years of cultivation. He wondered how much his body could endure. With a thunderous roar, an immense surge of cultivation energy surged into his body from above. As before, the intense pain almost shattered his skeletal frame. The sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. Yetion, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth, blood seeping from between his clenched jaws. Noticing that the host's body could not withstand the intensity, the reward was sealed. In an instant, the infusion of cultivation ceased. Exhausted, Yetion collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. How incredibly powerful! Yetion couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The speed of this infusion was more intense than anything he had experienced before, nearly costing him his life. Had he truly risen to the 6th level of Marshal General? His gaze flickered. He had previously hovered around the 2nd level, yet now had surged so significantly. Moreover, he had not even absorbed the entirety of the reward, only half of it. Had his physical strength been sufficient to withstand it, he could have reached the Martial King realm, or even higher. Yetion was not greedy. He understood that as long as he improved his physical resilience, these rewards would eventually be his. Compared to others, who took thousands of years to reach such realms, he had accomplished it in mere months. That was already extraordinary enough. To be overly ambitious would be foolish. After a brief period of recuperation, Yetion restored himself to a complete state. He casually donned a fresh set of clothing, feeling revitalized, his entire demeanor transformed. A newfound confidence radiated from him. Now endowed with numerous treasures, he felt capable of holding his own even against the Academy's headmaster. With a stroke of luck, he might even be able to vanquish him. A glimmer of cold resolve flickered in Yetion's eyes. He would reclaim that which he had lost. Subsequently, Yetion returned to search for Su Feng and Han Dingji. Upon his arrival, he found them standing motionless, their eyes vacant, as if their very souls had been drained. Realizing the situation, Yetion quickly deduced that they had fallen victim to an illusion and were unable to escape. He summoned a soul mark to penetrate their foreheads. With a resounding explosion, under the influence of his 7th-tier alchemist's soul power, their spirits returned from a sealed vessel back into their bodies. Ah! Su Feng cried out, instinctively stumbling back a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Ghosts! Su Feng exclaimed in horror. Are you all right? Yetion inquired. Why yes, we're fine, Han Dingji replied, her complexion pale. We accidentally triggered a sealing barrier, and our souls were drawn away, nearly lost in an illusion. Yetion remarked, I just stepped away for a moment, and you nearly met your demise. Quite the feat. Su Feng felt extremely embarrassed. I was just concerned since you hadn't returned for so long, so I suggested we look for you. You missed me that much after just a few hours? Yetion chuckled. Brother, are you joking? You've been gone for 4 days, Su Feng retorted. 4 days? Yetion was taken aback, feeling as if only a short time had passed. He hadn't realized so much time had elapsed. Oh no, we must hurry back, Yetion urged. If we delay any longer, we will be late. Indeed, Han Dingji nodded repeatedly, and the three quickly made their way back. Meanwhile, within the Shangshang sect, preparations were underway. Jiyu Shangshang glanced at the time, letting out a faint sigh. 7 days are nearly up, and Brother Yi has yet to return. It seems we must rely on ourselves. Master, there's no need to wait for them. Yetion and the others are likely deceiving us, they surely won't assist, an elder interjected. Jiyu Shangshang nodded. Although those individuals were unreliable, he still intended to seek an explanation from the Academy. My friends, I appreciate your support for this venture to the Academy. If we can eliminate our enemies, the Shangshang sect will owe you a debt of gratitude. Should you ever require assistance, we shall never refuse. Gu Shangshang clasped his fists in gratitude. As he prepared for the journey, he was unaware of how many would survive to return. Yet, he had resolved himself to accept whatever fate awaited him, even if it meant risking the entire sect. He was determined to seek justice for his deceased daughter. Chapter 95. Seeking justice. Within the halls of the MOU Academy, a grand assembly was convened today. Thousands of students and several hundred instructors gathered, filling the venue with their presence. Below the stage, a multitude of students conversed in hushed tones, while countless instructors sat in silent observation around them. It was the first time I had witnessed such a congregation of mentors since my arrival at the academy. It became evident that we possessed an impressive number of them. Indeed, every instructor present was at least a martial artist, a level equivalent to that of a master within the empire. Moreover, several elders among them were formidable martial generals. I had even heard whispers that our esteemed dean had ascended to the rank of martial king. Yet, what significance does that hold? I've heard that several millennia ago, the academy boasted mysterious protective elders who were far more powerful than any martial king. Look, the members of the Emotion Pavilion are arriving. Not long ago, they suffered the disgrace of a treacherous student among their ranks, tarnishing our academy's reputation. All eyes turned towards the approaching figures of the Emotion Pavilion. Wu Yuan maintained a calm demeanor as she walked to her designated position, her fellow students behind her standing tall and proud, exhibiting no sign of trepidation. This was a testament to the pride of scholars, a dignity unmatched by those who engaged solely in martial pursuits. What arrogance the Emotion Pavilion displays! They raised a traitor who harmed our fellow students. What right do they have to act so haughty? Indeed, the traitor named Tian nearly brought ruin upon the academy. These bookish fools have read themselves into foolishness. If I were the dean, I would have expelled them all long ago. Listening to the accusations and discussions of the crowd, Wu Yuan's expression remained as placid as still water. What nonsense they speak! Prince Yi is not that kind of person. Lin Erin, gritting her teeth, seethed with indignation. Enough, you need not explain yourself to them. Regardless, we shall always believe in Prince Yi, Wu Yuan stated with serene conviction. At that moment, a ripple of commotion surged through the crowd, followed by an immediate silence. A figure descended from the void, causing countless heads to tilt upward, eyes wide with astonishment. To soar through the air without any visible means was a feat only achievable by those of the martial king realm. The mysterious powerhouse before them was none other than their enigmatic dean. Welcome, Dean Moron. All the elders and instructors rose respectfully to greet him. Upon landing, the dean waved his hand and said, "Esteemed elders, your efforts are commendable. Today marks an exceptionally significant day for our academy. We must not allow any vermin to disrupt our proceedings. Rest assured, Dean, the guards have made all necessary preparations. Not a single mouse shall breach our defenses," a man assured, thumping his chest in confidence. The dean nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the thousands of students below. Greetings, students. I am the Dean of MOU Academy. Many of you may not have had the pleasure of meeting me. Suddenly, a resounding voice interrupted, "The Shang sect has come uninvited. I hope Dean Moron will not hold this against us." Hundreds of figures began to appear, causing uproar among the students. How could members of a sect intrude at such a moment? Their fierce demeanor suggested they had not come in peace. What is happening? Who invited the sect? What has your guard been doing? The man, pale as a ghost, stammered, "I had already opened the barrier. No one should have been able to enter." Presumptuous Elder Feng stepped forward, reprimanding, "Today is an internal matter of our academy. We have not invited anyone. What audacity does the Shang sect possess to intrude uninvited?" Gu Shangshang's tone was calm, yet his words resonated with everyone present. "Not long ago, my daughter was also a student here. However, she was cruelly harmed, and I come today as a father seeking justice. Dean Moron, I implore you to restore my daughter's honor, to ensure she does not suffer unjustly." The dean replied coldly, "Such trivial matters are best settled privately. There is no need to create a scene in public." Trivial? Gu Shangshang's anger turned to scornful laughter. "In your eyes, my daughter's death is a trivial matter, is it? If it were your daughter who had suffered, would it still be trivial? Gu Sect Master, you are merely grasping at straws. This is meaningless," the dean stated nonchalantly. "Today is a significant day for our academy, and I ask that you take your leave and rest. I shall personally address your concerns later." "No, today, I demand you restore my daughter's honor in front of everyone," Gu Shangshang exclaimed, raising his hand and pointing at one of the elders. "Elderly, you were the last to see my daughter. You shall tell the dean the truth." Elder Li's mouth twitched as he replied, "Sect Master Gu, I have stated before that your daughter took her own life in a moment of despair. Our academy has provided you with compensation. How dare you continue this ruckus?" "Ha ha!" Gu Shangshang laughed in fury. "My daughter committed suicide. She bore hundreds of wounds and signs of torment. Do you dare tell me that this was suicide?" "Perhaps it was a preference of hers," Elder Li said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. His words ignited Gu Shangshang's rage, recalling the same dismissive tone he had encountered before. Flames of anger surged within him. Gu Shangshang understood that no matter how he argued, the academy would never reveal the truth. Then, Gu Shangshang declared in a booming voice, "My daughter met a tragic end at this academy, and they shield the culprit. Today, I shall seek justice for my beloved daughter." "You are courting death," the dean rebuked. "Even in death, I demand you acknowledge your wrongs."
As anger consumed him, Gu Shangshang lunged toward Elderly.
Dare to act against the academy, and you shall perish, an elder shouted, as hundreds of figures began to engage in battle. The thousands of students below erupted in cheers, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. As the clash commenced, formidable energy shattered the platform, and waves of terrifying force demolished surrounding structures. Suddenly, a formidable martial king's aura enveloped the scene, as a colossal hand struck forth, sending Gu Shangshang hurtling away. Gu Sect Master, you are far too presumptuous, you shall not disturb my academy today. The dean's voice was cold and merciless as he raised his hand to strike. Gu Shangshang's complexion turned pale. He stood no chance against such overwhelming power, yet, thoughts of his daughter's unjust demise ignited an unquenchable fury within him, and he gathered his strength, prepared to embrace death with his opponent. Suddenly, a faint rumble of thunder echoed in his ears, and a figure stepped forward, repelling the dean's strike. Dean, it has been a long time, came the chilling voice. Chapter 96. I have returned. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the dean remained silent, his gaze cold and fixed ahead. The group of mentors behind him gasped in astonishment, thinking to themselves, how dare this traitor return? The other elders glared frostily. This traitor had slain their academy's elders and obliterated years of hard work. How could he have the audacity to return to meet his demise? It is he. Is that not the traitor from the Emoxiang Pavilion? How could he come back? Has he lost his mind? Tens of thousands of students stood in shock, staring in disbelief at the figure that had appeared. He has returned, Mentor Wu, he has come back. The students of the Emoxiang Pavilion were all aflame with excitement, for their idol had suddenly materialized before them. Why would he return? Does he have some form of assurance? Wu Yuan murmured to herself. This young man seems somewhat different from before. His aura and confidence have transformed as if he were a different person altogether. Elder Qin Yu remarked lightly. Young Master Yi, you have arrived? Gu Shangshang, who had been rescued, looked at Yi Tian in astonishment. He had originally thought that Yi Tian would flee, never expecting him to intervene at such a critical moment. Apologies for the delay, I hope I am not too late, Yi Tian replied with a smile, extending his hand to help Gu Shangshang to his feet. Taking a deep breath, Gu Shangshang spoke, Young Master Yi, your arrival is of no consequence. I had no intention of returning alive this time. I was planning to perish alongside them. Yi Tian shook his head, saying, You have yet to seek justice for your daughter. If you were to die now, who would avenge her? Upon hearing these words, Gu Shangshang's eyes turned red, and he clenched his fists tightly. He knew full well that after his death, no one would seek justice for his daughter. Yet, faced with the formidable academy, he felt utterly powerless and hopeless. Leave the rest to me, Yi Tian said, patting Gu Shangshang's shoulder and urging him to rest aside. Then, Yi Tian turned back to face the dean and the others. Traitor, how dare you return? Elder, however, I know that justice lies in the hearts of the people. Regardless of your slander, the truth shall never be obscured. I did not return today to engage in idle chatter with you. First, I intend to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Second, I demand that your academy reveal the truth to Gu Zongju and surrender the murderer. Preposterous, who do you think you are to bargain with in the academy? Today, I shall take your head. After Elder Feng's furious shout, he lunged forward with his sword aimed at Yi Tian. The blade approached swiftly, aiming for Yi Tian's brow. A slight smile crept across Yi Tian's lips as he flicked his finger casually, and a powerful force shattered Elder Feng's weapon, passing through his shoulder. Elder Feng's pupils trembled. This young man had defeated him with a single move. In just a few days, his strength seemed to have grown even more formidable. Elder Feng, retreat, the dean spoke indifferently. Yi Tian, I spared your life on that day, but I never anticipated you would dare return. I showed leniency at the behest of Mentor Wu and the others, yet you remain ungrateful and audacious enough to return today. If anyone pleads for your life, I shall not spare you. Is that so? I am truly terrified, it frightens me to death, Yi Tian replied, patting his chest in a feigned display of fear. Shall I set incense for you, dear Dean, to thank you for your earlier mercy? Or would you prefer I bow in gratitude? The Dean recognized the mockery in Yi Tian's tone, and his expression darkened. Yi Tian, do not be ungrateful. You violated the Academy's rules first, and today, I shall execute you. No one will dare to object. Yi Tian laughed heartily. I violated the Academy's rules. Very well, regardless, this prince has no intention of explaining myself to you. After all this chatter, it would be far more effective to subdue you with my fists. Foolhardy. The Dean's gaze turned icy as he waved his hand, signaling the elders behind him to subdue Yi Tian. More than a dozen elders surged forward, surrounding Yi Tian, each unleashing a terrifying aura. Yi Tian, you traitor, self-destruct your Dantian at once, do not force us to take action against you, one elder uttered coldly. Yi Tian clenched his fists, his true energy swirling as he replied indifferently, "If you wish to capture me, you must first see if you possess that capability." "Foolish creature, kill him."
Dozens of elders drew their weapons and simultaneously attacked Yi Tian.
Yi Tian gathered dozens of true energy pellets in the palm of his hand and casually hurled them outward. With a resounding explosion, he obliterated the elders in a single move, resulting in several deaths and others heavily injured, collapsing to the ground, blood spewing forth. The entire assembly erupted in chaos. He is incredibly powerful. How did this traitor achieve such strength? Countless students gaped in astonishment, utterly shocked. After just a few days, how had this rascal's power surged so dramatically? Elder Fang's eyes brimmed with venom. No matter what, this day he could not allow this young man to leave the academy alive. Young Master Yi is truly impressive. If he could remain in our academy, he would undoubtedly become the strongest among us.
What a pity. What a pity indeed. This young man has harmed his fellow disciples and slaughtered elders. He is a great rebel wherever he goes today. He must be eliminated. He cannot be allowed to leave alive. Kill him, kill him. Eliminate this traitor.
The voices of anger resonated among the crowd, with thousands of individuals raising their fists and shouting vehemently for Yi Tian's execution. Only the students of Emotion Pavilion remained silent, aware of certain truths. Yet, no one believed their words. Listening to the furious cries demanding his death, Yi Tian's expression remained unchanged. His gaze swept over the crowd, observing these students who appeared as foolish as chickens and ducks. Internally, he felt no rage. Instead, he was overwhelmed by a sense of absurdity. Unable to suppress himself, he broke into laughter. Indeed, when one is struck by the absurdity of a situation, laughter is inevitable. Even when faced with death, you can still laugh, an elder spoke with an icy tone. Yi Tian continued to chuckle and shook his head repeatedly. "I merely find it amusing. They say that MOU Academy nurtures the finest talents on the continent, yet I now perceive that you have raised nothing but a flock of chickens, ducks, fish, and dogs, a rabble at best." Chapter 97. Initiating a challenge with a single utterance, Yi Tian effectively lambasted everyone within the academy. As expected, upon hearing his words, the thousands of students below were instantly incensed, their eyes ablaze with fury. One by one, they erupted into a chorus of angry roars. "You traitor, what right do you have to scold us? Who do you think you are? Have the guts to take us on one-on-one? How dare you liken us to mere livestock? You're nothing but an egg." Gu Shangshang, a noble figure, stood frozen in shock, contemplating the audacity of Yi Tian. To offend the entire academy with just a few sentences was no small feat. Who in the entire continent possessed such boldness? Wu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle ruefully, having antagonized the entire academy. Even she was at a loss for words, yet, she recognized the truth in Yi Tian's remarks. Indeed, the academy had deteriorated over the years. "You traitor, how dare you insult our academy as a rabble?" The dean could only laugh in anger. He had witnessed audacity before, but never to such an extreme. Young Master Yi speaks with conviction. At this moment, Gu Shangshang stepped forward, taking a deep breath. "My daughter met a tragic end at your academy. You all know the identity of the murderer, yet you choose to harbor him. Have you forgotten the rules established by your first dean, ensuring fairness for all within these walls?" "Silence," the dean interjected sharply, reprimanding him. "Your daughter's death was an unfortunate accident, a result of her own despair. It bears no connection to our academy. What nonsense are you spouting? Should you continue with such baseless accusations, I will personally annihilate your Shangshang sect." Gu Shangshan laughed heartily. "As a martial king, you certainly possess the qualifications and strength to do so. However, even if our sect were to be destroyed, the world must know the truth of your academy's actions." The dean's eyes glinted with menace. He had already sensed murmurs among the students below. He could not allow this chatter to continue. "Eliminate them," he bellowed. "All elders and instructors, join forces." As the command resonated, hundreds of elders and thousands of instructors surged forward, encircling them. Faced with the might of the academy's instructors, even those at the martial king level would find themselves at a disadvantage. At that moment, Han Bingji approached slowly and spoke. "I recall that the academy has a rule: regardless of grievances, one can issue a challenge to another. The challenged party must accept. Is your academy now disregarding its own rules?" The dean furrowed his brow. This rule had not been invoked in centuries. How did this woman know of it? "What do you intend?" he asked coldly. Han Bingji replied, "I believe young Master Yi wishes to issue a challenge to certain individuals." "Indeed," Yi Tian remarked nonchalantly. "I wish to challenge you, Dean. I wonder if you will dare to accept." "What is there to fear?" The dean's eyes darkened. This boy dared to challenge him, a clear sign of his ignorance and lack of discernment. "What? This traitor wishes to battle the Dean. Has he lost his mind? The Dean is a martial king, a top-tier elder across the continent. By what right does he think he can challenge the Dean?
The audience erupted into laughter, incredulous at Yi Tian's audacity.
Clearly, they believed he was overestimating himself. Challenging the Dean was akin to courting death.
How could he even conceive such a challenge?
Wu Yuan said, astonished. Elder Qin Yu remarked calmly, he aims to establish his authority.
Should he defeat the Dean, our academy would be deemed defeated.
Can he truly defeat the Dean? That seems impossible. The Dean is a martial king. Even if this boy employs every conceivable tactic, he would still only be at the martial general level. There lies a significant gap in their strengths. At that moment, no one in the crowd believed Yi Tian could prevail, except for one. Han Bingji understood that Yi Tian possessed certain capabilities and that he could not be judged by conventional standards. Yet she also grasped the vast disparity in strength between him and the Dean. It was a tenuous balance at best. The Dean stepped onto the stage, emanating an invisible wave of energy. The immense pressure he exerted left the gathered thousands gasping for breath. This was the power of a martial king. With a mere step, he could manipulate space itself, capable of flight without the aid of any apparatus. In terms of true energy, combat experience, and martial prowess, the Dean was an overwhelming force. What could a fledgling like Yi Tian possibly bring to bear against such might? Yi Tian, while you may possess some talent, you are still far too young.
Challenging me is sheer folly. The Dean wore a scornful smile. Yi Tian's gaze turned steely. If I defeat you, the academy will lose. I demand an apology from you and an explanation for Guzongzhu.
That can certainly be arranged, the Dean replied with a cold huff. Should I truly fall to your hands, I will clear his name and apologize to you.
However, you will only witness that in your dreams.
As his words fell, a terrifying shockwave erupted from the Dean. Instantly, the floor beneath him shattered, sending countless fragments hurtling towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian summoned his true energy, successfully blocking the debris. In the blink of an eye, a fist crashed against his defensive barrier. Crack, the fist effortlessly pierced through his protective energy, sending Yi Tian sprawling 1,000 meters away, crashing heavily into the mountainside.
Humph, foolish boy, you cannot even withstand a single punch. Do you still dare to challenge me?
The Dean casually flicked his hand, a look of disdain etched on his face. At that moment, Yi Tian emerged from the rubble, spitting blood, his expression cold and resolute. In the next instant, he returned to the stage, raised his arm, and rent the clouds above. A towering sword she coalesced, infused with boundless murderous intent, and struck fiercely towards the Dean. The Dean's expression remained impassive as he lightly stomped his foot, conjuring an identical massive sword chi in the sky. When the two forces collided, they nullified each other, dissipating into the air.
Is this all your strength?
Pathetic and weak, the Dean scoffed. Chapter 98. I am deliberately provoking. In the face of the Dean's derision, Yi Tian remained utterly unperturbed. He was acutely aware that the other party was intentionally attempting to provoke him. Should he fall into the trap of anger, he would inevitably lose his composure. He understood that maintaining a sufficient level of calmness was paramount, especially in perilous situations. Thus, regardless of the Dean's taunts, he refused to become enraged. Furthermore, Yi Tian recognized that he was simply unable to defeat his opponent, given the significant disparity in their realms. He was merely biding his time. Once night fell, with the enhancement of the moon god body and the black moon, his strength would multiply exponentially. Defeating the Dean would then be a trivial matter. Boom! In the next moment, the Dean unleashed a massive flame that transformed into a roaring dragon, surging toward him. Yi Tian's gaze sharpened. It turned out the Dean wielded fire-based powers as well. After a brief moment, rather than dodging, Yi Tian chose to confront it head-on. He similarly summoned the power of fire, conjuring a vast network of flames that enveloped the dragon.
As the two flames intertwined and clashed, the fiery dragon was ultimately obliterated.
Ha! The Dean scoffed. With just a casual strike, you require all your might to fend it off. I truly wonder what courage you possess to return to the academy. Although you are a genius, you have committed an unforgivable error, and today I shall undoubtedly eliminate you, the traitor. Yi Tian replied coldly, regardless of your 1,000 arguments, you merely rely on your status to oppress me, an outsider.
Were my strength superior to yours, who would dare to label me?
The Dean mocked, this world respects the strong. If you cannot match us, you must simply accept your fate.
Nonsense. I bow to no one.
As he spoke, Yi Tian waved his hands, igniting raging flames that morphed into tens of thousands of fire crows, launching directly at the Dean.
Child's play, the Dean exclaimed disdainfully, dismissing such trivial techniques.
He then stomped his foot lightly, conjuring a firewall before him. Countless fire crows collided with it, causing explosions, yet the wall remained unscathed. However, as the relentless assault continued, a small crack began to form in the firewall. The Dean furrowed his brow, realizing the depth of this young man's vitality. which was several times that of an ordinary person. Even he would struggle to summon such a dense array of flames. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Tian's vitality was far stronger than he could fathom. This seemingly futile maneuver was merely a strategy to buy time. With the sun having set, night was gradually enveloping the land. Yi Tian's aura was steadily intensifying. The Dean, oblivious to this anomaly, casually waved his hand, summoning a colossal fire hammer that crashed down upon Yi Tian. After retreating to evade the attack, Yi Tian countered with the same technique. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, leaving the students spectating in a state of shock. This traitor is remarkably skilled, managing to hold his own against the esteemed Dean.
Nonsense, can't you see the Dean is merely toying with him?
This brat is so ungrateful, believing he can actually contend with the esteemed Dean. What is he, to even think he stands a chance? The Dean is a martial king, while he is nothing.
Go, esteemed Dean.
Eliminate this traitor, kill the traitor. A frenzied group of supporters began to shout loudly, their voices swelling as more joined in. Hearing the uproar behind him, an inexplicable fury surged within Yi Tian. He gazed upward, spotting the stars, proof that night had indeed fallen.
Damn you all for shouting.
Yi Tian feigned a retreat to push back the Dean, then reached out toward the distant mountains, summoning a tidal wave of water. Instantly, a torrent of water surged forth. Yi Tian directed the wave toward the Dean. The Dean, taken aback, exclaimed, "You possess water-based powers as well."
However, he deemed the attack inconsequential. With ease, he sidestepped the onslaught.
Yet, as the wave crashed down upon the crowd, Yi Tian's objective was achieved. The tidal wave descended upon the masses, overwhelming those of ordinary strength who had no time to react.
In an instant, thousands were submerged, their screams piercing the air as many drowned.
"What are you doing?" the Dean roared in anger.
"Who told you to evade?"
Yi Tian replied with a nonchalant tone, "This was merely an accidental misfire."
"It has nothing to do with me."
The Dean seethed with fury, realizing he had been so focused on evading that he had neglected the students behind him.
"What are you all standing there for?
Hurry and save them," he barked, commanding all mentors and elders to rush into the water. Yi Tian had effectively drained a significant portion of the lake, transforming the area into a new body of water. Many, lacking the ability to swim, soon found themselves drifting lifelessly on the surface.
"You did this on purpose."
The Dean's eyes darkened with malice. Yi Tian offered no explanation. No one knew whether his actions were intentional or not. "Today, I shall undoubtedly kill you." The Dean's fury escalated, and he summoned a long spear from the void, wreathed in flames and accompanied by the haunting visage of a ferocious beast, its chilling roar echoing ominously.
Yi Tian discerned that the spear was no ordinary weapon. He felt a tremor as wings of wind and thunder manifested behind him. The Dean hurled the spear into the air, and in that instant, Yi Tian's world transformed into a fiery inferno, leaving him no room for retreat.
Swish, a faint rumble of thunder resonated as Yi Tian vanished from sight in an instant.
Such speed!
The Dean's pupils constricted. He was astonished by the remarkable agility of this young man, whose wings propelled him to such heights. Even he could barely track the movement. As Yi Tian vanished, the spear pursued him relentlessly. After several evasive maneuvers, he found himself unable to shake it off completely. "Useless, unless I eliminate you, this destruction spear shall not cease its pursuit," the Dean mocked.
In response, Yi Tian flapped his wings, reappearing directly before the Dean. The Dean sneered, "You think you can evade and let the spear strike me instead? You are woefully naive."
With a cold snort, Yi Tian vanished just as the spear flew toward him. The Dean seemed to anticipate this, halting the spear mid-flight. Yet, in the next moment, Yi Tian appeared behind the Dean, wrapping his arms around him.
"What are you doing?" the Dean exclaimed in astonishment.
Chapter 99. Defeating the Dean. What am I to do? Naturally, I wish to perish alongside you. Yi Tian's indifferent words instantly altered the Dean's countenance. He had already surmised the other's intentions. Indeed, the devastating spear, which he had previously halted, suddenly broke free from its constraints and lunged directly towards Yi Tian. However, as Yi Tian was embracing the Dean from behind, the spear showed no signs of halting. To eliminate Yi Tian, it would have to pierce through the Dean first. The Dean bellowed in fury, "You wish to perish with me? I cannot believe you truly dare to do so. Are you attempting to deceive me? Let us see if you dare." Yi Tian also roared back. As the spear drew near, the Dean's eyes hardened. Rather than evading, he grasped Yi Tian's hand, preventing any escape. With a swift thrust, the spear pierced the Dean's abdomen before simultaneously impaling Yi Tian from behind. Both men spewed blood as their bodies plummeted from the heights, crashing heavily onto the rooftop. "Damn, you do possess some courage," Yi Tian muttered as he rose, noticing a gaping wound the size of a bowl on his abdomen, blood gushing forth incessantly. The dean, pale-faced, sat up and hastily swallowed a medicinal pill to staunch the bleeding. Young brother, I possess a unique cultivation technique that allows for rapid recovery of injuries. You, however, are gravely wounded and face only a path to demise. The dean chuckled bitterly, his anger morphing into mockery.
Is that so?
You rejoice too soon, Yi Tian replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he stood. Remarkably, his once massive wound was visibly healing before their eyes. The dean's pupils contracted in shock. How could this young man's recovery rate surpass his own? At that moment, a faint white light emanated from Yi Tian, and under the moonlight's glow, all his abrasions completely healed. This was the power of the moon god body. Under the moon's influence at night, he possessed an astonishing healing ability. Even his true energy had mostly restored, with scarcely any depletion. The dean scrutinized Yi Tian's aura and, after a moment, suddenly comprehended something, clenching his fists tightly. So that's how it is, he remarked with a hint of jealousy in his tone.
I did not expect you to possess the legendary physique.
Very well. Yi Tian spat disdainfully. While his recovery abilities were indeed formidable, he had to admit that the previous attack had been excruciatingly painful. Exhaling slowly, he felt his strength had surged to its zenith. Under the moon's embrace, his power had likely surpassed that of a martial general, reaching the 7th or 8th tier of martial commander. Against the dean, a martial king, he now possessed the capability to contend. Yi Tian drew forth the slaughtering godblade, which shone brilliantly under the impetus of his power. With the wind and thunder wings fluttering gently behind him, accompanied by a faint rumbling of thunder, Yi Tian appeared above the dean, brandishing the slaughtering godblade. With a single slash, the dean's heart raced in terror. The speed was astonishing. This young man was now tenfold faster than before. With no possibility of evading, the dean hastily gathered his true energy, forming a protective shield above his head. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the slaughtering god blade effortlessly shattered the shield. Seizing the moment, the dean retreated hastily. The blade's radiance cleaved through the earth beneath him, creating a massive chasm. The dean, filled with dread, realized that had he been even a fraction slower, he would have been cleaved in two. What is happening? This young man's strength appears to be on par with mine. The dean's gaze flickered with coldness. Although he could not fathom how this young man had suddenly grown so powerful, he knew he must conclude this battle swiftly. Suddenly, the dean soared into the air, a radiant light bursting forth from his being, soaring into the heavens. Moments later, this light coalesced into black and white patterns. As these two forces fused together, they began to rotate. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed. This resembled a Bagua diagram. His assumption proved correct, as the black and white energies merged and then split again, producing a second identical diagram. Subsequently, the two patterns ceased their rotation, and a door slowly opened in the center. From within that door, a pair of dark hands emerged, reaching out. This was the dean's renowned skill. The dark demon grip. To be ensnared by these hands would result in one's very soul being wrenched from their body. Countless formidable foes had perished to this technique in the past. Qin Yu's voice echoed softly, seemingly intended to inform Yi Tian. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian flipped his arm, producing a diminutive treasure tower, the Nine Heavens' exquisite pagoda. Though he was uncertain how to utilize it, he felt compelled to give it a try. As the dark hands lunged toward him, Yi Tian casually hurled the Nine Heavens' exquisite pagoda into the fray. The moment the pagoda soared, it erupted in brilliance, instantly outshining the sun. The white light enveloped the dark hands, and in an instant, they dissipated into nothingness. The radiance then surged toward the dean, causing blood to stream from his eyes. With a scream of agony, his body crashed heavily to the ground.
My eyes! My eyes!
The dean writhed in torment on the ground, his vision blinded, the excruciating pain causing his body to convulse uncontrollably. Yi Tian summoned back the exquisite pagoda, astonished. This artifact was remarkably powerful. It had dispatched the dean in an instant. Had he known it would be so effective, he would have simply used it instead of engaging in a prolonged struggle with the dean. He could have annihilated him in an instant, thus saving precious time. With a cold snort, Yi Tian stepped forward, positioning himself before the fallen dean.
Dean, do you have anything else to say?
Yi Tian gazed down upon the defeated foe, realizing for the first time that even a martial king was not invincible and could be vanquished. The dean's expression contorted in pain. Traitor, you shall never have my apology, it is utterly impossible.
Yi Tian had anticipated that the dean would not concede easily.
Return my daughter as justice. At that moment, Gu Shangshang stormed over, delivering two harsh kicks to the dean.
Defeated?
Our dean has lost to a traitor. Impossible, this is absolutely inconceivable. All the elders and mentors were left aghast, their faces paling in disbelief. The students, who had just moments ago shouted for the traitor's demise, now stood frozen in shock, resembling wooden statues.
This cannot be real.
It must be an illusion, right, fellow disciples? Our invincible dean has lost to a traitor. There must be some mistake. The crowd remained unable to comprehend how a martial king could be bested by a mere traitor from the academy.
Their previously unwavering confidence was shattered. Some individuals, their legs trembling, collapsed to the ground, filled with regret. Just moments ago, they had clamored for the traitor's execution, now fearing that he might turn on them as well. Chapter 100. The manifestation of the martial sovereign. Yi Tian's cold, piercing gaze swept slowly across the assembled crowd, instilling a profound sense of dread among them. Unable to suppress their trepidation, they instinctively took 2 steps back, fearing that they might be the next to meet their demise. Yi Tian spoke icily, "This is a matter of personal grievance between myself and the academy. I shall not involve the innocent. If you leave now, I will refrain from delivering a fatal blow." Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted into chaos, with some of the more timid individuals trembling and hastily trying to flee. How utterly ridiculous! Suddenly, the previously writhing headmaster rose to his feet. Though blind, he wore a cold smile upon his lips. "Yi Tian, while you may have defeated me, do you truly believe this is the end? You overestimate yourself and underestimate the profound depths of our academy. The MOU Academy claims to be the foremost institution on the continent, and our strength is far from the superficial perception you hold." Yi Tian's brow furrowed. Could this old fool have hidden aces up his sleeve? He glanced at the sky, where the moon still shone, the night's veil not yet lifted. His own power continued to swell. What should he do? Yi Tian felt no fear of the headmaster's hidden cards. If he were to resolve this vendetta, he would do so decisively and unequivocally. With a resounding crash, Yi Tian unleashed a palm strike that sent the headmaster hurtling away, who then lay on the ground, coughing up blood. Yet the headmaster did not exhibit anger. Instead, he laughed heartily. "Yi Tian, though I do not know the means by which you have amplified your strength several-fold, your individual power remains insignificant. Even if a celestial deity descended from the heavens today, they could not save your wretched life." At this proclamation, some elders began to grasp the gravity of the situation, their faces paling. Is the headmaster truly prepared to go this far? What if? The headmaster's voice was icy. "If this boy is not slain today, he will undoubtedly bring catastrophic ruin upon our academy in the future. By any means necessary, he must be eradicated. He cannot be allowed to escape." Yi Tian's heart sank, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Could it be that the academy possessed entities even more formidable than the martial sovereign? Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. "A young master Yi, you must leave at once. The headmaster intends to break the seal." Beneath the academy, an ancient corpse sealed for millennia lay in wait, an entity of considerable strength, at least at the martial sovereign level. If you do not depart now, it may soon be too late. Yi Tian's expression hardened. An ancient corpse at the martial sovereign level was indeed beyond his capability to confront, yet, the moment to flee was clearly ill-timed. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled as the headmaster raised his hands, weaving intricate seals in the air. In a mere instant, a pillar of black light tore through the earth, and a coffin began to ascend into the sky. Surrounding the coffin were 360 seals. As the headmaster bit his finger, using his own blood as a catalyst to enact a method that consumed his lifespan, systematically unbinding each seal. With a resounding crack, the coffin lid exploded open. Moments later, an ancient corpse clad in archaic armor gradually floated out. The moment this corpse emerged, the very fabric of space warped around it. Yi Tian's heart jolted. A martial sovereign could wield the power of space, capable of rending the void with a mere gesture. Such a formidable being stood at the pinnacle of the continent. What manner of creature was this? Terrifying indeed. I feel as though I might soil myself. Good heavens, the entity distorting space is undoubtedly a martial sovereign. Countless onlookers gaped in astonishment at the mysterious powerhouse hovering above them. They hailed from all corners of the continent, yet it was likely they would never again witness a martial sovereign in their lifetimes, and now, this apex existence had materialized before their very eyes, a sensation akin to experiencing a cataclysmic earthquake. "Young Master Yi, we are in grave trouble," Ancient Shan gasped, the oppressive aura rendering him incapable of even channeling his true energy. His blood felt as if it had solidified, his entire body turning ice-cold. Yi Tian spoke calmly, "It is already too late to escape. I have indeed never encountered a martial sovereign before." Under this overwhelming pressure, he could feel his limbs growing numb. This entity represented an opponent that surpassed him by 2 entire realms. Even with the moon god physique and various enhancements, he was still insufficient in the face of such absolute power. As he pondered his options, a sudden yawn erupted from the small white creature that had been napping on his shoulder. "I have awakened, and what delightful dreams they were," it exclaimed, before its tone shifted abruptly, its gaze locking onto the ancient corpse above. "What on earth is going on? A martial sovereign, how did you offend such a powerful being? It's a long story, can you instruct me on what we should do now?" Yi Tian inquired. "Run, what else?" the small white creature replied curtly. A martial sovereign can manipulate the power of space, appearing hundreds of miles away in the blink of an eye. With a mere flick of their hand, they can shatter the fabric of space and bind those beneath their level. With a mere glance, your limbs would be rendered immobile. Resistance is futile. Yi Tian gritted his teeth.
The situation had escalated to such a point that retreating in disgrace was simply not an option. What if I summon a manifestation? He proposed slowly. The small white creature's tone grew serious. Listen well, summoning a manifestation will expose your capabilities and attract the attention of nearby powerhouses.
You would find yourself in an even more precarious situation.
To hell with it, Yi Tian inhaled deeply. If I were to flee now, it would be a disgrace. Moreover, even if I wished to escape, I could not evade the martial sovereign's methods. It would be better to fight with all I have. We all possess 2 arms and a head, there is no reason I cannot defeat him. Well said, the small white creature praised. You are the most daring person I have ever encountered, daring to challenge a martial sovereign.
In the entirety of the Tianwu continent, you are indeed a person of remarkable courage.
Indeed, Yi Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. A martial artist who cowers in fear would be better off plowing fields at home.
With a fierce shout, Yi Tian stepped forward, his aura surging dramatically. In that moment, he harnessed the power of the moonlight, elevating his strength to its zenith. His stature appeared to grow taller, muscles swelling, power coursing through every inch of his skin. Yi Tian felt as though he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. Overestimating yourself, the headmaster sneered, a trace of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. This ancient corpse is the first headmaster, obtained from a mysterious relic.
Even among martial sovereigns, it stands as a superlative expert. With a mere thought, I can command this corpse to crush your skull. Traitor, you shall perish, the headmaster's voice dripped with mockery. Chapter 101 I, the chosen one, am a traitor. Yi Tian was instantly infuriated. This old fool incessantly calling him a traitor was truly exasperating. Kill this traitor, eliminate him, end this traitor's life.
The remaining onlookers, filled with rage, began to wave their fists and shout vehemently.
Observing their wrathful gazes, Yi Tian scoffed coldly. He would soon make them all pay for their insolence. Suddenly, a terrifying sense of oppression enveloped him, and Yi Tian abruptly looked up to find the ancient corpse looming before him. Before he could react, his body became immobilized, forced to witness the ancient corpse's fist descending upon him. Bang! With a single strike, Yi Tian's chest was pierced, and he was hurled into the grand hall, the force of the impact causing the entire structure to collapse. Had it been anyone else, that blow would have been fatal, yet Yi Tian, as if unscathed, rose to his feet. The wound on his chest rapidly healed. This boy's abilities, the dean observed with eyes brimming with envy. If only he possessed such power, he would soon dominate the continent and become an invincible force. Bang! A moment later, Yi Tian was once again sent flying. Faced with this ancient corpse, he found himself utterly incapable of resistance. In fact, he could scarcely even discern the opponent's movements. Reduced to a mere punching bag after enduring hundreds of blows, his bones had shattered numerous times, each strike a potentially lethal injury. Were it not for the assistance of the moon god body, he would have been reduced to mere fragments by now. A cockroach that refused to die. The dean approached Yi Tian, his tone laced with mockery. Yi Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied nonchalantly, a defeated foe, without this ancient corpse, you lack even the qualification to stand before me. These words utterly humiliated the dean. Enraged, he commanded the ancient corpse to seize Yi Tian by the neck, violently slamming him against the ground multiple times before tossing him hundreds of meters away. Once more, Yi Tian rose, his injuries healing swiftly.
How long will you continue to endure this punishment?
You'll be killed from the pain, Xiaobai interjected.
Now is the moment, Yi Tian replied calmly.
I am merely testing the limits of this ancient corpse. I have determined that it relies solely on brute force and a hint of spatial power, lacking the ability to shatter the void. This knowledge reassures me, as long as I am swifter and stronger, I can vanquish this creature. As he spoke, a faint dragon's roar resonated within him. The next moment, the cloud-covered sky was suddenly enveloped in a brilliant golden light. In an instant, the ethereal image of a true dragon began to manifest within the clouds, accompanied by a thunderous dragon's roar. What is this, such terrifying dragon might? Is that a true dragon? My heavens, there truly exists a dragon in this world, we are witnessing it today.
Countless individuals were astounded, having laid eyes on the existence of a dragon.
No, that is not a true dragon.
It is merely an omen, a true dragon's omen.
Some mentors exclaimed excitedly, I have read in ancient texts that when a true dragon's omen appears, a destined individual must be arriving. Once recognized as the chosen one, they are bound to become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future.
Who has summoned this omen?
The crowd turned their gazes in all directions, searching for the one responsible. When they realized it was not any of them, their eyes instinctively fell upon Yi Tian.
That traitor, he summoned this omen, he is the chosen one, he possesses the protective aura of the true dragon? Everyone was taken aback. The traitor from the academy was indeed the chosen one. The protective aura of the true dragon, this cannot be true, what an outrageous jest, how could someone like him possess the fortune of a true dragon? The revelation was too much for them to bear, their hearts swelling with jealousy. Wu Yuan stood in shock, so it was truly him, the bearer of the true dragon's fortune, not that prince. The dean had truly lost his wits this time, the chosen one, endowed with extraordinary talents and various miraculous abilities, if properly nurtured, would have become the pillar of their academy. Alas, it was a regrettable loss, the academy could no longer forge ties with this individual. Elder Qin, you could not help but sigh. You are the chosen one. The dean's heart was now filled with malice and a cold murderous intent. He had never anticipated that this boy would possess the protective aura of the true dragon. It was rumored that those who bore such an omen would enjoy a lifetime of fortune, with their strength surpassing even that of martial sovereigns, reaching the realms of martial saints. A flicker of regret surged within the dean. Had he known that Yi Tian possessed such a miraculous omen, he would have turned a blind eye, pretending not to see, but now, it was glaringly too late. The academy had already forged a mortal enmity with him. The dean clenched his fists tightly. Today, under no circumstances could he allow this boy to escape, otherwise, it would spell endless calamity for the academy in the future. Kill him. The dean's murderous intent surged, fully commanding the ancient corpse to attack. Bang! When the ancient corpse's fist struck down, Yi Tian did not get sent flying as before. Instead, the true energy that enveloped him absorbed the blow. How is this possible? The dean was shaken. This boy had actually withstood an attack from a martial sovereign-level ancient corpse. Yi Tian chuckled, summoning the fortune of the dragon, augmented by the power of the moon god body. His defenses were astonishingly formidable. Bang! Yi Tian kicked the ancient corpse away and then wielded the god-slaying blade, striking fiercely at the creature's shoulder. With that blow, half of the ancient corpse's arm was severed. This is impossible. The dean was filled with both shock and fury. His strongest trump card, the ancient corpse at the martial sovereign level, had been severely wounded. This was something he could not accept. Subsequently, the dean personally infused his own power into the ancient corpse. The ancient corpse slowly raised its stiff arm, palm facing Yi Tian, as the surrounding space visibly began to warp. Yi Tian caught a glimpse of the surrounding space, which now displayed illusory fluctuations. This creature intended to crush the space and obliterate him. Yi Tian stomped fiercely, and a true dragon's phantom erupted from within him, its massive claws striking down. Bang! The dragon's claws collided with the void, sending the ancient corpse flying. Yi Tian casually tossed out the 9 heavens Linglong pagoda, propelling the ancient corpse several tens of thousands of meters away. Finally, the pagoda descended from the heavens, transforming into a colossal form that pinned the ancient corpse to the ground, rendering it incapable of rising again. Dean, you may as well meet your end now. After dispatching the ancient corpse, Yi Tian fixed his cold gaze upon the dean. The dean stumbled back 2 paces, his face drained of color, before he collapsed onto the ground. The academy is finished.